Ask them if you don't know.
Well, I think someone actually estimated the size of the Earth based on the size of the shadow on the moon at one
Who
point.
was that?
I'm trying to find out. Aristotle observed the Earth casts round shadows on the moon during lunar eclipses, but his estimate of Earth's circumference was too low by about 60%.
No
So,
one.
Ay, ay, ay,
At
ay.
all.
All
so
right. So,
my point is, people have been doing this for a long time. There's more than just one that's made a shot, took a shot at it. Um, I'm not sure what you're asking for.
okay. So somebody somewhere did something, but you don't know the method and by which they've done it to extrapolate the information of the Earth's rotundity. You're just saying somebody out there did something, and now we have all this technology and we know the size of the Earth, and we're good.
No,
You don't
I'm
know
going
every
up.
yeah, yeah. Because
No,
Aristotle was off. You just admittedly said it. He was off. How the fuck did they measure how off he was? From what compare? What are they comparing that to?
I'm just reading what I found. I
Well,
don't know.
I'm just
I was
telling you,
I wasn't there.
if you're critically thinking about that information you just stated from Aristotle that you just read, what are they comparing that to, saying that he's off? How do they know he's off? What are they comparing that information to? Put that up in the old noodle there, Jesse. Think
All
about
I'm
it.
Yeah. What's the gold standard? What's the gold standard, Jesse?
Think
all
about
I'm
it, dude.
doing is I'm going out, I'm making real world reality observations and saying, "Hey, how does this work on a flat earth?" If you've got no
No, you're not
information,
doing that.
hey,
You are very biased. You're very biased in the information that you support the globe claim, or you're trying to support it, but you're failing every time because there is no curvature at all. Period. No curvature. Zero rate of slope change. There's no change in that, right? So, because of said information, you haven't been given a method by which the old timers, right, the ones who actually propagated this information to be true, you haven't. There's nothing you've done to solidify that. Period. You don't even know what they've done. Aristotle was off. Yeah, that's fine. How how do they know he was off? What are they comparing that information to? They have nothing to compare it to except for guess what? Math. Yeah, math. And maybe you think math is reality, but it's not reality, Jesse. It isn't. So your attempts are futile. Your pursuit, you might as well take up a class on how to do something different, man, because this shit is not working out for you. And it never will because you're not looking at any of the prior information. You're just going out and saying, well, what are my observations of a flat and stationary Earth, and there's also different effects optically that occur because we understand angular resolution and the variances in the ambient air temperature that can distort and change the way we see things in the far distance. So, because of all this information that we already know, we know that the Earth is not a globe, and there's other optical phenomena that take place in the far distance, and we can account for all that. We don't need a fucking globe to do that. End of discussion. So you have nothing else more to offer. You might as well just give up your futile pursuit of dropping your Google spreadsheet in here, acting like you know what's been going on because you don't. That's already demonstrated. I don't like shellacking people, but you're persistent.
oh,
So
you
I must make an example of you every time so that people can know you got nothing to offer. Period.
except the way you
What?
cut me off every time I start to show you what I have to offer, they never even find out what I have to offer, and they think you're trying to
Because
hide it.
you're not coming from a place of saying, okay, we know what the people long ago have done. I'm actually attempting to do what they've done so that I can show you guys that what the thing that they've proposed long ago is true. You don't have, there's nothing there for you to pit your observations against because you there's no method. So hence the reason why you're bankrupt asking us how to do it because there is nothing you have from the globe side to show you. Do you see what's happening, Jesse? You have nothing to support your claim, so you have to ask us every time. Well, how would you ask me to do it? You're asking us. You should be coming with all the evidence to support the claim that the Earth is a globe by showing us how it's been done in the past, and then moving forward till today, how it can be solidified with the information that you can show us. But you're not doing that. There's nothing there.
So, are you saying that the only valid way to measure topology is the way it was done originally in 500 BC or whatever?
Topology
Dude,
is referenced against the horizontal plane.
what I'm asking you is simply this. If there was a method that they have done to get those values, then you can show us how they've done that and replicate it yourself. And then you can extrapolate the very same information of how they got the radius, diameter, circumference, like how they've done it. Not like how you're attempting to do it or asking us how to do it. It's really easy if it existed, but it doesn't exist. That's why you are having a devil of a time trying to provide evidence, and then you're asking us. It's not our claim. It's yours, and you don't have no. You're bankrupt on the information where it shows you at least supporting how it was done, because there isn't any. So you're at a loss at this point, and you're scrounging around trying to save this fantasy notion that the Earth is a globe by your fetal attempts. It's crazy, dude. Like, you don't stop, and at some point you're gonna have to change your whatever argument to something else because this isn't working.
Observable reality isn't working for you?
Your spreadsheet isn't working about what reality is. You got it? What did I just say, Jesse? Your spreadsheet, right?
Has me puzzled because I haven't even posted it to you today.
But you have, and I've seen it, so it doesn't matter. I know what it's. Oh God, you just at some point have to say, "All right, throw up my hands. I got nothing to show you guys because I don't know what they've done in the past, and I'm just making shit up in the future to see if I can support a claim that I don't even know may or may not exist." I'm sorry, dude, but there's no. You're not bringing the cowbell. You haven't been. But you have this confirmation bias about the globe that you're not letting it go. That's all there is to it.
It's a lot of stuff to say when all I'm doing is bringing photos and saying, how does this work on a flat Earth?
You're not saying that. You're trying to provide evidence that the Earth is curving. That's what you're attempting to do. You're not saying how does it work on a flat Earth. You're saying, look how it works on a globe, and it's not working the way you say it is
Yeah,
because, like I said before, there's nothing you're comparing it to. There's nobody that's done a method like what you're doing. You think the
he's
ancients did what you were
comparing it
doing?
to his idea. He's comparing
Yeah.
it to his idea. So he wants us. He's saying, how does this work on a flat Earth compared to my idea of it being a sphere?
Yep.
Well,
Hey Jesse, I just posted another internet link about the maximum distance of total stations. This one's only 3 kilometers. So
Yeah, we've been around this merry-go-round. At some point, Jesse, you do really have to relinquish this. It's not going to benefit you here in this room at all. At least not from a perspective of where you can come and say, "Hey, I know this because they've done this in the past, and I'm going to show you how they've done it, and I'm going to present my findings because compared to what they've done and extrapolate the information of the measurement, I'm going to show you how they've done it." You're not doing that. You're asking us, "Well, how would you do it?" And like, if I was to, do I need a different optic? What optic do I? Like, why the fuck are you asking us for that? That's your evidence. You should come forward and say, "I know how to present evidence of the globe because they've done it in the past." You haven't. You're not doing that.
hey, could
And
I
it's
respond to Timbo since he called me out?
whatever.
no, I just wanted to point it out, mate.
Yeah, but you're wrong. Let me read it. The maximum range of a total station is typically 1 to 3 km to a single prism. So tell me, what does it have
Okay,
to
where does it say 105 miles?
Well, but why is it talking about to a single prism? Do you know why it says that? I'll tell you why it says that. It says that because for a total station to measure the distance to the target, it has to be a reflective target, unless it's one of those new ultra fancy ones that can shoot it off of the side of a building. But all the traditional ones need a retroreflector called a prism, and the prism is the target, and it bounces an LED pulse off of that target, and that has a limitation of range because it's a really weak LED. They don't want to hurt the eyes of the guy holding the target because you're shining it right at his face. So this is the maximum range of the rangefinder hitting a prism in good visibility. What you need to do is find the same limitation specification for a theodolite that does not have a rangefinder. For example, my Zeiss ETH2, it's just a theodolite, it's not a total station. It gives me the same angle readings that my total stations do, but it has no rangefinder and it has no limitation on a rangefinder because it has no rangefinder. So this is a total non sequitur here that you've given us.
Okay. Can you? I asked you 2 days ago if you can prove to me that total stations can take accurate readings up to 105 miles, and we still haven't heard anything yet. So
Well, how about the ones that are specifically engineered for and sold for measuring the angles to stars? Can we agree that the stars are more than 105 miles?
You're dodging the question.
yeah, you're not. We're talking.
You're very good at dodging.
Are you measuring? Are you measuring the drop over distance to stars?
It just measures angle of light.
Answer the question. Fuck, dude. That's what's annoying about you. Don't answer questions. You just divert.
See,
Answer the fucking question. Answer the. If you're not willing to answer the question, you might as well just sit on mute. Fuck it. How about that?
Yeah, it was a simple. It's a simple question that was asked 2 days ago, and you're still not answering it, mate.
But it's one of those dishonest questions. Like, are you still
It's
beating?
not a dishonest question.
It
Can
is.
you show me anywhere in your manuals that tell you that you can get an accurate reading up to 105 miles or greater?
Answer, please.
Oh, I thought you were gonna mute me because you muted the guy above me. I thought you misfired. So the reason it's a dishonest question is because the manual
Okay.
lists
No.
all.
Sorry.
There
Fuck
you
you.
go.
Fuck
Yeah.
you. That's what I gotta say. You already. You. I didn't like. Listen, man. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt as the next Joe, but when you start acting dishonest like that, nope. You didn't even want to respond to him. You keep going around. How telling. Fine if some other mod wants to unmute you later, but fuck that. You were dishonest in the way your tactics are. Are you calling him dishonest?
Never a
Fucking
simple answer to a simple question.
yeah, but he has the audacity to say that you're dishonest by saying that.
Yeah, I know.
But it's all right because we have Jedi in the house. The crowd goes wild.
Jedi's eating his dinner at the moment, guys.
Oh yeah. What are we having tonight?
Gonna be a long night. Sorry.
So what are we having tonight?
Well, tonight I thought I'd splash out and got myself a pizza. So I got that delivered about 5 minutes ago.
Nice.
Yeah, not too bad,
Pepperonis?
man. Always, man. Double pepperoni on this motherfucker.
Oh. He doubled down.
Oh, we're not raising Jesse from the dead again to beat him up and then bury him again, are we?
Nah, he's just for some reason he climbed out of his grave, so we had to just shove him back in.
Fair enough, man.
It was a tricky coffin. We thought we had it nailed shut, but
I thought we drew his number out of the hat this morning to pick on who to pick on today. Maybe
nah, he's just. I mean, I don't mind if somebody unmutes him or whatever. I don't give a fuck. But just right now, we don't need to hear him rambling. It's like his argument's weak. But just like Yakubianite and the rest of them, they have their shtick, their argument. They don't let it go. They think they're sitting on gold. It's bullshit, dude. He didn't answer any of the questions Timbo had, so
I'm definitely not this.
If he doesn't think that the Earth is flat, and he's settled in his mind that it's a sphere, then why is he asking how to explain his observations on a flat Earth?
and he's asking us to boot. If you were going to present your case for the Earth being a globe, you would have already collected all the data and information to support the claim, conclusively what it is, based on prior information that has already been done, a methodology that has been constructed by not you, whoever else, came up with that information. And then all you got to do is repeat the method and show them how it turns out that the Earth is what they're saying it is. But he can't do it because there is no such animal. Hence the conundrum.
Exactly. Yeah. But if he's happy that he's done some things and it's confirmed his bias of the thing that he doesn't know how it was, you know, uh, that was derived in the first instance, then be on your way. Go live your merry life and pay fe no heed anymore. Just go.
Yeah, but it got under his skin so much that I think somebody, whatever flat earther brought this argument to him, broke him. It wasn't Crit, so we can't blame Crit this time. It was somebody else.
Heretic.
Nah, I don't Heretic. I don't know. It wasn't him. He said it before. It was somebody else years ago that broke him.
Okay.
Nah, he had to go buy theodolites and shit and use them for what they're not meant to be used for. It's crazy.
I think it was Mimus and AI, wasn't it?
I don't know.
All right.
From memory.
He said it. He said it was some friend of his, or I think a friend of his said that too. If I remember correctly. He'll
I
tell you
remember
about it if you ask him.
those two upset him one day for about 2 hours. Like good cop, bad cop. And then they switched, played bad cop, bad cop.
Yeah. Surely there must be someone out there who thinks the Earth is a globe and wants to bring their evidence. Bring it forward.
You get a long weekend this weekend, T-Dub? Or is it just us here for the horse race? You know we get a 4-day weekend for a horse race in Melbourne?
Nice. Are you going to go watch the races?
Nah, I'm not into it, man. I don't. Gonna have a break. I've been working too hard. The Melbourne Cup.
You literally don't have a horse in that race, huh?
It's like the Globe.
Blasphemy. Like, isn't it like sacrilegious to be in Victoria and not do it?
Yeah, everyone gets together and has you have a little bet. Well, it's probably the only time of year where I'll have a little bet. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I don't gamble.
Go in a sweepstake or something.
Yeah, we just chuck all the names of the horses in a hat, and everyone chucks in like $50, and whoever you get first, second, and third, and the pool of money goes to whoever gets first, second, and third.
Well, good luck.
No, well, it is luck. You would call it luck because you're pulling the name out of a hat, aren't you?
Good luck.
You gotta bet on Seabiscuit. He's always the one. And if there's a
That's right.
derivative to him, it'll be only Sweet Seabiscuit. So either one of those.
Hopefully, I get one with a globe in it. Globe, World
Those-
Trotter, or something.
Globetrotter.
Globetrotter.
Yeah, Globetrotter. Huh.
Man.
Wonder how they go about proving that I'm antipodal to all you guys in the US. How would you actually
Antipodal.
prove that? It's
Dig
weird.
a hole to China.
Like, Yeah, my plumb lines are facing directly towards you guys,
Some people might
and
argue.
yours are facing towards me.
Oh shit.
Some people
What were
might
you going to say,
argue.
Kosho?
Yeah, I was going to say some people might argue that one way that you could provide evidence of such a claim would be to perhaps use the rotated face of the
Stars.
moon.
I knew it. Oh, okay, the moon.
All right. So if I'm in the south and I'm looking north at the moon, and you're in the north and you're looking south at the moon, what direction are you going to see? What way up are you going to see the moon?
I'm in the north and you're in the south, and we're both looking south of the moon. You said?
No, well, I can't look south at the moon. I have to look north at the moon. So,
Right. Yeah. You're in Melbourne.
so I'm gonna see the other side of the moon, aren't I? I'm gonna see it. Well, for your sake, I'm gonna see it upside down, and you're gonna see it the right way up. Correct?
Yeah, I don't want to argue this point from my perspective because it's gonna go the way it always goes. But the truth is,
Yeah.
it doesn't. Yeah, it wouldn't work. If it worked like that, then we would see two different sides of the moon. We wouldn't see the same moon but rotated.
Do you think the
But
moon has
but
another
we've
side?
only. Yeah. Anyone on this plane of existence has only ever seen one side of the moon. So,
Yeah.
And
you
you
know.
think the moon is spherical?
Who's trolling? Seriously.
Don, he's a fucking troll, dude.
Seriously cool.
He
That's
has a broken
farcical.
character, man. But I've heard him come in on another account, so I know his real voice.
This is my
It's like you got your
only
microphone up your udders.
Sure it is.
I think his microphone's on the moon the wrong way up.
Yeah,
So,
last night
I'll ask the
the kid
question
said that
again. Oh, no,
how they know that Neptune is what it is because they went through
Oh,
trials and
yeah.
tribulations.
and then
That's
Lulu
so
changed
funny.
her name straight away. She
They
changed her
went through
name to
trials and tribulations.
What do y'all think about Uranus?
Probably nicer than yours. But anyway.
You're fucking troll, Don. You know that?
You keep labeling me.
Shut the fuck up.
Mine's dirty and it stinks.
You really don't have anything to contribute to this conversation. Yeah, I haven't heard you say anything constructive once, bro. Not once. And you just
Bro, I'm the comedy around.
There is a NASA article that says Uranus smells like farts. So that's a weird one too, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's an actual article. If anyone thinks I'm joking.
Hey, we got Kenny in the house.
What up, man?
Go ahead. Drop it.
How you doing?
That's what I fucking thought.
How you doing?
G'day.
G'day,
You know,
mate.
That's already happened with one guy that came in here and said that he was so far in the word that there was no recovering. Immediately fucking canned him. It was glorious.
Must have been a great guy.
Nah, he's a numpty like you.
Nah, dude. That's impossible, because I'm a fucking genius.
You're a
Awesome.
weasel. You're not you're cunning.
Can you
I'm a
prove to me that
weasel?
Yeah, you're cunning.
Can you prove to me that plumb lines aren't parallel on different parts of the Earth?
What now?
Can you prove to me that plumb lines aren't parallel on different parts of the Earth?
Could you prove to me how that's relevant?
Told you he's a
Huh?
weasel. I called it. I fucking called it. I told you, Timbo. He's a weasel. He's like, a weasel? And then he just went to prove himself right. He's a fucking weasel.
I'm not a weasel.
Oh, you are, because you just dodged that question in like a cunning way. So yeah, fucking
What do
weasel.
you mean? He's just
See?
asking a
You're doing
dumb
it now,
question out of
fucker.
nowhere.
What the
He's
fuck?
just asking
You're
a
doing it
dumb
now.
question out of nowhere. So why
Why-
would I?
No,
use
why
that
can't you
question
answer
because
him?
he doesn't know how to
Why
answer
can't
it.
you answer him? So
Huh?
easy, right? Just answer him.
But why though?
Because he's asking you and it's a conversation, dumbass.
Oh, I don't want to answer that question because it's
Well,
a
then
dumb
fuck off
question.
then.
Kenny, you should just
How
give
about
them
that?
the benefit of the doubt, and I mean they're retarded, you know. So
I mean, I know that,
He's
but
pleading the fifth. He's pleading the fifth.
I know that the people in here who like call themselves flat earthers, that they're pretty much all retarded. Like they have arrested development.
All right, you finished jerking each other off? Are you gonna give us some
yeah,
glow proof now?
Awesome.
they muted me
If I'm-
earlier because I
if
said
I'm-
what is
Yeah,
the
you
law?
keep jerking yourselves
Yeah.
off. Now, where's the glow proof?
That seems about right.
If I'm
Here we go.
Pretty on
retarded, then
par.
can you answer my retarded question so I can get a retarded answer?
I mean,
So
Kenny,
what-
how
Hey,
do you
wait.
mute someone for
Pause,
What's
asking
the
what water
basis?
is?
What's the
Pause. All right, pause for a second. I want to show you guys something. I paused you guys for a moment. Just wait. I'm gonna mute you. Just hold on. Look at what Don put in the text channel. He's a fucking troll, and he says I'm on your side. Look what he's posting. I just want to show you. I fucking outed Don long ago, and he just proved me right. Thanks, Don. You can happily stay on your red mute now. All right, we may continue.
Don's
The-
pretty fucking cool, I gotta say. That's some cool shit.
No, he's not. He's fucktard, like you.
I don't think he's trolling. He might be serious.
You know,
Oh, sorry.
I want this man to explain to me why Timbo's question about plumb lines was retarded.
How
when you're
about
talking-
you answer what water is?
How about
that?
how about you give some basis for the question in the first place?
Well, this is what I
Well,
was
if
asking.
the Earth is a sphere,
What?
then
there we go.
plumb lines would not be parallel to each other, correct?
What's the Danish word for plumb lines?
Obfuscation,
A
weasel.
fucking
Much?
a
Is it your
string with a
obfuscation?
weight on it.
That's all you do is obfuscate, and then you want because you're
Oh,
cunning,
okay,
right? And then
that's what
other
it
people
is.
respond to your
Okay.
shit, but you don't answer what we're saying. So
So
you're
you could have
cunning.
just said, "I don't know what a plumb line
Yeah,
is."
you could have just said that. It would have been easy. But you try to be
Okay.
cunning and then say, "Nah, but you don't know what the."
Well, that's
Then
what it
they
is.
answer your question. It's all
I'm a
fucked up.
genius.
because
What's
You're
the
cunning.
question again?
You see, fucking idiot.
Why are plumb lines what?
Can you prove to me that plumb lines across the Earth are not parallel?
Across the Earth are not parallel.
Yeah.
How would you set up that experiment? That's an interesting question.
I don't know. It's not my claim.
Well, given that we can all give each other the benefit of the doubt, right? How would you go about setting up such an experiment? If you were to give the benefit of the doubt of the
It's
globe
not his
Earth,
fucking claim. You gotta figure that
It's
shit
not my
out.
claim, man.
could you think up an experiment?
You see how fucking burden of proof, reversal,
question
cunning,
is a
fucking
handball.
weasel.
Oh, I thought you were the genius. I thought you were the genius.
Oh no, but I am a genius. I just want you to have the
See?
ability to think for yourself. I'm very generous.
See
like
how
that.
I can spot Kenny a mile away. I know what the fuck he's on about. He's just trying
What
to
do you
burden of proof
mean?
reversal, and if you fall for his shit, you're gonna be answering his
I
questions.
would never do anything like that.
Bullshit, dude. I know you. You're cunning. That's your fucking thing.
That's my thing. I'm the
Yeah.
cunning genius.
No, you're not a genius. You're just
Rolled a
cunning.
low level cunning.
I don't think he's cunning at all. I think he's just a cunt.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That's funny.
But you don't get an inch with me, Kenny. I fucking see
Hmm?
right through your dumbass. Always.
The hubris.
The hubris. Shut the fuck up. Anyways, no glow proof. That's all we need. I know you're a fucking troll, Don. People might unmute you, but you'll always be a troll. From this, well, not from this moment, but from the time that I said you were. If Kenny doesn't have any evidence that the Earth is a globe, he'll never present that because he doesn't have any. So all he's got is his fucking circle jerk Hyperborean
It's
friend to whack him off. That's it.
self-evidentiary, actually. Actually.
That's it.
Unmute my boy Hyperborean.
Oh, okay. Let me unmute him right now. Is he unmuted for you?
No.
Mm. Jesse, why don't you take the rest of these guys with you and go tell them how your fucking spreadsheet works? Take them to another room.
We need them here, bro.
Oh, fuck that, dude. No, we don't. We don't fucking need any of these guys. They come in here like moths to flames. They get burnt every time.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
So fascinating.
You fucking right it is.
The light of ignorance burns brightly in this place.
The light of ignorance. Yeah, in your mind, it does. Not in here. We're fucking toasting your ass every time you come in here. Fucking fuckwit arguments that you have. Shut the fuck up.
Give us something to be ignorant about. Fuck.
He doesn't have anything, Timbo. Unfortunately. Because
Huh?
we're right and he's wrong. And he's just living in that world that he knows that. He's just going to have to fucking marinate in it.
I'm sure there's a lot of things that you're wrong about.
Okay. But it ain't the globe being real.
That's just like the tip of the iceberg.
Ah, sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead and like Timbo said, name some other things. Go ahead. Let's hear your fucking wisdom. Wow, I'm mesmerized. Do tell.
So enriching.
Fascinating.
Max Smart, what's up, brother? Out on the streets, huh? It's probably getting a little nippy out there for you.
Yes, sir. I stay in these streets. I hear
I'm
you
talking about.
speaking. I hear you speaking to this punk.
You
Waiting
know
for him
how
to come back with something. He ain't got nothing for you, bro.
you know how I do what I do when I do what I do?
Well, I know
Yes, sir.
you're a dishonest conversationalist, so there's no reason to even engage with you because
Aw.
the moment I do, you start muting me.
All right, put your head on my shoulder, dude. Let it all out. Get it out, big guy. Come on.
What? That you're retarded, or that you're American? Because those two are the same thing.
Ooh, we're in politics over. You said American, now everybody's gonna be offended. Ooh.
Wow, burn.
That's a burn, dude. Fucking
How are you going to
ouch.
recover from that
I
fucking
don't know.
third degree burn, man?
That's a
Shit.
fucking zinger of a zinger.
Wow, man.
Are you guys still on the Black Swan thing, by the way, or is that
The
old
Black
news?
Swan thing. We're on the fucking really is level. Where the fuck have you been?
What's that?
Really is level. Where have you been?
I haven't been this channel. I don't know if you noticed.
Oh boy.
Well, I'm asking you because you're
Have a
asking
good
about
shot.
the globe, the fucking Black Swan.
Well, yeah, I'm just asking
Yeah.
if that's still the thing that you guys like drag around and show.
Give us
Drag
the argument.
around.
What's the Black Swan argument? Do you know it? Can you
Oh no, dude,
reiterate it?
I don't know it. You're gonna have to like
No,
prove
fuck
it.
that. No, you ain't gonna go. We're always gonna go through it with you. Fuck you. Go through it. Go look at QE's presentation if you
Why
want to see it.
not?
Because you're a fucking weasel. I already
But
said that. You're cunning.
why?
Fucking weasel. That's all your shtick is. You're just cunning. That's it. You ain't got nothing to offer. You got no evidence. There's nothing to bring to the conversation other than your antics. That's all we got. So we await the next globe champion for them to come in here and be shellacked because you've already been shellacked. You're just all you guys are doing in here just watching your heroes fall every time they come in here. No,
Yes, of course it is.
bring your fucking champions. They don't stand a chance. None of them
Yeah,
do.
yeah, man.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's why you mute
Well,
people, right?
no, we mute you because you're fucktards. Otherwise, you'll get muted.
Okay. It's not because you're like afraid of what they have to say.
No, Britnat's not muted.
No, I see.
He's a Glober.
You
Let's see
haven't
who else is
actually.
in here.
Oh, hold on. You haven't even said anything yet.
I haven't.
No, it's just been fucking bullshit. You haven't brought up a point. You just slandered and
What
used
point do I need
obfuscation.
to make?
Any fucking point will be fucking helpful, being as you seem to think that you're the most intelligent man in the world, then prove your fucking ball. You've just sidestepped every question that's comes your way. That's all you've done. So we're just entertaining you at the moment because we're fucking bored. As soon as somebody else with an ounce of an IQ comes along, you'll be muted and sent packing.
Yeah,
Straight
I'll
away.
be muted. That's it.
Yeah,
Straight away.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Hey, fucking right.
There it is. Proving your true
You haven't
colors.
brought anything to the table.
You seem to be talking like right now. You know, why you keep complaining about being muted when you seem to have the mic open and have the floor? You know, you seem to be a little sensitive and bruised about being muted before. Make your point, man. What's the deal?
Well, Max, how much have you been in this channel?
He's a candy ass, bro. Like he just diverts. He doesn't
Yeah,
answer
I
your
hear.
question.
I hear. He's asking me how long I've been in this channel when he got his opportunity to prove his globe,
Yeah.
make his point, and he's
So,
choosing not to because I'm
so
too
you haven't
bruised.
been in here for
Max,
that
you don't know
long.
how they've been abusing me.
You don't
You
know
haven't
how
been
these
here long
people
enough
act.
to see how they've been
Oh no,
abusing
not
me.
me, not
Oh
me.
my goodness.
I'm talking about like everyone who they try and quote unquote debate.
Shut up.
Boo
It's
hoo.
the internet, bro. You just gotta have
Wow.
a
Yeah,
thick
it's just
skin.
the internet, bro. Yeah, there's no hypocrisy here. Look elsewhere for
There's
hypocrisy.
hypocrisy all over the internet. You just gotta have thick skin.
So because there's hypocrisy elsewhere, that means it's fine to have hypocrisy here too.
So
I see how
you
it
want
is.
to
Kenny,
just want to
Kenny,
argue about anything
You're
else except
the
for your
bigger man,
globe.
obviously. Yes.
You just want to
Kenny,
argue about
It
anything
makes
else
a lot of
except for the
sense.
globe.
It does make a lot of sense.
Hey,
Kenny,
So
Max.
you just want
I
to argue.
Hang on, guys. Max is trying to talk to him. His mic is low, so just gotta let Max get in there.
So you just want to argue. You don't want to argue about the globe. I mean, your mic is open and you seem to be able to have all the room that you need to talk, right? But you just want to complain as opposed to bringing up any issues, evidence, or anything that you have as a matter of fact for your claim.
That's very funny, Max. That's a funny
hey,
statement.
Kenny, I recommend getting a helmet, bro.
That's also very funny.
Yeah, if the internet hurts you so much, maybe that helps.
Är du svensk?
I'm
fucking svensk.
The thing is, if you want to talk, I think you have all the time in the world to just talk, you know, about the topic. But you can also just, you know, go on and complain.
Laughter's not gonna help.
That's a nervous laughter too.
Guys don't want to talk about the topics. They just want to argue.
Yeah, exactly. Come on, just bring something forward, you know. If there's something you want to debate about, then bring it forward instead of just, you know, blaming the whole room for you not capable of actually talking about the topic.
Är du invandrare?
Oh my god. Speak
Dude.
English, dude.
He's like a petulant child.
I'm German, dude. I don't know what language that is.
How do you say sissy in that language, bro?
Okay.
Fucking hell.
Say box of Kleenex.
It's all gonna be good, Kenny. We're gonna all relax and give you all the platform to talk about the topic.
Cool.
Yeah, so what's the very thing that is on your heart that you want to debate regarding the topic that we all hear?
I want to hear about flat Earth.
Oh, I thought a second ago you were complaining that you don't get the chance to talk about the things you want to share.
Well, I don't particularly want to talk about the globe Earth. I want to talk about the flat Earth.
Yeah, because you don't have any evidence. That's why you're ashamed to talk
the
about
room
it.
is called flat Earth.
Yeah,
you know?
that's because there's no globe around at all.
Clay under seal. You see this? They're deflecting.
Dude,
they always
shut
do
the
this.
fuck up, dude. All you got to do is present evidence that the Earth is a globe. That's
Every
it.
single
Just
time.
do it.
Every
You don't
single
want to talk.
time they
You
deflect.
don't want to talk. You don't want to talk about the thing that there's no evidence to. You'd rather talk about the thing that there is evidence to.
Yeah, let's talk about the thing that is evidence to. How does that thing work?
Well,
Exactly.
it's simple because it already is what it is, and it's not what it's not. So it's not a globe. unless you have some evidence for it, right, Kenny? Your little
Well,
diversion
if it is
tactics don't
flat,
work on me, Kenny. It doesn't
how
fucking
does
work
it
on me.
work? Right.
It doesn't work. Your shit don't work on
So,
me. It works on other people. It don't fucking work on
is
me.
there an edge,
We're going
or
right. We're
does it
going right
continue
back to.
forever? Does it wrap around at some?
Yeah, but see, that little tactic is not working on me, dude. We want to know how the Earth is a globe. Present that information to us, Kenny. That's all you got to do.
You see? Play on the seal.
It doesn't
You
work.
see it?
It doesn't, because your shit don't work on me. It works on other people. It doesn't work on me. I'm gonna go right back to telling you, redirecting you back to the point, which is
Right.
present the evidence that the Earth is a globe. Go.
That's completely fine. So play on the
Go.
seal. I just
Nah,
want you to understand.
fuck you. That was easy.
That's their only argument. Reverse the burden of proof.
Yep.
That's it. That's all you got.
Yeah, because he said it too. He said it too. I don't have it. I don't want to talk about the globe. Yeah, he don't want to talk about it because he knows he's gonna get shellacked every single time.
It's more like he doesn't care about where he lives. To be honest.
No, because I unmuted him. He could have just easily said, "Hey, look." He had the whole airtime to say something.
I bet you he want to talk about his mother.
Man, who fucking knows, man? He just. Who else we got in here? Anybody else stepping up? Same old dudes. I don't think we've spoken to KHWR, have we? Not sure. Are they flat Earth, globe Earth?
I wonder if I'll fly over the edge if I fly to Canada.
Say it again.
You know, wait, no, the UN flag has North Pole in the middle. That's right, I forgot. So I'll fly over the middle.
You're gonna fly over it?
Yeah, because I'm going to Canada. So I'm gonna fly over the middle.
Hey, do you think when you go around your neighborhood in a circle, that proves that the neighborhood is round?
That depends how it's arranged, right? It's around.
Sorry, I
arranged
mean
in a
it's
circular
curved.
fashion. Oh, curved.
Yeah. If you go
No,
in a
it
circle,
means it's flat, right? Because if the world is flat and the world truly is, then I'll be flying over a completely flat plane, which means that there's no real reason for the airplane to fly in weird, like bendy ways on the map, right? It can just
Yeah.
take a direct path, which makes a lot of sense.
No, in order to fly a plane over a plane, I mean over a globe, you need a spinning wobbling tilted space by flying for the expanding void of darkness. That's how planes are flying. They need to fly over a spinning ball, right?
What?
There's no other explanation of how a plane flies.
You're not making sense.
I mean, it would be irrational to think the plane is just simply flying over a plane, right?
Yeah.
Hence the word airplane. Interesting.
Play on the seal. By the way, you're from Germany, right?
Yeah, I'm from Germany.
What proof do you have that Chile exists?
What is that kind of question?
Is Chile not part of the flat Earth?
Well, I have proof because I have people within my or around my family that have been in Chile.
Truly.
So also friends. So yeah, I know that Chile exists.
You have a great grandfather in Chile?
Well, I think if I'm not mistaken, my grandpa from my mother's side is actually originally from Chile. So pretty funny that you're talking about it.
Probably the wrong person to ask. That's funny. That's
Why
funny
is
as
that?
hell, dude.
Why is it funny?
Because your family were Nazis.
But yeah, my other grandpa from my father's side was on 3 fronts in the World War II, but you know, he was not really doing that on his own behalf. He was, like everyone else, forced to do so, right? Otherwise, he would be put into prison or labor camps or killed. So I don't know what's so funny about it, man.
It's cute you think that way.
What?
Did you follow your
Chile
father's
exists,
footsteps?
therefore globe, right? Is that it?
I find it very disgusting right now how you laugh about something like that, you know? These soldiers had no
What?
choice.
Your family's heritage?
No. People who fought in the Second World War and had no choice. Because,
Of course he had no choice.
yeah. My grandpa had no choice, so he needed
Of course
to
he did.
fight. Yeah, die.
We don't have to go down this bait path.
I don't understand what's so funny about it.
You know, it was pretty well defined during the trials at The Hague that
Hey, this is called 24/7 Flat Earth. Got the hint, Kenny?
what? It's just a funny tangent. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, you want to talk about the 600 Nazi scientists that have been transferred to the Americas after World War II, including Werner von Braun, who was within the Nazi regime, who hasn't been put into any jail or was forced to, you know, give up his life essentially. No, he had a completely normal life, was actually praised up to this date. So let's not go on this train, man, because I have enough to beat you on that. Veritas. Kenny, I can really now understand why you have been muted, man.
I see something
There's-
lighting up, but nobody's talking.
There is no sincerity within you. But that's a typical thing with many Globers.
Something went down while I was going. We got like 10 people muted.
Yeah, just time wasters, man. I mean,
Matthew's here. Hello. Sorry to interrupt.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
Oh, is it school time? God damn.
I mean, how many times, how many hundreds, if not thousand times, have we had people who sincerely had no interest in learning anything about the topic. Or were able to provide anything fruitful.
Well, I mean, probably for about, I don't know however long everybody's been debating flat Earth. Like I learned flat to, I guess, debate like, well, if you got an object falling at, you know, terminal velocity, then what forces are acting upon it? But that's not like flat Earth. Flat Earth just is real simple, like night and day, easily explained on a flat Earth, not on a globe. Yep. Um, parallel sun rays don't, haven't been seen, never really been observed except for at noon, right? I guess you could say, right at that little, solar noon, right? The moon doesn't seem to be a reflection of light. It's evenly lit along all sides. Seems to be its own light source, along with being able to have the lunar calendar with matching exactly the solar calendar with the moon shadows, right? It's just like simple stuff. Like that part's over. Like no curvature. It's just really just like it's not that you're seeing curvature. It's not that you're seeing curvature. You're seeing the effects of curvature in quotation marks, which is not seeing. So we're just not seeing. So we're just looking for an explanation of why you can't see something. Well, that's been easily demonstrated to be replaced by perspective and angle of resolution limit of diffracting lights, etc. Right? Refraction requiring two isotropic medium change. I mean, that stuff's over. Like it's all over. Everybody wants to know what's next. I don't know what's next.
Wait, I thought you said daylight isn't, day and night is not explained on the globe very well.
Not as well. Well, not as well as on a flat Earth, because what we like witness and experience is like a, you know, like I don't know. You could say the altitude of the sun, but like it aligns better with when it's winter, and it's cold. The sun is lower and further away. Summer, it's higher above you. Just like if you're a roofer or somebody who works outside, like shit when the sun comes out. I'm about to die. You better start working on that roof real early at like 5 a.m. because by noon it's going to be right on you and you're going to die, right? But so it makes more sense on a flat Earth that the sun be, further, and which prospectively would show itself to be lower in the sky in the winter. The only thing is that people say I've never done it. Like I've never for 365 days I've never taken a solar filter outside to confirm that the sun does get bigger and larger just throughout could be just one day a year it gets bigger for all I know, and people just post that one picture in
I'm gonna try
December.
that soon.
Yeah, I have no idea, but it does make sense when you see like Rob Skiba's magnification of the sun getting bigger as it goes further. I mean, it makes sense in that way, but it doesn't make sense greatly. But who knows? Like who knows? But it makes sense in every other way, except for the size change, if it even occurs. Just everything makes more sense. Yeah.
Not to me.
Yes, it does. Stop it. The whole thing the globe does is make sense of why we experience a flat, motionless Earth. So of course it makes more sense to you.
Hey, where are you from, No Tanks?
Australia.
Ah, cool. You know where Newman is, right?
A human?
Newman.
No, I'm not from Australia. What's
Ah,
Newman?
okay. Newman's a country in Western Australia. It's got a big mountain next to it. It's like 1,000 meters high. Plan to go camping there soon. Take a few photos, sun and whatnot.
No, I'm from like the New York area, like of America.
Oh yeah, just heard the accent then.
It's too embarrassed to say New Jersey.
What's that? This guy
I would be
This guy
too, man.
thinks just because I know a guy who knows a guy who knows a girl who's had numerous accidents that I must be from. Yeah. What's embarrassing about New Jersey? This is they talk like
The smell.
smell.
Yeah, somebody yesterday told me New York smells bad. I was like, you sound like somebody who's never been to New Jersey, dude.
Get used to all smells. Like honestly, like some people, like I'll have friends that be sitting in their house and it's like they're just sitting there hanging out having a good time. You walk in, it smells bad. I'm like, dude, what's that smell? Like, I don't fucking know. I don't smell anything.
That smells juicy.
Yeah, I mean, I know. I mean, I know it makes sense to you, Matthew. Or it makes sense to it makes sense, but it makes sense to everybody. Even the globe model makes sense, right? Like,
Right.
like it makes sense. It's just impossible, right? Like it makes sense that would be the case. That okay, if it was spinning, we were falling backwards, then that would be the case. That makes sense. But
Yeah.
it makes sense. But that's
But
just
you're
not.
saying you don't feel it, so you think it's probably not real.
It's just that the observation is the sun moving away. So why not the sun be moving away?
Because it doesn't change size, so it's the same distance. It's just rotating.
Well, we know. There's a thing. Either model, it's changing in distance, right? But even if there's like a globe curve, right? But in either model, again, it's just in this Goldilocks zone where we don't. If it did change, if we don't know, it's however big and far away it is. We know that we can't tell that it's changing apparent size, but it is changing. We just can't measure it because on either model, it's moving. It's still a different distance.
Yeah, so the observation is that throughout the day, the sun doesn't change apparent size more than it's less than 1% or whatever the number is. It's this very small amount that it might change.
Right, and we don't know the other factors that are happening. Like, what if there's magnification? Like if you look through like binoculars on one end, something gets really tiny. If you flip them around, it gets really big. If it's a reflection, if it's not the original light source, but kind of like a point where we see the something from the original, it would all change how it would change in appearance size. But we don't know any. I don't know any of that stuff. Different gradients of water vapor in the air, etc. I don't know all that, but everything else lines up. But in either model it changes distance. Like if you're on the top of the ball, right, and you draw a straight line to the sun, like at noon, you're only you're 93 million miles away. You start falling over backwards. Now you're 93 million and one, but it didn't change in apparent size. But you know that you got further away. So
yeah, you're right. If it's 93 million and then you go 4,000 more miles, it doesn't change size.
Yeah, but we know it. But we can't see it, but we know it changes apparent size because everything does. We just can't measure it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like on either model. You know what I mean? Like, so it's not like exclusive. It was more, it was more about finding something that was exclusive to a glow model, but didn't find that. Like, like the Glovers could win an argument, like on a debate. Like I was listening to like Ruhif's. I don't know. Did anybody hear Ruhif's like debate with Jaron?
Like Jenner?
On Jaronism, I guess he was the host.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it was with some other guy. But Ruhif's got all the numbers. He's got like the stats. He sounds like he's winning. Ruhif's likable. He pretends to believe what he's saying and everything. Because there's some. Huh?
Oh, I dropped a link for you in the site chat. It shows the sunset with the sun not overexposed.
Yeah. Overexposed. It's just I don't know. I mean, that's just relative, I guess. But Yeah, I don't know, like Ruhif comes off as like, he knows his stuff. He's got his numbers. He seems like he's winning like a debate, but the debate doesn't. It's just two idiots standing on a flat Earth arguing with each other. You know.
Are you calling Jaron an idiot?
No, John was the idiot who was just sitting there. He wasn't debating. He doesn't ever pipe up like during a debate.
Are you talking about the one where he was with Bacon and it was on modern day debates?
No, I think it was just like yesterday or something. Oh, let me look. I can
Oh, never
find.
mind. Check it out.
I think it was just like yesterday or the day before or something.
What'd you take away from his presentation?
Well, the reason I even thought of Ruhif was because like everybody has these questions. Like Ruhif saying like, look, why is something he's got these theodolites of like 800 feet away showing Earth curve. Like, you know what I mean? With like, which is like not a lot of people would agree to it, right? But he's got like this. You've seen him, right? He does. I'm not giving the exact numbers, but he's like hanging out in his town. He's like, yeah, I got a water tower in my town right here, and I stood at the, whatever. So. But there's just questions from everybody, right? Like I said earlier, like what why, well, like, okay, so we know the Earth is a stationary plane and the sun is moving above it. What's powering the sun? Like what's making it move, even if it is a reflection? Like what's reflecting, right? Like, and then like um, this whole reaching terminal velocity and etc. Like how do these objects like interact with each other in such a unique, like in such a unbelievable way, right? Like that you just uh, can't fall for long enough to even test it. Like we're in this zone that if you go to 120,000 feet, you're going to change density so often of that object that you reach terminal velocity, the resistance against that object, you're never going to be really count long enough to see if it is 9.8 meters per second squared, right? Like it's just so there's these things unanswered. Um, and like this whole thing of gravity, right? Like the whole globe thing is a little bit ridiculous in my opinion, but there's still something to it. Like what's holding everything together, like, in general, just like what's holding everything together. Period. What? Yeah. So all I was saying about Ruhif is he has a genuine question too, and then we're all in this little arena trolling each other. But yeah, people have like genuine like questions and concerns about why they're seeing what they're seeing, why things are acting how they're acting, and so on.
There's something interesting about gravity.
Yeah, Shane. What is it?
Hold on. It's going past my girlfriend's. She's working right now. Right, yeah. No, somebody brought that guy. There was a dude in here earlier who brought up gravity, and he started to describe it as a centrifugal or centripetal, an analogy to the centripetal force. But it's funny that that's actually how the force was first, discovered. Like not just the falling rate, but like the fact that the falling rate and the orbital objects, they're the force that's affecting both those things is the same force, and that was discovered using the central pedal force.
Like swinging something on a stick?
Well, no, I mean technically the centripetal force is only defined as an object that's circumlinear or whatever, circling around some other object. It's the force that pulls it towards the axis of the rotation that it's going around the object.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
whatever
Like
that
that's
force
yeah.
is.
You're right. I mean, you're right about that being interesting. Like it's very interesting. Like that's something you can do in reality, and you can spin something, and yeah, just like you're saying. Go ahead. Sorry.
What else is interesting is that if you use like the moon's trajectory in a straight path, like at a single moment, if you look at the moon and say, its velocity at this moment in a straight path, what would that be? And then you look at the path it actually takes, which is around the Earth. You can you can use that to see how much it fell in 1 second. So how much the moon is actually falling from that line in 1 second. And it turns out that it's exactly the same rate. It's the same ratio of the same force that's making things fall to the Earth. Because it's take for instance like someone dropping a ball on the surface. In 1 second, it would fall. What is that? 16 feet or something like that. Yeah, so it would fall 16 feet in 1 second. And so the moon is what 60 times further. And so you have to square
Wouldn't
that
you need to know the
300
size and distance?
of what the
Wouldn't you need to,
ball?
wouldn't you need to know the distance?
Yeah, you would have to know the distance. Yeah.
So you can just claim a distance and just fit it in, right? You can
Well, no,
just
I mean,
so you can just fit the distance. You can just make the distance whatever it needs to be to match your already existing observation or
But
prediction
the
or
yeah,
equation.
distance was already known before Newton made his theory.
right. If it was a wrong distance, he couldn't have just made it up to fit his thing because even if it was wrong, it was already known. So he just used the distance that was already, measured or
Well, how'd
calculated
they
or
get that
whatever.
distance?
Well, there's dozens of ways. Aristarchus had a way that I used like the eclipse and the Earth's shadow and the length of the orbit and the length of the time it's going through Earth's shadow. And so by doing some algebra, you can actually determine the circumference of that orbit and then take the radius of that circumference and you'll get the distance.
Wouldn't you need to know the size?
No, that you would you would measure the size from that.
Yeah, yeah. I
In
mean,
reference
I
to what?
What?
Reference to what?
This is to the moon.
I'm saying, how did you get that?
I just described it, the eclipse. Like that's what Aristarchus did it that way. There's plenty of ways to do it, but
Yeah, in
that way's
reference
simple
to
enough.
what?
You're saying reference to what? What do you mean?
How's he getting that? What's he referencing it against for it to be able to get a distance or a size?
Oh, right. He's
You
using
don't
the
know
Earth
either.
shadow. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. He's using the
On
times.
what?
No, so let me make it clear. He's using the time it takes for the moon to go around one time. It's about 29 or 27.3 days. And he's taking the time it takes for it to go across the shadow that it's apparently moving through. And he's going off of the inference that shadow is caused by the Earth. And so he's just calculating the ratio between that time and the time it takes to go in the full circumference to determine the distance of that circumference.
Yes, but I don't like Coach. Why'd you go there with the moon? You know people are going to chime in about the moon, but what you're talking about is there's a reality to what you're talking about as far as like a pendulum swinging, the ratio between points, et cetera, and that's what they use to back engineer these things. But why'd you go right to the moon instead of something we can all agree on?
Well, I mean, I was just going to gravity and just saying that it's actually a fun fact that the same rate at which it falls on Earth, uh, it's what you would expect. The moon falls the same distance of what you would expect, which is about 3,600 times the force, 3,600 times less than the force acceleration as it's perceived on the surface. is what the moon does. Because if you do the calculation, it actually falls like a 20th of an inch, which is 3,600 times smaller than 16 feet. It's kind of interesting.
Why didn't you talk about there's experiments that are done now where you could take like a weight, right? You've seen the one where you take the weight and you can give it the torque, and then you can lift the weight by spinning it, something like that, that we can all do. Why'd you reaffirm the moon?
Well, I mean, we all could do the other thing too. We all could do all this stuff.
Yeah, but see, I was trying to I'm just saying, I was trying to put out a branch out there where I'm saying there's like a healthy medium, right, that we all wonder about, which is like the procession of the right, like the right hand rule, etc., things like that are apparent in reality, right? Like that we could all agree on, and we're trying to find out what is that. But then you went right back up to the moon, like saying, well, the moon has gravity, but we don't know that it's gravity, but we're all calling it gravity, but it's really just how something holds its momentum, how long it can, hold these forces until they deteriorate, over different lengths of like a pendulum, over different time intervals, etc. Yeah.
I should have made my point more clear, because the point I'm trying to make is that the facts, like I know there's disagreements about like relativity and space-time bending and that kind of stuff, but the facts that Newton had first observed and discovered, they're almost undeniable. These relationships that the objects that are falling, things that are orbiting the Earth, it's the same, whatever it is, whatever force it is, it's the same force. That's my point.
Talking about correlation, right?
Well, there's not really a correlation. It's like I said, it's just the same force. So it's
Yeah.
like whatever's causing that is also causing
Well, it's the
this.
same expression, maybe, right? It's the same expression of a force. So a force is also expressed in that geometric pattern in the sky that we can also simulate that a force on Earth will also express that same uh, pattern. Yeah. It's not so,
Yeah.
but it doesn't mean
And correlation.
Yeah.
Exactly. That all I heard was a correlation and then a bare assertion.
I don't know what you mean by correlation, but I mean it's the same. So if you determine what Galileo determined how fast things fall, like there's an acceleration, how fast things fall, you can take the same observation and move it to something like an object that's supposedly orbiting the Earth, like the moon, and
There
it's
it
the
is,
same.
supposedly.
It's
Thank
the
you.
same.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also shown in things like a conch shell, like from the ocean. It doesn't mean that gravity is a conch shell,
What are you saying? What do you mean by that?
I'm saying the pattern that it makes in the sky, right, can also be shown like on the back of a turtle or whatever, like that, like the same kind of toroidal expression is shown in different substances on it. There is some kind of connection, but it doesn't automatically have to go to saying, because what I'm saying is that the force like that you're talking about, like that gets applied, like pi, etc., all these things inversely squared, it's not just to apply. It doesn't just apply to forces. It applies to light. It applies to materials. It applies all around, different areas.
Well, I mean, at least I'll grab that branch you put out before. At least we're agreeing
I
that
took it.
there's
I already cut it off. I snipped it.
Yeah, well, I have the whole thing then, and there's a good point that there is obviously there's a force that's compelling things downward. You know, it
Is
doesn't
it?
have to be gravity, but there is a force.
Who says that?
Well, I mean, was trying to get. I mean, I thought that No Tanks was agreeing with that, and I would hope that we all could agree on that, really, because there is something compelling everything downward.
Well, not everything.
No, there isn't.
But some things, yeah.
There's basically everything that has substance. Yeah.
Observe some things go towards the ground. In specific circumstances, doesn't mean something's like forcing it to go down or making it go down.
Yeah, gravity is more of an explanation of how the Earth turned into a globe in the first place, right?
Sorry, my girlfriend was talking to me for a second. Yeah. When you guys are saying it doesn't do it to everything, it does it to some things. The truth is, I would argue that it
Does
does
what?
this to everything with substance.
What?
Compels it down.
No,
Compels it downward.
not something makes something. Just observing things do something in specific circumstances.
I would say the opposite. I would say the only time you see things not obey this rule is when there's a specific circumstance that allows that to happen, but is indirectly
So
actually
some
caused by
things
the same rule.
we observe some things to be just stationary, motionless, like static, stationary, and we observe some things will fall, will go down, fall in a medium that it's less dense than, right? Or that it's more dense than, sorry, and some things rise, right, when they're within a medium that it's less dense than, and some things like gas just go in all directions. So which one are we going to choose as our bias?
I would say for all of those, starting with the first one, were the things that are just resting. Those things that are resting, if you rest them on top of a scale, they will show a force acting on the scale. And the thing that's acting
No,
upwards,
no, that's not true. That's not true. Why are you just making a bare assertion?
I mean, that's what scales are used to measure.
Well, then that's just affirmative consequent.
Okay. Well, the second thing you said about the buoyant objects, those buoyant objects, that's true that they'll get displaced by the medium, but once they get to a certain point, they'll float on top of the medium, resting on top of it. So I would argue that in that case, both
They'll
the
have reached
medium
another
and that
medium,
objects are
right?
being compelled downward.
So they're resting?
Typically, yeah, like
Is
a,
there
a float point
they're being forced to rest?
against the medium, yeah, on top of it.
Yeah, so you're choosing a bias
How so?
because you're saying that the propensity is for it to go down rather than it go up until it reaches rest, until it reaches a medium that it's
Yeah.
yeah.
It seems like it requires a force for it not to rest.
Well, the force would be acting on it the whole time, is what I'm arguing. So it's acting on it while it's rising up, but it's acting on the medium more than it's acting on it, which is why it rests on top of the medium. And in the case of the person walking or moving around in all directions, in every case, that person is acting against that downward compulsion. Whether they're sitting or walking or anything, but this is why it's, this is why standing makes you tired and stuff like that.
Why are you choosing a downward bias when you've also observed things rising?
Because the compulsion is downward. Like I said, you have to act against that to do anything.
Who says it's not the other way around?
I mean, there's evidence. I mean, no one observes that happening the other way around.
We do. We see things rising.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
but
a
I'm just
and gas going in all directions.
every one of those examples of a buoyant object, as I said, and you can name as many examples as you'd like. Every example of a buoyant object, the medium will displace that object, and the object will sit on top of the medium.
Yeah, so you're just
That
going
is, that's more
to
dense.
you're just going to repeat it and invoke your downward bias again.
Yeah, there's more
But that
observations. There's more observations in nature, Kosho, of just everything going up. I mean, so I could take the opposite position and just say I observe all things going up, right? Like I everything's at a state of rest, and then there's evaporation that goes up. There's plants, they grow up. Trees, they go up. I observe everything going up, so everything's up, and then displaced downward because of the upward, acts that I see in nature. I could say the opposite. Take the exact opposite and still be true, if it was true. It's just like a
this
Actually,
guy
production.
was
gas is an
this guy
awful
wanted to get in.
example. Actually, a gas is an awful example for proving that there is no downward bias because it shows a downward bias on bigger scale in the form of a gradient.
Also true. Yeah, everything you named, no tanks. Everything you just named, things rising up like a tree. It's acting. It's obviously acting against the downward compulsion. I mean, this is why the branches hang over and down. This is why if you chop it, it falls down. Anything that's rising up, it has to work against that. And anything that's buoyant, like a balloon or a basketball in a pool, is just being displaced by the medium. But as soon as it's done being displaced, it sits on top of the medium because it's being compelled down.
Yeah, I could just say what I'm saying is I could just take the exact opposite, right? And it would be just as true that everything naturally observed is moving up. Evaporation, bubbles in water, everything's going up, right? Up, up, everything goes up, right? And it just gets, according to density, gets displaced by that upward movement downward. That's it. It's the same exact
Right, and just as
viewpoint.
yeah,
The only difference is that I observe. Yeah.
Equally, I could just say that well, things have a propensity to be at rest.
Yeah, it's
There's
just
an at rest bias.
Yeah, it's just our subjective, like all three of us. It's just our subjective view on it. It's not what is true or not.
Yeah, but what you're arguing, you could easily disprove by doing this in a vacuum. And second, what are you saying scales measure then? Scales and accelerometers and things like this, because they measure a downward, force acting on them when you put an object on them. So clearly, the thing's being
Yeah, and you
compelled
agreed
downward.
yesterday. You agreed yesterday that I could turn the scales upside down and measure the weight of a helium balloon.
Yeah, if it was buoyant, yeah.
So
There'd be
there
clever ways.
again, by saying buoyancy, you're just going to invoke your downward bias again.
It almost seems obvious. It's strange that you guys are disagreeing, but I know, no thanks, you said that thing about it could be the opposite, but that doesn't make any sense. How
Couldn't you
could a
think of it like the weight
basketball?
the scale is pushing up on you?
Yeah, at the same time, sure.
I
mean, you
would
just
personally
start with
disagree that it's a kind of bias. I would say that it's a direct observation because if you take, for example, a column of water and make holes in it at various heights, then you will see that the lower you are in that container of the water you made the hole, the longer the length of the water falling from that hole will be. So we can see that the pressure in the water is higher the lower you go.
right, and then at 33 feet, the water will cavitate, right? Where a little air bubble will compress, and it'll go up again. Just got you again. You set yourself up with a tiny little column of water.
He's talking about a water bottle.
He said a tall, big, whatever. It's a big, tall thing of water. You poke holes in it.
Sounds like another demonstration of pressure due to containment once again.
Yes, but the pressure, my point is.
Anyway, let's talk to the other guy. Go ahead, Kosha.
Feel free to speak, Kosho.
Well, I mean, the other guy he's a new dude in here. I thought you'd rather talk to the new guys.
No, he's not new. We've been around the block with him.
Oh, okay. All right, what were we saying? No tanks? Oh, yeah, you were saying about the upside down or the working the other way around, but there's a lot of clear evidence that it doesn't work that way. I said accelerometer as well because accelerometers are resting on the surface and they'll still show that there's an acceleration acting on it downward. So, I mean, it's just, to me, it's clear that there's a downward compulsion to everything,
Is
and
it
buoyant
that, or
things as well.
is the surface moving up that it's on?
Uh-oh.
I mean, there's a force acting in both directions. We call that the normal force.
But you see no tank's point, right? Because every single time you brought up something, we can just look at it the other way too.
Well, no, I mean it's just the truth. Like, and when you put something acting on the ground, like acting downward, there's a normal force acting upward against it. That's the same in both ideas.
So it's but the way I'm seeing it is like I just feel like even with the upward guys, like anybody who says, oh, this Earth is rising, but when they say Earth, I guess they're saying everything, right? But you can say that, I guess, right? Like dirt has water in it, moisture in it, and then it evaporates, it rises. But we have it also comes back down the biogeochemical water cycle. Uh, so people do get stuck on that as well, right? So because it's just a way that they look at it. But I would say that with the upward guys, at least they have the whole step one in this argument of, well, show me the naturally occurring phenomena. So they have tons of naturally occurring phenomena of everything going up, nothing going down naturally occurring, right? First it has to go up, like even the tree branch. First it went up, then it went back, then it went down. Got energy put into it from the sun, went up. Yeah.
Or why are you saying specific things? You're saying only specific things are compelled downward. It's the other way around. Only buoyant things have this upward compulsion. But in the case of water vapor, as you said, water vapor is lighter than or less dense than nitrogen, molecules at least, which is why they go up to where clouds are, but they don't go higher than that. They go up there and they rest on top of the more dense part of the atmosphere, and they sit up there until there's enough of it rain droplets for it to rain, right?
Yeah, like no energy is put into whoever the other guy was. He said, he'll just say, well, everything's at a state of rest, right? Because if there was no energy put into it, there's like no sun, no nothing, like no energy, right? Coming in, everything would just be sitting, right? And it would be decaying, right? And as something decayed, it would go up, like it would decay, and it would sort itself according to density, right? Go down, and then the other stuff would go up, and it would layer out, and that would be it. We would all be dead. There'd be no movement, no energy. But we have movement, we have energy being input that creates all of this, that we're trying to, figure out. But yeah, I just wouldn't say it's a clear up or down. I'd say it's all independent of each other. Like it's just everything is just up and down in relation to what, like in relation to another substance being introduced. It's all like people say medium dependent. Well, it's like substance dependent, kind of thing. Not really up and or down specifically at all times.
But I mean, the only problem with that is, like I said, you can weigh an object in a vacuum chamber and in the atmosphere, and you can see that the only difference between the two is the buoyancy of the object when it's in the atmosphere. So there's like the weight acting
Does
on
it
them is
weigh
always
more or
going to be
less?
downward.
Does
It
it
weighs
weigh
a
more
little
or
bit
less?
less, a little bit less for most objects that are like you would weigh, like they say, like you would weigh like the weight of an apple less in a vacuum chamber. Because everything, even things that aren't going upwards, they still have a little bit of buoyancy.
Yeah, I just joined. Are we talking about gravity?
Oh, the
Well,
downward force.
I feel like we're talking about like what people like the reason why people are searching for an answer of like and calling it gravity, right? Like it's more about we want like an easy answer, right? Instead of me saying, well, I have to learn every single element and how it interacts with another element, and then give it a vector according to how it works in that element, and then this pressure, right? I'm just going to say everything goes down because it's just easier, or everything goes up because it's easier. But really, there's some sort of truth to it, but it's just not. It's not what you've been told. I mean, it's not everything goes down because everything obviously doesn't go down. It's
Yeah,
just
but
now we're
the
trying. Yeah.
thing that ties everything, all these together. So let's say you're trying to figure out some things go down, some things are buoyant and go up. The moon looks like it's going on the Earth. The thing is, all three of these things have the same thing in common, which is if you try and solve for what it's doing, you're going to find out that it's the same acceleration in all cases. Like I said, in the case of the moon, obviously you have to adjust the acceleration with its distance, but the force that causes the acceleration, that magnitude is the same in all cases. So even in the buoyant object, the way that it goes up is going to be based on
Oh, so the
that same
moon's
downward
going
propulsion.
down, is it? The moon's going down?
Yeah, you missed it. I said earlier, I was describing earlier how it was first discovered by Newton that if you were to take the trajectory of the moon in a straight
Is
path
the
and then
moon going down? It's a
I'm
simple
trying to
question.
describe
Is the moon going down?
He's explaining it.
I'm trying to tell you in reference to what though? In reference to a straight path. In reference to a straight path at its
So
current
it's not
velocity.
going down. So it's not going down.
No,
Cool.
yes,
Thank you.
it is. I'm saying yes, it is. But I'm
He's
saying in
probably
reference to that straight path.
he's probably leaning towards the entire, almost the whole we're falling into a black hole idea.
I don't care about his imaginations. I'm talking about what we can actually observe.
Yeah.
Kosho.
This is what I'm saying. I'm talking about for the observation. This was made from the observation of the moon. From like observing its velocity and determining the change in its velocity or the change in its distance
We're
on a
talking about
straight line.
we're talking about everything goes down, remember?
That's right. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to tell you, that the going down in the case of the moon is in reference to a straight path. If we're taking a straight path, which it should be doing, instead it's going downward from that. And if you measure the distance from its actual path in a straight path, it's the same
So it's
same force.
It's going down towards the ground.
That's right. Yeah.
Can I try to summarize
Not according
Sorry about
according
that.
to your cosmology, it's not.
Kosho, can I try to summarize
Getting
gravity?
further away.
Well,
Yeah, go for it.
well, first I want to ask Kosho if he's heard my latest joke.
I heard them. I think you missed mine. Mine was funnier. Yours was okay.
Oh shit! I felt like it was relevant right now. But go ahead. This other guy can.
Well, go ahead and say yours, because I might not have heard it correctly because everybody else was louder. But go ahead.
Well, just with the whole down thing, it was this joke I wrote. It says, why does the hypersexual woman marry the flat?
Why?
Because on a globe, south is down, but all directions take you south on a flat Earth. That's the answer. You're supposed to laugh now.
I get it.
All right.
I said I get it. Yeah.
All right, Kosho, I'm gonna try to summarize gravity, and you could fill in the blanks or correct me on the global version. So it starts off with what causes gravity. Then the answer is the bending and warping of space-time. And then it's what causes this. This is all like elementary level. Obviously, college people won't say this, or worse than college. What causes gravity? The bending and warping of space-time. What causes the bending and warping of space-time? And the answer to that would be mass. Well, then the answer to the question is what causes mass to bend and warp space-time? And just via short Googling, it's mass causes some kind of stress energy onto the space-time, which causes it to basically four-dimensionally come upon itself in a single in a point. Like if we were to imagine straight grids, this would be no mass in there. But if you start putting more and more mass at the point of mass, it'll start like coming onto itself. Like the grids will kind of start collapsing on itself. More and more so, the more mass it is.
And there's some truth to that again, but not really.
And so
No.
imagine you have just pure empty space, then you'll have straight grids for space-time, and then you put a sun there, and that sun creates an initial, the collapsing into the center of the grids. You have to see the visual for those that don't know what this is. And then you start, so that sun has an initial gravity space-time collapsing to the center of itself. Then you start adding planets around the sun. Those planets, first of all, are included in the gravity of the sun, which is causing that space-time to warp in on itself. But then the planets themselves also have mass and also create little warpings and bendings included in that.
Distortions.
Yeah. So is that like a very basic, very basic elementary level of what that is?
Like I said, I was trying not to speak on general relativity, but I mean, it sounds like you have the general understanding of what's supposed to be happening in that.
And then the difference between general relativity and special relativity. General relativity is that space time where the those grids are not equidistant to each other, so they do bend like with per gravity. But in special relativity, they are equidistant to each other. And typically, the application of those general special relativity would be more of like you would use it more of a
In special cases, like special, like super fast.
interesting. But also, I heard in terms of like smaller scale, where you're not gonna be like say we're on Earth at human scale, we're not gonna be experiencing the bending of space time, those grids bending. At a large scale, you'll experience the differences of it. But on a smaller scale, like I walk here to 100 feet, is that true that we could just use special in that case?
No, in special relativity, the reason why it's called general relativity is because it's the general case, and special relativity is the special case. Special case being like super fast speeds and stuff like that. And also what's it called? Inertial frames. Um, if you're on Earth, you can just use Newton's if you want to be simple, because you can use general relativity in any in and on Earth as well. It just would be redundant. Just use Newton's law, and it will approximate the correct answer.
Is Earth an inertial frame?
You can use it as an inertial frame.
It's not
Yeah.
spinning then.
No, I said you can use it as an inertial frame, depending on what you're talking about.
Yeah, so like again, you can see that there's like a relation to reality in there somewhere, right? So they say that like he just described that general relativity is the bending and warping of space-time caused by the uneven distribution of mass, right? And we had just talked about that earlier, but like in reality, meaning what I mean when I say we just talked about is if there was no energy put into the system, right? No sun, right? Like no evaporation, right? Then there'd be no evaporation. There'd be nothing being put into the system. We would wear out. We would decay, and we would just layer out, right? We would just layer out gradient of density and just die, right? But we have the input of the sun, the energy going in a circle, and then who knows, who knows if it's going higher or lower in that circuit? I'm not sure, but we have that input. And what they've done is they've hijacked it and said, well, it's the bending and warping of space-time, uneven distribution of mass, which is energy being put into the system that causes movement. So it's just a hijacking of reality that we can all see. Yeah.
Even though I agree with you that general relativity and maybe special relativity, they're seem nonsensical, which is why I was not planning on talking about them because I just wanted, I mean, we didn't even get to agree and said there's a downward compulsion, um, but the thing about general relativity is even though it sounds supernatural and otherworldly and made up, there's some incredible evidences for it, evidences that are almost undeniable, like uh, like a supernova. A supernova can't be predicted. Like you can't predict when a supernova is going to occur. Um, at least we don't know how to. Not like well in advance. However, uh, there was a supernova that was lensed, gravitationally lensed, so you could see it 4 times around another star, and a team had predicted when that same lensing, which is caused by general relativity, was going to happen in the future based on time dilation. And they rented the Hubble telescope on the exact day they were going to witness that supernova, and they were correct. They ended up witnessing that predicted supernova based on both special and general relativity.
I hear
So,
you, but I'd have to learn too much to debunk it. So like I'm saying, it's based in some kind of reality, right? Like, so they're going to say it's time dilation or whatever. So I'd have to really go back and learn the origins of what they actually used to predict it. You're saying time dilation, but that's based on what? Based on what observable, instance they, actually observed to make the prediction. Yeah. And then assumptions, et cetera, et cetera.
the other problem is also people like me, like I actually find predictable abilities to be extremely, for me, it's extremely valuable. If somebody's able to make a prediction, I'm gonna go ahead and listen to whatever they're claiming was how they made it. Because you know what I mean. Like if it's not like they can see the future, so it must
Oh
mean that the
yeah,
information they have is
I hear you,
accurate.
but if they can make a prediction, right? Like, and right, so let's say they can make a prediction, right? You say you value that, but then you would also think that, hey, you should be able to tell me how to duplicate that prediction very easily, right? And then when they go to things like, well, I just assume that time and space are warping, right? Well, how did you like? What did you observe to assume that? Well, I'm not going to tell you what I actually observed to assume that. I actually just observed that a little light in the sky kind of like flickered when that little light got close to it. Oh, okay. So all I really, and then the next thing, then the next thing. If they're not actually telling you how they're making their prediction, actually telling you, other than saying, well, we did some calculations based on Einstein's field equation, they're not actually telling you anything. They're not telling you what they actually did to make the prediction. So they're just swindling you. I mean, in a way, they're holding a power over you and not letting you in on the secret.
Mic check. Can you hear me? My microphone fell out.
I hear you.
Yeah, but they do tell you. They show you exactly how they make their equations, and yeah, they used exactly Einstein's field equations exactly to make these predictions. It's a complicated prediction, but they lay it out. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
but like, what's Einstein's field equation based on? Like, what, like in reality? Yeah. So there's got to be something to reality that they're leaving out. Something.
perhaps.
I mean, it's got to be something. They're not. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. They're mystifying people, saying, "I just put some numbers on a paper, never observed reality whatsoever, and then the numbers said I should see this in the sky, and it happened. Therefore, I made a prediction." If you believe that, that's bad. Like you shouldn't believe that that's what really happened. That they just kind of jotted down numbers, and were like, "I'm going to make something happen in the sky." Like they observed something, correlated something to something in reality, checked it once, they can, whatever, you made up a size, you made up a distance. Okay, what you made it up. Okay, cool. But what did you actually observe? You observed a light flicker when it got close to another light. And you thought that if that happened again, it would flicker again. Great. I mean, makes sense. Yeah, but if they don't have any kind of reality, is what I'm saying. If they don't have anything in reality to reveal on how they made their prediction, then they're just withholding information. They're not psychics. They're not magic.
That's my
Number.
point.
Yeah.
Is that they're not psychics. So, but they are predicting something occurring, and it's not just a flicker. It's a brightness that's bigger than the galaxy. So they look at this galaxy where the supernova is supposed to be, and the galaxy itself gets brighter by like orders and orders of magnitude, um, which is a strange occurrence, right?
What do you mean where it should be?
Well, they observe it all the time, and it's one brightness, and then they observe it at this specific time, and it's orders of magnitude brighter. So, that's their claim that it's a supernova is occurring.
So it's still where it should be?
Yeah, it's where it should be, yeah.
Don't we not observe 95% of the masses that relativity predicts to be there?
When you say 95% of the mass, I think you mean 95 or 96% of the mass energy composition of the universe. If you adhere to like the dark matter and dark energy and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It predicted that, right?
Yeah, the dark energy is a observation and dark matter as well. Yeah.
Dark energy is observed?
Well, it's an observed phenomena, which is why they're making that claim. They don't know what it is, so they're not observing, but they have observed that the universe is accelerating its expansion. So they call that dark energy, and they could be wrong, but assuming that's correct, and then
So
not
they
knowing what
haven't
it is,
observed it.
no,
So
they've
they haven't
observed that
observed it.
fact.
Oh,
They've
they've
observed that
observed something
expansion.
and then interpreted it as being dark energy, right?
But dark energy is a placeholder name for whatever it is.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it
Harry,
hasn't
keep
been
going.
observed. Well, dark energy is just what they're attributing to other things that have been observed.
Dark energy is like, yeah, it's basically the name of the mystery that's causing that to happen.
Yeah, so 95% of the masses that should be there based on what they think they're observing, they don't see.
Also, I mean, dark energy though it makes up like 70% of that or something like that. So, like I said, that's why it's the mass energy competition.
Because why?
Because like I said, the supposed expansion rate accelerating. But what I'm saying is that it's not just mass; it's mass energy because most of it is actually energy that they're claiming there. So it's not
But it's
that
also,
big of a
whether it's mass or energy, it's still just like a fill in the gaps type of thing. Not something that's been observed, right? Something else was
Yeah, it is.
observed, and they needed to attribute it to something, so they did that mathematically with dark matter and energy, right?
Because
but
the
they did the
observation
same thing.
doesn't match the prediction.
Well, no, it's just they don't have a reason for that happening. I actually does match Einstein's original paper. He put that in the paper. What is it? The universe. What do you call it? The cosmological constant. He put that in his paper, but he thought it was wrong. But it turns out that it does need to be included, and that's what they attribute to dark energy. But like I said, they don't know what it is. So you guys are right. It's a placeholder. It's a fill in the blank. Yeah.
Somebody told me it was electromagnetism.
Okay. But X-rays were the same way when they were first uh, found or discovered or something. That's why it was like a placeholder name, but they just ended up keeping it. But they didn't know what that was. It's called X-rays.
No, they're X-shaped rays.
Okay.
They've seen them.
But it could also be the case that the observations of either dark matter or dark energy is wrong, and maybe there's a more correct model that also makes those observations make sense. But it's still up in the air which where it's going to go.
Sounds like circular reasoning to me.
Elaborate. I don't know what you mean.
Well, according to you, Coach,
Well,
show it's going to go down because everything
yeah.
goes down. So it's that theory is going down.
Fair enough. But yeah, did you want to say what you meant by that, the circular reasoning thing? Just curious.
Well, we have this expectation and we observe something, but there must be this other thing. And we know there's this other thing because we've observed something and we expect to see something.
No, it's not. It's not. It's like they observe something. So let's say dark matter, for example, they observe the galaxies. They imagine that they should be, if there's this amount of mass and it's spinning this
Lost
fast.
me to imagine.
Say what?
Lost me to imagine.
Give me 25 seconds.
That's hilarious. That's a hilarious place to stop. You lost me at imagine, then just stops talking.
No, just give me 25 seconds. Hold on.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, I didn't even hear. I didn't know what he said until you told me.
It's like you lost me at
20
imagine,
seconds.
and then the conversation just stopped. It was just silence.
Imagine all the people living on a globe.
John Lennon's my favorite Glober.
He was saying some weird shit before he died. Stuff that was true.
Yeah.
Imagine your government with just a group of insane people trying to kill everyone. Just a
Run
bunch
by
of
maniacs.
yeah, run by maniacs. Bunch of psychopaths. You've been doing moonshots, Space Goat.
Yeah, a couple of months ago. But since I've done that, I learned how to focus a bit better. So next full moon will be a lot better.
Hey, the sunsets. You're in the west, yeah?
Indeed, I am.
Tried that out yet?
Going camping soon with a mate. I've got a solar filter on order, waiting for it.
Awesome.
Gonna have some nice juicy stuff to share with you fellas. And ladies.
You're the one who posted pictures the other day of something you called oh shit, sorry, my microphone. Something you called the Sun Highway, or things like the Sun Road or something. Sunset Road.
No, that
Wasn't
was
me.
yeah, that was fuck.
Flying high.
Yeah, Flying High. Yeah.
Okay. I guess you guys got a lot of dudes over there taking sun pictures. That's cool. Where we just left off, but it's probably not important.
Yeah, you were talking about imagination, I think, just to refresh your memory.
No. I don't think if I used the word imagine, I didn't need to. Instead, I'm just describing what I'm just describing the observations of observing. What is that?
Yazua's hot miking.
Yazu Wagner.
He's hot miking. I don't know if he knows.
My
Assuming
pronunciation.
he knew that he was doing that.
Maybe.
Anyways, what I was just describing was the observations of the galaxies or whatever they're observing. They're rotating, and they're rotating at a certain speed, and depending on that speed and the observed mass, they should be a certain shape or flung out more or whatever. So they assume or they measure that there has to be some other gravitational component that's allowing that to not do that. And so even if that's like let's say for instance that that's not even what's happening, like there's another reason for that observation, not just an extra mass. That's one answer. But another answer is that there is extra mass, and they just call that dark matter. But that's what I'm saying. That's just based on an unknown explanation for an observation. You see what I'm saying?
How about the observations they're doing right now that's not making sense to the globe as far as the how long the the sun is in the sky. How do you feel about that, Kosho?
What's up, APOC? What'd you say? Say again?
I said, how do you feel about how they're taking those, like they're recording? There's people across from different countries, and they're all taking like measurements, like recording how long the sun, traverses across the sky, and it's not adding up. It's there's something off.
What?
And if it's off, then I guess one of the conclusions would be, or have to be, that either the Earth's rotation is, either speeding up, or I mean, what other
Just wake up.
reason?
Just
Yeah,
wake up,
yeah,
APOC.
yeah. But I just let me try to get this out.
I go.
So if the sun is either lasting longer in some places or going quicker in others, then it would have to represent that the rotation in your paradigm that is attributing to that, right? Would you agree? One or the other?
Sure. I'm actually very interested in these measurements you're talking about. Because yeah, I would agree. There, if there was something happening other than what would be predicted, then yeah, sure, there would have to be some other explanation for what's happening. Sure.
I found it interesting because it I think it goes against, um as far as we understood things, like that the earth is at a constant speed, and for it
Hmm.
to just say that that we don't feel any of the effects of it, you know, as it's spinning and hurling through space, only because it's a constant. Well, then if you have changes in the things we see in the sky, whether they're slower or faster at whatever point of the year, wouldn't that constitute a change in speed and rotation? And if so, then we should feel that change, because that's just logic. So I think the argument that, oh, we're going, millions of miles, hurling through space, but it's a constant. So we don't feel it. We only feel inertia, like, acceleration or slowing down. Well, I guess that represents both.
That is acceleration. Yeah. Right. But yeah. So I don't know who says it's a constant, because it's not. Not even the rotation is a constant. I guess the question you have to ask is what. I guess because first of all, you're saying three different things right now. So I am interested in that data, and if you share it or post it or whatever,
I think Jared's
I'd listen
doing
to
it
it.
right.
I mean, that's pretty
Mm.
cool. But like I said, I
Jared's
think
doing it.
I've looked at that data because I did a test about the sun, and I've looked at the Navy's, what's it called? Daylight. They have a daylight fucking place for every longitude and latitude in the whole world, for every day of the year, and they have like a whole catalog, and it matches what you would expect, to be. So I would be interested to see what they come up with. But the other thing you said, oh, right, about the difference. Yeah, it's not constant. Like the rotation rate changes barely. Things change. What you'd want to know is what is that change? Like what would you expect as far as acceleration, and can that be perceived? And yeah, go from there. Turns out that out of all the movements of the Earth, the highest acceleration would come from the rotation, and so starting there would be good.
And I just want to know, where does logic get thrown out the window, though, when believing that it's rotating and changing, speeds? um because logically, if you're on a merry-go-round going 10 miles per hour, you're going to feel that if it slowed down or picked up. You know, even at 10 miles. Now, if you're on something that's spinning, you know, 1,000 miles at the equator, if that slowed down and sped up, you're gonna feel that. You would have to feel that just because logically, like in reality, you would feel that. But why it gets just overlooked, you know, we just want to put something over our eyes and over our ears and not really focus on that. I don't know. I think it's what we have to do in order to believe the dream or the
Well,
model.
part of the problem is the way you're expressing the rotational velocity. They're not usually expressed in miles per hour, are they? Rotational velocity is usually expressed as like radians per minute or
Right, right. Well, however,
rotations per minute.
right. However, you know, if you want to do, you know, RPMs, you know, even still, no matter, there is logically, no matter where, you know, whatever type of measurement system you want to introduce, logically, any type of movement, no matter what speed or calculation of it, when there's any change, our senses let us know of that change, regardless. Whether it's a little change, a slight change at a slow speed, at a super fast speed, or a moderate speed, regardless. Change is change. Our senses will tell us otherwise one way or another. That's the way we were made. Would you agree?
No, I would not
Oh,
agree.
I don't think you can agree, to be honest.
No, I could agree. It's just I've read a study because somebody had this question years ago, and so we looked it up, and there's actually studies that show what the minimum amount of acceleration you can apply to somebody before they can sense it. Because obviously, you could you can have an extremely slow acceleration, and there'd be no way to perceive it. So there's obviously a floor to what you can perceive. So that's all. That's what I'm saying. You just determine all these accelerations, whichever one you're talking about, and see if they're above or below that threshold, and then you'd have your answer.
Well, not only, I mean, if we want to, you know, rely on someone's study on how fast someone has to be moving to recognize a motion, which sounds absurd to be honest. I mean, if again, you know, it is what it is. But as the in the paradigm, as the universe is moving 2.5 million miles, you know, whatever, uh, I think there's a movement to that. That's fast enough, uh, even on a big, huge scale. But regardless, still the fact that when the sun is in the sky and it's now, I believe it's faster now, it would represent that something's happened. There's been a shift, and in that shift, it should have been felt. Um, if it was a ball hurling, oh, I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying.
I'm curious. I'm curious about because, like I said, I mean, if you calculated all this, all the accelerations, because I've done it, I've calculated all the accelerations for all the different movements. The highest one is the rotation of the Earth. So even the movement around the sun, the acceleration for that is not nearly with the rotation of the Earth. But regardless, what's the difference in the things that Jarens are finding? Like, what's the different? How different is it? Because you're saying they're finding that it doesn't match what it's supposed to be or whatever, or it's changing. What's exactly the amount that it's changing by?
I'm not sure. He hasn't. I haven't watched the video if he has put one up, but I know that he was just gathering. I think they have this thing to where they're going to take measurements for a whole year. I might have misunderstood that, but I think they're going to try to like just every day for like an entire year, just record everyone's position and how long it's taking, and they're going to try to get to a, you know, like a, I guess to model it,
And
to
analyze the data and all that kind of stuff.
yeah, yeah, which
And
makes
what? And
sense.
go ahead. Well,
I
what
was gonna
exactly
say,
are they recording? The time of sunset and sunrise?
yeah, yeah. So from the
Okay.
time it comes up to the time it goes down. And I was gonna say this back in 2014, I think it was 14 or was it 2012? Anyways, back then, the research group down in South America, they actually did kind of the same thing that Germans doing, I think, but they had people in different parts of the world, and they too they were taking the angle of the way the celestial body traversed across the sky, and and uh and they conclude as well that it didn't fit the map that that we all have grown and known since childhood, and just the fact that those angles didn't line up, then it changed the sizes of the continents themselves and the positions of them, you know, in accordance to the way we know it on the map. Like even the AE map where it's all flat. So they came up with the new map according to their like just using the data, like they analyzed the data and they made a new map, and the continents are different in size as well as position. Even on the AE map, it looks sort of like the AE map, but not necessarily because they are changed. Some things are smaller, some things are bigger. But they were able to do those sizes because of the data that they got from the angles of which they saw the way it was going across the sky. So that was really interesting, I thought. Pretty
I
pretty
have,
pretty
Sounds like
cool.
I have to see that
speculation to
too.
me.
What was that?
Sounds like speculation to me.
Well, it wasn't speculation. They actually they analyzed the data. So like they kind of just observed, different positions in different continents, and they analyzed the data, and then they realized it doesn't match the globe data. Doesn't match the globe world. It didn't make sense. Um and it all had to do with the way the angles of which they recorded these things as well as the time it took. It blew away the ball theory, because that wouldn't be possible if it was a sphere, even in their paradigm. And it looks I'm going to post the photo right here. This is more like what they came up with. Like, look at the way the continents are. According to their data, it looks more like that. Really weird, really interesting. I'm like, what?
It's because looking at the sun is just apparent. So trying to measure it, you're going to get all kinds of wacky shit. So
Oh,
that's
absolutely,
what you get.
absolutely. No, I know that's another thing too. Like, I think what everybody fails to realize that, like, we are, like you said, it's we're thinking it's one thing, but it could totally be something else. And I think Dave Weiss, he kind of pointed out pretty good. He put like a flashlight behind a sheet. So like the position of the flashlight is somewhere else, but its reflection onto the sheet is in one position. And this it just makes a lot of sense. Like it goes to show like how we could be looking at two different things sometimes. I don't know, just really interesting. But that's what they came up with though. The data came up with that. I posted it at 58 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, Jesse's saying he's measured the angular position of the sun, moon, and some other planets, and they match stellarium. And I have to agree, I've done the same thing, and seems to be the
Yeah,
case. Yeah. And the
yeah, no,
15
I'm
degrees
not.
per hour. Go ahead, go ahead.
I'm not saying that what people have done, or you know, I'm not saying that the computer isn't matching with what people are also like, um, observing and jotting down and calculating. I'm just saying right now, and this is like what Jaron is coming across with the people that are participating from across the the world, that they're all this is so far that things aren't matching up, and it's not you're not getting the predicted 15 degrees per hour right now. And I'm saying right now, meaning so there's been a shift, something's happened to where we're not living on that. It's not matching up to the model that we grew up knowing for whatever reason. I don't know.
Well, two things is one is I've measured it. He says he's measured at 15 degrees per hour. It's consistent, but there with a slight variance because it's not exactly 15 degrees. It's slightly different than that, but so slightly more than 15 degrees, like by a little bit. But what's the amount that you're talking about that it being different by?
I don't know. I just remember him. He was kind of going over it. They were like barely like a few weeks into it, and they were already noticing some huge differences. But I think he said that they're going to try to record it. I don't know why I'm saying a year, but maybe I misunderstood. But I could have swore that I heard like he's going to try to just take a record for like a whole year every day, and then like they're recording it too. So I don't know if they're going to create like a time lapse or like some. But he's going to have he's going to put together a really good video. I think if he hasn't already. But I don't know. I'll follow up with him. I'll text him or something and ask him for a better, clear understanding. I just heard you talking about it, and it reminded me of that he's literally like was in the process of having collectively with people they're grouping and going to get this data to analyze.
Okay. Well, I mean, can you give me like a like a because like I said, it's already not 15 degrees per hour. Like it's like people say 15 degrees because it's basically 15 degrees, but it's like slightly above 15 degrees, like 15.0 something. But yeah. So it really kind of depends on what the claim is, like that it's different by. Because if that's all he's claiming, then that's not a difference. But I'm assuming that it must be something that's clearly not 15 degrees.
Yeah, I don't know. Interesting that you say that too. That it's not that. But
Yeah.
wouldn't I mean? What's your explanation why it's not exactly what they say it is then?
Because a day isn't exactly 24 hours. Oh.
It's 23 hours and 56 minutes.
Well, we know that. Good to hear you, by the way, Jesse.
Hey, how's it going?
It's all right. We know that it's not an exact 24 hours, and that's why they try to make up for it and by throwing in that leap year and all kinds of other cool stuff with the calendar that they just can't get right. But um, why, if it's not 15 degrees an hour, or I'm sorry, yeah, why does okay? Let me ask this: why does that have to be a ball? Why can't you guys accept that it could just represent something moving at that speed in a circle above you? Does it have to be only a ball at that point?
Yes. Well, not. No, it doesn't have to only be a ball, but it has to be a revolving object. Yes.
Why does it have to be revolving though? Why does the ground have to be revolving, not the sky above? What if the sky above is moving at 15 degrees per hour?
Okay, that could be the case also, but it would have to be the sky would have to be a spherical thing going around then.
Well,
Because from
if it's
everywhere on the Earth, they witness
right,
the movement of 15 degrees per hour. So because of
right.
that means that there's some sort of spherical rotation
Well,
occurring.
okay. So like the way that they try to explain to you guys, and I know you know this, and I know you and Witsit have probably beat that dead horse by now, like a million more times. But we all understand that the way we perceive things, where you go out into the middle of the desert and look up, the way you see things is going to be like your own little personal dome. The sky, as far left, right, front, behind, as far as you can see, we know that you create like a hemisphere, like literally half a circle, half a sphere. And everywhere you look from where you stand, everything will look like that. And this is like very well understood that
Yep.
if you took a ceiling above, a huge gymnasium, that everybody will have different angles at the way they're seeing lights, and everybody will have like, everyone will have their own way of viewing the things personally. So it's like that personal dome, right? I mean, I don't know why that's not more of a cliche.
Everyone and everything will have a sphere of vision. Yep.
Ye-
I mean, from their position,
right.
every point that's of light that's coming to you it's going to expand outwards. And no matter what the distance is, what you're observing is going to be a sphere
Right.
of observations. Yeah, but that's for any single observation. But we're talking about objects' movement and how the movement is spherical.
Well, as it's, if you could imagine that the firmament that's been stretched across like a tent or like a covering, and then all the celestial, the stars, the wandering stars, everything has been placed inside of it, and then it's moving around you or us for to give us the times and seasons. But if those things are moving, and then from where you stand, it something that's in a great distance will be low at the horizon, but it doesn't mean that it's bending down. It just means that it's straight across far away from you in a distance. But thus, it will look like it's part of your little ball, half hemisphere bubble that you're in. But it's not that we know that the stars aren't close to the ground, but we just know that they go way out further from how, from our horizon where the sky meets the ground apparently. But in that logic, in that understanding, then you'll realize like, yeah, it could be a bubble all around you, but it's not necessarily going down. It's just going straight across. So
Yeah,
that's
but
for
that's
everybody.
yeah, but that's the point of the 15 degrees per hour. Is it makes a distinction between if the object is just moving randomly or something, or if it's actually there's some sort of spherical movement. Whether you're right though. There could be a sphere surrounding a three-dimensional object, and that could be moving. We get the same observation at 15 degrees per hour, but however, that's the thing that you said about the horizon that wouldn't apply to the 15 degrees per hour. The 15 degrees per hour is an indication that there's a spherical rotation going on.
No, no, no.
Whether
Yeah, yeah.
this
No. I was just saying like the horizon is because why the stars look like they're going down. Not that they're down and like going around you like like you're on a sphere, but I mean like because you're stretched out so far across your sky that we can't see the end of how much farther they're out. You get what I'm saying? Like you see,
I get what you're saying, but I mean,
right.
let's just like if we're establishing that 15 degrees per hour is expressing some spherical rotation, we can we don't have to agree on whether it's the Earth rotating or the sky. But once we have accepted that there's a spherical rotation occurring, then there's no need to describe what's happening with the stars when they get to the horizon because it's clear that they're moving 15 degrees per hour, in a road in a circular path.
Right.
So if they're above the horizon, they're probably just going down. They're continuing that path. Is what you
Right.
imagine, right?
Well, the sun and the moon are also on that circular path above us, and I'm just saying like the sun, the moon, the stars, everything is definitely going in a circle, above us, and that would be a circular path, obviously, because they'll be back in the same position, 24 hours later. If you clocked it noon, and then the next time it goes around, well, it won't be exact position.
Yeah, well,
That's
not
another.
exactly 24.
Yeah, but you know what I meant, though. It's gonna be back in
Yeah.
the sky, right? It's gonna come back around into your sky, like a racetrack. The runner's gonna come back around and be in front of you from when you're sitting in the stands.
Right.
That
And
that runner.
a bunch of circular paths. That's what I'm saying though. Like all those circular paths, when you combine them together and try to build a picture of what's occurring, the picture you would build would be a sphere made up of circles. All of those circles are making the 15 degrees per hour rotations. So that indicates that there's a spherical rotation occurring. Like there's bigger circles and smaller circles. The smaller circles being closer to the poles. So yeah, this indicates a 360-degree sphere rotation. But like I said, the only thing that doesn't tell you
Why does
is
it have to be a
whether
sphere of circle, though? Why can't it just be a circle? Why do you have to introduce a sphere of these things moving around? Why can't it be on a on a ceiling, right? We know that the ceiling isn't a sphere because it's a ceiling. It's a flat top to the room. But if you had all kinds of lights going in circles on the ceiling, why would you call the ceiling a sphere? Why would it have to be that?
because if there was a circular rotation occurring, like the sun and the stars, let's just say the sun, for instance, and you were
Uh-huh.
on a plane viewing them, you
Uh-huh.
wouldn't view 15 degrees per hour. You wouldn't view circles at all. All different people in all different places would observe different size and shaped ellipses, and yeah, so it wouldn't be a circular. But for no matter where you are on Earth, there's a circular rotation happening around you.
Mm. Trying to figure out what you mean by it. You won't see it circular.
I have pictures of it, but just imagine if you're at the North Pole. If you're at the North Pole on a flat plane and the sun's circling overhead, then somebody viewing the sun, it's going to make 360 degrees all around them. But somebody who's, say, in Australia, who's south of where the sun is, they're not going to see when they're viewing the sun's path from their perspective. It's not going to be circular. It's going to be like a ellipse, and it's not going to be so it's not going to move in a regular rate the same way a circle would, 15
Right.
degrees per hour. Yeah.
Oh, well, wait. Well, hold on, but that's part of that research that they did in South America, in Brazil. They realized that one of the observations was from Australia, and they noticed that the degree that the sun was at from their position, and how long it took that sun to traverse as it went across, like that's what raised the red flag. And and they too were like, wait, if it went at that angle, like across that sky from that position, then that didn't match with the globe model, because it would be impossible for it to have that angle, because then somebody in another country, I think it was in South America, as that sun, way down south, towards below the equator, because then when it came to them, it was also at like a different angle. It didn't match the globe. So like kind of like what's on the top side of the ball, right? In your paradigm, it should kind of match the bottom side of the ball, right? Just 6 months later, you should have that same, because it's a ball. Like it should have something that's more equal to it. If you have the sun, if you're looking at the sun,
Not necessarily on an oblate spheroid.
well, logically, you can say not necessarily an oblate spheroid, but yet none of the pictures show an oblate spheroid. Obviously, they're throwing that in now to make up for all the anomalies that we pointed out of it being a perfect ball. So now all of a sudden they want to show us like a potato, but that's not what their photos they swore were from a satellite 1 million miles, 2 million miles away that took a picture of it. Like nothing about that circle looks like a potato. But anyways, you're getting me off track. Going back to they're noticing that degree that it's at the angle that it came in, from sunrise, and then the way it went away as it drifted away on sunset, that it didn't match up with it being a ball. And that's all I'm saying. And I think a lot of the work that Jaren's doing right now, or gathering, that everybody's contributing for, I think they're going to kind of bring that issue back to the table, because this was done back in 2012 or 2014.
I've seen the documentary. You're talking about the Brazilian team, the
Yeah,
documentary about the convex
Right.
Earth or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. I hate to burst your bubble about that, but those guys are known scammers and pranksters. Like
Well,
they're the same guys that
obviously,
came up with the Beelu thing. So
obviously, trust me, I know that anything that comes out that's going to totally destroy. There's always there was a variable not accounted for. They're scammers, they're liars. Trust me, it's like politics at this point. Like they did the research. They took GPS receivers. They proved that the water is all the same.
dude.
They prove that buildings don't diverge. They prove you can get a signal shooting across. They did all that, but I agree with you in the sense of I didn't do the research, so you can't believe them. I agree that you can't believe what they've presented, because and I only would have to believe that what they presented was actual and truth, as we all can only do because we weren't there. But I'm just saying, like, it makes perfect sense that they would be called scammers and liars and everything like that, and don't believe what they did. Don't believe anything they did. It was all fake and false, and all that. None of it was,
I
good.
didn't believe what they did. Actually, I was reluctant to even tell you about that because I didn't want you to think that I was trying to discredit them. But I also know that what they were observing was elevation angles of the sun, correct? And they were noticing that it doesn't follow 15 degrees per hour. Correct?
Yeah, it's just also the angle themselves, though. It wasn't even about the 15 degrees. It was just the angle that it traveled. That's why they even have a different map, because it doesn't even make sense. Like,
Is this
even the position.
one-on-one?
No. You could
Oh,
jump
no,
in.
jump
Feel
in, man.
free to. Yeah. Well, shut up. Actually, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just asking for when I do want to jump in.
Yeah.
Jump in anytime,
I
man.
don't necessarily want to right now, but well,
I'm supposed to let the new guys. So I mean, I wouldn't be talking if I knew there was a new guy in there. Go ahead, man.
Yeah,
Well-
I'll be quiet too. Go ahead.
there was a flight also that kind of proved the rotation of the Earth, though. Bob Nodell.
Yeah,
Fighting words.
a lot of people bring that up. It's interesting because he actually. It's funny that none of them, though, bring up the fact that he made a video in response to that. Have you ever seen that video? No.
Put him on mute.
Oh, okay.
He's been in this arena long enough that if he's going to say stupid shit like that, he's just going to get muted.
Yeah, it's sad too, because I mean, even McToon and FTF, Craig, they even still to this day they also say that, hey, Bob Lundell, he proved with this 15 degrees. But I even want to ask them, did you guys see his rebuttal? And I think I actually asked Craig, FTFE, I said, hey, he made a video that totally explains why that happened that way and what happened. And he's like, I think he brought up, I have another video that's, a private video that wasn't even, just avoided my question, by the way. Kosho, have you seen his video where he rebuts that and explains exactly what was being recorded, though, or documented?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you want my opinion about that.
I do, though. That's why I'm asking. What's your opinion on his rebuttal?
I think that is something he had to say, so he said it. But Bob's not here with us anymore, so he can't respond about that. So,
well, that's kind of the point, though. He did respond in his and he did have a video where he's like explaining how no, the 15 degrees didn't represent the this and this and that. He says no, it represented this and that. Like he corrected everybody that said what there is. It's which is sad, by the way. It's sad that he's gone because, but luckily he made that video and he's explaining. But when you ask people, like all they know is that you know what the cheerleaders chant and but they're not paying attention to the game. They're
It's just
focusing on the
it's
cheerleaders.
it's interesting that he's able to make a claim about what it was actually caused by when all he handed over was raw data. He didn't hand over like an interpretation of the data or even what the data was expressing. It was people on my side. There was a few people who analyzed the data and determined at 15 degrees per hour. So that's why he didn't. That's why he didn't hand it over for a long time. He said that they didn't have time to process or go through it or whatever.
If you watch that video, pretty interesting, pretty good, and
Yeah,
and
I
he
saw it.
and he explained it actually. I think it suffices, and it should have, stopped everybody from continuing to say that the ring laser gyroscope proved that there's rotation of an Earth because the way he presented it has nothing to do with that. But it is what it is.
Yeah, it is
Either
what it is.
side
That's
could
correct.
only perform an affirming the consequent form a logical fallacy when it comes to the interpretation of the data. That's it. It would never, ever come into the category of scientifically proving things one way or another for either side.
Yeah, we can get
I wonder
deep
what is.
into. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, man.
I was just gonna say we can go deep into even like how they even calibrate them and how they even came up with it. And remember when I caught Zanuck lying about how he was talking about it on a plane? How before 15 minutes before the plane starts, until it picks up the drift and all that stuff. I caught him lying because then I pointed out that's not the way it works. And then, I mean, we can go deep into that, but I think for the most part, it's just one of those things where it's used to keep people in the falsehood, and that's it. It has nothing to do with the falsehood, but it's being used as the falsehood. Because if they originally create them and calibrate them by making it pick up a movement which they mimic and sorry, not mimic, they actually create that movement themselves by using an instrument. And as long as this sensitive equipment can pick that up, they call that calibrated. And it's very deceiving to say when they make a movement which they've calculated to be the movement that would be registered by the sensitive equipment. So it's all a manipulation, Kosho. But I understand Globers will believe what they want to believe. They have to.
Yeah,
I
they
get
have
it.
to.
I
Well,
get
you
it.
know those ring laser gyroscopes they put on planes. Um, the one that's why most people would even have one is for planes. Um, you have to calibrate them so that they don't so that the rotation of the Earth doesn't fuck up your reading because obviously they're trying to read like you said like the rotation of the plane or it's pitch yaw or roll or whatever. So yeah, so they actually have to calibrate that out of it, but
Well,
they doesn't you can use them without that calibration to measure the rotation.
Well, it's just, I mean, it's just from the get go, like out the gate, it's a manipulated setup, and and then to false equivocate that because it's now because it was able to register the movement that was, applied or registered, you know, it's a manipulation, and because it picked it up, boom, rotation of the earth. It's like, well, it picked up what a man created. A man, it's almost like this.
What's
Imagine if
wrong with
I
the
shake
man?
put it this way. Imagine if I shake a table and then my little glass of water shows a ripple in it, and then I go, boom, see? Ripple in the water because the table shakes. And then they go, awesome, cool. And then they're like, okay, let's watch the table shake. And then no one touches it, so then it doesn't shake. And then I go, oh no, trust me, it moves. You just can't feel it. Here, let me show you. The equipment I made, it can pick it up, but I have to calibrate it. Let me shake the table again. Boom, I create it. And then the ripples move it. Oh, there we go. See, it picked it up again. So we know that it's moving, even though I'm
Right.
the one that moved it. So it's a
You don't have
manipulation.
to. You don't have to move it to calibrate it.
No. Oh my God. When
Yeah, no,
they
but I'm just saying,
calibrate,
like, they
look at
calibrate it. When we say calibrate the gyroscope, they just mean it has to sit there still,
they
for a long
no,
time.
no. See, that's the point. That's what you're missing, Kosho. This is what Zadik was missing. This is when I corrected him, and we even went into the explanation. Matter of fact, there was someone else too that brought this up, and he read it. He read in the manual, but he overlooked. He literally read it, but the light didn't turn on in his head. And I even said, dude, you just read that they hook it up to a machine and it makes this movement. And as long as the gyroscope can pick up the movement that it makes, then they consider that calibrated. And he's like, oh yeah, he agreed. And I'm like, oh my God, do you not get what's happening here? And he read it in the manual or in the description of how they calibrate them. I'm like, dude, it's like a voodoo trick going on. It's like a fucking magic going on. Like a wow, it's crazy, like a
Yeah, some
spell.
wizardry. Well, I mean,
Yeah,
I
that's
remember at the
yeah,
time
wizardry.
I'd read the same. I read the document for the manual for the specific gyroscope in question, and I remember reading specifically how to calibrate it, and it said simply that it has to sit there for several hours, or some duration of time. It doesn't need it. There's no movement or anything like that that you have to do to it to calibrate it. But
Okay, so
you know,
let me explain to you. So what they do is they put it on this like machine, like the they call it a table, or I forgot the word they use. It's something table, like a device table. I forgot what it's called, but they put it on there. And on this in the machine itself, it recreates and again, it's a calculated movement. Okay, so literally someone like formulated how much movement would be felt to replicate a 15 degree per hour drift. So let's say it's like a 0.000004, okay, of a movement that would represent that. Let's just say that's the number. I totally pull that. It's arbitrary at this point. So what happens is they then create that little, like, imagine like a little like ding, like they hit it ding, all right, and they're saying that's the goal. Okay, so what happens is when they leave it on that device, if the gyroscope picks that ding up, then they consider that calibrated. That and you have to leave it alone until it picks that up. And what if it doesn't pick that up? Then you got it's broken. Something's wrong with it because it's not picking up the ding that we're trying to make it register. So that is the manipulation here. That is the deceiving going on, Kosho. This is
it
what
sounds
I'm
like
trying. Go ahead.
sounds like you're talking about calibrating the 15 degrees per hour out of it. because like I said, that's what planes have. The ones that they normally use, they use them on, things like planes. They have to calibrate it so that that's out of it. So that does make sense in that case, to
But
calibrate it to be used.
but that's the
Yeah,
point. But that's the point. That's what I mean.
that's not
So
what we're talking about. We're not talking about measure. We're talking about not calibrating that out of it though. We're talking about calibrating it so that it can measure even the Earth's rotation. In which case you wouldn't do that, right?
no, so what they do is they take them out to I believe to the salt flats, right? Isn't there a station out there that they or a facility out there where because they try to get the flattest oh wait, I'm sorry. I'm literally having two different conversations in my head right now. They're talking about theodolites in the thing, and I was thinking about when they calibrate certain total stations, they go to salt flats.
You need some
Going back,
coffee, dude.
I'm still waking up. I'm switching gears here. I'm waking up. No, but the machine. But again, though, Kosho, to say that you make a machine, okay, and it's gonna pick up movement, okay. It's gonna pick up the rotation of the Earth. That and that is never it's never witnessed or never whatever, but like you said and like I'm saying, they actually do it on the reverse. Like you call it they're taking out the rotation of the speed to calibrate it, but I'm saying no, they're saying that, but they're using that like in a reverse way. They're getting the rotation of the speed and then claiming that this is the rotation of the Earth. But because they did it backwards, it's a manipulation tactic, bro. Like I don't know
That's what I'm saying.
why Globers
I'm telling you.
aren't getting this. Go
I'm
ahead.
telling you that in the case, and when you're trying, if let's say that you're somebody, a different person who's trying to use one of those to measure the rotation of the Earth, you would not calibrate it in that way because sounds like that's the way to calibrate it to make sure that you don't read that. So you would calibrate it on a stationary table or something like that, which is the calibration method that I saw how to use for that specific device. I didn't look up the calibration to how to calibrate that out of it, but what you said would make sense that you would do basically a rotation that would simulate the opposite of that, and somehow put right orientation and program them or calibrate that out of it. But like I said, when you're trying to do this measurement, you would not do that.
Well, interesting is that um going back to this 3-ring laser gyroscope, isn't it necessarily only just getting the pitch and the left, right, front, back? Just ultimately, that's all it's doing, right?
No,
Actually,
it can
really,
get all. Go ahead.
the point I'm saying, the point of it itself is to just give the plane a position so that way it's always horizontal to the ground, right? Or parallel to the ground, right?
Well,
Ultimately.
it's so that well, I mean, I guess they'd be using it, yeah, to see what's their orientation, but it can do all three axes.
No, but I mean, but practically the only they had gyroscopes for a long time, the way they created them, but all it did was it was all about just orientation to the ground. It had nothing to do with, it. I mean, you can claim it to be that, but it has nothing to do with the rotation of anything or the speed of it. It's all just basically to keep the object itself when it goes high, and then it knows its pitch, and then it knows its angle, and then when it dives, it knows its angle, and it knows. I mean, that's the calculation that I think more
Yeah.
what the whole purpose of them
That's
are. You turn left, you turn right.
That's the same thing. If you're measuring the rotation of something, or if you're measuring its orientation, or as it's changing, you're doing the same thing. Just I guess two different functions are the same thing that you're measuring. You're measuring what's the rotation and what's the direction of rotation. That's what's going to tell you your orientation. But it's not just to measure your orientation in, a single moment or something. It's to, it measures your orientation by observing your rotation. You know what I mean? And
But that's the thing though. That's what I'm trying to point out. It's not measuring rotation. Yeah, I know you guys, again, we live in a system in a world where they told you the ball's spinning and this is what you have to believe in, and it's all satanic. I get it. It's all fallen world. Heliocentric model. Yeah, globe and all that stuff. Okay. Now we live in a system where they literally made something and said, look at this is how we go around our ball. Totally, not pay attention, ignoring how things that are flying at 500 miles or 300 miles or 200 miles, whatever speed, in one direction, and then landing on a treadmill going opposite of their feet, totally ignoring all that logic, that the plane would crash and people would, it wouldn't it doesn't even make sense. But in your guys' world, it makes perfect sense. That's fine. What I'm saying is they make a tool and they say this is calculating the rotation. And all I'm saying is no, it's not. It's just making sure that the plane knows it's left to right, front to back. It's like that's all they're doing. And with other devices attached to them and equipment attached to it, they can also tell how high they are, and then mathematically they'll know, like, okay, if this is my elevation, because they're using another piece of equipment and they're all talking to each other, they'll know when I'm at this elevation, and if I were to change my pitch this much, and it also knows how fast it's going because it also has that little device in there, and they'll like they all work together. It's not like they just only have one of them. They have all these instruments because they work like a system, like a body, like an engine. Everyone's working together, but none of that's doing the rotation of the earth. Matter of fact, it doesn't even matter what. I mean, it's just, I don't know, Kosho. I don't know why you still believe the lies. You're a good guy, man. I really want to get you out of the lies.
yeah, well, the other day, just to change topic a little bit. The other day, you were talking to somebody about bridges. I heard you, and I DM'd you a request. You never did it though. But I
What
was
was it?
asking. Remember that time you called your buddy's dad? You called your buddy's dad, and he was he worked in the same field you work in, construction of some kind, and you asked him,
Oh no, I replied
has
to
he?
you. I said I remember that.
You don't remember that? Oh my goodness, dude.
No, yeah. I replied to you, and I was like, because you said I called. I think I'm confused because I don't think I called him. I literally
You didn't
just
call him. Yeah, you weren't.
talked
Yeah,
to
you
him.
didn't call him. You were with him. Yeah, he was
Yeah,
next to you. That's what
he
I
was
mean. He
here.
was right
Yeah, he
there.
was here.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Yeah, yeah. So you didn't call him, but you were next to him, and you asked him, you know, because you were certain, like, it doesn't come up. You said, "Did you ever have to account for the curvature of the Earth and anything in your entire career?" And he said, "Yeah." He said most of the time, no, but he had two examples, and I remember one of them being a bridge.
No, I think I remember what you're talking about. He because matter of fact, the same guy I brought. I was live streaming, and he was like right there on camera, and I asked him. It's my buddy's dad, and he was the house, and we were together. He was playing pool, and I live streamed, and I said, "Hey, they have a question for you. Have you ever come?" It was the same guy, and he was like, "No." And then I was like, okay, and so you never. What's the largest thing you've built? And he said a bridge. What's the longest thing? I forgot what bridge it was. He said, and then
All right, silly.
yeah, I when I could talk to him later as well.
Yeah,
Again,
dude,
live.
we'll do the whole thing again. I remember,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
remember the time you were live streaming. That was a different time, but there was another time where you were just talking to him. You weren't on camera, but he did say something about a bridge in San Francisco. Or not, I forget where it was. It wasn't in San. It was somewhere in California. I don't remember where it was. I can't remember. I wish I could remember the name of it. Yeah, he said that was the only thing he had to account, the only time, and didn't really go into detail.
I'm sorry, I'm texting my daughter. I just spent over $500 per ticket for all of us, and my daughter, she's like, "Oh, by the way, my boyfriend's not gonna go after all." I'm like, "I just spent $500 for his ticket," but I was like, "It's all right. I'll just say, we'll just take someone else." Anyways, going back to this, I think the one you're talking about is not his dad, but my buddy, because my buddy likes to mess around with me, and he mocks me about flat Earth. And I think that's the only reason why he said, "Oh yeah, we count for curvature of the Earth." Because on another day, I've talked to him. My buddy Sandro, you're talking about my superintendent, my buddy. I think that's the one you're talking about.
No, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, dude. He had a Spanish accent. He was like in construction for was it 25 years or 40 years or something like that.
Oh well, then it's his dad. Then that's
Yeah,
the
his dad.
retired iron
Yeah,
worker. He has over
exactly.
35 years, 38 years.
I'm just telling you that was his answer, man. But if you don't remember, that's fine. But I would ask him again to say, well, did you ever
Yeah,
tell me about a bridge you had to account for the curvature of the Earth? And
yeah.
see what he says.
I'll do it live too. I'll do it live when I
Yeah.
get there. Actually, tonight. I'll do it tonight. Later on today. It's at 3:41 right now. Maybe like
And
around
ask him,
7 o'clock.
ask him to go into detail, just like
Okay.
why did you have to account for it or whatever.
Okay. I mean, that's even if he did. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it misunderstood. I don't know. I'll I'll ask him. I'll ask him.
I remember because after he said that, you didn't want to. You guys were talking about something else. Stop talking about it for a second. I was like, dude, you should keep asking questions about it. But y'all started talking about like personal stuff. Kept your mic on. Not personal, just not related to the subject.
Oh yeah, yeah. I get what you're saying. We're just talking.
Anyway, regret saying anything. I said something about gravity like 2 hours ago, and I've been on the hook ever since.
Gravity does not pull you to the floor. Space pushes you down. Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you.
Boom. How you feel about that, Coach?
I feel Michio Kaku's a smart dude. He built a particle accelerator in his house when he was in high school. However, I do believe that as a professional, especially in that thing, he's a scientific communicator, and he's speaking poetically, because in actuality, general relativity doesn't describe things being pushed either, nor pulled. They're just following a straight path in four-dimensional space-time.
Everything around its vicinity to create gravity around the Earth. Or, as we say in our astronomy courses when we teach our kids, gravity sucks. Gravity sucks evenly. It pulls everything to the center. But then Einstein gave us a different picture. Gravity doesn't suck at all. We tell our students, we lied to you. Gravity does not pull you to the floor. Space pushes you down. Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you. The space around you is warped, and space itself is pushing you down into your chair, and that's why you're sitting in your chair today.
Thought we'd clear that up.
Did we?
Who was can I ask
Being pushed down and not being pulled. Guess I'd cleared that up for you guys.
Red, who is that from?
Michio Kaku, the string theorist.
Oh yeah, okay. Thought that was him.
Anyhow, as I said, I mean, that's a poetic way of saying something, but it might confuse certain people, because in Einstein's gravity, there's not a push or pull. It's just following the geodesic, the shortest path through space-time, which happens to be curved, which he claims mass is the cause of. But it's the same kind of like when Neil deGrasse Tyson says the Earth is pear-shaped and stuff. They're just scientific communicators speaking poetically.
Gibberish.
Yeah, they're just talking out the side of their neck again. That's all.
According to Kosho, they're just saying bullshit just to talk.
Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say that either. I said they're just saying it in poetic. I mean, people speak poetically sometimes. John Wheeler once said to explain gravity by saying mass grips space-time, telling it how to bend, and space-time grips mass, telling it how to move. And that's obviously an oversimplification, and there's nothing gripping anything. It's just a poetic way of describing it.
I like that though, actually. Kind of a nice way to put it.
I like John Wheeler's description too. Yeah, it's very succinct and to the point. But again, it's somebody
Very
could
question
interpret
here.
that in a way that, as they're doing
Yeah,
with
it's
this
very,
conversation.
very big in the questioning.
Well,
It's like
and
we like to call fallacies poetry.
Yeah, right.
but in all
Okay, I
fairness
wasn't
to
sure, Elijah, if that's what he meant.
but in all
Poetry was
fairness,
fallacies. Now I get it.
yeah, I mean, in all fairness to the flat earthers here, I'm not personally one, but I will say that I don't believe that to be the case with you guys. I don't think you're using poetic language to drive home your points. I mean, I've been here quite a bit, and I'm not. I'm making sort of a point that should really go without stating, but I actually think that to be the case with the Globers. I think the Globers tend to use a lot of that poetic verbiage to make their point without really kind of backing it up.
The
fact that he said we lied to you. He said we lied to you. But that's not a problem in the evolutionary paradigm, and that's why nobody has a problem with lying. It's just that's normal.
It's a joke.
You heard me, Monte? This movie's still on?
In any other field, where is it okay to say something like, we lied to you? Only when it's the most expensive $1 trillion boomer religion ever, I guess. Goodness.
Yeah, but he doesn't mean it like that. He means that. Fucking hell.
Uh-oh, religious chanting against you. That's exactly right. The weirdo evolutionist says, he doesn't mean it that way. That's religious zealotry. My goodness.
I'm not arguing either. I haven't
It's psychotic. It's just pure psychosis. That's what weirdos do. He doesn't really mean it that way, Gemsy. He really didn't mean it. That's what weirdos do. People that live on the internet will just tell you they know better than Michio Kaku. Michio Kaku, however you say his name, he really didn't mean that. And that's literally all they can do. It's just a hand wave dismissal from weirdos on the internet.
Okay, that was a step too far. Don't know how anyone could take you seriously.
So yeah, I don't think weirdos on the internet know more about Michio Kaku than himself. I'm gonna trust Michio Kaku, that guy that said that. He knew what he was saying. Yep.
I think you can understand if you're observant the context of what he's saying.
Hey, it might be a language barrier for some people. He said something, but people here claim he meant something else. It might be a language barrier, possibly.
Yeah, you got all of these. You got all these heliocentrist lawyers out here. Oh no, he didn't say that. He did say that. He didn't say that, but when he did say that, what he meant was.
Yep.
Something different.
He meant the
That's
opposite
called
of everything he just said. Because it's poetry. And in poetry, I can contradict myself and say dumb things.
Well, most of it is opposite speak. If you listen to what they talk about, everything is opposite. Moon pulls water. That's bullshit. Everything's opposite.
Right, and that's Elijah nailed it. That's what a lawyer would do. That's exactly right. They have to be their lawyers because they have to defend them religiously at all costs. At least lawyers got to get paid a lot of money. These weirdos do it for free.
I'm not a glober, but I can understand the way in which.
How can the moon pull water when space is supposedly pushing it down?
Satanism comes in many colors.
You need to understand your universe.
Well, they don't even understand the words that come out of their priest's mouth. I mean, if the Bible says something, I have to own up to every single syllable, dot and tittle. But their satanic priest today can say something live recorded, although that's not really what he meant. I mean, that is the most religious zealotry I could ever experience.
I think there's someone mumbling in the background that's trying to get in. Can you guys hear them?
Yeah.
Who's responding to?
I was talking to my doggy. Sorry.
No,
That's the
not you. It wasn't you, Elijah. It was someone with an English accent.
Yep.
He was talking. I thought they were responding to him.
Do you think it's
There he goes. Who's that? Can you turn your mic up?
This is an irrelevant question, but do you think that,
Turn your mic up.
do you think that having referees in a sport is a good thing?
What the fuck kind of question is that?
Yeah, do you guys like pink elephant feathers or purple blue whale feathers? Yep, it's a more important question.
Is it, well, maybe somebody who's can understand what that means in this room.
Yeah, you guys have referees now. He's also going to tell you what you guys are doing. You guys have referees now, apparently.
Is there some game there?
What game do you want these refs in? What game are you talking
Okay,
about?
let me explain it another way. If there's a debate occurring.
There is no debate, man.
Okay, so this is what
Hell no. Yep, no debate.
There is some information
is.
there. There is some information there. You can take it or leave it.
It's fair.
What's the purpose
Hey,
of this room?
go ahead,
From
Benevolent.
your point of view, obviously everybody has a different take, but what's the purpose of this room? To spread information.
The purpose of his room is to give the information. Then you take it. You can take it or leave it, whatever you want with information. Then
It's also good for tier collecting.
If I can't post in the chat. If I send somebody a screenshot, will they post it for me? It's just on the topic of this quote. I'm not sure if 99% refracted. Can I send it to you and you post it in the chat?
oh, Kosho, did
Perfect.
you speak
Alright.
with Michikaku maybe?
Yeah, I have his
And he
his
told
writing
you,
right
and
here.
he told you what he meant really.
Well, we're about to find out. I'm gonna post
Oh,
it to you.
you will read the mind now.
No, it's his writing, him saying something. I'm gonna share.
Yeah,
it.
but that's what he said. He said we were lied to you. Now I'm asking you if you spoke with him and he said, "Okay, Kosho, listen, I said that in that show, but I was meaning this." And if you have that recorded, that would be nice also.
But yeah, I'm not claiming I spoke with him. I'm just trying to ask if you'll just post
Ah,
this.
and
It's the
what
same
do you
quote.
want?
So.
Yeah, but he said we were lied to you. What that mean? If I translate that in my language, it means we were lied.
It
Is
means
it any other
no matter what
meaning?
he says from now on, he's always lying.
It's a joke. It's a joke. I guess
It's a
from
joke.
the position.
Did you
Of,
speak with
no,
him?
wait.
Did he told you that was a joke?
No, okay, but from the position, I guess, from the position of the way the audience is interpreting it, let's use this language, is they're interpreting it as if it's a joke. That the idea that the entire scientific community is one body acting against humanity, but obviously it didn't work out like that, or according to how they perceive it, it didn't work out like that.
Gravity does not pull you to the floor.
Somebody
Space
got the math wrong,
pushes you down.
and then somebody.
Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you.
Oh. Oh, wow. Wow, words have meanings, guys. That's deep.
We can't decide.
Whoa. So lawyer.
We could take it literally. I understand that maybe he could have meant it in a different way.
Okay, you definitely believe in evolution.
But for sure he didn't mean. For sure he didn't mean that's what he said. That's 100 for sure. That cannot
Is that an
be.
absolute?
Not for sure. I'm just saying that maybe it can
Yeah.
be differently.
Yeah.
How come he didn't
Like
use
can
the
see it
words
from
he
both
meant
ways.
to use instead of
I
words
can
he
see it
didn't
from
mean
both.
to
I can
use?
see it from both ways.
it's you
I
can
guess
say
it's
from
not
but
in a
it's the
base
same.
that it's
I think it's the
literal.
same logic. When you say horizon, you think that it's curved immediately. It's the same thing because it's a level. Level, it's curved. It's the same thing. It's he said that, but he didn't mean that.
No, but that's just an
But
interpretation
everything
that
what
I guess.
people saying on that side, and if it's not matching with the heliocentric model, they didn't mean that. Is that true?
Imagine being in that guy's class and having to take a test and then you fail because you put the answers that he said he gave in class. He said, "This is what I said. Make sure you
Yeah,
remember
but
this." And when he comes to
that
take a
not
test, he says, "I didn't mean any of that. That was
No,
a
but you know
joke."
that not everything is meant to be
Why
taken.
can't you just finish a sentence, Radwin? Why do you have to be interrupted? That's the first problem. Second problem, yes, the person that's claiming they don't really say what they say is still talking. I find this offensive.
Okay, but not you understand that some things aren't literal, right?
Bro, you are literally a Nat Gumby cartoon character living in a cartoon box. If I ask you anything, you will not be able to answer. That's all you've established so far.
Okay, so this room is just basically insulting people and controlling the room.
No, that's what you're insulting my intelligence because you're the one telling everybody in this room we can't believe the words that come out of the scientific people's mouths. Bro, you're a complete sycophant psychopath. That's why nobody knows what you believe. You won't tell anybody, right? Do you believe in evolution? No answer. Do you believe in your globe? No, no answer. And outer space, what do you believe in, benevolent? You won't answer, right? That's my claim.
The one thing I believe in for sure is God, and that's it. But I'm not sure about
Uh-oh.
anything else.
Wow, so your God is Satan. Okay, cool. All right, case closed.
That doesn't mean that, does it? If I believe in God, that means it's Satan. Why?
Yeah, you believe in a God that allows people to say things and that you're going to teach people, men, women, and children, that they don't really mean what they say? Welcome to Satanism. Best example I've ever seen.
Well, sometimes people don't mean what they say.
Yeah, you're not them, though. You're lying. You are lying as well. That's not you to decide. You don't even know Michio Kaku. You've never met the guy, so you're a liar now. That's why you're a liar, yeah.
Guilty of the same thing because you're.
No, you are. No, you did it. I did not do it. I never said he didn't really mean that. You're the weirdo that said that. Not anybody else is guilty. That's your crime. These 6 things doth the Lord hate. Yea, 7 are an abomination. A proud look, a lying tongue. That's what you are, bro. It's all good. No problem.
If you think that's what I am.
If you, yeah, I know, bro. That's the truth. Lying tongues are dangerous. The lying tongues of this society are brainwashing the minds of millions of children, and people like you are okay with that.
I'm not sure that. I think you're just inserting a lot of opinions about my character.
Yes, and this is why you're going to stay on the internet talking like this and telling people these things for the rest of your life, and no one will know anything about you. So I'm done.
Do you think that your God, if that's the true God, would appreciate you speaking to me like this? Do you think?
Yes.
Well,
yes.
Don't you believe in a merciful, forgiving God? Because I do.
No.
Not after you've been told 500 times what the truth is and you decide to do something different. Yeah, at that point, mercy is, we don't have that anymore.
Okay, but doesn't it say thou shalt not judge? Who is the rightful judge? Is it you?
Flat and level water. That's the rightful judge.
Hey, dude, I wouldn't worry about these guys. They can't even define water for you if you ask them, so.
I think you might have entered into hubris without realizing it, but I do feel sorry for that.
Yeah, it's actually embarrassing how retarded these people are.
I
didn't know what the channel was going to become. I didn't think it was going to become the center point, the centerpiece of my life, and that it becomes successful and everything.
This
And
is
that
the
I go on
centerpiece of your
doing
life. Do you have a
best
job, dude?
including
Do you have
topics I
friends?
know
Do you have
nothing
people you
about,
talk
but I
to?
hire
Dude, you're a
experts in the
loser.
field to write me the scripts and then consultants to look at the scripts and look at the finished animations and make sure it's all good, right? I'm not professing to be an expert, honestly, in any academic field, not even chemistry. but I understand it very well. And then the stuff that I don't understand,
You're not smart enough to be an
who do
expert,
understand
so
it,
I guess it
explaining
doesn't
it to
matter
me.
anyway.
Ha! You just shit on Professor Dave.
I think we should all think about how we treat each other, especially in this channel. You know, people have different opinions, and the road is hard. It's not easy to come to the truth, is it? There's a lot of information.
Like
Oh,
geometry.
brother.
Is it geometry nuclear science?
When I give you the truth, you guys freak out.
I think we all need to just rub each other's feet and give us some hot chocolate, and
What the
everything's
hell,
gonna be
dude?
fine.
No, dude, I'm not rubbing your feet. You keep muting me for asking real questions.
You just called Professor Dave some dumbass, and you guys worship him.
I
Which
called
is,
you the dumbass,
I
dumbass.
wasn't talking.
You were earlier. Shut up, dude. You're dumb. You're an idiot.
I-
You said this is your life, so I don't even want to hear
That
it.
was Professor Dave, dumbass.
No wonder he muted
Chugga
you if this is all you've got to
It's a
say.
fancy way of
Well,
saying
let's do
The
one
bigger
om
problem is
together.
toilet
not
that
whether
you use, and then a
we
machine
have
that goes
authority
chugga
over
chugga
the
chugga
truth,
chugga
but
chug, and
the
then you
fact
go
that
to
we
the
can't
galley
actually
and you
treat
make
each other
yourself
with
a
any
cup of coffee.
decency.
And that's exactly
That's the bigger problem
what
in this.
you are thinking it is.
Everybody wants to control the truth instead of just realizing that nobody controls it except the one. It's really sad.
You should get in the same room with your microphone.
You should get in the same body with your brain, stupid. How about that?
You're so dumb.
Oh, that was rude.
He deserves it, dude.
Been violent. We can't hear you though. You need to actually speak up. Been violent. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Yeah, you're really low, bro, and it's hard for people to hear you sometimes. So you might want to get really close to your mic.
Or in the same room with it.
You want me to repeat my joke again, buddy?
Gosh, he's eating his mic.
Yeah, do that.
Okay, you ready for this one? You should get in the same body as your brain.
Hey, Mike.
I couldn't hear him. He got cut off.
You're a chump, dude. Nigger.
Was that
Shoshi, you are
Hyperborean?
Shoshi, you're roboting badly.
Was
Shoshi.
that
Yeah,
Hyperborean?
yes, it was.
You feel like you gain some sort of status over insulting me. Because, you know, if everybody just pushes each other down, nobody really goes up.
Oh my god, dude. Really? Seriously?
There's just no point, is there? Because it's just
He
Dude,
sounds
shut
depressed.
the fuck up,
He
dude.
sounds depressed, doesn't he?
whatever you say.
I don't know.
People just
If we
wanna.
just keep pushing each other down, when is it? Shut up, dude.
I mean, are you
Have any
guys
globe proof?
I thought that was well for a lot of you.
No,
the
stop
basis of this.
thinking. We're on about the shape of the earth conversation, not about it like continuous feeling session here. The fuck, dude. You want to talk about feelings and stuff? Go to another room. Talk about feelings in another room. We're talking about evidence here. You got any?
I guess not.
All
I'll
right
take
then.
that then. Have fun.
We will.
It's like
Thank you.
that character from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Marvin.
That robot, he makes everybody depressed when he's talking. Oh, I think
sounds like
I
he's
think
really depressed, and he's just
I think I
sounds
want to
depressed.
go to my room and lie down. Like fucking.
I'm just gonna turn off the lights and go lay down now.
Fuck off, dude. They don't have globe evidence, so they talk about feelings as if that's something to say. Jeez Louise.
Imagine lying down on a spinning surface. That would be horrible.
Okay, I've asked somebody to post it for me in the chat. I think he's posted it now. But you can see clearly.
There you go.
What?
That's what Kosho wanted to post.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Chris. Yeah, so you see there at the beginning, he's using the same poetic language, describing the pushing and whatnot. But he goes on to describe what's actually supposedly occurring at the end of that paragraph. That's all I'm saying. Is that it's just poetic language, and it's not it's not like he's lying or saying something incorrect. He's just there's like I said, it's just poetic language, just like the John Wheeler quote that I said. Same thing with the pear-shaped Earth. All that type of stuff.
Hey, Kosho, why are you a globe again?
Here, real quick before we go there, yeah, that's why I think it's important to highlight that these scientific communicators are constantly doing this poetic, clickbait, shock jock language because people aren't listening anymore. They virtually gave up. It's all about either entertainment or tribalism. So I would say if I followed the globalist worldview, how would you drive the conversation back to that? Would you be like TMZ, BuzzFeed, top 10 flat earthers, number one will surprise you? Or would you be rolling out experiments and giving logic based arguments and reasoning?
So the attention span is so high in today's society. It means you need a 10-second clip of information filled with a Minecraft gameplay below for most of the common people, to get their attention.
And Creed, how I know that you mean that what you said now?
What?
No, I'm asking Creed, how I know that he mean that what he said.
Which one, for Kosho?
Yeah, that last what you said about everything about putting the argument and everything. How I can know that you are meaning that that your sentence are I don't know how to ask even. How I know that you mean that what you said?
Yeah, because that's what it would make the world. You'd act if I were a globalist. You would act locally, but think globally. Be the change that you want the world to be. But they're quite the opposite. The globalists are like that, kind of like a melancholy guy was here just a little bit ago. The globalists are pushing down. They want everyone to be below them. They want to try to. The reason a lot of them are sort of anti-flat earthers because they don't view themselves very highly, but they still have a high amount of ego for some reason. Like they're not that special. They're not that bright. They don't really work in any sort of like STEM field, whatever. But yet they see themselves as some sort of like Nobel Prize winner. So what they got to do is they got to drive the rest of humanity so far down that it makes them look somewhat special. When really all they had to do was just follow the scientific method. You are special. Science proved that. You are a snowflake. I mean, in the good sense, not the melty, social justice warrior sense. But there'll never be another you. And then that logic also fits creation. You were made by God from the dust. You are perfectly you, perfectly human, loved by the Creator. But yet somehow they got to throw all that away and make everything either about entertainment or make it all about tribalism. Their worldview is constantly self defeating, but rather than face up to it, they spurg out to the people who are pointing it out. Your worldview's fucked up, homie.
Or to be more person, more human, and to say everything what you say that about geometry and radius and about rotation and gas pressure, that's for me bullshit, and that's okay. For you it's bullshit. You think that no logic there is no argument there is nothing there, and you leave it, and you leave that bullshit. If I think that something is retarded or bullshit, I leave that stuff. I don't argue about that stuff for years.
Yeah, stuck in the mud, man. They're stuck in the rut. They can't figure out how to get unstuck. Because for the most part, if you're able to somehow get them to make some sort of logical argument, it's generally pretty batshit crazy. Like flat earthers are responsible for the death of children. But you'd be like, holy shit. Like how? How did you get there? And then they give you some sort of weird, brushing the the TOS sort of violation type stuff. And you're like, do you realize the people you're talking about think the earth is a globe, not flat earth? Even inside your worldview, you should be more mad at globe. Like someone was saying, hey, I'm really pissed off that there's a bunch of people with flat earthers, right? Flat earthers are the worst people in the world because they deny the Apollo program. I'm like, well, that has nothing to do with flat earth. And the majority, okay, like 99% of the people who think Apollo was fake think the earth is a globe. So why are you on the 1% that really doesn't have anything to do with the topic to begin with? It's because they need that. They need they need a scapegoat. It's all about tribalism. They can't pick their team because they think they're on the winning team. So they say, oh yeah, there's a problem for some people on their team. They think space is fake, or manned spaceflight is fake. So instead of addressing that blaring contradiction in their worldview, they just ignore it and go after the flat earther as some sort of conspiracy theorist. When you're like, well, no, I'm not talking about the Apollo program. You are, not me. When I described the Earth as being flat and stationary, it had nothing to do with anything the federal government did in the 1960s.
I don't want to give them that flat. I like Ixo. I like that when he said I'm not flat earther. I can tell you, Crit, okay, I'm flat earther. But if Glober asks me, are you flat earther? I will say no, because I will point it out. There is no globe, and I will say I can identify myself like a country or for some other identification. I'm Sasha. I'm from Croatia, but that is not a globe. I'm not flat earther. And now what? You don't have that title that you can attack me. You are flat earther. No, I'm not. The Earth is not a globe. You can call me whatever you want, but I will not call myself anymore.
Yeah, that's kind of where it's getting.
No more. I like that though. No more false dichotomy.
Yeah, taking the model away from them.
And Quit, you know why? Because I came from the same. I 6 or 7 years ago. I don't remember anymore. I came like that on YouTube, not on server, because it was on YouTube, like flat earth. And my thought was, what the fuck? Who in today can think that Earth is flat? That was my opinion. And then I came there. Okay, let's look that fucking stupid thing. And I look into that fucking stupid thing, and there was not so fucking stupid thing. I was fucking stupid.
Do you remember the movie 12 Years a Slave?
Oh, I didn't watch that.
Okay.
But I know, yeah.
So what was interesting about this, I mean, this is kind of, I'm not trying to compare the two. I'm just talking about identities now. So when he was up north, people asked him, because they just assumed, did you come from the South? What's going on down there? And he didn't want to talk about it. So he constantly said, I'm from Canada.
Yeah.
because he couldn't really tell his story because it wasn't really, like where do you, I want to tell you more about that scene because it's really powerful. But that's where people are like constantly being bombarded by their interpretation of your identity instead of just trying to figure out where you're coming from. You almost have to say you come from someplace you don't come from just so they will listen to you and challenge your worldview somehow. And even then, it can be quite difficult.
My first opinion was that that's a cult immediately. That's a fucking cult. Who fucking can think that Earth is flat, But then water destroyed everything.
Yeah, when Jesse was here earlier and he was talking about this concept of I got water and it's level and I got two holes in the light and the flashlight and the telescope and I hold the two holes up and you're like, okay, so after you did all that, did the water bend underneath you? Did moving these objects around, up and down, left and right, forward and back, and you got all these different results. At any point, did the water bend? And he's like, well, no, the water would have been flat. Okay, so why does it matter if you manipulated all these things? Did the water started flat, stayed flat, continues to be flat? It's quite simple. The simple case that people lie, water doesn't. The physics of water doesn't lie.
But light, my friends, you forget light.
Listen this. Water is not air.
Listen this, the Black Swan example. There is a water behind the oil rig. Whatever light you measure, refraction. But man, you see that what it is there. That mean it's there. And light it's giving you possibility that you can see the physical thing and that water is behind. What do you want to speak about some phenomena about light making something that's for me so illogical that I cannot understand how people even can go into that like a look that it's a refraction. What refraction, man? You see what you see. That's it. There is no more story about that. It will be story if there's some kind of obstruction or phenomena like mirage or what. Then you can say, okay, look, I see something there. It's strange, and you don't see then the physical surface like you see on the Black Swan example. You see the ocean making horizon, the physical ocean making horizon with the sky, not the optical ocean making horizon with the sky. The physical water making horizon with the sky, not optical water.
Listen this, my friend. Earth is not water.
But listen this, my friend, I need to learn English every time in chat and here. Fear. Drop
Even in
over this.
Croatian, Earth is
Even
not water.
yeah. And the earth is not flat. There are mountains and hills.
Even in Croatia, water is wet. Earth might be dry.
Yeah, in Croatian, do you know how you call elevation?
Water.
It's called the height above sea level.
Call the ocean water.
But James in Italian also.
That's Italian.
Hey. Livello di mare.
Keep it family friendly. Family friendly.
În România, the earth is wet.
The water is wet, you're saying?
The earth.
Earth is wet.
Yeah.
It's not water. In Romania, do you drink earth?
No, we drink this plum juice.
Yummy. Isn't plum juice red like blood?
No, it's like water.
I thought it was green.
Transparent. It has 60 degrees.
Do you also drink space coffee?
We don't need no stinking degrees.
No, that's for the Turks to drink.
Oh. They drink space coffee?
Yeah, the Turkish brought coffee drinking in Romania.
Oh, I love Turkish coffee.
Do you like space coffee?
It is space coffee. It
Have
sends
you
you out
ever
into
had?
space.
Only the salty coffee is the real space coffee.
I never had. So I don't know how it is.
Turkish coffee.
Yeah.
Yellow snow can also be called space snow. Unfortunately, the technology to make space coffee is very expensive, so you can't have this type of coffee machine on Earth.
Yeah,
Only
it
in
needs
space.
zero gravity.
Yes.
Yes, only once a month. Once a month.
You drink yellow snow?
And the
Yes, twice a
and the
week.
special.
Uno mono.
Go ahead. The Chaka Chaka machine needs a special sucking hose, vacuum hose.
Open the window.
It's not chaga chaga. It's chaga chaga. Different.
Chaga
Yeah,
chaga.
it's the same. Chaka Chaka.
You know that Dunes, that movie.
The new one or the old one?
Oh, the boat. You know that they have that
Yeah.
costumes, and then they are sweating and they can piss and they produce the water and everything. You know, that.
Spice, yeah.
But that costume, what they can, you know, that they can, you know, that the costume produce water through the
Yes.
sweat, and yeah, and they use that technology from that movie.
So you, Sasha, you don't believe in spinning round world?
Why should I?
If common belief.
I know.
Common
There is-
belief, man.
And now say who is the God of that belief?
Oh,
You don't know? Come on, that's easy.
well,
Come
it can't be
on, believe.
Werner von Braun.
Most powerful
I mean,
God in human history.
NASA is, if NASA is the church, then who's the God?
The most powerful God in human history, you don't know. He's doing everything.
Oh,
Doing
G, the G,
a
big
big
G.
G. Yeah, everything what you want. This G, that G. What is container G? Mass, attractive mass
Yeah,
G. Bending space time G. Arranging the centrifugal force G. Everything
yeah,
G.
yeah.
He's a G.
A G God.
They Gified it.
Gravity.
Is there a G-ism something or?
You have also that catch one. Are you Christian? Do you believe in God? That's why you're flat earth. And then you ask him, do you believe in evolution? Yes. And who is the father of your belief?
Well,
The guy who
Darwin's
believes, the guy,
grandfather.
the boy who believes in the same God,
Yeah.
the Christian one. Oh, great. If
Right
everything,
now, I can tell we are spinning.
man, depends how much you drink. But I like that if you go because they said if you go outside, yes, Earth is rotating. Okay. And my best question is how would look like if it's not rotating, you know? And the answer is the same. Really, it cannot be the same. Be different. Or maybe if we show somehow all Earth, but on television somehow on YouTube. Let's make a video on YouTube, entire Earth flat. Can somebody make some cartoon, and then that will be our model. And we can say also, it's Photoshop because must be.
Sasha, um, do you know any like folkloric stories that old people tell to their grandchildrens before bedtime in Croatia?
Uh, in which for kids or
I
for
know one. Water, water, is level? Good night.
Well, no, I'm asking because in some of these stories, the way the story begins, it describes like there is an end to the world, a king living very, very far away, beyond seven seas
Seven
and
monkeys and
seven
seven. Yeah,
mountains.
yeah.
And at the end of the world, there is a dragon or something, some sort of.
Yeah, yeah,
Gabi
something.
get. After I said water is level, you said
Yeah.
no.
No?
And water was level till 2015.
Yeah, water is wet now.
But we upgraded the science and we realized that we
Yeah.
were wrong.
Mhm. We lied to you.
We lied to you.
don't don't take it like that. It
And only
really means that.
horizon and horizontal, that's not has nothing to do. That two words are different. It has nothing to do. You know, they have nothing to do with the same. That's you think that they have something same, horizon and horizontal.
Yeah, it's
Because,
just
because
about
because
perspective, you know.
horizon has or eyes or
Yeah.
7 letters, and horizontal has or
When
get up
you when you
9.
lay
It's
down
not.
when you lay down to the ground, you know, or in bed, all verticals become horizontals, right?
Yeah, because gravity is pushing you down.
Wait, what do you mean? Gravity is pulling you, not pushing you.
And
Pulling.
that was
Different.
it was before Einstein that was pulling. Now it's pushing.
Well, pushing is more of an action than, you know, like, I don't know, it's hard to describe. Animals pull on chariots, you know, like bulls, horses, donkeys. They pull. So they had to make gravity like superior a little bit. Push. When we want to get in front, we have to push. It's complicated. But how can space push?
Yeah, man.
I mean, it pushes me down. Like the height of my room, the length and the width of my room, they push me down. You know.
We're asking about stories. Have you ever
But
heard people saying that? Damn, Gabi.
sorry. So the space of my room pushed me down, but if I go out, the bigger space doesn't push me harder. No, I must be stupid somewhere. Yeah, I'm definitely not smart as Mikio Kaku.
I bet you are. He just reads the script, you know that.
In Spanish, his name is Meishekaki.
Meishikaki. We say kaki to little children when they poop.
Yeah, he's
Romanian.
khaki. Kids are fun. I suggest everybody should have one.
In Mexico, you say Meishekaka.
I mean, you gotta laugh too. Gotta giggle at the end. Right?
In Romanian, I will read it. Mikio Kaku.
Mikio?
Mikio.
Ray, Rob Noxious is it? What's up, Rob? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what? I'm sorry. Were you talking to me? I thought I was listening to something else.
Unless you've changed your name to Rob Noxious, mate.
Oh, okay, I thought I heard Get say kosher. My bad.
I'm sorry.
No, Gabi que se Meishekaka, Meishekaku, something.
Kaku.
Okay, fair enough.
Koshu Chaco.
Misho Kako.
Mikio. How do you say Neil deGrasse Tyson in Spanish?
Neil, smoke that weed, Tyson.
Gone. Tyson.
Globe.
Globe.
I don't think he gets it.
See, Ryan, the rookie's joined us. What's up, Ryan?
Some looks like my mockingbird is back. He's up there in the tree chirping while I eat. Bastard.
Are there wild monkeys there?
Monkeys. live in California, dude. The only monkeys I see. No, I said it's a mockingbird.
Oh, mockingbird.
Yeah, they pick up on whatever. I had one that followed me for like 2 weeks, and it sounded like squeaky brakes on a car. It just made this horrible squeaky sound. And at first, I couldn't figure out what the hell was making the noise. I thought it was actually just brakes in the neighborhood. But until after a few times here, and I was like, that seems like it happens a lot. Either the same person is driving by or something's not right. And I went, and then I looked out the window and I seen a bird sitting about 3 trees away. I mean, it was maybe 15 feet away from the window. He was looking right at me and he was just going, making this horrible screeching sound. And then about 2 days later, he came back, but he wasn't making that noise anymore. He was making a new noise. It was driving. This one's making this. It's like copying some kind of like cardinal or something, and it's just.
You ever hear them make the? I was walking by with my friend one time. We heard one. And it sounded exactly like a car alarm, like it was doing the same
Oh,
sounds
really?
as a car alarm. It was crazy.
Usually, this one does a bunch of different sounds, but they usually are all like another bird sound, or it's some kind of thing that a bird. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I guess wherever it happens to live, wherever its nest is, whatever influences it hears, it just.
Yeah, we got ones here called lyrebirds.
Ah.
And they make
Okay.
they can imitate chainsaws and drills. And
Oh, really?
everything.
Oh, crap.
Yeah,
That's
weird,
crazy.
man.
That is weird.
Like a screaming
Yeah,
kid.
it sounds to me like it's probably the same bird. It's just a different cousin or something. This is what we got up here. Wherever you are in this.
Australia, mate.
Okay, Australia, cool. You got wallabies and all that kind of stuff. Too. I wish I could go to Australia. It'd be fun. Jamaica was cool. Mexico was cool. And Ireland was even awesome. Ireland was beautiful. It was just like America, only people were nicer. You know what I mean? Pretty cool. I loved Ireland. Travel was cool too. Well,
So I went out on the road and looked around where that wreck, where that guy flipped his car last night, and there's all the debris, the quarters and the pennies and the window glass and all the debris on the one side of the road, but the bits of broken whiskey bottle are on the other side of the road. So evidently they were checking the whiskey bottles on the other side of the road before the police showed up.
wow.
Because
Not funny. Not funny.
I heard one say to the other, just as they were climbing out of the vehicle,
Oh.
"Hey, we got to get all the alcohol out of here."
I bet. Get the booze in. And that's what I'd be thinking too. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say it out loud. So do you guys ever get like FTFE and those guys come in and fucking smack you?
Hey, are you the same person as Yaw Angle?
Am I the what? Same person as who?
Yaw Angle. There's a guy
No,
called Yaw Angle.
no. My original account was
Very similar because he's so mumbled, yeah, like muffled.
Yeah, well,
it's probably my
he
head.
just sound a lot like him.
But your angle when he talks doesn't make any sense. So.
Oh wait, no, never mind. This is Cookie Monster. Right back.
Yes. So Cookie Monster, Cookie Monster. Professor Ricky sometimes. Same dude, but not whoever that other one was. I'm just one person. I don't have any like fake, like whatever you call it. Transparency.
Kosho, where do you know your angle from?
Gems.
No way. Did he come in arguing for flat Earth?
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to get too much into it, but he sort of was. At one point. Well, I don't. Yes, I don't want to get into it.
Did he say anything about us at 24/7?
Did he? He might have. I don't know. If he did, it was brief. He was mostly just talking about, or trying to talk. People are, getting on him. There was one point where we were talking about his name, Yaw Angle, and where it comes from, and people were getting on him because he used the wrong definition.
Interesting.
Poor guy, he seems to be a target to get picked on because the same
Yeah,
thing
well,
happened at 24/7.
I was trying to make sure everybody would kind of ease off a little bit, but especially the new guys. But you know how people can be. But he seems all right. He seems like a nice guy to me. So
I had to ban him.
Yeah, he kind of sits in the background and makes random comments. Yeah.
He's always derailing and mumbling, and you can't tell what what he's saying, and he just goes all over the place. And
Yep. I have a question about flight patterns. I don't know if anyone wants to take it on. Or...
someone does. Don't you worry.
All right. Let's see. So I am using this online database.
I like planes.
Huh?
I like planes.
Yeah, I'm looking at 2 flights, one in the southern hemisphere, one in the northern hemisphere. And I went on Google Flights just to make sure these are available tickets that I can actually buy. One of them is a flight from Sydney to Santiago. I'm sure you guys have heard it a million times. And the other flight is from Tokyo to New York. And with this database, I can see the speed of the flight. I can see the distance covered. I can see the time and the speed covered in miles per hour for each of the flights. One of them is 562 miles per hour. The other one is 579 miles per hour. And the distance covered for the one in the northern hemisphere is 7,200 miles. The one in the southern hemisphere is 7,050 miles. And I can see the flight paths. Flight path in the southern hemisphere makes a U shape going towards Antarctica, curves downwards, then up towards Santiago again on the map. And then on the map for the one in the northern hemisphere, it makes a slight U shape going up towards Alaska. It goes over and around America into New York. Now, my critique is this is only for these distances to be covered given the flight paths. It's only possible on a globe Earth shaped model.
Right. Right. So if we showed you that stuff that they're showing you isn't true, then you'd be okay, right?
Yeah. So like if the database was giving false information, though.
Right. And that's what they do. That's just, stuff that people put on the internet, just like people say, I saw the curvature, in my dad's backyard. It's the exact same claim. Those are just claims, and we know the claim, but we want to talk about reality. And I think if we disproved that, I actually don't think you'd be satisfied. I think you'd have something else that we'd need to disprove next, right? I mean, there'd be something more important than flight paths, right?
So the thing is I am taking this information at face value, but I am admitting at least that I'm taking it at face value, and the reason why I do that is because I'm trying to think about how people could show that this information is wrong. So I guess two ways is that people taking these flights would use a stopwatch to make sure the times are accurate, and I think they would use something like a gyroscope to make sure the distances covered are accurate. Now, as far as I'm aware, anybody can see these flights in the database. Anybody can take these flights. The fact that no one has critiqued these flight patterns, the speed, any of the
But
information that the
you're
website
still
is presenting.
ignoring some critical information, which is the manufacturer, the people that actually build the aircraft to make it practical to be able to be operated in the realist level, and they build it, for not for a globe, right? And the pilot never takes into account any curvature when they're flying. So you're looking at the cartoon flight path on a projection of something and try to take that into account. But when you go to the realist level, that what you should be looking at, the way that it's practically used in reality, not on the screen that you're looking at.
So is the distance wrong or is the flight path wrong? Like what exactly is wrong here?
It sounds like you didn't even, you ignore my point.
No, I'm actually trying to understand.
There's things that are wrong. I'm just trying to point out that when we discuss these types of things, it's not going to go very far because this is just hearsay anyway. Did you post them in the side chat? I was going to look at them. Did you post them yet? Or?
Yeah, I can post them. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, so like if somebody else then posted an antithesis to that, we would just be at a stalemate, right? Like if a flat earther came in here and said, "No, I used to work for Southwest Airlines. Here's what really happens,"
I'm here to see it. Like I'm just curious. Like I'm not here to like shit on flat earthers or something like that. Like that's just not what I'm thinking.
Right. I'm just pointing out that if we disprove that, that's not going to satisfy you anyway, right? You would certainly need more evidence. Just disproving that wouldn't be evidence to let you know that the Earth is flat, quote unquote, right?
If you, for example, provided me anecdotes of people saying they did take these flights and they did test the distance covered and whatnot, and it came out to be completely different from what these websites portrayed, then I would actually take that seriously. I wouldn't just throw it out the
Right, you would take it seriously, but that's my point. Is that that's not the end all. That's not going to convince anybody that's interested in truth of anything.
Here's what it would
my point
do.
is, you got to let me finish a sentence, man. It's okay. I talk really fast. Just let me finish a sentence, bro. You'll be fine. So my point is that's not going to help anybody that's interested in reality, though. If you're interested in reality, you're not going to be worried about digital flight path information because it proves nothing anyway. That's all.
Yeah. So what it would do is it wouldn't. Like it would pull me. So imagine like my position on flat Earth. It's like on the left hand side, I support round Earth. On the right hand side, I support flat Earth, and then there's something in the middle. Basically, if I saw that, it would not pull me all the way to the right. It would just pull me to the middle, and then I would continue to look in things much more.
Right, and that's my point. Right, that's just something that doesn't matter anyway. Yeah. So I mean, at different levels, people would require much better evidence than that. Like myself, I would require way more than any sort of flight path claim that means nothing. Yeah.
Zero flight paths work on a globe because airplanes don't account for curvature or the Earth rotating underneath them. Right, so you have that issue just to start off the premise.
Yeah, it's like saying my dad used to have a Ferrari, and to prove it, Here's the color of his car. It's red number 3. Not gonna do it. Sorry.
Yeah, I got a crayon right here, red crayon.
Is it red number 3? If it's red number 3, then your dad used to have a Ferrari too, Gemsy.
Yeah, I know because I don't have the red color anymore. He used it to fix the bumps
Well,
in the car.
well, good enough. Yeah, I'll believe it. Good enough. You claim to have red number 3, so we're good. Yeah.
I just want to clarify. So the critique is that the flight paths are probably not accurate, right?
No,
Zero flight paths
go
work
ahead,
on the
guys.
globe right now.
How about this critique? Let's say that you don't take that flight. You take a flight in Bolivia, and you fly over the Salt Lake. What then?
I don't know what you're asking.
There is a Salt Lake in Bolivia. It's 4,000 miles squared, big, and changing elevation 1 meter. What will happen if you take a flight above that lake?
You go across it, right?
Yeah, you will cross it. And what will happen with the surface?
The surface
Yeah,
of the lake?
yeah.
I imagine nothing would happen to the surface of the lake.
That means flight will not influence the surface.
Correct.
Correct. That means we can measure the surface.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, I would just say the flight paths are not the end all be all. That's all. I mean, you can take a look at them, check them out. They don't make sense exactly, but you can fly according to any model, right? So that you could just go in a circle and say, well, that circle means I'm on a globe. So it's not like it proves anything exactly, but you can take a look. It's still interesting.
What flight paths are you talking about? I heard you say you had one in the north, one in the south.
One going. So I linked them in the VC chat. One of them goes from from Sydney, Australia to Santiago, Chile. The other one flies from Tokyo to New York.
Yeah, and what's the problem with these?
So the distances covered in each of the flights are mentioned like in the database provided, and the distances are almost the same for both of the flight paths. And there's no way you can draw a flight path on a flat globe or flat Earth model to make it work, right?
And what is flat Earth model?
Because if you assume the flight paths are correct, you'll see that the southern flight goes along
With what you compare?
Antarctica.
With what you comparing that?
Yeah.
Right?
With what you comparing that?
I'm comparing globe to a flat model.
But there is no
two
flat. There is no
projections
flat Earth
in
model.
two projections in your mind. You're projecting two cartoons in your mind, and you're trying to compare those two and find flaws. That's the problem that you're having. You're not operating in a realist level. You're operating in your imagination. That's the problem.
And you
Even
have
if
two,
you
you
even
have
if
two
you plot
problems.
it on, yeah. Sorry, go, Sasha.
Yeah, he's first assuming the globe Earth model, and then he's comparing with the his assumed flat Earth model, because we didn't claim flat Earth model, but he's assuming also flat Earth model. You have two models you're comparing, and nobody claiming that apart your globe model.
Yeah, two cartoons in his mind. That's the
Yeah.
problem that I have. Two cartoons in his mind. They don't work. I mean, he likes one better than the other one. So that's it.
Also, how do you know the distance between Sydney and Santiago?
It's not the distance between Sydney and Santiago. It's the distance covered by the flight path.
Yeah, but the distance. You just said distance in your sentence.
Yeah.
Look at computer screen, therefore globe, sounds like. So no verification, right? So what you can actually do is instead test the surface of the Earth to see if there is a globe, and then say, okay, well, there is a globe model that you can assume.
also
Well, he's looking at a screen. He's looking at a screen, looking at cartoons, and he say, "I like this cartoon better than the other one." Therefore, glow.
I've never met anybody, Jemsy, that's been convinced of anything in reality because of flight paths. So I just don't know if that person exists.
Is this the claimed flight path? It's on a flat surface, yeah.
Maybe it's working like
Antarctica.
I don't think they fly like that though.
maybe it's working like this. You have a distance from Santiago to Australia, and then you see or you go to Google Maps and then you see, oh, that is the distance, and that is Google Maps, and Google it's made from the sphere, and that must be sphere.
Yeah. Hey Jedi, have you got that aviation map? Because that there is a route that's on that aviation map. Because what they do is they fly out past New Zealand and then they take a turn on the flight path that you've got.
Give me a second, it's loading.
And it's and what this guy's also forgetting about is that the airplanes aren't measuring devices. Yeah, they measure airspeed. So when you're working out your distance between the 2 points, oh, here we go. So who are we talking to?
Parkland.
All right. So go down, zoom in on Australia. Yeah.
On what?
On the one that Jedi just posted, because this is an actual aviation map. Yeah.
From how long ago? It seems pretty old.
Does it really matter? It's an aviation map.
Seems pretty old. What? Oh wow. Okay, you guys continue.
Maybe
Do you think information changes?
Well, I don't know why we're laughing. Like, I'm just entertaining that the flight paths might change over time. Like, I don't see the problem with this.
Yeah, that's the point. Is there anything you can learn from this at all? I mean, you're already saying you don't like these old ones. Then what difference does the new ones make?
Well,
I mean,
I'm
you're
looking
already
at it.
backing away from your own claim. Yeah.
I don't know why you guys are being so aggressive. Like, I'm genuinely not ill-willed at all. Can we just like calm it down?
Oh,
Like,
this is not aggressive, bro. Definitely not aggressive.
Bro, you keep every time we try to talk, you interrupt. So I mean, we're not being aggressive. We're just trying to talk to you.
Yeah. So these are flight corridors. Have you got that map up?
Tarquin.
Dude.
That was rude. Yeah.
So look at Sydney and then follow one of those red lines around. It's going to head around east.
Looks like he dropped out.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
he
not that
didn't
hard.
care about how airplanes even fly to begin with to even start what he's trying to claim.
Yeah.
It's Timbo's fault. Timbo's being too aggressive. It's the the blood pressure on his head because he's upside down.
Because like if you follow that around the east and you've got an easterly wind going at 500 miles an hour, then you're going to make up time on that, aren't you? And then if you fly back with a westerly wind, then you're going to make up time going that way too. And that distance doesn't matter because you're measuring airspeed. It's I don't know why
Geometrically,
these guys...
if you check this out, it's funny. If you had an airplane over a ball and it went halfway around the ball, but it didn't account for curvature, it would end up flying backwards. So they have to believe in backwards flying airplanes if they're not accounting for curvature.
Oh, that's rough. Yeah, I just have to put a nail in this that no matter what you do with this stuff, it doesn't prove anything to anybody that already has a preconceived notion, and it never has. That's what we have just proven. Because if we show them something different, oh, that's old. So there's always going to be an excuse to say that, it doesn't matter.
Stop being so aggressive, Exo. You're being a bit too aggressive.
The first pilot fundamental in flying by the FAA is flying straight and level. So I don't know how they're going to reconcile that with flying down and around a ball.
My question, Ops, would be, is there a claim? Like, is there a goalpost we could meet, Box Ops? Like, if we proved that, the entire DoD and, of course, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, and Fairchild Industries admits that you have to treat everything like it's non-rotating flat Earth, would that matter anyway? Like, are they just going to go, oh, well, what about this, right? So I just look for a goalpost, Box Ops. Like every time you ask somebody a question, you notice they never answer, right, in the chat. It's the same thing. Like, let's find a goal.
If we all see the Earth rotating underneath us whenever we were looking out an airplane window, none of us would be here. And any flight going west, it would meet you more than halfway.
Box Ops, you're being a bit too aggressive, bro. Just chill.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, I don't like the tone of your voice, mate.
And there's no way he watched like that 2-minute clip where it shows like 20 pilots in a row saying like, yeah, we didn't see any curve or adjusted for it.
Pilots are too aggressive for him.
Oh, did he leave?
Bro, he said you were being aggressive, and he jumped out.
Yeah, I might have been. I mean, I admit, I get a little excited when I keep hearing questions that, distract from reality. I kind of get excited sometimes, Gems. I want to know, why do people keep wanting to hide from reality? Like, you show somebody something, oh, that's too old, that doesn't count. Well, shit, bro, I didn't know we had an age limit on maps and evidence. Thanks for letting me know after I showed you, right? It's all good until you show evidence that contradicts their religion. And then, again, the guy said, that's too old. That looks really old, he said, so we got to throw it out, guys.
Yeah, so that's called a appeal to novelty.
Oh my gosh,
That's
bro.
too old, man. That's too old. Who measured the radius of the Earth? Anybody else since? Nope.
Wow. That's what I can tell a lot of you guys are a lot nicer now, right? I can tell that there's a lot more leverage, a lot more liberalism letting these guys talk. And you notice when you let them get away from the goal, it's over.
They start
They
acting
don't
demonic.
want,
Yeah.
they don't, go ahead.
Yeah, they start acting demonic. Yep.
Like, you show them evidence. Next thing you know, oh, that's too old. Oh, I can't, there's always going to be something. Okay. Maybe
They
we
wanna
should get a credit
nicely
app.
explain- Let me nicely explain to you my bias. Like, we're not coming to the table with a bias. Oh, my bad. Anyone who thinks I'm coming to the table with a bias, any globe earthers, just speak now. Coach, anybody in there? Is there a bias? Okay. So yeah, it's really weird. Uh, when you try to give them more information, they just boot scoop at the point that they actually get any information. It's really old. Yeah, well, the moon landing is old. Eratosthenes is older than Jesus. So what are we talking about?
Well, the
You're being a
response.
bit too aggressive. Just chill, bro.
Well, the response, we know what the response. Oh, that's different. That's irrelevant. You're just doing semantics now, right? It's just a whole new set of excuses. As soon as you give them a goal, oh, this was your goal, sir. Oh, no. I did not order that. I did not order that. No, I said a red one, not black and white. Sorry. I'm so sorry, sir, that this meal was incorrect. What can I do to make it work for you? What can I do to earn your business? And they won't tell you. You say, listen, I'll fix this for you, sir. What do I got to do to earn your business? You'll never get an answer. Box Op's been asking questions for 24 hours. He can't get an answer.
Yeah, it's the tone of your voice, guys. You're being too aggressive.
I'm admitting that. It is the tone of my voice. That's fine. I'll go back in the corner. Oh, thanks.
Just ignore what's being said because you're too old.
Dang, man, I'm older than that map. So I'm too old to even talk. How am I even allowed to be here?
That's hilarious. Yeah. You predate the map. So if the map is too old to be useful, then XO is just like an anachronism. You know, not quite useful, but kind of annoying to have around.
Bro, I didn't realize 40 years ago that the continents shifted, guys. Welcome to shape-shifting Earth, I guess.
Yeah, it's like every so often they kind of like move around a bit. It's like that island that congressman thought it was gonna flip over if all like Guam, like if all the military pulled out of the Guam would flip, it would capsize.
Oh, bro, it's like he ordered the wrong thing at his dinner. He ordered the wrong meal and just couldn't tell the waiter, "Sorry, I can't eat shellfish. Sorry, you know." Oh, I'm sorry, sir. You wanted a non-alcoholic beer. I'm sorry. Yeah. Let me go get that. Just think about that for the last, 7, 8 years. Think about how many times people looked at the map of flight paths and went, "Oh yeah, bro, you're right. It doesn't make sense in my cartoon. It totally makes sense now, though, on this obvious linear map. It's never happened."
Bar, grab the alcohol menu, tell the bartender, this is what you want right here. Then when it serves you, you're like, oh, is it non-alcoholic?
No, the guy. Wait a minute. I didn't know you were really going to serve me a real beer. I thought the menu. Remember, the guy. I thought the menu just said that. It really doesn't mean what it says, does it?
Yeah, it doesn't mean what it says. Yeah.
Wait, I thought Michio Kaku made this this menu. So I thought if I ordered a beer, you bring me a chocolate sundae. I had no idea it was going to be a real beer. I won't pay for this.
What are you guys talking about?
The guy earlier, what was his name? Nobody will ever know. But the guy said that Michio Kaku really didn't mean that because if somebody wants to play that awesome Michio Kaku speech, I'm having a hard time saying the guy's name. He says at the end of it, "We lied to you." And that was my favorite part of the actual quote of this guy. And I just had to point out that one thing. I don't care about anything else. The guy said, "We lied to you." And then this weird person got on Mike Gemsy, remember? And he said, "No, that's really not what he meant." That's it. I'm done.
Yeah. And then like the audacity of this guy saying we lied to you as if he carries the weight of all before him and some sort of credence to whatever they said. Yeah, but yeah, no, I get the point.
Well, I'd give credit to somebody that admits they lie. I actually would appreciate that if somebody said, "Yeah, I lied to you." I do not appreciate the person that's never met the guy saying, "No, he really didn't." Now I have a new enemy. I like Michio Kaku now, and now this weirdo on the internet is my enemy. I just have to point that out. Did anybody ever get an answer from Jesse, like in the last, I don't know, 3 years? 36 months? Anybody?
Theodolite, therefore, ball.
Earlier, I think this was today, bro. It seems like it's Groundhog Day, right? I just wish somebody could give me an answer, Gemsy. You might have been here to how far we can see to falsify their globe. And Jesse goes, "I'll give you an answer." I go, "Great, Jesse. What's the answer at 1 foot?" He goes, "Oh, I can't give you an answer at 1 foot." Oh, okay. And we're still waiting, guys. We're still waiting for an answer. So I'm done.
You also cut me off and wouldn't let me explain at all.
Anybody see an answer yet? I'll just keep asking. Well, wait, hopefully we get an answer eventually.
Do you deny that when the line of sight is close to the water, that the horizon changes apparent position?
I'm sorry. I'm not talking to psychopaths today, Jesse. We got plenty of time to talk to real people today. If you ever come up with an answer, I'm sure me or somebody else will hear it. So just let us know when you got an answer, bro. Thanks.
I just love, hey, XO, I just love that he started his answer to your question, how far can we see, with, do you deny? That's when you know he's being deceptive.
Yeah, that's not much of an answer.
Yeah. Wow. I don't know what to say. Yeah, that's why I'm not going to engage with these kind of conversations. If people are going to act nuts, if I engage them, they're going to think I'm nuts. I'm not doing that.
Do you think water at rest is flat, XO?
Is that the answer?
How far
Sorry,
can we
Jesse.
see?
I'm out.
You think water is flat? That's the answer?
Yep. I got a channel. I have photography. I got all this stuff I'd love to show people, but I can't even get a claim. I can't, and I will not do it until we get a claim. So whatever.
Actually, I gave you a claim.
Do you deny that water is flat?
Bro, I'll answer that question since somebody heretic. Water is a face of water. I don't think it can be described as flat unless it's frozen. I would say maybe a frozen lake we could call flat. That's my claim. Thanks.
I want you to show me proof of your hockey puck, pizza, disc, frisbee in space.
Hey, do you know who I met the other day? Water gas. What's that guy's name?
Dallas
He just went insane, bro. And I was like, this is exactly what I'm talking about. I'm like, this is a problem, guys.
Who's water gas? Is that Dan the Waterman?
No, Dallas Dave.
Oh, he's even worse.
It's the
So-
atmosphere or whatever isn't air. It's water gas.
So if the Earth is a flat planet, why can we not see China from New York?
Or why haven't I have 5 cats. Why haven't my cats knocked everything off the earth, Clay?
Yes, exactly. That's a valid question you should ask a stupid fluff.
That is the real question, to be honest. Yeah, my Empress Tiger Zara, who I actually do use in my long distance observations, gave birth to several cats. By now, there should be nothing left if the Earth is flat. Thanks.
Yeah. Why is it that the Earth looks like a ball from the pictures from space, from the space station? If the Earth is flat, why does it look like a ball?
Just don't look at the China space station. They're showing you something else.
Oh, the China one is communism. Chinese one is sometimes flat, I know.
Yeah,
But
probably
that's
people put
just a
eggs in
wide
everything.
angle lens.
Egg
What?
foo young. They put eggs in everything. You know,
Yeah.
egg Earth.
If the Earth is truly flat, why did I get my 5th booster?
Too far.
That's TOS. Okay.
I'm talking about a drink.
Oh yeah, that's okay then.
Oh.
Yeah.
What does it
Right.
say when you ask someone a question and instead of even trying to answer, they just go straight to the old, but wait, I can explain.
Yeah. Don't you see the stars move in the sky? How can you believe it's flat?
Yeah, I mean, if it's like I can watch drive-in movies in the back of my Dodge Ram But if we take the minivan, the drive-in movies don't work, guys. So, thanks. That's basically what they're telling you. It's the dumbest thing ever. Listen, if you don't believe you're on a ball in outer space, there's nothing the sky can do that's going to challenge you. The sky can do whatever it wants, guys. This isn't complicated. The sky is not held prisoner by the earth. Shocking revelation, I know.
I was told recently that there's two celestial points of rotation, one north and one south, and that you can stand at a certain point, like on the equator, and you can observe both of these celestial rotations at the same time. One going clockwise, the other going counterclockwise.
That makes no sense at all because they're both converging the same direction. So whoever said that has never seen it for themselves and has no idea what they're saying. If they're both going the same direction, how could it be counterclockwise? Clockwise? It makes no sense. You're seeing the convergence point, right? Like I use the term gears. I don't know what else to call it. The sky moves like gears turning, right? And when they get closer, that's convergence. When they start spreading apart, that's divergence. If that happens at all, anywhere on Earth, the Earth cannot be moving, period. End of story. And that's not going to be challenged. It's that simple. Earth cannot be moving.
Certainly not in multiple vectors, that's for sure.
Well, realize this problem. If you just had one circular motion, then you could claim, I believe the Earth is moving one vector. But if you have two or more, it's over. The Earth cannot be moving at all. So the fact that there's ever converging and diverging star trails in circular patterns next to each other absolutely disproves any possibility for Earth movement. And it's that simple. There's no Earth movement. You'd have to have one vector, then you could claim Earth movement. That's it.
Are there any globers left in here? Does anybody have any type of experiment that proved Earth's motion around the sun? Anybody's claimed to have ever measured Earth's movement around the sun? Even a claim of doing it. Any globers have that?
Are you saying that the sun is?
I'm sorry, I was just pretending to be Jesse. Sorry.
Actually, that's not an exaggeration. This is what we hear all the time. What he just asked, and then the next guy, are you saying the stars are fake? I'm not kidding. That's exactly what I've heard 1,000. Are you saying the moon isn't real? My goodness,
Oh, so the
bro.
sun's fake? Is that what you're saying? No,
That's
I'm
what
just asking
yeah.
the measured motion of the Earth around it. So you think the sun's fake?
I was
Yeah,
gonna.
the
Are you
cartoons.
my real dad? Was gonna be my question. Thanks.
When they ask that, they're asking about the cartoons. You say yes. That's not the real stuff. The cartoons is fake.
There's many fake images. I'm pretty sure.
No, and then when they really get upset, you know, it's a bit. Are you saying everything's fake? I was okay. We're done, guys. It's okay.
So Jesse, where is that measured motion of the Earth around the sun? Oh crap, he dipped out. He knew I was gonna hold his feet to the fire.
Bro, I hope he's not listening. That guy is scary crazy. Like that dude was asked like several times, and he's I'm gonna give you my answer. And I was like, all right, we're all and then he goes, can you explain if water's flat? It's like, wow, bro. Do you know that bees and dogs can smell fear? Like that's his next question. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Always a question as an answer. Always.
Bro, I try to make things so easy. I'm that dumb waiter that doesn't know anything. Sir, can you please just tell me what you want? And they won't tell me.
So you're telling me that things on the menu can be ordered? Yeah, what do you want? Oh, okay. So there's things on the menu? Yes. What would you like? Does this place have potatoes? Yes, they do. Would you like some? So you're telling me there's things on the menu? Yes. What would you like?
No, then it's like, well, do you have northeastern albino lobster? If I do, sir, would $300 a serving be okay? And then, oh no, I was just curious if you had it. Oh, okay, never mind.
Do you deny that I could go to another restaurant and order lobster?
Are you saying lobsters are fake?
Are you saying I parked in a handicap spot?
Look, I'll say this so nicely. I don't know how to not be mean anymore, Gemsy, so let me know. How far do I have to see at 6 foot observer height as a man standing near the ocean? How far do I have to see to earn your business, sir? You can't get an
You said as
answer.
a man. You said as a man, and that sounds a
Dang
bit
it.
aggressive.
Oh, I just insulted some. I can't talk without insulting people. I'm sorry. How
Do you
far? Let
not?
me try again.
Do you
How
deny
far?
that water is wet?
Are you saying the ocean is fake? Wait a minute. How do you explain the tides? Well, it has nothing to do with the moon. Oh, you're saying the moon's fake? Oh, okay. So never mind, sir.
So you're saying the ocean has electrolytes?
Wait, are you saying that?
Yes, it
What?
does.
Do you guys believe in? Oh, remember the guy the other day? Do you guys believe in special forces? Who was that guy? Who was that yesterday? Do you guys flat earthers? Do you believe in special forces? Do you know, like Navy SEALs? I was like trying not to die, bro. I cannot
I thought
believe these questions.
when you said that, I was thinking like pseudo forces. You know how everything, half of the forces they invoke are pseudo forces. That's what I thought you were talking about.
He literally said, "Do you believe in special forces?" Like that's how he sounded. Like that's what he said. Like what do you do with that? That's like asking, like, do I believe in traffic signals? I don't know what to do now with this conversation. Like I have to go. I'm sorry. Like I got to talk to somebody else.
So you're saying the Special Olympics doesn't take place? Got it.
I don't know. I don't know what to say after that. What are you gonna do? Yes. Do you know that bees and dogs can smell fear? That's the next question. I like when they try to patronize you guys, like, I see what you guys are doing, I can appreciate you not trusting the government, blah, oh, here we go, just trying to be, but, to get in closer, right? And then so he can be weird, I guess. It's embarrassing.
I get it. The government lies. We know the government lies. So then, tell me why the government lies.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean,
Saying they say
Oh, so
things
you're
that is
saying the
not
government
true.
doesn't exist? You're saying the government doesn't exist? Okay, I got it.
bruh. Oh, the guy earlier has got me though. What'd he say? That map looks really old.
What type of parchment was this drawn on?
Like, look, do you understand? Like, I'm having a hard time. Like, I got tears. I got a tear rolling down my eye right now. Do you understand? Like, we usually appreciate things when they're older. Like, when somebody pulls up in a 1935 Chrysler, you're like, damn, bro, this is awesome, right? Somebody shows you, pottery from 1800s. Wow, that's cool. But you show them an old map. Oh, this map looks old. I'm offended. Like, okay, I guess old things suck now. Sorry.
All right, boomers, y'all out. Y'all too old.
What is
It's
that
like,
map from like the 80s? Is that map from the 80s, bro? Come on.
gosh, my goodness. Do you know that the heliocentric? Listen, okay. So if I was smart and on my A game and didn't have whatever excuse I'll find next, I should have said, do you know the heliocentric model was actually disbanded since the 70s? So should we move on? It's the great attractor. Ever since like 1978, it's been the great attractor. So did you know that? Like if I was on my A game, I would have said, because these people have no idea. Once you point that out, well, that's different. That doesn't matter. So we know that there's just going to be another excuse. And again, can you explain these flight routes? And then I just have to go, right. So after I explain all these things, what's next? Because that's what we should be preparing for. Because, you know, explaining this isn't going to get anyway. So I like to just talk about what are we going to talk about next? Because, you know, this preliminary excuse to initiate a conversation has nothing to do with reality, you know? How about the one earlier? I don't know. It's such a fog when it comes to their names and personalities. They kind of just blend into Legion, you know? But what about the guy? Well, this really doesn't matter, right? He's complaining and fighting, and then he says, well, none of this matters. So, you know, they just completely crush themselves. They're just basically saying everything they just did was their own waste of time, right? Like, that's a meltdown, you know? And that's what they do. They literally melt down.
Yeah, that's the Linkin Park tactic where in the end it doesn't really matter. They
Okay,
try
yeah,
so
that's right.
hard, they get so far, but in the end it doesn't really matter.
Makes sense, yeah. Lincoln Park fallacy. Okay, got it. I do the same thing with the Bible. What does Jesus have to say to let you know he's God? Can't get an answer. Okay, let me know when I can show you what Jesus says. He says a lot of things. You're not going to believe it. What, you know, let me know when I can earn your business. Okay, see ya. Good. And then when you do, oh well, he actually didn't say that part. Those letters aren't supposed to be read. Okay, that's how this works. All right, sir. Go ahead.
That's some sort of like double entendre where you said those letters aren't supposed to be read, like the color and reading them.
You know what? I didn't think of that, but yeah, it hit me. That's pretty good. Cool. Yeah. I'll be your waiter, sir. We have a menu here. Oh, is this all you have? No, sir. What else could I get you? You know, what do I have to do to earn your business, sir? Do I have to order something that's impossible? Yes, I want a blowfish inside of a puffer fish that a whale just ate and vomited. Okay, sir, here it is. They'll be pissed off and they'll leave the restaurant. If you get somebody what they ask for, they're not happy. In sales, I'm not a salesman, but in sales, ask Nathan Oakley. It's the customer that doesn't know what he wants that you end up showing to what they should want. That's always the happy customer. If somebody comes here and doesn't want anything, right? I mean, and they want to fight you, they're not here to play ball, right? They're not here to really buy your product. They're here to kick tires and maybe harass salespeople to make themselves feel better. So then when they go to the other dealership, the other restaurant, then they can justify it better, you know, and this is just a psychological battle.
Nobody makes me bleed my own blood.
Yeah, cults are always trying to sell people stuff.
And doesn't want anything, right? I mean, and they want to fight you. Live on a ball. They're not every day on every single advertisement ever, newspaper, TV, radio, billboard, half the street signs. Yeah, it's kind of sus. And then when we ask, where did you get the information from? Beep, beep, boom. Roadrunner, bye-bye. That was
I
easy.
don't own a newspaper company. That'd be cool. But you did say
every commercial comes around, it's crazy.
Something, so.
Wait, so what cult are you in?
Did I say I was in one?
You can't ask him any. Yeah, Napalm,
Comprehension
you're
is
not
hard,
going to
I
get an
understand.
answer. I got bets. Go. You'll never get an answer. I got $50 on it.
Ooh, okay. All right.
Oh, I thought he was agreeing that it's like crazy that we see these advertisements of the Globe every single commercial break on TV.
No, that's normal. That's different. That doesn't count. So, where do you get your outer space?
So he's not in the Globe cult?
He won't tell you. That's my claim. Thanks.
Are you on the fence?
Maybe he doesn't know if he lives on
No,
a
I'm
globe.
not in
Maybe
a cult.
he probably doesn't even think he lives on a
I'm
globe.
not in a group that says that we're trying to sell people stuff, quote unquote, flat earthers, 4 minutes
Oh,
ago.
who did that? Really? Who? Oh, just show me one person that tried to do that. Can't wait to see it.
Well, the funny thing is, X is
You're
not
not
a
a
flat
flat
earther.
earther, but you
I
are.
know I'm not even a flat earther, and I didn't
You are,
offer
though.
to sell anything. I was given an example of what do I have to do to earn your business so that you would stop hiding from reality, and you still don't have an answer, human sheeple. It's that easy.
I don't do that. That's why I don't have
Exactly.
an answer.
You can't. You don't even have a
Yeah, I
claim
don't
for
hide from
anything.
reality.
Exactly, and that's why nobody knows
Exactly.
anything about you, and nobody ever will, and you have nothing to show
Why
for,
would
and
I
it's
want
that
you to know
easy.
anything about me?
You'll
That's
just
weird. You want
there's
to know stuff
nothing
about
you
me?
can do. Nobody wants to know anything about you. Nobody ever will. You're
Well,
not a real person. You're just a
Do you
pervert
think you?
troll trying to
that's
justify your
perfect.
lifestyle. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, yeah. So, sheeple, do you think your thoughts are your own?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. So, can you give me one original thought that is your own?
Purple is brown.
So you think purple is brown. So in your reality, purple is brown. So if you're making a
No, it's a thought
distinguishment,
I created. It's my own. I made it up.
oh, you think nobody's ever said
You
the
asked me
phrase
to make
purple is
something
brown?
up, so I
He
made
thinks
something
that's
up.
original. Yeah.
I think purple is
That's
brown.
so original. That's so
Or
original.
brown is
Wow.
purple. I think there's definitely a real correlation there.
That's the best he could do.
Purple is brown. That's an original thought. Interesting. I'm sure some colorblind people have thought that before. So, so this is your original thought that you think has some basis in reality?
No, it has no basis in reality. I made it up.
You didn't make it up. You made
Yeah,
up
I did.
the word purple and you made up the word brown?
No, I made up the concept of purple being brown.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did. I just did it like 2 minutes ago.
So explain the concept of purple being brown to me.
Purple is brown.
Since it's yours. So how can you make a distinguishment between two different things that are the same? Can you explain that to me?
There is no distinguishment. They are the same in this concept.
So what you're saying isn't actually an original thought because you're not saying anything at all because you're saying nothing.
I'm
If
saying a
purple
thought that I
is
was the first to
brown,
create.
if
Therefore, I am
purple
the
is
creator of the
brown,
thought.
there is no.
Therefore, it is original.
If purple is
You're bad at your
brown,
own game.
if purple is brown, then brown ceases to exist. So then you would be saying,
That's a false dichotomy.
yeah, exactly. So why would you put that forth and claim that that's an original thought?
Because I made it up.
You didn't make it up.
I did.
You
We've
made
come
up the
full circle
concept of
again.
colors,
I made up the concept of purple being brown.
but it's not.
But it is.
So you think that original thought is just saying purple is brown and I can say red is blue and that's an original thought? Like nobody's ever had the
Red is blue
concept of
is not
saying that
very
one
original.
color is another color? So you think that that's an original thought?
Yeah, mine is.
I
Okay,
mistakenly thought that purple was brown. I mean, I've thought it already.
so where did you garner the understanding of colors to begin with and their names?
Made them up.
Oh, you made up purple and brown, so you
Yep.
told everybody in the world what these things were?
Yeah.
You are the first person to ever have the term purple come out of their mouth?
Yeah. I'm going to continue to answer your silly questions with silly answers.
I mean, I
So
rest my
what you're
case,
saying
guys.
is you
There you
have
go.
so you
Go
have
ahead.
no original thought because you have to work within other concepts that have already been put forth, right?
That's not what I said.
Well, you said purple is brown. Somebody already came up with purple. Somebody already came up with brown. How do I know what purple is brown is if
Yeah, but they
purple
were
and
wrong.
brown have only been spoken by you, and I've never talked to you before in my life?
You don't know that.
Okay, so we've spoken before. Have you ever said the word purple to me before?
Sure.
Oh, really? So how did I
Gangster.
understand the concept of purple before you were even born?
How do you know that you understood it before I was born? For all you know, I'm older than you.
You're not.
Hey, I could be Gen X too. My parents can be just as bad as yours, and we can brag about it together to everybody.
Oh, you could be Gen X? How do you know I'm Gen X?
How do you know I'm Gen X?
How do you know purple is purple?
How do you know purple's not brown?
See, exactly. You have no original thoughts. You only use what society has put forth into your brain. But then you act
That's
as though
just your
you have some
perspective.
sort of original concepts. right? And
What's
then you
your
think
original
you have
thoughts?
the ability to avoid falling into a cult because you think that anybody that
Oh
has
yeah,
some
the
sort
cult.
of
Let's bring up the cult.
religious belief is that do you think all religions are cults?
No, I think some are though.
Cool. So which ones do you think are cults?
Like Jehovah's Witness, Scientology, stuff like that.
Stuff like that. Okay. Why do you think they're cults?
Because they're cults, like textbook cults. Do you not
Do-
know what a cult is?
yeah, I know what cults are. Do you think cults have to be associated with some sort of religion?
No. Charles
No?
Manson's cult wasn't related with wasn't associated with any religion, right?
Correct. Typically, cults, though, do revolve around worldviews, right? Like you could have a specific worldview and be in a cult and not even know that you're in a cult.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that fall into that trap. And most of them that just trust what their priests tell them,
Not a lot of
right?
people. It's a
Without
minority
any
of people.
active investigation. And then when people come outside of the cult and say, "Hey, bro, you're in a cult," then they look at you as though you're in a cult because you've left. It's kind of the mind training
Are
that
you
takes
like
place.
describing what's going on in this room right now?
I don't know.
I think you
Do you
are.
think I am?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
So you're saying that I'm describing what's going on in this room right now.
Yeah.
So who in this room discovered that maybe they had been misled and that they were in a cult and walked
Oh
away from it?
no, not that part. The whole part about someone pointing out, hey, you might be in a cult, and then they come around and say, hey, no, you're the one in the cult. I think that's
Yeah.
what's going on right here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because most people that are in a cult don't realize they're in a cult, but they point at other people and say that they are. They come into rooms, hang out,
Well, that's the opposite of what
think
you
that people
described, but you could go ahead and continue.
No, it's not. It's exactly
It
what I
is.
described. People come around, they hang out, and then say, "Hey, man, you're in a cult." Really? What are the tenets of a cult? What comprises a cult? Since you brought it up.
Well, like makes a cult a cult. Well, like they like excommunicate old members when they leave. They like to control the way that their members speak and that people speak to them, or they don't really want to talk. Stuff like
Ooh,
that.
geez. So, like, when people walk away from a previous worldview, they get excommunicated,
Yeah.
almost like ridiculed, right?
Yeah, almost like
Talked
there's like
down
rumors
upon.
spread around that they're like bestiality people that come when they think of animals,
I don't think that's what we're
That's a
talking about.
that's a nasty
But it's
rumor that
almost
flat
like
earthers spread around one of their like most prominent members that's not a flat earther
Do you
anymore.
well,
think?
I
Do
don't
you
know what
think?
you're talking about, but
I'm talking
Do you
about
think cults need a charismatic leader?
what you're describing is people
No, cults don't need a
walking away
single
from a
leader.
cult.
Normal. This is
Cults
normal.
usually cults are usually made up of
Napalm,
groups
you
and
already got him
oh, you want to
spiraling
talk
bad,
over me?
Napalm. You might have to get some stun guns or something,
I'm
because
the one
yeah, this type of
spiraling.
perversion, that type of perversion, he would be Spartan kicked down a flight of stairs, head first into a thumbtack. Yep, thanks.
Into a thumbtack?
Well, that's the funny thing is
Is that from? Well, that sounds like a Home Alone trap.
So perverted, so disgusting. This is what pervs do on the internet. But yeah, you got him bad. That was good, Napalm. I like when
he's
you let him
actually
into that.
he's describing basically his own cult, but then thinking
Literally.
that it's kind of weird, actually. Funny thing is,
He
he brought it up.
literally walked into that. It's really weird, yeah. I mean, I've been banned here more than him, and he's trying to say that I'm part of a cult, bro. That's how retarded these people are.
No, I mean, like you said, some people are in a cult and they don't know it.
Yep. Do you have a mirror
I rest
around?
my case.
Yep.
Now, for the next trick, ask him where he gets his information from.
The Oracle.
I like that
The
question.
Google.
No,
Bye-bye.
no, that's not the answer to the
Have
question.
a nice day.
It's a good
Yeah,
question.
bye-bye
It has a really
question.
good answer.
Poof, he's gone. He's never gonna answer that one ever with
No,
a
I've
with a
answered it
reality
before.
check.
You don't like the
Never
answer,
will.
though. The answer is school.
I bet you he
Oh,
can't even prove
no,
not a
that's
brain.
not the source. That's not the source. Where did that's not a source. That's not an answer though. He lied. He actually said that the guy that paints pictures from NASA gave it to him in school. That was his answer. Now he's hiding from his own answer.
No,
It's
I
that
use
easy.
that as a
Yep.
as evidence of the globe. That's a really good one.
No, that you said that was your source of information. You're already scared of
No,
your
that
own
was my
claim.
evidence for
He
the
is
globe,
so
like
scared.
from
He is
2
scared
weeks
to
ago.
death. He's scared to death of his own claim.
Shaking in my little boots.
He specifically claimed that the guy, whatever that Mark guy is that makes the images for NASA, he said that they showed him that in school. Now he's just taken that part away. He's claiming school, but he still can't give us a source for his information because the school system does not come up with the information. It's that easy. You'll never get an answer.
Can you prove that you're not just a brain in a jar in a vat?
Yeah.
Oh, so do you think that you can prove something definitively?
Yeah, I can pinch myself. It hurts, you know. I'm not a brain in a vat or in a jar. I'm not plugged into a machine in the Matrix or anything weird like that.
How do you know that you're not, though? Can you say anything can be definitive?
Sure, I
Yeah,
definitively
reality.
shit. When I fart, I definitively feel that. Yep.
So do you
Be a
think that
bunch. If I was a brain in a jar, I'd still fart, and there'd be bubbles in the jar. And I'm certain of that.
Well, like,
would
let's say, like,
but
you
would it
shit in the middle
smell?
of the grocery store. Like,
Throw
how do
some
all the
weed
other
in the
brains
jar
know
every
that you
now
shit
and
in the grocery store? Unless you really shit in the
then.
grocery
Right.
store.
Exactly. You know, I shit, therefore I am. And I literally mean that. When I eat an apple and shit out a turd, man, I know that's real.
You think you know that's real.
Well, you know, I know if I smear that shit on you, you'll probably want to fight, and of that I'm pretty certain.
But then what about a dude who thinks he's Napoleon Bonaparte?
I don't know. Does
Can
that
you-
mean
That dude sounds like he's fun at
gonna let me
parties.
wipe the poop on him and not
Uh,
get mad?
But what I mean is, from his perception,
Oh.
he believes he is Napoleon, so he can't be wrong because he 100% believes that.
I say
No?
anybody that believes there's no
Yeah,
such
but
thing
the other
as
brains
certainty.
that are definitely not in a vat don't
You
believe
just get
that.
some feces and you say, I'm
doesn't-
certain when I wipe
Wait,
this on you, you're gonna
did you
get
just
pissed.
It doesn't
did you
take
just
long for the
say
swab
if
test to come
you
out.
believe? Yeah. Did you just say if you believe you are something, then you are?
That's what he said. Yeah.
That's
As
What
you
if you
believe.
talk about solipsism and they just start coming out the woodworks?
Well, that sounds like Christianity to me. Jesus said, "As you believe, so shall it be unto you."
No, what I mean
Yeah,
is,
but
if
I'm
somebody
sure he
coherently
wasn't
believes
talking
that they
about
I
someone
know.
believing they were Napoleon Bonaparte and then going, okay, he believes he's Napoleon Bonaparte, so he must be.
No, what I mean is, if somebody believes they are Napoleon Bonaparte and they think that they cannot be wrong, and there's no convincing them, then in their minds, they are Napoleon, and there's nothing we could do to change their mind about that, right?
Yeah, but is that correct or is that in their mind?
But what I mean is, it's correct in their minds, right?
But it doesn't matter. Is that factually correct?
But I'll
Are
try.
they
I'll try a
mean,
different
does he
analogy.
listen? Hold
Is
on,
that
we need
objective or
Bonaparte
subjective?
or not?
we got some qualifiers here. Does he go out in the street and cause war with the other nations and take over? He might be Napoleon. Hold on, we got to make sure he's not.
No, it doesn't matter what we think he is or not. That doesn't matter here.
Listen, it's only true
No,
in his
it doesn't.
mind. I would agree with that. It's true in his mind.
So
Yeah,
what
it's
I'm
true in
saying
his
is, if
mind, but that doesn't make
right,
it factually correct. Yeah.
no, it
So
doesn't. No, it doesn't. But the important thing here is,
Jesse
if it's
rambles on
true,
about a bunch
in
of
his
needless
mind,
crap.
if it's true in his mind, does that make it true?
No, that's not my point.
Well,
What I'm
what are you
saying
fucking
is,
talking about then?
yeah, I'm trying to fucking finish.
Yeah, but you
What I'm
can't.
saying,
You can't say anything that's going to make sense here.
what
The
I'm
guy
saying
thinks he's
here
Napoleon
is, if
Bonaparte, so therefore he thinks he's Napoleon Bonaparte, so we can't argue with him. But factually, he's not Napoleon Bonaparte, so that means he's not Napoleon Bonaparte. Like, where do you go from there?
well, there's two ways to go from there. If I'm correct,
If
is
you
because we
saw a
think there's
black
no
on the
law and
street,
everything
would you
goes
kill
wrong.
them?
Let's see.
Wait, what? What did you say?
I said, if you saw a black on the street, would you kill them?
No, it could be my aunt or my cousin. Don't fuck with
You have
them.
black cousins? You have black cousins?
I fucking got you, mate.
You're goddamn right, and I'll ride or die with them motherfuckers too.
I got him.
Because they're
He's
just
gone.
listen. Hold on. I don't have black cousins. I just have cousins. I want to state that.
All right, Mr. Philosophy, continue.
No, I've lost my train of thought.
I guess
Yeah,
that must be
because it
so.
doesn't make any sense.
His political view was neo-Nazism, huh?
Yeah, he's gone. That guy.
Geocentrist is gone. Yeah.
Doesn't that Jesse Patholite dude? He says a bunch of shit that doesn't address what you say, and then he says a bunch of unneeded words. Words that don't describe or define anything anybody asks about. He's got a lot of bloat content.
Yeah, you say, Jesse, can you show me where it says that you can use a theodolite up to 105 miles? And then he goes,
Well, he's
well,
talking
I'm
about
measuring angles, so if an angle is different over 105 miles,
Yeah,
then
and
why can't you use the angle that I'm using over 105 miles to...
I know, listen, it's like he's confusing ground position under a star with fucking accuracy on angle at distance. So the star is just apparent. Everything about that position we wouldn't call absolute. Measuring it with a theodolite or a total station, which should be
Well,
a
he-
telescopic for your celestial ground position, should be telescopic and not a total station. But you can just, the total station does all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but the truth is, the angle that we do measure, we wouldn't call 100% absolute. It'd be an approximation for a purpose of placement in a geodetic or planar datum. Just a point, a reference point. That's it. And it's denoted by the apparent position of the stars. Apparent, not actual. The same thing with this height and elevation. He says, I can measure height. Well, the truth is, from angles, you won't get the actual height. You won't. Because the angle will never be true because of distance. So perceived angle and actual angle will always be different when it comes to height differences. And then to take a perceived angle that's going to vary from the actual height and say it's proof of a ascending height or curvature is ludicrous, especially when it's done outside of what is accepted. Now, nobody's saying you can't get an apparent angle at this distance. They're saying it wouldn't even be within the range of approximation, which all measurements in survey are approximate. This is why we average them out. You know, multiple angles, average it, come up with the average. It's all mean. It's all just for placement. This guy's acting like he's measuring true angles. No, you're not. You're getting your apparent angle to an apparent object or target, and you'll get an apparent height. It won't be the actual height. It'll never match the actual height. Perceived height and actual height are not the same thing. And then to do it at a distance where you're not even the range of approximation and say, well, who cares if it wasn't done at this standard? It can be used for this, so it can be used for that. Well, it's all or nothing. No, we use it in circumstances and we denote how it's used in each circumstance. So they're category errors.
Maybe he just has something mentally wrong with him. I mean, you know, maybe there's just like a genuine reason that he just can't.
No, I think he just wholeheartedly believes that all this, every measurement he takes is 100% absolute and true, and it's not. It's approximate, and that's if he's averaged it. I don't know even if he averages his angles, like take multiple angle shots from different views to an object, then
I'm
mean
out of the
the
loop here.
average.
What you're saying sounds really interesting, but what are you talking about? Just till I bring it back. So
Oh, surveying angles, his shots 300 miles to a mountain where he's saying there's this much missing height. But the truth is, it's perceived height. It's not actual height.
what
So
is this in reference to? Sorry.
Jesse, everybody else knows Jesse Pathelite. He's given absolute value to a perceived height, and perceived height from angle will always differ from actual height. There's no way around that. And then the greater the distance, the greater the difference between actual and perceived.
He's gotta have something else he's battling though, like because he's been showing it, that silly observation of
I
his for
like Jesse.
a year or two. Yeah, it's gotta be something
Yeah,
else.
don't
Like
get me
people,
wrong. I like Jesse. I like him. He's a good man.
So with
it's
that,
just that. What?
so with that total station that was rated 10 miles to a triple reflector, would that give better height readings at 3 miles or something?
Oh, I don't care what one you got. You'll never perceived angle will never perceived height will never be the same as the actual height, and we know this.
So
Try looking that up when it comes to survey. The difference between perceived height and actual height.
So are you saying basically that the error that I'm seeing at these great distances doesn't have anything to do with the instrument? It's just path of the light isn't.
No, it's perceived. It doesn't have anything to do with the instrument and everything to do with what you're observing. It's angular size, how it reduces at a distance, how the angles change, and how exactly we know when we measure height, it doesn't come up to the same as we would measure it with angles from miles away. The height will differ by at least 8%. And that's just for 2 miles. That error increases exponentially. But whatever, man. So you believe you have something, you grandstand it, but you keep researching, and you'll find out it's not as concrete as you believe. Like none of your measurements are absolute, and do you even average them? You take multiple angles from one and average a reading from 5 different shots, because that's what you're supposed to do. It's called mean approximation. It's for accuracy.
Yeah, I did 36 averaged face right, face left shots, so it was actually 36.
Yeah, I asked, did you average those out?
Yes, I
And
did. Yeah, it matched the globe prediction.
36 shots from 300 miles, because why not? You can measure an apparent position to a star and an apparent height angle, which we know damn well wouldn't match the true angle or the true height or elevation.
So I did measure the angle to Polaris, and it was extremely close to my latitude. So something was
The only thing that gives you is placement, this guy. It's not giving you actual distance or the actual height to the star.
But it's repeatable, though, right?
Sure, you can repeat it, but it doesn't give you height or distance to the star in actuality or in reality. It's just about ground position within a datum.
So this Theodol, or this total station I gave you the data sheet for earlier, that lists using it in full.
It's not about the station.
So you're saying it's not.
This is why I don't talk to you, Jesse. I can say it, and you just walk around and go right back to the station. That's why I don't bother.
But the data sheet, the manual, specifies a maximum distance of almost 10 miles, and it specifies an angular accuracy, and it leaves no.
Well, that's nice for the user manual, and that's cool for an amateur. You're doing that. The only thing I've ever told you is it wasn't done to a professional standard, and nobody would accept it as a professional survey. So
Jesse, you're like awfully obsessed with your tool.
It's like you hold on. You give actual points from experience, and you never address those points, but you want to put yourself at a table with me, dude. And frankly, it's insulting.
Is Pyro a new person, mods?
Yeah.
Let's find out. Hi, Pyro.
Bye, Pyro.
Well, speaking of new people, let's mute the old ones. Bye, Jesse.
My plan worked.
Well, Pyro left like as soon as you said hi.
Disconnected by accident when I heard my name.
Yeah, what's going on, Pyro? How'd you find this place?
I don't know. I was the portal, I think. I'm not really one to get involved with politics, but I thought it'd be interesting to listen in.
Hey, that's like me, man. I don't do any politics, man. But yeah, I like to get into arguments though sometimes, right? They're kind of fun. That's what's pretty common on the internet. But yeah, man. I'm just I'm a guest here as well, so have at it, guys. Yeah.
What do you like to debate about?
Oh, me, I really don't debate about anything, but I do like to protect the truth, right, and expose lies. You know, I'll just say that. Yep.
Could you give me an example of what you consider a truth that you live by?
Yeah, man. That the sky is beautiful and the earth is beneath, and God is good. Every man's a liar, and what they show you on TV is usually not real. And I'll just leave it at that.
That's probably true. I think every sort of media has some falsification behind it, doesn't it? They all want to tell their own story, right? Even the
Hey,
most well-made
everybody.
documentary.
Bingo, yeah. I mean,
Even
every government wants to do that too. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, even you and I, we want to tell our story, so we'll subconsciously bias it to sound slightly more towards one side rather than the other, even if we are trying to be as objective as possible. But that's the beauty
Right. Well,
of
yeah, I got
humanity,
to
is
take an
that
L. Yeah, I got to admit when I'm wrong and let myself go. I have to give myself up to learn, right? I have to first admit that I can't understand if I want to understand. So I have to humble myself, right? So I'm not going to talk about myself a lot unless, you know, somebody's got a personal thing with me and wants to talk, but that's obviously that's not here, you know. But there's a million ways down these avenues, down these
You want to
rabbit
go in
holes.
DMs? No, I'm
Yeah, right. If somebody wants to ask me some DM stuff, great, you'll get DM answers. Yeah, man. But
talking some yang.
but Pyro, yeah, these people are all different. We're all different here. I'm not a flat earther, but there's a whole different group of people here, and they basically this can go any which way you decide. So it's kind of like up to you, man. Like they're gonna just ask you some stuff and let the conversation flow. But I'm curious, have you looked into this topic before, or is this like your first time kind of involved with it?
Well, can I make 2 points? Firstly, I think what you said is quite outstanding in the sense that you have kind of achieved that step in your life where you understand when you can be wrong. And I think that's a difficult thought process to actually get to for anyone. So that's good stuff. Secondly, I have. I'm actually reading a Brian Cox book at the moment. I'm a psychologist though, so my knowledge on astronomy and the universe is quite the beginner level, if you want to
Well,
say.
if you look into the spinning galaxy,
Yeah,
all the
so what's your
colours.
psychological take on Brian Cox? Is he like a little off in his head? Why does he smile like that? Is there something wrong with him?
He's just
plastic
British,
surgery.
man. It's just a
Plastic
typical
surgery.
polite
The
Brit guy.
stars in the sky.
I think
Billions and billions of light years away.
Billions and billions of years
I think the good thing about him
accumulating
is that
over time.
he's found a passion and an interest, and he explains it with true
Passion. He's a fucking
enthusiasm.
keyboard player.
And I
He's in a
mean,
gay
I know,
band.
but again, like no matter what your opinion are of his topic, I think you can't help but admire the enthusiasm somebody shares for a topic. You know,
Can you tell me one thing that he's said that's confirmable?
by who
There's one
exactly?
thing.
Because I think
Brian Cox. So what's he said that we can confirm?
as in something that he's
Anything.
come up with himself, or
No, anything he says. Like what can we confirm about space that he says? Yeah.
Well, I'm currently reading a chapter on how old things are and how we kind of measure how old the Earth is, and I think that was quite interesting
Yeah.
in terms of the distance between
cosmic background.
continents.
Yeah.
No, it's not really on that. It's more of the Earth
No.
at the moment.
No, he doesn't know the distance between continents.
Really?
You're talking about Pangea, are you?
No, don't tell me he was talking about that. No.
There's nothing that he says, not one thing that he says, or maybe I ate breakfast yesterday that we can confirm. Oh, we can't even confirm that. But anything that he says about the cosmos cannot ever be confirmed by you or I or anyone.
But isn't that the beauty of science? Is that because you can't confirm it, and you're always constantly learning about it, right? You're always questioning things.
Constantly
Nothing
learning
is
about
ever
what,
true.
though?
All about these topics that you just brought up, right? Like the cosmos, things in
okay.
life.
So what
If you
can
want to
we
learn, if you want,
what can we learn? What can we learn about these things?
well, by questioning it and figuring out different ways to assess certain things
Okay,
in
so
the most
you
empirical way.
question something, and then you come up with a story, and then how do you confirm that that story is true?
Well, I don't think we'll ever confirm it, but we'll get to a certain point for certain
he's
things that have
full of
more
shit.
truth.
Is that what?
Have you ever
Well, not
questioned that?
necessarily.
We gotta be
I don't,
nice. Let's be nice. We'll be nice.
Have
I
you ever
don't think it's
questioned?
as simple as I don't think it's as simple as it being it not being possible to confirm something doesn't necessarily mean it's full of shit. I think there are
Detour coming up.
quite a lot of variables there now. But what I mean is,
Variables
if I
that
want to
can't
know,
be confirmed either.
if I want to solve a murder case, I'm not going to look at one clue
No,
and
but
determine whether
you've
that
got it.
person committed the murder or not.
You can get to physical evidence. The thing about the cosmos is that you can never get to physical evidence. Yeah, correct?
I think the cosmos is far beyond what our capabilities are capable of, to be honest. I don't
Good
think we'll ever
answer.
be able to measure things physically, but we'll
Good
measure
answer.
them to an extent that gives
We
us
can measure the
better
Earth, though, if you
understanding.
want.
Well, what I want to finish my point quickly is I think we can measure certain things tomorrow better than we understood them in the past, whether that's by 0.01% or by 10%. If you've understood it slightly more, then we're learning about something, right? That doesn't necessarily mean what we learn is 100% true, it's because we're always going to be learning about it.
Do you
Especially
know
something as
who
complicated
measured
as
the?
cosmos.
Do you know how they came up with the radius of the Earth?
So I'm kind of struggling to jump from topic to a topic, so my brain doesn't really work like that.
I was going to ask you, have you ever considered, like, with all those possibilities, you ever considered that space is not what they tell you it is at all?
About what, sorry?
Have you ever considered, because you said you were just like considering all the possibilities, right? And that's what's like so beautiful about it, is that you consider these things that you've never considered before. Have you ever considered, I'm asking you, that space is nothing at all like what they tell you it is, that it's not even close to what they're saying?
Well, I think that's a good question, because something I'm interested in is sort of Eastern philosophy, and one of the things that you'll find quite frequently in Indian books and Chinese books is their thought process on what they believed when they looked up at the night sky. And I
I mean,
think
it sounds like almost like some of these philosophers or these guys, they consider these things like Jupiter, Neptune, right? All these things to be like gods and angels, right? So, I mean, that's what they considered it. Apparently, they named them all after gods and constellations, etc. So, I mean, so they thought that they were alive, like living beings with a soul, and now somebody
I
else
think,
thinks something else.
well, as I as mentioned earlier, because my background is more in tune with psychology, I think for people that for these stories they derived from the unknown and the desire to know certain things. There was a desire, a need to understand why they were there, why the sun was there, why that star in the sky was there. And I think human minds are so amazing because we've created these stories that
They're
give
still
us wild
derived from
imagination,
things we
right?
don't know, though.
What do you mean, sorry?
They're still derived from things we don't know.
What, like, could you give me an example? Because
Oh, that's what you placed that out earlier. You said we don't know, we'll never know, we can't get there. It's beyond our reach, but we make things up. I mean, that's what you said.
No, I don't think it's make things up. What I mean is, we'll understand things more tomorrow if we read and learn about it as much as we can to the best of our ability than we did yesterday.
Where does that information come from? There you go, XO. That's a tribute to you, mate.
I missed what was happening. I'm sorry, what happened?
I just said, where does that information come from?
Oh, I love that question, but I did want to talk to Pyro since he mentioned like dating things. I kind of wanted to go down that path since he made that doorway. Pyro, how do you feel about these Earth dating methods, such as carbon-14 dating, iridium stronch dating, lead dating, things like that? Is this part of the system that you do trust, Pyro?
Until I read or learn about another measurement that makes more sense to my critical thinking, then I would probably trust one more than the other. That doesn't mean it's more definitive. It's more of just ticking or crossing out the things that don't make as much sense as the other option until a better option comes available.
I made a
I think that's
mistake.
how we should all live, right?
Doubt, Pyro. I don't want you to have to repeat your answer. That would be it's annoying that I've lagged out, so I reset. Let me tighten up this question a little bit. You ever heard of the Cambrian era that they have a layer of Earth that's called the Cambrian age? You ever heard of this? You ever heard of pre-Cambrian? Yeah, or pre-Cambrian, Jurassic, Triassic. You ever heard of these layers, the ages of the Earth? You know what I'm talking about? Talking about the dating methods, you know what I'm saying? Like when they use these dating methods and they'll tell you this is the Jurassic age, it's like 100 million years old. They'll say this is the Cretaceous age. You understand what I'm talking about, right? The consensus from basically England.
You mean, do you mean as in the Cambrian explosion from like 500 million years ago?
There you go. So that would be a belief system, right? And that's something that right now, do you side with that belief system?
So I think this is where the trouble comes, because I think this I don't want to track away from it, but I think it is important to mention. But I think the language used here can be quite dangerous, because then it suddenly becomes a you against us, and I think that mentality is perhaps the root cause of a lot of kind of.
I mean, I can try to make the
side with them. Is that what you said? Like side with that?
No, I'm just talking about obviously that this is a consensus that has been building up for a while, right? And that it starts with this, like you just said, the Cambrian explosion, and so on and so forth. And I'm just wondering if you, I guess I'm not using the right terminology, but do you believe in these, I guess, this terminology, this teaching,
Well, again, my knowledge on the matter isn't probably as coherent as yours per se, since you seem to know more about it. But if you were to present me with 2 different data sets, or 3 or 4, then I would have to use my own critical thinking to decide which perhaps has the most substance behind it, right?
Yeah,
So
I don't want to pressure
because
you.
I haven't
Sure.
really heard of it. I haven't really heard of an alternative answer to certain things, and I think
Okay, so that's that's pretty much okay. I just don't want to kind of barge into your house and look in your refrigerator. I'm just trying to slowly ask you a little bit about yourself without making you feel uncomfortable.
Be as honest and direct as you want. Like I'm not really someone who gives a shit in that sense.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious because when I go down these lines of path first, I like to show people that sometimes we all believe things that we don't understand because we're taught to believe things, and that's okay. I'm sure we're all guilty of that, right? So, when our when our benefactors or our government tells us things, sometimes we trust them. And I just like to ask people why, but you've already admitted that it's because basically it's kind of like your only option, right? That's what you're saying.
Well, I think it's system one type thinking, isn't it? Because evolutionary and a benefit throughout evolution is believing our parents when we're 1 or 2 years old because we don't have the capabilities to think critically. When we're 3 years old and our mother tells us not to go near the fire because it's dangerous as we're walking towards it, we're going to believe them, and we don't really choose to believe them. And these quick thinking methods remain with us, and they're used in persuasive tools in consumerism. If you think about the principle of scarcity, the principle of authority, these things are using our mental shortcuts because we don't have the cognitive energy to critically think about every little thing that goes on in our minds. And I think there's still plays here because I don't have the time to read biological books, astronomy books, political books, philosophy books to deep enough understanding that I'll completely understand everything. So for some fields and some topics, I do have to use mental shortcuts, and I think everyone does.
Well, then I'll probably have to ask you more about it at a later date. I was just going to kind of point out, I don't want to assume or claim, but I'm going to ask, are you from England or somewhere around there? Amen. So have you ever heard of Cambridge?
Yeah.
Right. Do you know where I'm going with this? Do you know where I'm going to go or no? So that word you said earlier, that's where they got the Cambrian layer. It was actually named after Cambridge. So we don't even know that. You've probably been to Cambridge. You don't even know that, right? So these things that they tell us, they sneak these things right under our noses. We don't even know what they're talking about. And it's something that's, they'll tell you, oh yeah, the Cambrian layer, which is whatever 590 million years ago, was named by something that's, somebody was living in England and thought, oh, I'm going to name this after my favorite place in England, called Cambridge. So isn't it kind of weird that these are all modern philosophical religious beliefs? These are just named by men like you that literally live where you live, and they're finding shit and they just name it these modern things that make no sense at all. There's no such thing as a Cambrian layer. And I'll just point that out there. There's absolutely no such thing. It's just a fictitious thing that a man labeled because he probably had an agenda. He probably worked for Cambridge and got paid and said, yeah, if we discover this, just think of the money, just think of the grants we can get. And that's how the system works. And I think you know this. I think you know that the system works with people with agendas trying to make money, and there is no mystery. You see?
Yeah, to an extent, but I think if the topic or the first line of questioning was if I know what the Cambrian layer is and any thorough understanding of the Cambrian explosion, and then I don't think, because we've only been talking for 20 minutes, I don't think you know what my understanding of the topic is, and I don't think I know what your understanding of the topic is, but we both know where we stand.
Do you understand
topic,
layers
right?
to be layers to be flat and horizontal?
Uh-oh. Good segue. I will let somebody else talk to you because it should be one-on-one. It'll get way too, annoying if there's multiple people, Pyro. But yeah, if, stick around and we'll talk about it. But I just want to point those things out.
My dad is a geologist, so he'd
Oh, whoa. Well, then, oh my goodness. Hey, now you got an ace card you just pulled out. You might have to talk to him about this. Ask your dad, who named the Cambrian layer, Dad? And he'll probably have to look it up. And don't feel bad if he does. And when he does, now you get to tell him, yeah, that's funny. A guy from England, probably where your dad's been, named that. Isn't that weird?
But what I think how does that interfere with the science behind it? If there is or there isn't, but how does that interfere with the data set behind things? Because I think
glad you asked.
Those could be different stories, right? Like one thing could be true, but that doesn't necessarily mean the other thing isn't, right?
Well, that's the point, is that there is no science behind it. You see, when people discover something, they put a non-scientific, they put a religious claim on it. It has nothing to do with science. I can say, there's a layer of earth here, there's dead things in it, maybe there was a cataclysm that caused it. That might be science, because I'm not giving you a date, I'm not giving you a religious claim. I'm going to say when cataclysms happen, they create layers of earth. When we experience Mount St. Helens, probably before you were born, but here in the States, in Washington, Mount St. Helens blew up, about 43 years ago, and it created a mini Grand Canyon and several canyons literally in a weekend. Several layers of earth and sedimentary rock were laid down within a few days. So I would say by that notion, by the fact that we can observe cataclysms, I have a right and I have literally an obligation to say this is the only way I know how layers of earth are laid down, with big events that I didn't cause. But when a man says, oh no, over millions of years this happened, trust me, that's my religion. That's what they're doing. They're actually, what they call science is a religion. It has nothing to do with science. And that's why I kind of want to show you this. Like, yes, it's all made up by men that have agendas and want to get paid, which is normal. And again, there is no mystery to that. So I'm going to just segue to this other topic. When it comes to this outer space ball earth thing, it's the exact same thing. Men having agendas that want to get paid or want fame and fortune. And I'll just leave you with that, bro.
I think, I don't know if you know this, but some mathematical formulas were found in different parts of the world long before they contact one another. And maybe whether you believe that or not, but I think we can't really argue against maths and numbers, right? No matter where you stand, no matter who you are as a person, because I think those things almost transcend human
Like if I
linguistics, right?
like if I were to show you that the mathematical curvature equation of reality is zero, you could not argue with that if we proved it, right? If it's zero, zero should be the most easiest and most obvious math to accept. And I think that's why there are so many flat earthers. Again, I'm not a flat earther, but there's a lot of people that have woken up to the fact that they've lied about outer space, they've lied about your realm, they've lied about Earth. And that's just, kind of how everybody's here, I guess.
Oh, sorry, yeah, but it's just kind of my understanding for things is I like to look at the numbers and I don't really like to look at the stories behind them, because I think the numbers tell me the story. I don't need to know who wrote it, because the numbers tell me enough of what I need to understand. And if the numbers don't make sense, then it doesn't matter who wrote it. If somebody provides me with a formula, it doesn't make sense to me, then I'm going to try and understand it as much as I can.
What about
till it doesn't make
10 to
sense.
the negative 17 Tor and then 14.7? How about those?
Maths isn't that good.
Like the
That
vacuum
was
of
that was a
space.
huge leap, No Tank. That was a huge leap. I'll shut up, No Tanks, but I just want to point this out. There's a lot of people that want to talk about those numbers with you, but they want to keep it basic, simple on Earth, because believe it or not, there are people here that can literally prove that they did lie about this object shape ball Earth concept. It's literally a lie and it's easily disprovable. I don't need to do it. There's plenty of people here that'll do it for you if you need any help with that, because that's obviously what this room's about. That's kind of like their main thing. That's what the moderators have told me. The moderators want me to talk about that because, I'm just a guest. You know what I mean? So sometimes the moderators got to push me around, or I got to go to a different room. But that's really what this room is about: is exposing the lies, the deception of their their cosmology. Yep.
Yeah, that's fair. Usually, I think the last time, because the last time I had this conversation was with somebody who's quite adamant that I believed what they believed, and my kind of reply to them was, okay, look, would they like to see? And I never really got an answer to that.
What?
But that was in the topic of somebody being a flat earther and then trying to show me pictures and things that.
Mm-hmm. Well,
you know what I mean? And then my reply was like, what proof would they like to see that would perhaps convince them otherwise?
Ooh, I like that question.
Okay. But
I try to ask that all the time, and I almost never get an answer. But you seem like a really cordial guy, so I'm not gonna try to beat down your door and steal your pumpkin pie out of your refrigerator. I'll let these guys talk to you. You have a good day, sir. I'm gonna get going here. I might listen for a little while, but nice meeting you. And there are lots of mods here that probably want to talk to you, so I'm gonna let them take over. Or No Tanks is gonna talk to you now. Okay, Pyro?
no,
Nice
you
meeting
too,
you,
bro.
sir.
I'll be going to sleep in like 10
All
minutes
right.
as well.
All right, you got 10 minutes, guys. Talk to him. Baruch Hashem.
When you were talking about ancient civilizations and numbers and stuff, were you talking about the radius value found within the pyramids, stuff like that?
Is that to me? Sorry.
Yes.
No, I
Ancient
don't know the names. It was something I read a while ago, and it was just one thing that kind of struck out to me. But I'd have to look at it again because it's been a while. I can try and look it up for you if you like.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I've heard lots of claims, say, with regards to the pyramids of Giza, where you can
Oh no,
find
nothing
the
like that.
speed of
Nothing like
light
that.
and stuff like that within the
No,
architectural setup.
It was the Aztecs or some civilization in South America. But it was just something that was found in that region, similarly found in a different region in Asia or Southeast Asia, and it was a mathematical formula. And I thought it was quite interesting. But
Yeah, maybe dig it up one day, man, and bring it back when you're next in.
yeah, I don't know when that would be, to be honest. I don't really have these sort of nights are quite rare. I didn't intend to be vocal in this chat, to be honest. I wanted to listen in on what was being said.
Well, most people here in this chat are like in agreement about like a lot of things, so it's more interesting to speak with somebody who has a different point of view. Like most of the people in here, like with that 10 to the negative 17 tour, right? That's what they say space is, right? Low pressure system, and then we're here on Earth at sea level is 14.7, pressurized, right? So we're high pressure system right next to a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum without a container. Some people disagree about that. Some people say there is a container. Some people say there is not. But all experiment shows that you need a container. Brian Cox says you don't. Yeah.
I'd probably like to ask that question again. Do you believe in like the Earth is flat, or what's your kind of stance on it? Because I don't know what this
Well, the Earth
channel is
is
about.
flat is like a general term. It's not like a belief. Like you measure the Earth to not be flat, right? What you do is you set up like a water level or like a level line or a horizontal, and then you can measure like a vertical change of the Earth to be above that water line, and so the Earth technically is not flat.
Would you have you kind of got a clear, maybe if you think about it in the sense of like yes or no, but right or wrong in the sense, or have you got kind of a clear category in terms of what you'd like to see that could persuade you otherwise for certain things? For example, if actually I can't think of an example right now, but did you understand my question? Otherwise I can try and make an example.
No, you wanted me to give you a yes or no on a vague what if. No, I don't know what the question was.
So what kind of evidence, proof, or data set would kind of convince you or change your current thought process?
Well, I mean, it's not really like my thought process, right? But it's everybody's thought process. Like we all agree to the same things. We all agree that water, right, form at rest. Large bodies of water at rest form a horizontal level plane. Like we all agree to that. And then we all agree that like large bodies of water need containment, like a pool needs the sides of the pool to be higher, a lake needs the side, the land to be a little bit higher, a beach can be like 1 millimeter higher, and that's the beach, and then the water's below it, right? We all have these things that we agree to. There's really no disagreement. It's just at some point, people get shown this globe long enough, and they think that what they know to be true is somehow not true. I agree to the same things that you agree. I know the same things you know. I know that, like, if you want to build a bridge like across a lake, right, or whatever, that you're gonna get at a certain height above the lake, right, and you're gonna try to support this bridge in every way you can with different like pillars and columns, etc. But you're gonna aim to just build it straight across the water. It's not gonna change in elevation as it goes across the water. It's just gonna be, if you want it to be 10 feet above the water, it'll be 10 feet above the water everywhere, and that will be a straight line. Yeah. I mean, you agree. I don't know. Everybody I've ever met agrees, except for here.
Build a Earth's core.
Is there a point, Pyro, that you think we would disagree on?
I'd probably need a more coherent understanding of what each of our points are, to be honest.
As far as the globe comes into play, right? They tell you like the globe, the Earth is a globe, right? They say the Earth, they say is the water, the air, the earth, the ground, the trees. That's all the Earth. They put it all together, and they say all of those things, like even a hill curves at a specific rate, right? Like everything curves within a curve. Like a hill curves within the radius of this or the circumference of this Earth, right? So they tell you the size of it, like radius of 3959, right? So that gives you a curvature rate of 8 inches of drop per mile. That's like a slope though, but like 8 inches of drop per mile. So like at one end of that 1 mile lake, right? Like if you're at 1 foot above, right, the lake, then off in the distance, in every direction away from you, it's going to be lower, 8 inches lower. And I've found that to not be true. I work along the premise that everybody else works along, is that a straight line across that lake, the water level doesn't drop. It's flat.
How did you find that?
By using like a tool like a water level. Now I don't have a 1 mile long water level, but what I do is I have like smaller ones, and I've used them like in my house, in my yard, and you take you know what a water level is?
Yeah.
No? They sell them at like the hardware store.
Sorry, I was just moving. What did you say?
You know what a water level is?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, like the tool, it's like a hose. You get two ends of the water level. You hold them up to each other. It's got like a little red line. You can hold them right next to each other and have them touching, and it says, "All right, this is the water level." And then you can take one end and you can bring it out as far as you want, and it's going to give you like a horizontal plane of reference that you can move left, right, whatever way you want, and it'll give you a plane, a horizontal. That's it, right? I mean, do you agree to that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Welcome to Flat Earth. I appreciate it. I mean, there's nothing to it, man. It's simple. It's just, but it is difficult as far as, well, I've seen a globe 1,000 times on TV, right? But they only claim to even have 2 pictures of it, right? And then one is provably false, right? I mean, they're all provably false, right? One, they say they stitched together, so they only claim to actually ever have 2 of them, right? But we've seen it a million times. How is that even possible?
Is that true? They've only claimed to see 2 pictures of the Earth.
Well, I mean, I see the Earth all the time. So, I mean, yeah, technically we see the Earth all the time, but like as a globe, as a globe, yeah, full
But do
globe
you
picture.
need to see the full globe to see whether it is a globe or not? As in, like, surely if you just see 20% of it, that'll
That's
kind of
right
give
there.
you an idea of what the rest of it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, you could see part of it and guess what the rest of it's like. Yeah, so what I'm saying is, we've seen it 1,000 times in pictures, but we've never really even proven it to ourselves. All we ever proven to ourselves is that water's flat, right? Like, okay, we know water's flat. We know that we build things horizontally, like 90 degrees to horizontal, being vertical, perpendicular, 90 degrees along the whole, as far as we can build, 90 degrees, horizontal, straight. But it's not, there's no change in elevation, right? And we use water to establish that horizontal. They say the Earth's surface is 70% water. Okay, well, how's this all working out? A sphere is a you can't, I can't remember the term for it, but you can't, I mean, according to geometry, you cannot build upon the surface of any spheres. We build upon the surface of the Earth all the time. But yeah, they give you a rate.
I don't think the last thing you said was necessarily true, but I don't think the Earth is perfectly spheroid anyway, isn't it? It's slightly squashed at the poles and kind of like bigger in the equator due to its rotation. And
yeah, but how do you get that? How do you
not,
figure that out?
well, it's the gravity pulls everything towards the center, and then that force creates the spherical shape.
Yeah, so
That's
all
my
they really
understanding of it, right?
all they do to figure out, like, like you're saying, like where the Earth is big and small and bulges and doesn't bulge, is just like the sun. Like they just follow the sun. They say, oh, we follow the sun around, take azimuth to the sun, like an angle to the sun, elevation angle, and they just plot out some lines and circles around the North Pole, and they say, okay, well, it must be really big at the equator. And but like the same thing would happen on a, well, I don't even want to get into that exactly at this point, but like you said, like, so you can't see the whole thing, so how would you prove it, right? So they give you the size of the globe. They tell you it's 3959, which means that every observation, like you're saying, well, you can see it small in smaller increments. And so every observation would be according to their formula, right, via the horizon should be at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which means that the horizon should be 3 miles for a 6-foot person. So that's where you should be able to see it yourself. Yeah.
Don't you think spherical things are quite natural anyway, like atoms and shadows, and the moon is circular in a sense, and you can see that from the eclipse. And I think the equations of gravity combined with these observed motions of objects in the sky, the stars, the planets.
Is that what Brian Cox told you?
Well, this is my understanding from what I've read, and it makes sense to me.
Yeah, you can have spheres. I mean, spheres are real. You can have spheres. You can have marbles and basketballs. There's nothing wrong with it. Circle is a shape.
Yeah, what I mean is it's a combination of multiple things that make sense to me. I think it's quite difficult for me to kind of understand.
Yeah, but you already understand in your everyday experience that you don't experience any of these things, right? Like in reality, you don't experience curvature, right, of water, like at a specific rate, unless you do. I don't know. Do you? Maybe you do. I don't know. You do. Do you experience like the feeling of motion, like spinning or orbiting?
Well, I mean, I experience the horizon in the sense I experience curvature in boats,
the horizon, yeah,
and ships, airplane routes. Those are kind of experiences of curvature.
I mean, but of a specific rate or just any old rate, like.
Well, they're different rates, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, if you were in an airplane, right, on a flat like plane, right, like if you're gonna even imagine one, right, I guess, right, on a flat plane, right, if you were in an airplane flight, if you wanted to get from one town to another town, right, whatever, if you go 10 feet off the ground to that, and you travel in a straight line to that place, right, it's going to be 1,000 miles, whatever, or 1,000 feet, whatever. It's going to be a certain distance. You go 20 feet high, it's going to be the same distance. You go 1,000 feet high, it's still going to only be 1,000 feet from point A to point B, right? Like no matter how high you go in the air. That's only on this imaginary flat Earth, though, right? Because in reality, if you think you live on a globe, right, then as you go higher, right, in the air, in an airplane, you'd have to go further, right? So if you went 10 feet, you go a certain arc length distance, right? You go 20 feet, 30 feet, you have to go a further distance. Why is anybody flying airplanes at all to go anywhere? On a globe, it doesn't make any sense. You have to go so far. Go 30,000 feet. You kidding me? Why are you traveling all this such a long distance just to get from A to B? But you said flights make more sense on a globe, right?
Well, as in the experience of curvatures, your was your question, and I think there's quite a few things in my life. I'm just trying to think about them now, like time zones. If there's 24 time zones divided up through the
Sure.
Earth, the tides. I think the tides make sense to me, based on what I understand. I think it's all. The thing is, I don't know. A lot of
How could water possibly move if it was flat? I mean, like a pool, like waves. How could you ever
well,
have
yeah, the
waves in a pool?
gravitational pull of the moon and the sun on the Earth, right?
Maybe there is some correlation. I don't know. You can't. You're saying you can't have like a sun that pulls the water right up off the ground, like when it comes. You heard the typical spider story, right? Dries up all the rain. Right? The sun comes out, dries up all the rain. Like so, the sun that pulls the water off the ground, right? In reality, right? If you're saying it couldn't pull the water if it was flat, like we see it do.
Well, the Earth's curvature helps to create the variation in the tidal heights. If it was flat, then there wouldn't be a variation in the tidal heights.
What was flat? The water?
No, if the land, if the Earth's surface and what's beneath it was flat, then there wouldn't be variation as much as we see. For instance, if you go to Portugal and you see the canyons and just the normal variations on a typical beach where the sea isn't
So the
as
flat
varied
beach,
as it is.
right? The flat beach with the flat water that kind of like comes up and you step in it with your feet to feel if it's cold. All that flat stuff couldn't happen if the earth was flat.
Well, it's not as simple as that because I think if you go to Portugal, then the water isn't flat, is it? There's tides are huge there. Like,
Right.
sure, it's flat to us on that sense, but there's variation in the tides, isn't there?
Yeah,
The heights are different, and depending on where you are in the world, and
what I'm
depending on what the
saying.
weather is like.
So you're saying the sun is affecting water? I say yeah, the sun affects water. I can see it when the
Yeah,
sun comes out. It
yeah.
dries up the rain. It pulls it up. It pulls it right up off the ground into the sky on a flat Earth. I see it. No problem. The sun affects water. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. But
That
then
make it?
I see the
That
same
makes
thing
the
from.
water. Does that make the water a globe? I don't know. Why? How did that happen? How did like somebody? How did rain just make the world a globe? Like drying water. How did
I think
evaporation just turn the Earth into a globe? You tell me right now. I want
I
answers.
think the trouble. Sorry, what was that? What was the question?
How does evaporation turn the Earth into a globe?
Well, I think how does evaporation turn the Earth into a globe? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't know how it makes any sense. You're saying, when you
But
said
what?
that it only makes sense if the Earth's a globe. Yeah. Flat. How does flat water only make sense if Earth's a globe? You got to just lay it out to me.
I think the difficult thing here is that it's a matter of trying to convince me that something isn't what I think it is, but I don't think the onus is on me here. I think there's so many things that I've got to try and rethink. Where, like I think the onus should really be on you here, in my opinion.
Maybe, no problem. But I'm under the
Because I
impression that
think
you already know, that you know that some of these things are basic to you, to everybody, and that you understand them just as everybody understands them. It's only until somebody says, "But the Earth's a globe," and now you got to make it make sense. The things that you already know have to somehow fit into the globe model. Like you already know that water's flat. Like everybody knows that.
Well, isn't that what you kind of want though? If you have to try and make things fit into a model and it does, then isn't that how science progressed? because the flat Earth kind of thought process was the difficulty in actually fitting things into a model. We had the answer, we didn't need to question it. Until we questioned it is when we kind of understood things a little bit more.
Well, science is a cause and effect, like dependent, independent variable manipulation of an experiment. Like that's kind of like the science part that you're talking about. I don't know how the globe is science at all. It's a shape claim.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really, to be honest, I don't really care if you have this like this topic isn't as interesting to me as it is perhaps for you, if I'm completely honest.
Oh, I hear you. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, a lot of people just accept the world as flat, but it's also a globe at the same time. Like I understand, you understand it's flat and motionless, but somehow, some way, it's also a globe that's moving. I don't, we just kind of live with that, and it doesn't matter that it's like contradictory. We live with it.
No, I don't believe that is flat or
Seems AI
anything in that
generated.
sense, but again, I don't think it's something that I want to rethink because I've kind of got an understanding of it that I'm content with, and I don't really want to. And if you're happy with your thought process, then that's perfectly fine as well.
Yes, I don't know. I mean, it just is what it is. It's not like what I think it is.
Yeah.
It's just it tells me what it is. Yeah. It's only like the Earth doesn't lie, right? Like, do you think the Earth lies and like has a voice?
No.
No, I mean, again, I don't think, like, even if it were one or the other, it wouldn't change how I live my life and how I treat the world with respect.
You're gonna treat it flat and motionless. That's for sure.
Again, I could treat it like a triangle. It wouldn't change anything in my mind or my reality. It doesn't hold. It's not in my list of priorities in terms of how I'm living my life. In that sense.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't
Like
know. Why are you
if
even bringing that
tomorrow,
up? Yeah. Why are you even
sorry,
saying these things? I mean, why are you saying these things?
I think it's to put things into perspective a little bit now.
Oh, I thought we were just kind of talking about like what it is, not like what it
Fair
means to
enough.
us. I don't know. I mean, if it means something more, if it has implications, like to your psyche of, for what it, like nothing's actually changing. Yeah, like nothing. Like
No,
if you
that's
find
fair.
out, like if you find out
That's fair.
right now, yeah, if you find out right
Mm.
now that you're not spinning, you already knew you weren't spinning. But if you really like, if your eyes just open to it, like, oh my God, I'm not spinning. Well, it wasn't spinning before you realized it wasn't spinning. Nothing changed. Yeah. It's not like just now that you've noticed it's not spinning, it actually stopped spinning. It didn't. It was never spinning. It just the sun just moves in the sky. That's all. Just like we see it. Stars just move in the sky. Everything just moves in the sky. Yeah. No big deal. East to west, sunsets, just goes away from you. The sun just goes real far away until you can't see it. Through the atmosphere, through a perspective grid. Nothing actually changed. But yeah, man. But I do like your outlook on some things. Yeah, some of the things that you were saying.
Yeah, I think, yeah. No, I think what you're saying is quite fascinating, to be honest. I don't think I could ever have that sort of mindset in that sense. Because from what you're telling me, I think it's more of that the Earth is at the center of the universe in that sense.
I'm just one person.
Things
I
move
can't do all
around
that.
us, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry?
like I haven't performed all those tests. I mean, that is what like the main guys, the big guys, all say. Like
No, but what you said is
Hubble
that
and
the
everybody.
sun, like if we look up the stars move around us, implies that we're at the center then.
Center, yeah, maybe. I'm not. I mean, am I exactly at the center? I don't know.
No, but I mean, if you're on Earth and everything moves around us, then we're at the center, meaning that we're the most there's got to be reason behind why we're at the center. What keeps us at the center? Why do things move around us?
Yeah, I mean,
Why does the
maybe there
sun
is
move around
implications.
us?
There may be implications to it. Yeah, I don't have that answer. Like I didn't make it move around. This is just we all just record it. Everybody, even we just see it and record it and write it down on a piece of paper. We mark it off where it is throughout the year, and we're like, all right, now it's doing this analemma. When it's in the winter,
Well,
it's here, and
yeah.
summer, it's here.
Well, that's probably something you'll never understand. But then you'd have to ask yourself, why is that? And then you'd kind of have to figure that out on your own, right? Like, okay, why? Let's say we've got all the answers. That is the case. Why? How?
Yeah. I mean, why?
But then I think the danger comes there because then it's entering into the realm of mystical belief, which I think, I mean, I'm a spiritual person, but I think once we kind of delve into that realm, then we're stepping away from the kind of original talking point.
What do you think the original is? Do you think that, well, the original talking point? Well, yeah, maybe, but yeah, maybe the original talking point of the Earth, maybe, but one of earlier we were saying like one thing is science, right? And now you're saying, well, it kind of lends more to like a spiritual thing. So like, is science more of
No.
like a spiritual thing, or?
No, what I mean is once like this is going off what you said, which I thought was fascinating, is if the sun moves around us and the stars move around us, then if that's the answer, then you've kind of answered everything that we need to answer within any astrophysics or any science or any understanding of the universe. And then the next question for you is, why are we at the center of the universe? How are we here? And your answer then wouldn't lie within any data set. It would lie within belief, religion, spirituality, mysticism, because I think those are the only things that could answer it, but they wouldn't provide you with enough empirical understanding of why we're here or how we're here. It would just be based on your own kind of belief system, which is shaped by where you're born, where you're raised, and then it kind of steps away from the universal truth in that sense, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, there was somebody else who had like I mentioned him earlier. Somebody else who had like a philosophical issue with it. Was Hubbard, right? So he was the guy who he observed like the universe, right, the stars or whatever, moving away from us, right? But then he conceptualized this idea that we would all, like, no matter where you went, like, let's just pretend that light up in the sky is something that you can land on and live on. If you were there, you would see it moving away from you also. So everything would be moving away from everybody. And it was just like a philosophical decision because he felt the implications the same way you feel it. And it's like a heavy weight, right? Like it's almost like, what, now I have to do something with my life? Is what I'm supposed to do something more now. I have to. Okay, if I'm important, then I'm important. What is it? I got to figure it out, right? He went through like the same crisis. Like, you could look it up. And then that they made up a new little like scheme or idea to remove that weight, so you don't have to feel that way anymore. So you can feel weightless.
Yeah, no, I don't have that way. It was more of bringing those questions into it. I think I quite live with an absurdist perspective on life, where I don't think I'll ever understand it, and that's perfectly fine, and that kind of lets me live happily because I don't question myself all the time and try and seek out the answer.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Listen, I mean, yeah,
Any,
that's one way to live, I guess. Yeah.
anyway, this has been interesting, and I hope I've served an interesting person to talk to, but I shall go to sleep now.
Yeah, no problem. No, I liked a lot of the things. I like your philosophy, but I know that's like nobody wants to really get into it. But I do like your philosophical look on things, man. I appreciate you talking.
Yeah, have a good night, bro.
I remember when they say it doesn't matter to me, it actually does. Earlier he said, no, you know, it doesn't really matter. Let's talk about it. It wouldn't really matter to me, the implications. And then later on it came around that it did matter to him. So
Hey, this chat's very active.
Shh. Jedi's trying to take a nap.
What up, guys?
Hello.
What's up, buddy?
Nothing much, man. Just waiting for the guys to come along with the globe evidence.
Well, there isn't any, so
It's
they
almost
could
yeah.
come
Go
with
to sleep.
Well, I like them to have hope.
basically hoping that somebody's going to come in with some hope that you can dash. I like it.
Yeah, pretty much. Hey, Do you have a lot of electric vehicles driving around over there in the UK, Jedi?
Yeah, I nearly got run over by one in the car park today. To be fair, I didn't hear it coming. Silent little
shit.
fucking things. But yeah, definitely becoming more popular, mate, for sure.
If he hit you, well, you got to take in his car.
Well, I'm just considering one for the gas prices and all that. Like, but then again, I live in the
do
Midwest,
it.
so it gets pretty cold over here. I don't know how it's going to affect the battery.
It'll be fine.
That's the
Seems
only
to be
thing I was
okay.
considering, but I think they're made for the weather, so.
Which one are you considering?
I don't know. Oh, check it out. Have you heard of the Daymark Spiritus?
No.
It's for like 22,000 over here. And it looks fucking awesome. I've been looking at a few. See if I can pull. Let's see. If I can drop an image.
Honestly, man, if you're gonna buy an EV, it has to be a Tesla. The technology is unrivaled.
Yeah, I mean, I was considering it.
The lock you in and when it catches on fire feature.
Here,
You
check
think
this out.
it's I mean, in comparison to any other car, it's not too bad.
Look, I dropped it in the text chat.
The hell is that?
It's a Daymark Spiritus.
Give me diesel any day.
How much?
22,000.
I'll take 2 of them.
Yeah, look. Well, you haven't even seen. Yeah,
I'll take 2.
Wait till you see this. They're gonna roll out, I think, probably next year. If they're not already in production already. You could also put one. They mine Bitcoin too. $10 a day for Bitcoin.
I'll take 3.
Look at that.
Do they really? They probably do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do. This is the only car that mines Bitcoin.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, it's a trike, so.
The issue with any EV is the whole self-driving issue.
Is there what?
Unless you're self-driving, unless you're like Mercedes or BMW, you're never gonna have enough information to fully self-drive. Tesla has so many cars on the road, where it's one of the only EV companies that can actually assure like fully self-driving capabilities.
I mean, it just, I've always I've seen when I was younger, like movies of things in the cars in the future, and I've always wanted to have one. So we're now in the future. So yeah, I think I would. I don't know, man. Just
I haven't
enjoy
looked
life
into
while you're
these
here.
electric. I haven't
Are you in
looked
America,
into these
Alpha?
at all.
Yeah.
But I didn't
You're
know the car
American?
could Bitcoin for you.
What? What'd you say?
Are you American?
Yeah.
Get a Cybertruck. My God.
Which one?
Cybertruck.
Oh, a Cybertruck.
If I was like,
Dude.
I'm considering converting an American Cybertruck to Australia. Like, I desperately want a Cybertruck.
Yeah, they're all right. I like them, but
They're sick.
I don't know. I want a fucking little speed demon. Just something I get in there and zip around.
I don't know, bro. I'm getting
I
too
don't
old.
want to. I don't need a vehicle for a zombie apocalypse, man.
You know how fast these things are? 0 to 100, 3 seconds.
Yeah.
It's a freaking speed truck, bro.
Well, but I mean,
It might not be small, but this thing is quicker than
what's it?
99% of cars.
Well, I'm looking for price too. I like affordability and
They're not cheap, I don't think. I think like 70K US or something.
yeah, this one it's got a solar panel on top, so it recharges. I don't know. I like it. Made in Canada too.
What's the car code again? You got
Spiritus. Here, let me.
it.
Yeah, check this shit out, man. I dropped some colors there. Then.
Do you have the link for the manufacturer?
Yeah. Look at this.
A cool looking car. Are you sure it's 22K?
Yep, and there's one for the ultimate is 149,000.
What does the ultimate come with?
It's the deluxe package. Man, look.
Does it come with
God
unlimited
dang.
blowjobs? I mean, shit.
Well, I mean, you get what you pay for, so. I mean,
I'm getting sick of having to pay to rebuild transmissions and engines.
That's what I'm saying. I think
yeah,
a
I'm
full
gonna.
tank of gas here for premium 98 for a little Mercedes, I pay 150 for a full
Yeah,
tank
it's
every week.
TOS UK. It's a tri design, double wheel in the front and one in the back, for sure.
Like fuel between all my cars, I think I pay what 20 grand a year, something crazy.
Click the link that I just sent.
Solar
For it.
charging, super fast, rides like a dream. 330 kilowatts is kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm.
400 kilometer range, not bad. 1.8 seconds.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ain't no way.
Are you gonna get two?
If they freaking bring them here. The all okay, no. So the $22,000 one is 5 seconds 0 to 60, not bad.
That's not bad. I don't need to go too fast.
It only
That's
weighs
fast enough,
600
bro.
kilos.
Mm-hmm.
I can freaking bench this, bro.
Well,
Solar panels for non-mechanical system originator braking.
yeah, they're side by side comparison. You can see what you're getting.
How come they both weigh 600 kilos? Like the big boy one and the little boy one. Drag, go up, curb weight. It looks like a pretty decent car, man.
It's not bad. Yeah.
I don't think I'd fit in this thing though.
How tall are you?
It looks like it's missing a couple wheels.
Oh.
It doesn't look like it's made for any bigger boys. Plus, I lift, so
Well,
I'm not skinny.
look, that is the all black on black. Shit. And then you could I guess you can order one for $100 deposit.
I feel like this is never gonna actually come out, bro.
Think so?
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like they offer you the moon and stars, and then you realize there isn't moon or stars. You don't get
Well, I
them.
mean, they had it for like 3 years ago, so I think they've been working on it.
So if I order this,
I live near one of these places where they're gonna.
choose a plan for your deposit.
Mhm.
Yeah, so it says $100 non-refundable with gifts. So you might not get your money back. They might not make the car, but you get a hat and a toy.
Yeah, for the chance that they do, then you got yourself one of these. Well, at least on hold.
Aventus Spirit is $10,000 non-refundable.
That's almost
Oh
like
yeah,
investing in a seed funding there.
yeah, literally. I'm pretty sure if you
There's
look around, you'll find seed fund somewhere.
I don't know. Perhaps if we just wait till they release and then before. But I don't know. There's always something better with the getting day one kind of stuff. You know. Anyway, I just been looking at EVs, man, because
If I had the option, bro, I'd definitely buy an EV. I'm waiting for if I can get a Cybertruck, I'll sell both my trucks and get Cybertrucks.
we got petrol powered vehicles or what?
I got 2 Mercedes and 2 Utes, all petrol. Sorry, the Utes are diesel, the Mercs are petrol. Plus, I got a fat boat that takes 100 liters of petrol per trip.
Jeez Louise.
I would love to EV everything because I've got a lot of solar in my house and solar batteries. And if I get solar cars, I get more solar batteries. We go crazy.
Well, we are close to the future of solar powered. So
Just pray no hailstorm doesn't come and wipe them all out.
yeah.
I think solar panels are pretty durable.
Not from the hailstones we've had lately.
Yeah, thank God I'm not. Where do you live? You sound
Baseball
Aussie.
size.
No, I think getting an older car, just having an older car, like even old, like in the 80s or something, Just have something that's no electronics, just all mechanical.
The things I would do for
Yeah,
a
that's what I'd like.
Cybertruck. My God.
So over there in your country, like they don't ship Cybertrucks over there.
He says he's not gonna produce right-hand drive vehicles for anything besides a Model 3 and a Model Y. So that means Europeans, Aussies, we're not getting no Cybertrucks.
Dude, that's a big market they're cutting out.
Yeah, but one of the
Big market.
Tesla, it's a huge market. One of the Tesla executives in Australia said we are considering opening a manufacturing plant in Australia. I mean, we have one of the largest ute markets in the world, so I mean, shit.
But there and the EV market has been kind of like exploding with like different options. So that's why I've been like perusing. There's so many different options.
Stick to a big brand name if you can. It's better for EVs. There's so many issues with them.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Like Hyundai and Kia, they're actually pretty good EVs.
Volkswagen came out with a nice little one. See if I can pull that.
Yeah. Bro, these Cybertrucks go hard.
You think so?
Bullet, yeah, man, bulletproof
Super sexy.
machine.
Yeah.
Imagine you rock up to your work site like in one of these bad boys. Wow.
There's this one. I was looking at this one.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Man, Volkswagen's got a long
Volkswagen,
history.
they make good cars, bro. They own a lot of cars too, so it's a pretty solid brand.
What's going on with like all the gayest cars being like the coolest cars now? Volkswagen and Kia, like being these badass cars.
They're pretty cool, man. I mean,
Just
like
give me a track
I'll
hawk.
be back.
a track hook. Do you like track hooks, Space Goat?
Yeah.
Dog shit cars. Don't tell me like
Or
Jeep
BMWs.
Gladiators as well.
I own a BMW though,
What?
so they're real shit cars.
What beam would you have?
Just an old, 13 years old or something. Pretty
I
quick
mean,
for a diesel though.
every new car is pretty good. I don't think there's like a 23 production car that's not good.
Like Mercedes, BMW, and Chevy, they don't have cool cars anymore. Now it's Kia.
I mean, I got a new Merc. Bought it on
Stinger actually
Friday,
looks like a
brand
good
new.
car.
Stingers are good. The Mercs are so shit, bro. They're so unreliable and break down so hard. It's crazy. Dog shit Mercs.
Mercedes, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Mercedes are garbage.
There's also like Mercuries. That's what I'm not sure.
Agree with that. I had a Mercedes loan car. It was trash.
I've bought 2 new cars from Mercedes in the past 3 years, and they've both broken down on me the same week I've got them. Talking brand new out of the factory cars.
They all break the same. Actually, I don't know. I guess some are chintzy. It really is like it's really like model dependent. Just because it's like a Mercedes doesn't mean it's good or whatever. I'll bring back horses. I might get a horse. Just ride that around.
Yeah, then you can horse around in real life. And
That's very good.
yeah.
BMW has to have made the worst electric cars in the world, bro. Those things look like little bees. Oh. That British nationalist.
Gang. Hey, Glowbirth is fake.
Fuck the flat earth. Fucking retards.
Fuck you, bitch. Me and your mom.
You're a pussy.
Yeah, you're retarded, though.
Y'all have no Glovers today? Are my headphones working? I don't see any green lights on.
Yeah, we hear you.
Has it been dead for long in here? Or temporary at all?
Temporary.
I see Jesse's server muted.
Oh, that's weird.
What egregious thing did he do?
Do any mods mind if I unmute Jesse? I'll take that as a no. Okay, you're free, Jesse. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jerry. Oh, Elijah, are you around?
What's up?
Oh, I was seeing if Elijah was around. I really want to hear him read the Turbo Encabulator speech.
Oh, what?
The Turbo Encabulator speech? Let me get a link. There you go.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, Quad, I think you gave me pictures of the snake shot of the Vatican audience hall, but it was a while ago. Somebody gave me the pictures of the snake shot. Come on, man. Get in voice and ask your questions. Oh. He says he can't talk right now. But I mean, I wasn't at all involved with building it. I don't know what it was built to look like, but the pictures that were given to me sure looked snake-like. Maybe it was a lizard-like. Beats me.
Hello guys. Hello everyone. Hello. Hello.
Yes,
Could
hello. Yes, yes, we hear you. Yes.
you the flat Earth theory for me? Hello?
Is this like a
Theory? I
restaurant or
don't know
something?
about that.
Guys, I just want to learn about the flat Earth. Yo, tell me about the flat Earth. Hello.
Okay.
Short but sweet.
Yeah.
Strong on the short, short on the sweet.
Takes all kinds.
No one talking?
No, but you sure may.
Jesse, how much do you bench?
What's that?
How much do you bench?
I don't even know what a bench is.
Wow. Do you squat?
No. I mean, not with weights.
Fair enough. Do you even lift, bro?
No, only myself.
Yeah, fair enough. No further questions, Your Honour.
Yeah, I know. Cubbers.
Today I learned that battle mod inserts dudes.
What? Inserts. Did you say he inserts dudes?
Yeah, look in the chat.
Yeah, we can put that in context for you if you like. We were talking about forgot about Dre and the N bombs he drops, and I take out the niggas and insert dudes, them dudes, them dudes in a rap song to replace N bombs.
Only battle mod could say N bombs and then niggers and then N bombs straight afterwards. Like you might as well just say the word if you could just say it once.
Hey, listen, I grew up in a mixed family. We're not real PC, you know. We don't really give a fuck what the rest of the world thinks about it. I mean, it's a word, you know. Either you get offended by words or you don't. Sticks and stones may break my bones. That's how I grew up. But words shall never harm me. And you act like you ain't never heard Dre. You know he's dropping them NIGGAs. All you European motherfuckers be bumping Dre like you gangster.
No, man, you know I don't give a shit about, like, I don't care. You say whatever word you want. I say the word nigger all the time because I don't think it fucking matters. It's just a word at the end of the day.
Right. But I do think you rap a little bit like him with a British accent. Dre was in the beginning. They're all in the beginning. It was NWA, the whole hip hop pad and all that. They started all that crap. I mean, before that, you'd be like the Sugar Hill Gang, Houdini. "5 Minutes of Funk." Are you hip to that, bro? You ever heard that? 5 Minutes of Funk.
I'm actually heading out the door, man. I'll see you guys later.
All right. It's Houdini. No. Damn it, is that Aloysius? Aloysius just took a screenshot she intends on using against the battle mod. She has her gun loaded with ammunition. So, you know this means war, right, young lady? Let's set the term straight now. If you look around, I'm sure you can find a bunch of them. People used to just create stuff, copy my image and make that. When we first started, they didn't debate us. They just memed us. Because they didn't want to get crushed. You know, I thought after I wrote that I should take it down, and then I'm high. I'm like, nah, it'll be cool. This fucking girl. Where you at? Speak up, woman. Are you happy with yourself? You got me. I'm not doing too good at chess today. I feel like trolling some Glovers. How's that sound? And every time I leave the server, I gotta open the damn chat back up. We need our own text lobby, man. We're the most popular group here. We can't get our own damn text with a history that we can search. I'm tired of people saying shit I can't go back and quote.
Do they allow that on this server at all? For guests?
Hell, I don't know, but if they're monetized and they're getting paid off us making them popular, damn it, I think they should consider it.
Yeah, the
What
site
say?
that bugs me too.
Yeah, the hidden. I mean, you can say, "Hey, man, chat's come with this," and I don't have to clear it out. The one good thing is that you don't have a bunch of dumb stuff in your history for people to report in the comment section. You can't. It's hard to go through and monitor every damn text that's put in your server, and somebody puts the wrong crap in there, and your server gets took down.
Yeah, it's probably the only practical way they can manage a whole bunch of guest chats with text.
That's what I thought. I mean, it makes sense. There's a lot of work in building the server and keeping it popular, and why lose it? Because somebody was in a bad mood when they came on Discord and decided to troll your server. And you weren't even the one talking to him. It was just some dude that you let have some mod power or something, and now he pissed somebody off, so there went your server. I mean, they took Gems down, you know, Jesse.
I heard about that, but I was not a member there.
The globe Earth is censored too, damn it. You guys got room to stand up now and say, we're censored for saying the globe Earth like the Great Inquisition, even though that was a lie. You could try to grandstand on it.
Hey, Mike. Mike,
Hey,
you
I
there?
missed the car talk. What's up?
Well, I was just gonna tell you, what's the most fuel efficient car that you can think of, like not too new but not too old? Like, what would you recommend as fuel efficient? What vehicle?
I mean, what, for like highway
Toyota, Honda, like what?
Well, if you're driving long distances to and from work, something
Well,
like that.
something inner city. Something in the city.
Well, listen, I'm American Steel all the way, but yes, Toyota and Honda are the best for longevity and fuel economy. And I admitted it. They're good at that, and we're American. But I like hot rods. So it's all in. It's like a tool. You get what you need. So yeah.
I'm just trying to get the more miles per the gallon. I mean, if I can get
Well,
like
I reckon
something
Kia would be
compact or
good.
mini, that'd be great.
Just get a Tesla.
The best way to improve
Everybody
your
keeps
mileage.
telling me that.
The best way to improve your mileage is to drive downhill.
Yeah, Toyota and Honda are good for mileage and
drive over
for
the curve also.
longevity. So a lot of I run a salvage yard, and I see a lot of Toyotas with 300,000, 375,000. Honda, a lot of them. I got a Datsun from the 80s out here that we cut the top off. It's got 240,000 miles on it, and we still beat the piss out of it just for fun. So those are all good cars for longevity still. You get a turbo 4-cylinder or some shit like that, a wannabe hot rod, you're just going to wear that car out quick. You're better off with a nice 4-cylinder. Foreign car, good on gas. Lasts longer. Now, the first cars that Americans built, they were awesome. That's why you can still pull them out of a field after 100 years and 70 years and make them fire up within a day. Drive it around. But I wouldn't say it is now, because I'm such a picky guy, I buy an American car and I take that apart.
Shit, that ain't too bad, subdued. That Corolla? Is that a Corolla?
Yeah, it's the new GR, dude. It's fucking slick as shit, actually.
Oh,
That looks fucking
yeah,
nice,
those
dude.
are tight. The Corollas are nice.
Oh, wow.
It's got 300 horsepower, dude. Fuck, it's
What?
nuts.
Yeah, I know.
You serious?
I'm trying to get around 450 to 500 horse, but yeah, 300 is nice. Shit, my Mustang's 500. My Corvette's about 650, but it's a big block.
6-speed intelligent manual transmission.
Yeah, those are nice. I don't like the turbo front wheel drive, so unless you're gonna put
Turbocharged 3-cylinder. Oh, that's interesting. 300 horsepower.
Yep. Yeah, they're really talking these 3 cylinders up right now. Since the 6-cylinder is the most perfectly balanced inline 6, inline 3, I would
It's
think
affordable too. Looks like.
Yeah, but as a motor, I would think it would be the most well-balanced motor that we probably manufactured to this day. Because it's in line.
For horsepower, you're not going to get a better bang for your buck, I don't think.
Yeah,
How much
it's a
does it
little
run? How much they cost?
36. 36. I mean, I'm guessing that's just standard with no package in there. It's just
Yeah, they got a bunch of packages for it.
that's the standard, right? 36 is the standard.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's no denying those cars run forever. Toyota runs for a long time.
Oh, it's aesthetically pleasing though. I give it that. I didn't even know these. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I'm gonna find a dealer near me.
You looking for a little zipper, are you, Miggy?
Yeah. I'm into these delivery jobs. I love doing them. I have a lot of fun doing them.
You looked at the Volkswagen GTI, the little Golfs, or the RS, little turbo rocket thing.
I haven't seen those. I mean, I've just been looking around. I'm looking for something that's, sleek and efficient, fuel efficient, really. At the end of the day, you don't want it to, highway miles are different than city.
We went to Perth recently and we hired a Corolla hybrid, and it was fucking great on fuel, man.
Interesting.
Wants to show me a picture of the real world.
You're in it, man. Walk outside.
Yeah, but I want to see the picture of it.
Picture of it.
Why,
Go
when
take a
you can
picture of it then.
Yeah, just walk
Bruh.
outside and take a picture, man.
Walk outside and take a picture.
Man, you guys know what I'm talking about.
You do know how to get outside, don't you?
No, I don't.
These trolls are no good these days.
Well, you never know who you're talking to. You could be a quadriplegic. I don't know. I just
Effers has been in here a while. He's just been
you
listening. He's
help?
lurking.
I
And then
know.
he's found
You need
his
us-
moment to
Yeah,
strike, and
bro.
then he's just gonna fucking fall to the floor like.
Nah, bro.
Right, does he?
I'm just
Is
saying,
it
bro.
like you
I'm just
falling
saying,
and this
bro.
is your way
I
of
want a
asking
picture
for
of the
help?
world, bro.
Huh?
I want
A
the picture of the world, bro.
And by picture, you mean
Bro,
I couldn't hear you.
photograph?
Mike was saying something.
Yes.
Yeah, but so what, dude? Like, what's that gonna do for you?
That's gonna make sure that I actually see like, oh, is this real or is this fake?
Oh my!
What do you
I used
fucking
to be
mean
a
if
flat
it's
earther,
real?
but not
This
anymore.
kid is
That's some
dumber than a
bullshit right there.
box
Get
of
the fuck out of here.
rocks.
I used to be a flat earther. Shut the fuck
I
up,
didn't
dude.
say that.
I'm being dead
No
ass.
one
Like I
else said that
used to be a
shit.
flat
No,
earther,
that's
but not anymore.
bullshit, dude. If you were a flat earther, you would never be a
Who?
fucking glober ever again.
Who?
If you were really
No,
a
I
flat
used
earther.
to be, but
Someone said
when
that.
That's
I
cap,
was a flat
bro. That's
earther, I
fucking
was on
cap.
drugs.
No, yeah. You're on drugs now. What the
Someone's
fuck?
repeating that. Who is? I don't even know what the fuck they said,
You
bro.
said
But
you
like,
started drinking, you became a glober? That's
I
what
used
I
to be a
heard.
flat earther. Get the
But
fuck
then
out
I
No,
of
when I
here.
was
became a
doing
drunk.
drugs, when I was
You're
doing
doing
drugs,
them now.
I believed
You
in like flat
probably
earther.
sound like you're high right now.
Hey, I just
And
put
I'm
a
not.
picture in
I
the
don't.
chat.
I stopped doing.
Hey,
I stopped the
you just
drugs
put
and
a
I stopped.
picture. Alright, thanks,
dude,
G.
I just put a
Thank you. That's
picture in
what
the
I
chat for
wanted.
you.
They
Just put a picture
Smoking
for you.
crack and seeing to infinity.
All right, why did you go back to the globe? Indulge me.
Because I finally got to my senses, you know, like I
What
wasn't like
senses?
dazed and like
You
confused and like
don't know anything. I can prove it. What are you doing right
okay.
now? I'm gonna show you. What are you doing right now?
What I'm just sitting.
Okay. So you're sitting down. You're telling me that right now, right?
Yes.
Are you 100% sure you're sitting down right now?
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Okay. So would you say that we can know reality to be 100%?
Can I know reality to be 100%?
Yeah, like things that you do in it, whatever.
Sure.
Sure. Okay. So now tell me how you know the Earth is a globe. Since we established a foundation of knowledge that you know things, how do you know the Earth's a globe?
Science through scientific research and
Science.
observational.
Observation. What have you
observational
observed? What have you
experimentation.
observed that the Earth is? How is it a globe? What have you done?
Well, first of all, images of Earth from space.
No, fuck
All right.
that, man. We ain't going to images. How did you, dude?
Okay, so you
Evers,
don't want to do
shut up,
images,
dude.
okay?
No, I'm telling you, like, if you're looking at images that somebody else took, how do you know they're not Photoshop?
You're right. I'm appealing to authority.
All right.
And I'm happy to.
So
I'm
how do
happy
you
to
know
do
that
that
the Earth is a globe with your experience that you can actually test?
with my own personal. No, I just told you I'm happy to appeal to authority.
You're happy
That's
to
not
appeal to
knowledge.
authority.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, secondhand information is Gucci with you,
Just
right? You
like
don't give a
just like
fuck.
how I appeal to doctors and
Appeal to
surgeons
doctors, surgeons.
and
No, what the fuck does that
the,
have to do with the Earth?
I'm saying I'm appealing to their knowledge. I'm appealing
Yeah,
to
but
their
who gives a fuck? Because you're
expertise.
not gonna get a surgery on your foot, dude. You're just gonna ask about how the Earth is a globe, and you said
Right.
pictures. Yeah, pictures.
Right. Images. Pictures. Okay. Another
Okay.
one would be circumnavigation.
No,
Right.
we're not
Like,
gonna get off of this because obviously there's some evidence there with the images, right? So how do we know those images are real?
It's like an analogy to this would be like, how do I know what the doctor is saying?
Yeah,
is
but you
real,
could
right?
just tell me how you could just tell me how you know they're real, right? Just real quick. How do you know they're real?
I just told you. I just appeal to authority.
So
I
you don't
don't
give
know
a
if
fuck
they're
about
real.
truth. You believe shit, right?
No, it's not belief. It's that I know.
It's belief, dude.
Right?
Then how do you know that the Earth is a globe? Because you look at those images. How do you know?
Because those images were taken by.
So you believe in the images. You believe in them.
Yeah, sure. I believe in the
Okay,
images.
so it's belief. It's not knowledge. It's just you believe that shit.
No,
Once
but
again,
it's
yeah.
no, but I believe in the
What do you
images,
mean
but
no?
I have knowledge of the Earth as being
You don't
around
fucking have
because of
knowledge. You
things
just
like.
believe. You just believe in the images. You just said
Hold
it.
on,
You
hold
believe
on.
in it.
Because of things
What?
like
Why? Why are we holding
circumnavigation,
on? We're
circumnavigation,
exposing
gravity.
we're exposing your mindset that you just believe. You said you did it. Now you're facing it right
There's
now.
plenty
You
of
just believe.
things that are. There's plenty of things that are
All right.
true that I
So
believe in.
so that's true.
Right?
So for now, the images are just belief. You got anything that you do know?
Obviously, I didn't personally take them, right? But like, I believe that
Yeah,
they are
we've
true.
already
Yeah,
got
absolutely.
past that. You just believe in the images. Go to something else that you can
Are
provide
you
evidence.
saying there's something wrong with belief?
Yeah, because it isn't knowledge, bro. You just believe the shit that you see. It could be cartoons. You don't give a fuck. You just believe whatever.
That's fine.
Yeah,
We can
that's
look at
fine with me.
we can
So
look
go
at
to something that you
circumnavigation. We can look at
circumnavigation.
gravity.
How the fuck do
We
you
can
know
look
about
at the
circumnavigation?
horizon.
Yeah, let's look at circumnavigation real quick. What about it? What about it?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm dead ass, dude. What? How do you know?
Dude, you sound very emotional. Are you okay?
Emotional. I want you to know. I want you to tell us how you know that circumnavigation is going to tell you the shape of something.
So I'll
How
tell
do
you
you do
this,
it?
right? When individuals or expeditions undertake circumnavigation, they travel from a starting point and then they head east or west and then eventually return to the same point. Right?
Yeah,
Now
you're gonna verify that.
that wouldn't work on a flat earth. It just wouldn't.
That's some bullshit right there. Mike, can you take
It's
over?
not
I gotta
bullshit.
head out real quick. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
bullshit,
run away.
dude.
Run away.
No, I got some shit to do, man. Otherwise,
So
I
they
shall
go
lack
in
you 9 ways.
circles?
Otherwise, I shall lack you 9 ways of Sunday.
So they go in circles, right, dude?
I'm saying if you traveled east, you would
Yes.
go right back
Yes
to
or
where
no?
you are.
Do they
What's
go
that?
in circles? Do they go in circles? Yes or no?
They go around a spheroid.
In a circle, correct?
I'm just gonna make sure they complete a full circle.
And circles are flat, correct? Right. So do you have anything else?
Depends. If you, what do you mean if they have? I just told you on a flat map that wouldn't work. If I
Well,
went
circles.
east on a flat map, do you think I'm gonna end up in the same spot?
Well,
Are you
circles.
high?
Well, circles are flat, right? Do you
I
have anything
swear to
else?
God, this guy has to be like on drugs. Look, buddy, if I am on a
I
flat
think
map,
your goose is cooked here, sir.
listen, you're not listening. If I'm on a flat map, all right, and I head east, am I going to end up in the same spot I started? Yes or no?
Not if you're going in a straight line.
Okay, I'm saying we're going on a straight line, okay, and we're doing a full circle.
All right,
And
fuck
we
it, I'm
end
back.
up.
Straight line circle. Is that so? This is what you're saying
No,
that
I'm saying
straight
the
lines are
shape,
circles.
the line that we the line that we take, right? The direction in which we head. We are going straight, right? We're going straight, right? We're going straight east. We
Okay,
end
so
up at this. We then end up at the same.
let me pause you for just a second. Hey, I'm gonna probably have to leave in a little bit, but let me just shellac him for a little bit, Vasily, if you don't mind. No, toss him back.
Yeah, good.
All right, so we're on what would you say? Navigation?
Oh my God! Did you interrupted me? That's so rude.
Yeah, I had to fucking stop you from talking so I can talk to my team.
Right.
So what were you saying? Circumnavigation. Continue.
So
You were trying to do straight lines around a curve.
we head straight east, and we end up in the same spot. So what do we conclude? Well, the only way in which this could happen is if we're on a spheroid. That's
All right,
it.
So
That's
yeah,
it.
have you ever done that? Have you ever done that?
People have. People
No,
have.
Who's done it?
Well-respected individuals.
Well-respected individuals. Who?
If I had the money, I would do it, and I would literally debunk it flat Earth tonight.
Who?
But I don't have the money.
Who?
Just Google the people. There's plenty
I don't
of
need
people.
to
I don't
Google
know.
shit. You're fucking throwing an elephant at me. That's an elephant hurling fallacy. I'm not gonna do your work. You're gonna have to present. Who? Who is it?
You have people like Fernando Milligan. You have
Milligan? Who's that? What did he do? What did he do?
You have
what did he do?
Richard Rutan.
Yeah, what did he do?
They flew.
Can you fucking hear me? What did he do?
Richard Rutan flew a plane.
He flew a plane. Where did he fly?
And he went straight east.
Where did he fly to? Where did he take off from? Where did he fly to?
Dude, why do you need all of this?
Okay, so you don't fucking know, right? Because you're bringing up shit that you don't have no knowledge on.
There's some people that I know who's.
I don't give a fuck about your belief, dude. You either gonna come with some facts or you don't talk. Like, don't bring this shit up. You don't have any facts.
Are you serious?
I'm fucking dead ass, dude. Like, you don't have no evidence, no facts, no shit.
Okay,
You're just
you know
saying
what?
we've been around the earth because people are smart. What the fuck, dude?
Satellites. If you shoot up a satellite, you'll see it. You'll see it come to the same spot you shot it up. There you go. Done.
Which
Anything
one?
else?
Which one?
How many have you shot up?
Yeah, which one?
You can Google satellites floating
We're
in
not
space.
Googling your shit. You're gonna bring the facts or you don't speak on it, man, because you don't have any evidence.
Yeah, you're a
I don't want to
pussy.
hear
I'm
your
out.
belief
You're a
system.
pussy. I'm out of here. You're a pussy.
Fucking leave, dude. Kick rocks.
Okay.
There you go.
Shit. Yeah, he already dropped out. So he was trying to say that you can go in a straight line on a globe and go back where you started. That's geometrically impossible. Zero straight lines create the surface of a sphere.
Yeah,
So
I know.
yeah, he's just talking.
I know. I every time I like these idiots, they think they have a lot of facts and evidence, and they ain't got shit. I expose them every single time. I love doing it.
It's funny
especially
because
the
a
more prideful
circle is a
ones.
plane shape, and then they're like, you can't go in a circle on a plane, even though a circle is a plane shape. So they don't even think
I
it
don't
out
even-
before
yeah,
they claim it.
Honestly, I don't even touch that subject because they're fuckwits and they don't even have any facts to back up. Like if somebody wanted to provide some evidence, they'd lay out the whole course of like, look, this is the guy, he did this, he took off here from there. Like they would have facts. They didn't got shit. So it's one thing to even just bring it up. It's another thing to not support your claim. You know what I mean? And at least with the claim, they have something to say. He didn't have shit to say. So we don't even have anything. Dismiss that fucking case. Throw it away. We're not even going to talk about his circumnavigation bullshit. All right, who's up?
How's
What
it
else we got?
going?
Nah, we ain't dealing with you, man. We've already shellacked you 1,000 times.
No, you haven't. You just avoid
Yeah,
my
dude, you
questions
fucking
over and over
you got
again.
tire marks on your back already, man. It's
I
enough.
think you got a condom hanging out of your ass from me,
Yeah,
dude.
there's tire marks on your fucking forehead, dude. We're done.
Yo, I heard you were shellacking people in here.
Pretty much. What up, dude?
Oh, you know. I came for the shellac, I guess.
Okay.
Are you disappointed?
No, like, are you gonna be a part of it? Like, are you in the crosshairs? Where are you standing with this? Like, what?
No, I'm actually laying down right now.
That's not what I meant. But that's fine.
All right, anyway. Proceed.
No, I didn't want to talk to the guy who has tire tracks on the back of his back. Like, we done ran him over like 100 times. Like, we don't need to keep doing it. At some point, he needs to just roll out of here. Go find a hobby. Go play video games or something, man. What the fuck? This shit isn't. You're not cut out for this. You could be night. Bounce, dude. Nah, we don't want to talk to you. You're boring. Or Jesse. Fucking, you guys can find another hobby or some shit.
Hey.
Ain't gonna be here. Seriously, man. We don't want to talk to you guys. You're burnt out. You're
That's
fucking-
why I'm sitting quietly.
Well,
Yeah, like a good
that's
little
fine.
dog,
I don't
aren't you,
care if you
Jesse?
sit here. That shit don't bother me. Just we ain't
Well, you
talking
guys-
about your spreadsheet. That's for sure.
You just park here and hold us up all day, stonewall us from talking to noobs.
Yep.
It's kind of annoying.
So
I mean, Jesse's kind of cool, though, I guess.
Oh, he's not, bro.
We're gonna have to ban you.
Oh, man. Not again.
yeah. We got can't vote them out in the chat. Can't vote them out. Are you there? Can't vote them out. Aldo's in the chat. Aldo, how's it going? Oh my God, Britnett, you're a fucking instigator. I swear.
Britnett is the most honest, beautiful man I've met in my life.
Okay. What else we got in here? Fuck.
Canada. You said you live in Canada, Alpha?
Mm-mm. America.
Can I open a bank account in the US?
Land of the free. Yeah, I think so.
What bank's good in the US?
Which bank?
Yeah.
The major ones. BOA, Bank of America.
Yeah, wait. Open an account.
I mean, what? Citibank. That's another one.
Bank of America. So the geese.
Or Citibank.
Zip
They're one of the
code.
biggest fucking banks in here.
Citibank, you said?
Yeah. CITI.
Citibank. Banking. Savings. Open an account. Where do you live? Australia.
You really want that Cybertruck, don't you?
This is for something else.
Oh. I was gonna say, man, you really want that Cybertruck.
I'll buy one.
Can't you just ship it in one of those shipping containers?
I have to import it and I have to convert it to right-hand drive.
You don't got a couple of blokes over there that know how to do that?
It's expensive, but possible.
Mm.
What is this $5 monthly fee, bro?
That's the way it works over here, bro. The way it works.
America.
Costs money to live here, man. Shit ain't
What's
free.
regular chicken? Access chicken, regular chicken. Ways to waive fee. Waived for 3 months after the account being all with a relationship to or with a 500 plus. If you have a $500 balance, you don't get fee.
Yeah.
All right, relax.
Why do you think they're the biggest banks in America?
What's checkings and what's savings?
Checking and savings, yeah.
What's that? What's a checking
What do you guys
account?
have in Australia? Okay,
We
y'all
just
don't
have
have savings?
everyday bank accounts, right?
Oh yeah.
We have transactions accounts and savings accounts.
You're fucking advanced over there and shit. Y'all don't
I
pay.
don't know what that is.
Y'all don't pay for shit over there, huh?
Yeah.
No hospitals. You guys free medical care and shit.
I mean, yeah, close enough.
Fee on flat Earth.
What up, Master Craze?
I don't have a freaking social security number, bro.
Okay, if the Earth was flat, correct?
Globe
There we
Earther.
go.
Oh my god.
You would be able to see the entirety of the universe.
Dude, you have such
Because
lowbrow fucking content coming in here with saying that shit. That's fucking.
man, fuck you. You don't know fucking shit.
That is. You want to bet? Do you want to bet?
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go. Cause you think you
Yeah,
feel a little froggy.
Please.
All right.
Oh yeah. I
This
am.
got
Alright,
revealed
motherfucker.
straight away.
I'll show you who the daddy is here. Okay, so
then.
if the Earth is flat.
No, we're not gonna talk about your shit. We're gonna ask you how you know the Earth's a globe.
Yeah. Why are we allowed to talk
how
about
is the
your
Earth a
shit
globe?
then?
Master, how's the Earth a globe?
How is the Earth a globe?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever watched the NASA channel?
Man, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about
No,
NASA.
we don't
How
give
do
a
you
fuck.
how do you know the Earth's a globe?
How do you
Don't
know
tell
it's
me you're
flat?
watching TV and shit. That's fucking stupid.
Okay, here's my thing.
What's TV?
Here's
Oh,
my
you guys-
thing. Don't
Okay,
fucking
here's
tell
my
me your
thing
thing.
is
Just tell me how you know the Earth's a globe. Don't tell me you're watching TV and shit. Fucking NASA. Come on,
okay.
bro.
Okay.
The movies you watch, boys.
Fucking
the
hell.
southern and northern
No,
hemisphere.
okay.
Nah,
Actually,
dude, don't
none of
speak for
us
him,
can
Skate.
talk about it because none of us have been in space before. So actually, you're just making assumptions. So each side you're on, you're making an
Suppositions.
assumption,
Jesus.
and so you're not actually going
Presuppositions.
into space.
Neon, don't help him.
Shut the fuck up, Neon.
So you
All right.
actually can't make a presumption at all because you haven't been in space.
Shut the
Yeah,
fuck up.
so my question to you was how do you know that it is a globe? What was your evidence for the case that it is a globe?
You ever seen the fucking the globes on like a teacher's desk? It's
Oh my
round.
god, dude. Are
That
you
shit,
serious?
that shit.
Have you
literally
looked
says
at
it's
Google
not
Maps?
real.
It's
Is that
round.
is that all you got, dude? A fucking globe on a
Weak
desk? God
sauce.
damn, dude.
Weak
And no,
sauce.
look
Let me help
look
this
at
guy
the
out.
fucking atmosphere,
Nah,
dude.
Skate.
It literally says it's not a real representation of the world.
At first, hold up, man. Let this man stand on his own 10 toes, man. He came in here with his chest puffed up. He's gonna have to stand on his toes. Let's
Yeah,
go.
true that.
You said that you know the Earth is a globe by a fucking globe on a desk,
Yeah,
dude.
I know because
wait.
I know.
No, hold up. Let me just rewind a little bit. Let me rewind. You said that you know the Earth is a globe because of NASA fucking videos or whatever the fuck, and then you went from there to a globe on a desk. What else do you got, dude? I mean, really?
Yo, how do you know it's flat?
We're not even talking about that right now. We're talking how you know it's a globe because you're so sure it is.
Well,
And all you
okay.
had was NASA
Well, I already
videos
made
and a
my
globe.
presumption. What about yours?
What
Let's
do you
hear
mean my
yours.
presumption? You're fucking believing like a fairy tale, dude. That's what you got. A fairy tale.
What
right?
are you talking about? What fairy
That
tale?
means that you know how like Peter Pan and Santa Claus and Tooth Fairy and shit. That's what you think the Earth is being a globe because the only thing that you know is NASA
I saw-
videos and fucking a globe on a desk, dude. What the fuck?
Well,
Is it all
well,
you got?
And
I
the
saw
only
I
thing
saw
you know is
SpongeBob. I saw SpongeBob on TV, and then I saw a doll of it on someone's desk. So therefore, it's real. He's real.
I saw Superman over there.
Come on,
TV
come
show.
on, Craze. Come on, man.
and
Hit me
here's
with
the
some
thing.
facts.
How are you
fuck
how
that,
are you
dude. Hit me
gonna
with
know?
facts. Give me some facts, bro, about the Earth being a globe. Give me some facts. What do we know?
Yeah, okay, I'll fucking tell you right now, buddy.
What?
So not only am I studying astroengineering,
Whoa.
I
All right.
know because when you stare at the sky, it goes into a globe form.
Okay.
And you actually can't see the other side of the Earth. if you were
Are
to
you
stand really
serious right
tall,
now? Are you serious right now?
This dude, if you're studying to be, what did you say you were? Hello?
astro engineer.
If you
Astro
show me proof of
engineer.
that, I'll believe you.
What in the fuck?
He engineers Astros.
Wait a fucking minute. So the best evidence you brought forward, NASA videos and a globe on a desk, and this third evidence that you're bringing forward, what the fuck do you got? What is it?
That I'm an astro engineer.
Can
That's
you show me
fucking
a
stupid, dude.
qualification?
Don't appeal to your credentials or whatever the fuck you say you are. What are you doing in your job that you
But
know the
he
Earth's a
said
globe?
engineer, man. He's not even one yet. He's
I don't
studying
even
to be one.
listen. What do you know because you have that knowledge about being an astro engineer? I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. How do you know the Earth's a globe because of that? That's what I want to know.
Oh,
Facts.
okay. So
Facts.
staring at your profile picture, you're one of those third eye openers saying, "Oh yeah, okay.
Dude, are you
Now I
fucking
know
high
who
or
I'm
some
dealing with."
shit?
Okay, so now I have to change my argument to fix your brain.
What the
What are you
fuck are you
talking
talking
about?
about,
Okay,
you
so
dumbass
knowing
person?
that you're a schizo, okay,
Ooh,
now I
get it.
have to
Gangsta.
change my answer.
What is your answer? I still haven't heard
Dude,
the
you're
argument.
slow.
Buddy
You're fucking.
Mambo.
You're so fucking
Buddy
slow to
Mambo.
answer. You're so fucking slow to answer anything. I'm afraid you're fucking. That I'm just gonna be waiting for you to say something like cohesive. I'm fucking. I don't got your time, dude. Do you have any facts or not? We got some other people in here. Yes or
Whoa,
no,
whoa,
Master?
whoa! Hey, why are you being all hostile?
You got like a few short seconds to tell me if you have any more facts. If not, we're just gonna put your ass on mute.
What am I saying? I'm not talking. I'm just answering your
You
question.
have any facts that the Earth is a globe, Craze?
Yes, I do.
No. Then what
Go
is
on.
it? Last chance. Go.
You're a bitch.
Oh, there's the globe.
Okay.
You got
Wah, 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 wah.
All right.
That's
Go ahead
just
and put yourself
Yeah,
on mute.
your
We'll go
fat
to.
other whores are.
yeah,
Is
that's
that
not nice.
dude? You sounded
Dang.
like you sound like a fucking 14-year-old barely started to learn how to cuss. You don't even know how to do it
Dun,
properly, dude.
dun,
Fuck off.
dun.
All right.
Your mama.
Another one
So what?
bites the dust. Another
You
one's
fucking
gone. And another one's
weak
gone.
ass
Another
clowns,
one
dude.
bites the dust.
All right. So we'll move off of Craze because he's kind of crazy. We'll go to somebody else. If anybody's in here that has evidence that the Earth is a globe, please step up to the mic and present
I'm
your
right here.
evidence.
Me, Skate-Fi.
All right,
I think the
Skate.
guy
Let's
who
go.
said something about
All right, my
schizo
evidence
is
is how
coping.
would
Hold
how
on.
would you be?
Let's at first let Skate come through, man. Go ahead, Skate.
I'm
All right.
sorry.
Here's my evidence. GPS. You know how a satellite orbits around the whole Earth, goes all around it.
Nah, we don't know
How would
that.
that be possible if the Earth was flat?
No, don't be saying how if the Earth is flat. We don't do that here. We want you to, because first of all, you haven't even took a look at the globe yet, right? How do you know that the Earth is a globe?
Because there's just proof and evidence.
What?
Where?
Is that an answer?
Where?
Proof and evidence. I don't need that answer. I need you to tell me
What about the
how
sun
it's a globe.
orbiting around
We
the
don't
Earth?
need. Listen. All right. So just
If you
take
put a
one.
stick into the ground,
Listen, relax,
and there's
bro.
going to be a shadow
One thing,
moving around.
dude. Relax. One thing at a time. How do you know the Earth's a globe?
What do you? There's just proof and evidence on it.
Show
I
me
know
the
that's
proof and
two.
evidence.
That's
What do you
two
want me
words
to
that
say? I've been to the
that's
moon.
two. Listen, bro. Relax. I just need you to show how the Earth is an actual globe. Do you know what's the dude? All right. What's the radius of Earth right now? What's the radius?
Bro, I don't have that on the top of my head. That's the thing.
Okay. So do you know the size of the Earth at all? Do you know the circumference?
No, I don't. Not at
Okay.
the moment.
All right. So how did they provide evidence that the Earth is a globe if you don't know how big it is?
Because people have already done the research on that.
Which people? Tell me one person. Give me one.
Well, just like I don't have any
Mhm.
right now. I don't have any right
Okay.
now.
Okay. So you
If
don't know,
do,
right?
like search it up though, you
So
can
it's
see
pretty
it.
cool, Skate. So it's pretty cool to say that you don't know anything much about the globe except for a belief that you have, right? Is that cool?
No, there's just proof, you know? Like
Yeah,
on the
but you
North
don't have that
Hemisphere.
proof that you're talking about and evidence. You don't have it. You just have a belief. I just want you to admit that you have a belief. If not, we'll keep going until I don't know, maybe expose you some more that you just have a belief. Just admit that
All
you
right.
have a belief. That's fine. It's fine.
What about the core of the Earth? How does that
No,
make
just
sense? If
answer
the
my
Earth's
question. Do you
flat,
have a
there's
belief?
no core.
Skate. Do you have a belief in the Earth being a globe?
Yeah, I have a belief the
Okay.
Earth's a
Okay.
globe.
All right.
I believe it's a globe.
Okay.
And I believe you're stupid, nigga.
I looked in the mirror, nigga.
Nah, let's
look like a
let's
fucking
not
bitch.
go there, dudes. Let's not go there. We don't have to be saying that. But like, listen, you
Your
said you didn't
mom and
know.
your
You have a
mom.
you have a belief in the Earth being a globe. That's fine, but you can't come in here like trying to say that. Well, because we know the Earth's a globe, then how can you tell me it's flat? Because you don't have a leg to stand on right now. Because you don't even know if it's a globe. You just believe that it is. So you can't come
How
in
do
here
you
trying
know
to.
it's flat?
Because you don't
believe it's
even know
flat
if it's a
too.
globe, Skate. Do you know it's a globe? You believe it is, bro.
There's proof and evidence. Just
Where?
search it
Where?
up.
I ask you for it. You don't have it. Where?
Where's
me
your
one.
evidence that the Earth's flat?
Give me one piece of evidence that the Earth is a globe. One. Just one. Just one, Skate. That's all I need.
All right, here's some. I have it right here. How are you gonna explain this then? If you
Explain
look
what?
into a telescope and you see other planets and their globes, why are they globes and the Earth's not a globe?
So by your logic, if I walk into a forest and I see squirrels climbing tree, am I a squirrel?
No, I'm just saying, why are those
Well,
like that and the Earth's
Well,
not?
does it matter? Do you have to be like the thing that you see in the sky?
Well, why are all the other planets like that though? And
Well,
the
do you
Earth's the
have
only
to
one
be
like
like
this?
that? Do you have to be like what you see up in the sky?
No, you don't.
Okay. Okay.
I'll give you that one.
Right. So yeah, that's a bad way to look at stuff. So what we do here is we examine the world around us, and if there's nothing we can, like, say we go outside and we look at the sky with a telescope, what can you tell me about what you see, other than it being a light or a colorful light, or it looks like a globe or whatever, but you don't
Yeah.
know. Yeah, but you don't know what it's made of. Like the people that tell you what the things up there are made of, they're putting stories in your head. How can you verify those stories? Like it's got
See,
a
I was in
nickel
here the
iron.
other day and someone told me there is no space. Do you also believe in that too?
That's not, listen, the vacuum is the cosmic vacuum and how they tell you it is. How can you verify that, Skate? How do you know that it's real? Do you
How do
know
you
that
want
you're
me to verify
Bro,
this?
check
Go
this
to the
out.
moon and
Check this
back?
out. Let me just propose this question to you. Do you
All right.
know that listen, do you know that you're flying around in a cosmic vacuum, or do you just believe that you are?
Well, there's no way for me to know, obviously.
So it's a belief, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what everybody has. Everybody, dude.
Even flat
If I
earthers?
no,
Nah,
I mean
boy.
I'm
Yeah,
not,
facts.
because here, check this out. Because the people that believe in the globe, they believe that they're flying around in a cosmic vacuum. That's already a given. They don't
Mhm.
know. They don't know. So I can ask
Well,
any of these
nobody's gonna
globers.
know that, obviously, if you've
I
never been to
know
space.
that, but see, here's the thing. You guys think there's some information that everybody knows that it's just we all know we're flying around in a cosmic vacuum. And it's not true. That's just not true. It's a belief. It's all everything. Every time I ask somebody, it all stems back to, it's like, think about it like this, Skate. It's like a religion, bro. You have like these certain tenets of belief and then like certain doctrines. It's the same shit, bro. You just believe because you've been told by an authority. That's all you got, bro. That's your whole worldview is based on that belief. And it's a bit shocking when you first like take a look at it, but since you heard about flat Earth, you're like, oh, you tell me how the Earth is flat. You have not even taken a second look at the
Well,
Earth
yeah,
being a
yeah. I
globe.
tell people how is the Earth flat, and nobody ever. They just dodge the question.
That's not about dodging that question.
It's
It's
just
about
flat Earthers all
check
around
it
the
out, bro.
globe.
Yeah, but check this out, bro. Because you have this belief that the Earth is a globe. You just believe this fairy tale. That shit ain't true. It never was a globe. You're
How do you
actually
know
living
that
on it
though?
because you're living on a flat and stationary plane, bro. Let's check it out. When you go to the beach, do you see a globe anywhere? No. You navigate across this Earth like it's flat and stationary. It measures flat and stationary. There's no fucking rate of change of slope. There is no fucking sloping
Let's
fucking
see.
curve.
If you would shoot a bullet straight, or not a bullet, a missile straight, if it won't go straight forever, it's gonna hit something because
Bro,
obviously
check this out,
it's
man.
globes.
Do you already know that a missile can only go so far as it can with its energy that it has propelling it, right? That's
All
what you
right,
should think about.
if we think
That's
about it, it just goes on forever. Like if it
No,
goes
it
on
doesn't.
forever, it's
Shit
gonna
doesn't go
hit
on forever,
something.
dude. What
If it
grade are
does,
you
though.
in? What grade
I'm
are
just
you in?
saying,
You sound
hypothetically
like you
speaking.
sound like you sound like you're a young person talking about cartoons, man. Shit doesn't go forever, bro.
I'm saying
You know what I mean?
hypothetically speaking, though.
We don't speak in hypotheticals here. We speak in the really is level. What we can tell really happens, bro.
I just don't believe it
That's
though.
what we don't talk about
I think you
that
guys are
shit.
believers of the flat Earth, and
No, we're not believers. You are fucking idiot, dude. You're the one in the
I don't
religious
believe in
state.
flat Earth. That's the thing.
Not about flat. Listen, not flat Earth, globe Earth. You believe this fairy tale globe Earth, right? That it exists and it doesn't fucking exist. It does not exist, Skate. The
How do
flat
you
Earth
see this?
is the flat
What's on
Earth
the other
is an
side of the
observation.
flat Earth?
Dude, relax. Fucking, what
China?
are you? Are you nervous or what the fuck? Why can't you
No,
focus?
this is true. I'm just saying. What's on the other side of
Relax,
it?
bro. Chill. All right. We can't
All right,
even get to another. We need to talk about one thing at a time. You're going too hard, man. Just relax. You're going
Yeah.
too fucking hard. So
All right.
you see, you're still going. What the
I'm
fuck?
letting you
Can
speak.
you
I'm saying,
chill,
all
bro?
right, speak.
Just relax, bro. Take it easy. All right. So when we're talking about the Earth being flat, we mean when you make your observation, and it doesn't matter where, you're gonna see like over water, the Earth is flat and stationary. You only see a flat level plane, right? The horizon is horizontal. It's flat and it's level all the way across the horizon. And you don't measure any curvature on this Earth. There's no way that you're gonna say, okay, I know how much drop over the distance there's gonna be. So two things, right? The Earth measures and it also is observed as it's flat, right? Not only that, but it's stationary. It's not moving. So
Yep.
people say that the Earth, yeah.
No, go. I'm saying, yeah, keep speaking.
People say that the Earth is in motion, right? And we ask them the same question: how do you know that the Earth is in motion? Who measured that shit? Who's the one that said I measured the Earth to be in a rotation on its axis? We're gonna
Mhm.
look at the information. Who's done that? Do you know?
No, I don't know.
Right. So that's the other thing. So the first of all, the curvature, we already tackled that. Now we went to rotation. We're tackling that shit. And look, I'm just exposing that to your mind, and you're saying you don't know, right? So the third thing, the cosmic vacuum, we talked about that. You just
Yeah.
believe that you're in a cosmic vacuum. So the three main tenets that actually prop up the Earth being a globe are just a belief in your mind. And it's not just a belief, bro. It's a blind belief. It's like you don't have any evidence whatsoever about what anybody said about it. You just completely giving your mind over to the belief, like a religion. This is what I'm trying to show you. So you're saying, I don't believe in the flat earth. I don't, it doesn't matter right now because you believe in the globe. You're
Mhm.
hardcore into it, man. Like you're into space and you're into like the fantasy stuff. People talk about black holes and planets and stuff, and you're just all like in that. But you don't, there's no information to support the claim. That's what I'm trying to show you, bro. Like at least look, if you leave here and you say fuck flat earth or whatever, I don't care. I just want you to
Yeah.
think about one thing. That you're in a belief system right now, bro.
Yeah,
Right
I'm
this
thinking
moment.
about it. I'm trying to believe in the flat Earth, but I just can't really believe in it.
Look, that's
How
fine.
does
And
it
then what
work? What
listen,
about the sun?
I'm telling you, I'm gonna
Does it
tell you right
orbit
now,
around it
man.
or not?
Listen, bro. I'm gonna tell you, it's not a flat Earth is not about a belief. It's void of a belief because when you go out into the world, what you're gonna do is you're gonna try to measure for this curvature, right? When you don't find any curvature, that means the Earth's not curving. There is no curvature, and so that's why I've been trying to tell people that's gonna wake you up, right? The first thing that's gonna wake you up is you're not gonna find any measured curvature at all. So that at least is gonna be
That's
something you
actually
can
not.
do.
That's actually
What
not
about
true.
going up a street and down a street?
Well,
So I'm curving down.
listen, check this out. On land,
Check this out.
there's topography, right? So you're gonna have
Yeah.
hills and valleys. You're gonna have elevation change because it's land. It's gonna be different elevations. So we're gonna have that on land. I'm talking about water, right? So when you're
Yeah.
measuring over like a lake or oceans or something like that, because water at rest, large bodies of water are flat and level on their surface. Everybody knows this, right?
Mhm.
So we're talking about water. So land is going to have elevation. We already know that. So it's going to be a problem where you're saying that you can measure curvature on land because of course we have the hills and valleys. So you can't really do it on land. You have to do it over water, large bodies of water. So, and I'm telling you, man, you can test this for yourself. So it's not just me telling you. It's not a belief.
Yeah.
You can go and
Right.
test it. So once you find out, then you'll be like, oh fuck, it's not curving like I thought it was. And
No,
that's
it's definitely curving like we know it is.
yeah, I'm gonna hit you up next, VX, because I think we're getting some people that just believe in the Earth being a globe, and I think that's
What
fine.
about
But
the sun though?
check
Does
it
it
out,
orbit
Skate.
around a flat
Yeah,
Earth, or it just goes
we're
back
gonna
and forth?
we're gonna get to that, man. Take 5. I'm gonna holler at VX and see what he's got to say, because he
All
sounded like
right,
he
all
wants
right.
to talk. So
Let him
VX,
speak.
yeah, VX, how do you know the Earth's a globe?
Because I worked in satellite communications for 5 years.
Okay, and did you put any of those satellites up in orbit?
No, but we track them
Okay, so how do you know they're in the location that you think that they are?
because we get ephemeris data based on gravity and so
Was
when
that
you want
it?
to track a satellite, you get ephemeris data. It's data that shows like and there's actually an altitude that you can launch a satellite into space that it'll basically be like a moon. So, as the Earth turns, they call them geostationary satellites. So a satellite will be geostationary if it's a certain distance from the Earth at the equator. And you can actually
I've
track
talked to
these things.
I've talked to many people that create satellites or work on them, not create them, but work on them. And most of them are doing a specific function within the creation of a satellite. Building parts in that. Is that what you did? You built parts for it, or did you
No,
work on the the software systems.
No, I literally would point antennas at them as they were orbiting through space.
Okay, so what part of what industry were you working with that did that?
Satellite communications.
I know a specific agency or organization.
I'm not going to tell you who I worked
Is
for.
it okay? You could just say if it's a private company or something. You don't have to say which one. Is it a major corporation or like
It's
Yeah,
not. a ma-
that's
like
really
that
not
doesn't.
telling us
It's
anything,
not
to be
important.
honest.
It's
That's really not saying much.
No, it's not. It's not importante. Okay. What's important is that we can point satellites we can point antennas into space and sense these things orbiting around the Earth.
That's fine. Satellites are up in the sky. Nobody's denying satellites up in the sky. Not anyone.
I
Not
am.
flat Earth, not globe Earth. Listen, technology is above our heads. We already know this, VX, but that doesn't mean you're flying around in a cosmic vacuum. Okay? Because you can search this up too. Google Loon had a project that it got discontinued, but they were doing a project exactly like Starlink. Same thing, no different.
Right.
And they were talking about geostationary satellites and satellites in different countries that don't have internet capabilities.
Yep.
So with these satellites, right, that they were going to launch at a specific, they discontinued it, but their website is still up. It's called Project X. You can look it up for yourself, right? And it outlines all the different ways that they were going to put them up above above the atmosphere. So they already showed everybody how they did it. So it's no mystery. We already know that it's available. So it's not like you're holding on to a golden ticket with what you're saying or with the technology that you're working on. They've been doing that shit since like the late 40s and shit. That's
Right,
not
but
a big whoop.
okay, and like you guys like to bring up all these arguments about like, oh, why does the water get sucked into the vacuum? It's because of mass, and it's a very basic physical.
Yeah, but we haven't even
physics
dove into
concept.
that, VX, which we're gonna do now, actually. So, all right. So the three questions that I usually ask everybody. You can call it a script or whatever, but nobody's answered them. So perhaps you might, right? I have hope. All right. So who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, VX, as in elevation change or drop over the distance? Who's ever measured that? Like that you can tell me? Anyone in history?
I don't know which scientist
Okay.
has. I do know that we have satellite imagery of the
Yeah,
Earth.
but we're not talking about that right now, VX. That we can wait for that till a little bit later.
Right, but if
So
you're
right
talking
now
about
we're focused.
measuring the curvature,
Yeah, no, but listen, satellites for what you're doing, right, or whatever it is that you're trying to get to, like we can talk about first in history because the information is that we've known for thousands of years, right? According to the globe Earth propaganda, we've known that the Earth has been a globe for a while. So we're looking for how it's been established to up until the point where we're at today, because it just didn't pop up out of thin air, right? Somebody had to have said something about the metrics of the Earth being measured, because we have metrics, right? VX.
yeah, we certainly have metrics.
Okay, so obviously we discovered that somewhere along the way how big the Earth is, in ancient times. So that's what we're doing right now. We're trying to figure out if you have that knowledge to substantiate the claim of how it's been measured.
I'm saying like you don't need that much. I mean, you don't really even need that much evidence, dude. Like, there's been people that have flown up in hand gliders and fucking
Hand gliders. What are you talking about, bro?
gyrocopters, like, and you can see
How
when they're
high
up
do
there.
you?
The Earth is
No,
curved.
you cannot, bro.
Yeah, can you show me?
How?
Yeah.
What's the elevation?
There's YouTube videos on this though.
This
Bro,
kid is fucking higher than me.
Wait a minute, VX. How high do you think those helicopters go?
I mean, you can get a
The
gyrocopter
gyrocopters. How
pretty
how
high.
high? What's the elevation distance from the ground to where they go?
Oh, I don't
What's-
know. Maybe like
They have a ceiling.
above the clouds. Maybe like
No,
20,000.
no,
Hold
you
on,
can't.
let him talk.
Let a nigga speak.
It's only 2,000 feet.
What do you say, VX?
Now you can get a gyrocopter pretty fucking high, bros.
How
Like,
high?
Hold on, I'll show you.
Yeah,
Like
go ahead,
30,
tell us.
40,000 feet? How high?
You're supposed
Pretty
to keep
fucking
them
high.
under a certain distance, dude.
I don't know if it's 30,000, bro. That's
Man, I think you can go as high as you want.
No,
A
you can't
freaking
do
Boeing
that.
737 goes
No,
like 33,000
airspace
feet.
isn't just open, man. Amateur flight is done at up to 2,000 feet.
What do you mean
Yeah.
2,000 feet, bro?
There's been people going like higher than 50,000
Yeah,
feet.
hang on, man. Let
They
VX.
are, but not in a gyrocopter.
Fucking hell, man. Let VX come through with that, man. He's gonna tell us all. He'll tell us,
He definitely is gonna tell us.
I'll show
or
you.
at least I think he is. Are we gonna wait a little bit, VX, or what? You got some time?
Give me a second, man. Just give me a second.
I believe in you, bro.
All right.
Where's
I am
Hammer?
correct. Believes
He has
in
a
you.
license to fly
Here's
him.
one.
Yeah,
Put it
so
in the
I'll
text,
post it
eh?
in general. Actually, I'm gonna bring Doug in here so he.
Yeah, why are you doing
No,
that? Can you tell us
no.
how high?
Post it in the fucking. No, not in general.
is it
Post
an
it in.
ultralight?
Hold on.
Class
Yo,
A ultralight?
post
Did
it
you
in the
guys
text
ban
chat,
Doug?
dude.
Oh no, you didn't ban Doug. Okay, hold on.
You
Let me
Hey,
Give me
see
a
it.
second. Just give me a
fuck,
second,
dude.
bro. Jesus
No, I know,
Christ.
but don't post it in general. Post it in our chat.
All right, fine.
Fine, I guess so. If I have to.
Well, that's where we're fucking talking, bro. Come on.
Oh, bro,
Alright.
this one's gonna be a treat.
All right, so.
You want some of this, don't you? I am correct. Fucking
I'm
hell,
also
bro.
gonna verify the fucking phone. All right, hold on.
Hey, bring your friend in here too, huh?
Jesus.
We need an audience.
This one is gonna be a treat. Considering even the globe scientists say you can't see the curve at least 150,000 feet.
No, we got the Midnight Cowboys in full effect right now. So
Alpha. I
what's
have a
up?
question.
Yeah.
If you would send your ass into space and you seen it was a globe, would you believe it's globe then?
Nah, that's a fucking pigeonhole argument. That's yeah, you
I'm just
can't say
saying,
it like
if you've
yeah. I'll
seen
say
it
it like
like
this.
that.
Skate.
Hey,
I'm
how
gonna
do
tell
you
you
feel
like
about
this.
Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Listen, man, if you send me in a rocket up, I will tell you the truth what the Earth looks like. I'm not gonna lie to you, right? That's what I
If
will
you
say
seen
to
it
you.
was a globe though, would you believe in
Nah,
it then?
it ain't about that, man. It's about what am I gonna see and would I tell the truth? That's what I would tell you. Yeah, I would.
Oh yeah. Go
All
ahead,
right,
Doug.
hold on.
Hey man,
Doug is
turn
gonna
that
show
shit
it.
off, bro.
I'm sorry. I'll turn it down. I'll turn it down.
Dun-dun-dun-dun.
It's playing in the background.
Dun-dun-dun.
All right.
Thought that was
I'm
playoff
telling
music.
you, that other kid,
No, I don't need theme
he's
music,
fucked
Here in
bro.
her.
my
Thank you.
car. I
I'm willing
thought
to
it was
bet
gonna
my
be a
left
song.
nutsack he's not gonna provide any evidence.
I know.
Man, dude, you're dashing my hopes. Correct. Like fucking, I need
Alright,
some
like,
hope.
bro. No, Doug can't even post in the side chat, and I literally
Yes,
brought
no,
Doug in here
I'm
to
talking
post
about
it.
you. You post something in the side
Yeah,
chat.
I am Doug, dude. That's my alt account.
Oh,
I
is that
am
you were
Doug.
playing the fucking
Ain't
music?
that a book?
Yeah, I try cause Doug plays music.
Yeah, don't play music, dude. We're fucking streaming, eh?
Why can't Doug? I have to post in the side chat.
Well,
Though. Alright, you know what?
I'll
You're gonna make
unmute
this
Doug, but don't
complicated.
fucking be playing music because we're streaming, dude. I go
Alright,
to YouTube.
Fine. But like, if you unmute Doug, can he post in the side chat? No,
Yeah, put him
still
in.
can't apparently.
I'm so
Wait.
confused. Are you Doug or you not Doug?
I am Doug.
Nah, dude, you're.
Why do you post it?
You're second politics journeyman. You can't
I
post
can't.
shit.
All right, so I have to like. It's just annoying. I have to
Use
message
your
the
playing
DMX,
music.
and then
DM it to me. I'll post it. Yeah, send it to
and
me.
Put it.
then
I am
VX
correct.
has to post it. I guess.
Just
Give it
DM
to
it to
I
me.
am
I'll post
correct,
it.
bro.
Wow.
Fucking hell.
Well,
I'm the
let's
top
see.
one. Just DM it to me.
Now, oh my goodness gracious! Now I have to verify the phone with the other account.
Bro,
You just DM me the
fuck,
freaking
dude.
video, bro.
There you
You're
go.
the guy that has an avatar for a dog for an avatar. Give it to him.
Oh yeah.
It's not a
The
dog. It's a
Warren
honey
Bean?
badger.
Nope.
Oh.
Fucking hell, bro.
This
Honey
guy's
badger
he's
don't give
a
a shit.
paladin.
Yeah,
I
you
think
tell him,
he's
Doug.
fucking.
Tell him.
He's tanked, bro. He's fucking.
Can you hear me, VX?
Yes.
Can you send me the video in DM?
Hold on. Give me a second here.
What are we waiting for now?
We're waiting for the shit to drop over here with the guy saying he's gonna show us how high this
Yeah, you can watch.
gyrocopter goes.
All right, ready?
All right, guys,
give me
I'm
a
be
second.
back.
Yeah, do that. Bring your
Here,
friends.
Alpha.
Yep. What's up?
Are you getting paid?
All day, man. What are you talking about?
All day.
I stay paid.
Have you
How
seen
about
that
you?
Rolls Royce he just purchased? Oh yeah.
All right, I'm sorry.
Was that it? Fuck.
Yeah.
All right, if this doesn't work, I'll just message it to you guys and DM. Yeah, fuck
Is
it.
it
All right.
fucking I am correct. Told you to give it. Fuck, dude.
Bro, it's not coming. It's not coming. It's not coming.
You can literally see the curvature of the Earth.
Where is it?
Where? Fuck.
Wow.
Apparently, you're seeing shit we're not, because fucking you didn't give it to. I am correct. He's asking for it. Just send it to him.
All right, like
Mate,
now
I'm never gonna get this.
all right, like
Fucking
all right,
hell.
like I'm gonna message it to I am correct first. Oh my
Yeah.
god, I don't know what needs me to verify my phone.
Oh
Just
my
So
god.
much
no,
it
dude, just
goes.
give it to him, man.
What's the it's a YouTube video?
All right, like Doug will send it. You know what? Doug will send it to all
Oh
of
my
you.
god.
Yeah, Doug's gonna send it to me, my dad, my brother, my sister, everyone.
All right, who wants the proof
Man.
again? Which one are you?
I'm
Jeez,
scared
dude.
now, bro. I'm scared.
We
You're gonna
really
get a
trust
virus
Gifts
there.
not to prove Earth curvature when you
All
can't
right, we'll
even
start
follow
with I am
the
correct,
sun.
He's
who is
gonna.
obviously not correct.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
There you go. Look at that. Flying in the clouds on a gyrocopter. You can see the curvature of the Earth.
Flying in the clouds, Calidus jar. That's up geese. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll post this in the chat.
Yeah.
Let's have a geese.
What do we got here?
Oh wow! Look how small
Dude, look
the
at the
Earth
fucking
is.
Earth, bro. It's fucking
Oh
round as
my
fuck.
god, are you kidding me, bro?
Is that because you guys
Tiny.
gonna claim the fish islands on this one?
Nah, fuck
Are
it,
we
dude.
gonna?
It's a globe. That's
Yeah,
good,
that's
man.
definitely. Hey,
Shut it
wrap it
down,
up,
boys.
boys. Wrap it up.
We're done here. Fuck it.
Wow.
Hey,
Watch the video.
I
that's
like how those.
the Earth is the size of Perth.
Yo, I'm gonna
Fuck,
be
not
real,
even.
bro.
The Earth, that's about the size of the entire
at-
Los
It
Angeles
is a fish
County,
islands,
bro.
actually.
That's
No,
Alright,
no,
Los
no,
you're
no,
right.
no,
Angeles
no, no,
County
no, no,
Earth.
no.
Wait,
No,
wait,
no,
No, you
check
guys
this
are
out.
right. That is a fish
You guys are
islands.
talking about the
Nah,
wrong
no,
video.
fuck
You're
that.
talking about the wrong video.
No, fucking.
Wait, what are we looking
hey,
at?
look it on the ground level. Look at the fucking shit on the
Yeah,
ground
I
level.
noticed that.
What did you notice?
That even on ground level, that it was a fish islands.
It's a fish
Wow.
islands. I thought that was curvature.
What are you guys talking about?
Dude, there's
Yeah,
only so
where
far
do
you
I see
can see.
this? Where do I see this at?
Yeah,
It's
look
in
at my
the
screen real
side
quick.
chat.
Side chat.
Side
dude.
chat? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm watching the video. This guy barely goes above the clouds, bro. He's literally right next to the floor. Look at him. He's literally on the floor.
That's it. Globe proof.
How
What
high
else
does
do you
it?
need?
Where? Is this high enough for the curve,
Dude, what do you
TX?
expect?
TX?
After
You
10
can
long
only
years,
see
we
a
got
certain amount of
evidence.
I don't
fucking
think this is high
space.
enough, but still,
You,
he's fucking
you,
capping.
you don't think this is
No,
high enough,
fucking.
bro? Really?
Hell no.
No, I asked BX how high was this guy, man? Like, what was the elevation here?
Now
Like,
he was
This
high.
is not
You
more
got
than
you're all high
3,000
as
feet.
fuck. But regardless,
Vix, where's the curve here?
This is nowhere near high enough to use the curvature.
Dude,
How high
you
is this
can't.
shit?
You're not gonna be able to see curvature. There's only a certain amount how far you could see.
that
Vix,
motherfucker's curved
when
like
do
a
we see the
bitch.
curve? When do we see the curve here?
Hey, Britt, did you check that
I
out,
don't
man?
see a single curve. I love curves. I'd fucking nose a curve in a heartbeat if I saw a curve.
Man, Box Op just put the. Look at that. He fucking got an image right there for you guys.
A bunch of flat
So,
earthers on a globe.
VX, when do we see the curve?
Yeah.
hold on.
Where the fuck's this curve at?
Where's
How
the
long
Man, you
is
Picture in
fucking,
the
you
side
bitches
chat, bro.
fucking used to fucking looking at fucking pasty ass white bitches or what? But you motherfuckers have never seen a curve a day in your life. What the fuck you on about?
It's right there. Look at the side chat, man.
The clip cord, the concave guy? Or we're talking
No,
about the
fuck
video?
that.
Hey,
No,
look,
43.
I'll post one. Doug
What
will
the
post
fuck are
one.
you guys smoking?
Yo, I'll post one.
Can you post
You
it on
can
both?
here. Listen, look.
What?
You guys are all
Okay,
virgins and
I'm a boomer. Where do I see side chat? I just said open chat, right?
Yeah, I can't post the side chat for some
I'm gonna
fucking
post the
reason.
evidence for the
Take,
Earth.
dude.
You guys
Fucking
gotta
like
lose your
masculine
mind,
strong
bro.
men like you post, and they're all fucking cucks here, dude.
Are you guys
Yeah.
ready to get freaking doomed?
Alright, I am
Otherwise,
correct. Alright, I
Are
am
you guys
correct.
ready to get freaking doomed?
Look at
Hey,
that.
did he
Look
give
at
that to
that.
you? I am correct.
Yeah, I posted the video twice. I posted it again. The
Look at that one.
the helicopter,
Look at
whatever
that
it is,
one.
it's
The
not going over
gyrocopter.
3,000
What kind
feet,
of
bro.
picture is that, bro? It's a fucking JPEG shit. Who the fuck edited that
No, bro,
picture?
it's the Earth, bro.
Who else
Yeah,
is
this
talking
is the
to?
second video.
Can I see a real Earth? What
This
the fuck is
dude's on
this?
crack,
Alright,
bro.
let's send a
What the
message.
fuck is he on?
Where can you
Send
see
a
the
message
curve here,
to.
man? This is as smart as it
I'm just
gets.
gonna send
Dude,
a
you can't
message to
see
It's a
everyone.
fisheye lens.
All right, right.
No,
Wait.
bro, that's better.
MB, what is it? Witra Kowick?
What?
What the fuck
Oh,
is
this
this
guy
dude's name?
needs to see it
What
too.
altitude is he at? He got to be like 55K plus, no?
Yeah, go ahead.
can't
Take a
take
look
it.
at it. Take a look at it and tell me that shit is a curve.
Jesus Christ, we sent him space. So
That's not a fisheye. You're right. The
can't
first
think-
the first one was
No,
a fisheye.
you're right. It's not a fisheye, but it's not curved though.
No,
It's
it's
very
not.
I'm
curved.
not even trying to be a
This
bitch here.
guy's
I
got his-
literally,
That looks pretty flat to me.
I don't see a fucking curve.
He said he's at 6,000 feet.
6,000 feet is
Wow.
nowhere near high enough.
6,000 feet, bro.
He's
How do
nowhere
you not
fucking
see
near
the
to see the
curve?
curvature.
1
Nah,
mile.
bro.
Where's the
Look,
curve?
it's curved.
Timestamp it.
1 mile.
Can you guys see the clouds? The clouds are curved, bro. Come on.
Clouds are curved.
6,000 feet. Come on, dude.
All right, can we move on from this curve topic and talk about some real shit? 'Cause this shit's retarded. We come on.
Fuck
There's no curves,
dude.
obviously.
He's bringing evidence that the Earth is a globe right there. 6,000 feet.
Tell me, VX, how high do you
Bro,
need to be to the
bro,
curve?
you're fucking autistic or something.
You
You got
see
your
it,
eye.
right?
Go get your
You
eyes
saw the
fixed with an eye
video.
doctor. Your fucking face is broken. This is
Yeah,
ridiculous.
bro. Zeus, shut your mouth, weirdo.
Oh, you want me to shut my mouth up? But you shut your mouth, faggot.
Oh, sorry, mate. Unfortunately, due to great terms of
Oh,
service,
you
this
muted him
was
because he has
unfortunately
the
going to
correct
take the rest
opinion.
of the 2 days.
No,
Sorry,
because he's a
brother.
dumbass saying words that you can't say in here. That's
Yeah,
why.
you can't say those slanderous words like that, dude. That's TOS violation.
Yeah. Now you're
What?
fucked
I'm
off.
back here, brother.
Oh my
See you
god.
later.
Now you're gone, fucker.
Unlucky.
Mute his ass. Mute him.
VX, mate.
Mood
You
'em.
there?
I'm still here. Yeah.
If you repeat that word, you're getting
No,
fucked up, dude. I'm
Are
just
you
saying.
actually there is my question.
Bro, you can't whip my ass. I'm telling you that now.
Back to internet hard, man. Brilliant.
I could beat up any
Bro,
flat earther forever.
There we go.
Shut the
Internet
fuck
hard, man.
up, dude. Knock your dick in the dirt. Shut the fuck
Yeah,
up.
that's what you think. That's what you think.
Why you?
Oh, wow.
I'll
Good deal,
take
buddy.
that bet. I'll take that bet. And I'll back it. How much you want to bet?
Bro,
I
I'll
got a
slap the shit
cage
out
in
of
the
you.
backyard. You
I'll
got to
bet you
sign a
$1.
waiver, though. You got to sign a waiver. But I'll put 10 G's up if you beat my ass, punk.
Bro, I could beat your ass any day, you old fart.
No, dude, he's fucking ripped.
Come
bro.
on down. We got the
Yeah,
cage
talk
in the
about the
backyard.
backyard. You'll get smacked
I have
hard.
a,
So
I
hard
have a
it'll leave your
lawyer.
ass retarded.
Listen,
nobody
I'll have
else
a
going to the
lawyer
gym
and a
today,
notary of public here the day you get here, so we can get that waiver notarized and legalized.
The battle mod is a piece of fucking iron, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. Just relax.
Hey,
Luigi
it's
don't want
funny.
these hands.
It's funny
Fuck
because
you.
it's funny because you don't hear that every day. Someone say, "I got a cage in my backyard if you want to
He's
go
a
at it."
fucking cage,
This
dude.
guy's so delusional. He thinks he can whoop my ass.
I've got a dollar on the globe, bro.
Hey, but like,
Fucking psycho to believe that.
why was their server muted when he was bringing up a good point?
Yeah,
His
that's
point
true.
was let's stop talking. His point was let's stop talking about the Earth. That was his point.
Yeah.
Hey, just real quick, is Kosho still here or no?
We hope not.
Yeah, he's in there.
He's
That's
he's
what
here
bring
but
back
not here.
Zers.
He's here, but
He's
not
not
here.
here.
He's here,
Okay,
but he's
okay.
out to lunch. So you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
He's only
All right.
50% here.
Earlier, I don't know if you heard Miggy, but earlier he was saying like, oh, you were talking to someone and he said like, he's been building bridges for, he's 30, 40 years. Well, he's here right now at the house, and that's why I was like, he wanted me to like share, like bring him on live and tell, because he wanted to hear it. But it's weird because he was saying that last time he said that he did account for curvature. I'm like, nah, I think you misunderstood him. But
Why do you need to account for curvature for a bridge?
he
What was
didn't
that?
do that. He did not fucking
Well,
do
it's
that.
probably
Why
a
would a
long
bridge builder
bridge.
need to account for curvature? Is the bridge 3 miles long?
There
Yeah.
are bridges 3 miles long.
Yeah, there's bridges very long, and none of them have to
Is he
account for
building 3 mile long
curvature.
bridges?
None of them have to account for curvature.
They're
I
not
mean, the
accounting
one
for
I built was
fucking-
2.5.
Aren't
Is
they?
2.5
Can you show
long
me?
enough?
Can you show me a 2.5 mile bridge that's curved?
No, they're not curved. That's
No,
the
no,
whole
he's
point.
not.
Show you my dick. That shit's curved.
Dude, I can make
Oh
a
my God.
bridge out of popsicle sticks that's curved.
So the bridge is straight, but it
Oh my
needs to
God.
curve down. How's that work?
All right. I think we're talking past each other right now.
Now
I'm
we're
just
waiting for
curious.
VX. VX is gone. He fucked off.
VX
That was it.
was never there in the head, bro.
Fucked off. All right, who's gonna bring forward more globe evidence? Anybody can step forward. If you're on the side of the Earth being a globe, go ahead and present your case.
Yeah,
the
but how can
Honorable
you,
FE Jedi is presiding. Go
how
ahead.
can you argue with that photo?
I'm not arguing about a photo. I'm arguing about who's gonna bring some globe evidence.
Yeah,
I
Right
take
fucking
it-
now.
I take it I don't
I want to hear
qualify.
some flat Earth evidence, actually.
Flat Earth
How would you like?
evidence.
How would you like it
Oh
served?
my
Yeah.
God, who fucking put that picture up? Correct.
Me.
Dude.
Y'all have none or what?
Huh?
Yeah. How would you like it
No,
served
no,
to
no,
you?
no, no, no. We're not on about that shit, man. We're on about how come
Oh,
you
you
just
guys
believe the
never
Earth.
want to prove your evidence, but you want to
Cause,
hear our
dude,
evidence. That's the thing.
skate. I walked you through this, bro. You only have a belief. That's all you got.
Dude, you have no proof, so therefore yours is also belief.
No, it's not. I already told you, dude. Look, Jedi's gonna drop some knowledge bombs on you. Watch.
All right, let me hear it.
Like, how would you
Let me
like
do
it
that.
served for you? Would you like it in direct observation, direct measurement, or practical use? Would you like that practical use in the state of navigation, aviation, communication, or engineering? How would you like it served to you?
Engineering.
Engineering. So we're talking about large structures, primarily dealing with water, dams, bridges, canals, and so on. Don't take any account for earth curvature when dealing with water that should be curved. We can point at the Suez and the Panama Canals. We can also point at a couple of dams within the Netherlands, which are over 35 miles long. These engineering structures do not account for earth curvature. Would you like me to bring up the drawings for you?
Yeah, give me a drawing.
Yeah, no worries, man. Give me 2-3 minutes. I'll do that for you. So
You're
with
wasting
regards
your time.
to engineering, all engineering structures, apart from the occasional anomalous one, do not account for earth curvature. No earth curvature is taken into account when dealing with large engineering structures on the face of the earth.
What are you talking about?
Bridges, dams,
bridges.
canals.
I need some evidence for those.
Yeah,
I don't
like I
believe
said,
this one bit.
give me a couple of minutes. How
Like
would
I
you like it
said, I
served?
have a guy here, been iron worker over 35, 40 years. He'll tell you, never once had to ever account for curvature. Just saying.
Yeah, we got lots more in the wings. We got a person who does that for a living right in here. He's called the Battle Mod. He's a fucking piece of iron, dude. Don't fuck with him. Man, we got some people in there, engineers and surveyors.
Battle mod ain't nothing.
They're flat earthers, by the way.
Oh.
Well, you might think it's funny, but in a minute you're gonna find out how little you know about the Earth that you think is a globe. Trust me.
I myself, I'm an iron worker as well. 2.5 bridge is the longest I've built. I'm just saying, I don't know if that's enough for you guys or not, though.
Well, the length, not the height.
Yeah, length, dude. But fucking
The height.
No, the Ferris
Yeah.
Narrows Bridge in New York. They were saying that it was only a mile end to end, and that motherfucker said that they got him for they were measuring curvature. Go ahead and look that up while you can. And he said over 2.5 apocryphon, 2.5.
The Verrazano Narrows? It's more than a mile.
Yeah, I know. But apocryphon said he was doing at least 2.5 miles.
2.5, yeah.
2.5.
Not once did we account for curvature.
So were you like drafting the plans or just putting the pieces in?
No, we were making sure they were horizontally flat and level all the way across.
Yo,
So how many?
They're testing your because you're just a peon. You're just somebody, just a worker ant.
right.
You don't know anything. So that's kind of like what
Right.
they're testing your fucking.
Yeah, bring it. I'll show you my whole 4 years courses that I had to take to understand how structures were built. If you want, I have all the books right here.
So
I think
4
there's like
years, 4 years of school can prove that the Earth is flat, not a globe.
Trust me, 4 years of schooling in architectural building is way more than you'll ever do in your life, buddy, to even be talking about it. I promise you
Get his
that.
ass, brother. Get his ass.
Yeah, get his ass, fucking.
4 years.
Look at 4
How
years.
many you got,
Like that's
Finger?
nothing.
How many you
Okay,
got,
hold on.
Finger?
You're a
Maybe
fucking
you
idiot,
don't
dude.
understand. Maybe you don't understand. 4 years is just the schooling part of it. Then you have the years of experience of working. Like I don't know.
How many?
I'm turning 45 next month, so I'm a pretty old guy by this point. I have a lot more experience than you, I'm sure, in a lot of things. I also used to do.
I'm sure of it. What, 15, 20 years?
Yeah, at least 15.
Yeah, I'm
and that's
51,
in
so I
structural
hear you.
steel. At least in structural
Yeah,
steel.
this
As
kid, the
far as
only thing he did for 4 years was smoke pot. So take it easy on him. I can hear it in his
Smoke pot?
voice, guy.
Who, me?
You heard
I've
me,
never smoked pot
motherfucker.
in my entire life.
You've never even seen a junior college either, so just be quiet.
Who's ASE
Oh,
certified
hey.
mechanic in here? Me or you?
Oh, the
So
mechanic.
so you could change my
Hey,
oil.
listen.
Great.
Wait,
So
I know you
Listen.
didn't pull that
so-
car on
Hold
us,
on.
Mike. Tell him, Mike.
Hold on. I've got that card too, but that's not a college or academic
Yeah,
thing.
he does.
That's a technical training, and technically that's not college. You might go to a career center and get a technical. That's a certification. You're a technician. Good for you.
Yeah, but you just proved you
Yeah,
entirely
yeah. The
wrong.
topic was college education, son. You're out of category.
Yeah, well, you pretty much said you're stupid.
Nobody
Hey,
mentioned technical training.
Mike's
Yeah,
pretty
hey,
lightweight.
Then why are you
with
coming at
your
me
with your with
like
your
that?
with your
Because you
with your
tried to
cert.
qualify your technical certificate as if it was an academic accomplishment.
Yeah, you're attacking me for not doing anything with my life, and I told you
Hey,
otherwise.
hey, with your
So,
certifications, with
Well,
your
that's something.
certifications.
No, hold on.
so
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on. That's a fair statement, guys. So you're exactly right. That's more than the average man would do, and that is something. That's an accomplishment. It's just not academic. But I'm not jabbing at you.
Hey, Bingo,
That's
I
why.
found
Listen, that's what
But you
I
shouldn't
wasn't
jab at other
ridiculing
people
you.
too, like Apocryphon. You were jabbing at him, bro. Think
Right.
about it,
And
Bingo.
I wasn't ridiculing you when I said good for you. I meant that.
And I just want to know what part of your certification attributed to you building a bridge, but then coming on here and telling us how we build bridges.
Well, I want to hear about building
so
bridges.
you
Jesse,
designed
shut the
and built
fuck up,
every
bro.
single bridge by yourself? I just want to know that.
No,
Brother,
no.
what are you
See,
talking
here's what
about?
you're missing. Here's what you're missing. You guys have been told that the person that designs the bridge is building it according to the curvature of the earth. That's what you guys believe. It's a lie, but you believe that because in reality, when we get the blueprints, okay, and we're building it, nothing about it is talking about accounting for curvature, and it never will, and it never has to as well. The way you build it, okay, is you have an elevation on one side, you have an elevation at the end, and you have to keep that accordingly, okay? So if you're building flat, right, across, like if you're going to build something on top of your table, are you going to say your table's round and then lie to someone and say that you had to account for the curvature of the table, even though everything you did was based upon a flat table? Why would you lie? And then why would you believe the lie if someone had told you that from the outside? All I'm telling you is that everything we did on that bridge was level, flat, horizontal. All right. The only time there was elevation changes is because of the topography. Had nothing to do with the curvature of the earth. Because in that case, well, what about the parts where we went up? Does that mean the earth is now, convex? Like, you guys don't know what you're talking about, but I'm pretty sure you heard somebody on YouTube tell you that this is what we do. We have to account for curvature over a bridge. But that's a lie. That's all we're telling you, because that's not reality. That's it.
All right. What else we got in here? Anybody else want to step up and provide any of that globe proof?
No more photos, so let's keep the photos out of here.
What'd you say? Who do we kick out of here?
No more photos. No more circle photos. Right?
For tonight, at least. Fucking belay those photos, man. Fuck it. We don't want to see NASA providing evidence. We want to see you providing evidence.
Well, the NASA couldn't provide evidence that life depends from it.
Well, it's Photoshop because it has
Can we use video?
Yeah, of course.
Because I'm still waiting on a video of a boat going over the horizon, and then you zooming in on it to see it again.
Fucking
Good evening,
numpty-
gentlemen.
Fucking
water
numpty mez.
flat. It's just flat.
I recently
doesn't-
heard it.
Go ahead, man.
Sorry, I was gonna say. I recently heard a counter to like flat water. If anyone's interested,
It's
like
flat
it's a counter. It's really short. So,
the counter flat.
okay, I'll just say it real quick. You guys have seen like like sunrises and stuff. You see the sun's reflection on the water, and it's like a line streak going all the way like to the observer or whatever.
Yeah,
you
to
know what
the
I'm
feet.
talking about?
Yeah, the reflection.
That line streak. So in short, that should not be possible on level waters. That's it.
Hold tight. I don't know who the fuck you've been listening to, but that is the most retarded shit I've ever heard.
It's
That's
fucking
all.
flat as fuck, bro.
It's
It's
probably one of
flat.
the It's probably one of the best optical proofs that that water is indeed level. Because if you're
Yeah,
saying
the
that that
reflection.
horizon is physical, then that's the backside of a curve, so therefore you shouldn't even be able to see it. The fuck are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, you have a low IQ.
Yeah, like if you took a lamp and you put it on a table like that, or a flashlight, like that beam will actually shoot all the way across, straight across that table. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. Is that who? That's who I think it is, right? So yeah, it is.
What?
I mean, it's a flat table, right?
I'm saying if you take
How
a
big's the table?
flashlight and you shine it like at an angle, like let's say you take a flashlight and you take a light, whatever, a light source, and it will create a long straight, like, all the way up to where you're standing. If you took one to the side, like way from you, and it was shining on the ground, like it would come all the way up to your feet. Like that's a reflection of it. Like I don't know why you would say that. I'm interested. Why would you say it wouldn't do that? What's your purpose of why it wouldn't do that on a flat surface?
Why it wouldn't do what?
Why it wouldn't come up to your feet as a reflection on a flat surface? What's the reasoning behind that claim?
Huh.
What?
We'll
So
wait.
if I was
We'll
trying
wait
a
for you
really
to.
bright
The
We'll wait
flashlight,
fucking
for you to
sun
defend something that you
and
heard
the
and you've got
ocean.
no understanding about. That's fine. We'll wait for you to figure it out.
trying a really bright
Someone
flashlight, it'll
explain
hit
why the Earth
some
is
guy in
flat.
Japan or something.
Okay, here, let
Like,
me.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so All Glory.
what's wrong with you?
Here, look, I'm talking to All Glory, okay? Because All Glory said that reflection that comes up all the way to your feet, like when you're at the ocean and like the sun is setting, and then the reflection of it, the sun comes all the way like a stripe. He's saying that wouldn't be possible on a flat Earth or a flat body of water. I asked, what is the reasoning behind as to why that wouldn't be possible? Because that's in a counter of that. That's the reason why we know it to be level, because it's able to do that. Because that reflection can only travel all the way down that to your feet on a surface that wouldn't be curving away from your feet. Because if you can't grasp that, then you're probably either too high, too drunk, and you probably shouldn't even be speaking up anyways. Don't worry though, I've been there, so I get it.
You've been there?
No, we just want to understand why you say that. Because you're talking about a convex surface that wouldn't be able to give that type of reflection. And your flat surface would be able to give that type of reflection. So, do you want to defend your point or do you want to take it back?
It's meant for All Glory.
Time's ticking.
Oh, maybe he's not talking.
He's gonna take it back. He's a bitch.
Like I said, the most retarded thing I've heard today.
So like, how much of a complete model does anyone have? Like, with like, how far do you push it? What do you do with it?
What are you talking about, brother?
Well, like, it's flat. Then what?
That's it, bro.
Then
What do you mean
by
that's it?
all that spins in space.
Like a
Wait,
frisbee or what?
no, see, that's what I'm saying. It's like that, like, if we were to like try to describe it, like, how far do we go? Where do we go? You know? Like, it's flat. And there's mountains and shit, but like water is flat, and there's a lot of water, so it's flat. And then what?
Like, what do you mean? And then what? Like,
Hmm. And then what? What's up? What's up there? What's down is like what's
Rice
up
Ray
is
sounds
up,
like
and
he's
what's
all
down
fucked
is
up, man.
down.
I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
He
I'm
always
trying
comes
to.
on. He sounds like he's all drunk or some shit.
Yeah,
I'm
Probably
fucked
right.
just
up, but
muted.
think about it. Like, where do we go?
Trying to.
Dude,
Maybe you should leave off the
just
fentanyl.
yeah, you're fucking couple of sheets to the wind, bro. Need to sober up and come back in. We can't understand the shit you're saying. It's different. Some people can hold their liquor. Doesn't sound like you can. So
Oh, he's holding it all right.
yeah, barely.
bro, why is it so hard to open a bank account in America or Canada anyway? Jesus Christ.
Have we got an explanation for why the sun doesn't change size?
Yeah.
But it does.
What
We
is
It
it?
told
does
you the
change.
other day. It
It does
does.
change that.
But it doesn't.
You just think it doesn't.
You don't ever see it bigger on the horizon than when it's above your head, Mez?
Not really. Seems pretty
Fucking go
similar.
back to this conversation again.
You're
The
fucking
sun,
My
twit.
goodness. Man.
the sun gets mass.
Mass. Who said
It,
that shit?
you know, the problem is that they say that it doesn't change. This I thought of something. They say it doesn't change size like as it goes through the sky, but eventually it does, like you're saying, like it's when it's way far away and off over into the horizon, it gets really small actually compared to when it was right over your head. But
Or bigger.
yeah, well, depending on that lensing effect, but if you were to look at it this way, whoever was asking about the sun size, like if you're next to a mountain, okay, and or not even, I didn't have to go that big. Just you're next to your house, okay? When you cross the street, does your house look like it got much smaller the way you expect it, or you're thinking it would, as opposed to when you drove all the way like a mile away from your house, how small your house gets? Do you understand what I'm trying to like explain to you? Like like it's so the sun's so big, it's like you're not going a mile away from your house. It's like you're only going across the street in comparison, because it's still it's just it's miles and miles across. It does change, but it's going to be so slight because you're trying to compare something that's small here on the ground, and you know that it's going to get smaller in distance. But now stand next to your house and then take 10 feet away. Take 10 steps back. You don't see your house get smaller by that because it's so huge compared to how close you are, right? So if you compare like a mountain, that's much bigger than your house, obviously. And then if you just went along it sideways, like along the path, it's not even going to really change because it's still keeping the same distance from you, above you, as it's going across the sky. Not until it gets way, way off into the distance then that's when it's actually going to start getting smaller. As it does, as we've have it recorded, it's witnessed. It's not even, that's a mute argument at this point. Hope that helped you. Did it help you? Hello, whoever was talking. Does that answer your question?
Oh, me? Oh, I wasn't listening to you.
Oh, well, no worries. Don't worry about it.
All right. Well played, Mez. So ask a question. Doesn't listen to the answer. Brilliant.
Right. That's about as sharp as they come around here.
That's what I do. I like to ask questions and then fuck off and not listen to the answer.
Hey, Mez, how does
Well,
the
I
globe
listened
work?
to Jedi's answer. It wasn't very compelling.
Do you know what? It's because you sound like Britnat. So we had this conversation with Britnat the other day. It's the assumption that the sun doesn't change in size when it goes across your sky. Now, usually when people make this observation, they're just within their locally well-known environment, and throughout the day, because the atmospheric conditions are relatively the fucking same, the sun doesn't look like it changes in any angular size at all. If you were to pay close attention, though, you would notice at sunrise and sunset, the sun does actually appear to be bigger than it does at, say, 90 degrees noon to you. Ultimately, the idea with this is to make observations from different places on the Earth, from different altitudes and with different atmospheric conditions. Different atmospheric conditions meaning different moisture content. There has been many videos that have been taken, for example, at some altitude from deserts around the world where the moisture content isn't high within the atmosphere that you're looking through, and the sun disappears into a tiny pinprick before it even reaches the horizon. So does change in angular size. You have to make lots of observations of the sun, not just go out into your back garden, throw it down, go, well, look, getting done, fuck all. So lots of observations here, sunshine. You'll notice that ultimately the sun does change size.
Well, not a huge amount. I mean, if you're telling me that the sun is about 3,000 kilometers in the sky, I think we've
Didn't
changed
say
like a
that.
pretty huge amount.
Didn't say that.
I think you have told me that before.
Haven't made any claim to the distance to the sun or its size.
But you think it's a lot closer than 90 million miles?
I don't even know what the fucking sun is. Did you listen to the bit where I said change your atmosphere, moisture content in the air, and sun disappears into a tiny pinprick before it even reaches the horizon in the evening? Did you remember that bit?
I'll be honest, I've never observed that happening.
Of course, because you've never been to a desert at a high altitude.
Hey, look at the gift that I put in there. 15 minutes after the hour. There you go.
Why do you never say like 4:15?
Because it's a different timestamp for him in America, so we always go from minutes past.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
For me, it's 9:15. So that
I came up
4:15
with
would have
that
threw me off.
But yeah, sorry, mate. Sometimes you sounded like Brit, that so I just thought it was Brit. But yeah, it's just a common misconception. Not your fault.
Okay, so what I'm going to assume is happening here is that this is actually just lens bloom. That is not actually the size of the sun.
Can you describe lens bloom to me, please?
Well, essentially, it's like because
lenses.
cameras have basically anything past a certain amount of brightness is just going to all appear white. And so if the camera isn't, its like exposure isn't accounting for that, like a certain radius around where the sun actually is just all going to be white.
Yeah, that's fine. We can provide you with lots more images of the sun turning into a tiny spot before it reaches the horizon, so decreasing in its angular size. Also, like I said, sometimes
think you can.
I do think.
There you go. I mean, you could check that
Well,
out.
show me some where the actual exposure of the camera is calibrated such that the sun actually has like a hard edge. Because there's
Hard edge
about
for the sun.
there's 3 now, and they're all kind of fuzzy.
Did you see how small? Oh, there you go. Oh, Box Ops posted the same thing I did.
I just see him shining through a bunch of clouds and then getting dimmer. Only without the clouds.
Yeah. You guys will never
So, I mean, if
understand.
the sun is, quite local,
I dropped one.
I mean, what kind of path do you think the sun takes?
It's exposed correctly.
Just because you keep saying the sun, like the definite article, that is an actual physical object that we see. I don't even know that, man. Who knows what the sun is?
I mean, I have an idea about what it is. If you don't,
I mean, look, do you see some of these images that are going by?
yeah, I see a couple. Oh, I see Box Ops has posted, that classic one, which is again is just ridiculous lens bloom.
Just ridiculous lens bloom as the sun gets smaller in angular size. As it travels
It's not
away
getting
with distance, it also gets dimmer as well. So it changes quite
Yeah,
obviously.
it's
in
getting
angular
dimmer because it's setting,
yeah,
and
but
that's
it's
so
changing in
it's
it's
appearing
changing
less
in its
bright.
it's changing in its angular size, isn't it? It
No,
appears
not really.
you're getting smaller. No, that's the size of the
Oh, it
sun.
might appear
'cause-
bigger if you don't understand how cameras work.
Yeah, do you understand how atmospheric magnification works as well?
Atmosphere. I'm a little fuzzy on that one.
That's just magnification. You understand how magnification works, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, awesome. So this is how sometimes the sun appears to be bigger on the horizon than it does at 90 degrees above your head.
That seems to if anything, that would contradict flat Earth model. Well, I know you guys don't actually have a model, but
How would the sun changing in size contradict our model when we're looking
because
at a
if you're telling
light?
me that the sun is
What-
local, and the sun kind of,
Are we still looking
I don't
through the
know what
sun
path
through
you're
the
telling me it
atmosphere?
takes.
I'm not telling you about the path that it takes. I'm talking about how it looks to us when we look through the atmosphere at a light.
Right, but it can't simultaneously look bigger at sunset and get smaller to make.
Well, that would depend on the
world dark.
atmosphere that you're looking
Can it?
through. It's like you don't fucking listen to people, right? It will
I don't know.
depend.
I'm just getting
on
contradictory information.
At the moment, we're talking about the atmosphere. You must have
Mm-hmm.
forgotten already how I told you about the sun appears to change in angular size, depending on the moisture content within the air.
Okay,
altitude.
I could believe that. I could believe that the atmosphere could have caused some kind of lensing effects to slightly change the size of the sun.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
I can believe that.
So depending on that atmospheric condition, the sun can appear larger on the horizon at sunrise and sunset, or smaller on the horizon at sunrise and sunset, depending on the atmospheric compound. So the water content or moisture content.
Just real quick, Jedi in the chat, they're talking about the clouds and clouds and clouds. Well, in reality, though, you look at the video I just posted at 20 minutes after the hour. The clouds actually kind of act like a filter at the end, so that way you don't get that lensing effect from the atmospheric conditions. And if you look, the sun is a small little point way in the distance. The way and the clouds help facilitate that for you to see it, at a smaller size. Now, if you were to that would be cool if they recorded that and had it to where it was directly over their head with the filter on. No way would the sun look that small right above your head. And that's just a point I want to make out. It does get smaller in the distance. That's just a fact.
You just measure its angular size and it doesn't change.
If you think that when the sun is directly above you and you can look through it with the filter, with and you see it and you think it's gonna be that same size at noon, high noon, when it's way at the end, traveling as far as where it's now nighttime. Like that's
Think anything, I've seen it.
you've seen the sun be the same exact size when it's its furthest point, when it's directly over your head.
The same.
Furthest point is directly over your head. What are you talking about?
All right, you've seen
pretty
the
similar.
sun to be the same size as
Angular
when it's
size.
way over. Okay, so then what constitutes that? The distance, right?
Angular
Right?
size? It's a combination of distance and size.
Okay, so then if something though, again, is so big, okay, like massively big, right? When it's furthest point away from you, it's going to change.
What's the furthest point away?
It's going meaning it's about to go beyond the horizon. When it's its furthest point away from you, it changes, but it's not going to change like the way you would compare it to a plane right next to you on the airport, and then as it's flying off 2 miles away from where you're standing on the ground, or 3 miles away. Obviously that plane's going to get smaller, 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 but the plane is not miles and miles and miles across. Like I said earlier, we want to talk comparison. It's like you're standing right next to a mountain, and then just go back 100 yards from the bottom of the mountain. Does the mountain now look super small? No, you cannot see the change of angular size, but
You're a flat earther?
technically, like mathematically, you can say,
Hello?
but yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a flat earther?
You guys need to like just condense what you're saying.
Okay.
No,
Yeah,
it takes
I mean,
a
you're kind
lot
of going
of
on a really
okay.
long time.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like,
So
if
this
you're
is
a flat
hold on,
earther, I
hold
mean,
on for a second.
presumably.
Wait,
Oh,
hold on,
okay, I
hold
guess
on.
we'll do
Listen
it.
up,
Fine.
okay?
Oh,
Okay.
sure.
The thing is that he's explaining a concept to you that you don't have any working knowledge of it, and he's doing it from a layman's point of view. If
Got
you
it. Great.
interrupt and start squawking about stuff, you're going to miss out on key
Well, if you guys don't
details.
want to have conversation, I'll just leave. That's cool.
Okay,
What?
yeah, that's not what
I'm
anyone
trying to have
said.
a conversation. This guy's lambasting me for trying to talk to you, man. That's kind of cringe.
No, for
I
interrupting.
just want to have a conversation. I'm not interrupting. I was interjecting. But like, look, if you guys want
Yeah,
to be this cringe,
interjecting.
I'll have a.
Holy shit, dude! Take a breath. Like, golly.
Well,
Okay, this is the part that it blows my mind. If I don't know what someone's saying, I'm gonna listen, not talk. Like, for fuck's sake. Oh, he fucked off.
yeah.
You didn't want to listen.
He didn't want to listen.
Yeah,
What's up,
it's,
Jesse?
I tagged you with a side-by-side picture comparison I did of the sun at solar noon and at sunset on the same day.
Oh, look at that! It's like correctly exposed, so it's got like a hard edge. Oh,
It's even got sunspots.
well done, Jesse.
Yeah. So what I'm going to point out to you though, Jesse, is that on the video I posted, are you going to say that that sun in that guy's camera is the same size as the video that I posted with when it's all the way at the end, not when it's up in the sky? Let's say like it was probably like around 7 or 8, depending on what time of the month. But when it's way in the distance, okay, Jesse, when it's way in the distance,
What was the
you're gonna
time
say
on
that that's the same time?
I was
What?
cleaning up in the I was cleaning up in the kitchen. What's the
Oh,
timestamp
okay.
that the video came through?
Oh, look at the 20 minutes after the hour. I posted a video. Don't pay attention to when it's in the sky still. Pay attention when it's its furthest point. Look how small it is, Jesse. That is super small in comparison to when it's above our head. Now, you showed me a sun that you're saying that it's that size when it's off in the distance. I personally have never seen the sun that big in a camera. So I don't know if that's like a zoom in photo, and then they just, because here's the thing, Jesse, you can adjust a zoom in photo to match whatever you want to match. Like once you zoom in, you could fuck with that and play with it all you want. And I think you would agree to that. Now you just zoomed in to when it matched the photo of taken up above you. I can do that all day and twice on Wednesdays.
But I didn't though. And you could actually, if you tried but correctly exposed the camera, you would actually get the same results I did. In your video, the sun's overexposed and initially showing as this huge blob that's actually way bigger. If you were to actually
No, but you see the true size though, Jesse, when it gets behind the clouds, which is the most beautiful natural filter where you don't have to worry about anything and any, overexposure. You have to worry about atmospheric lensing. You don't have to worry about, your lensing blow from your camera. None of that bullshit matters because when it's behind in certain conditions, the sun will show its true size
Are
in
you
that
kidding me,
distance.
No,
Apocryphon?
even then, there's going to be some scattering.
Oh, okay. So once again, we're gonna go back to it's not as small as you see it, guys. Don't trust your eyes.
Well,
There's
I'm
something
saying
else
trust your
happening.
eyes. Trust your eyes, but don't trust the sun through fucking clouds, right? Don't trust the sun
Okay.
when you've got a camera flare
So how?
exaggerating the size of the sun and
Okay,
shrinking it.
we're not talking about when it's larger. We're talking about when it's smaller. What camera? What natural phenomenon effect makes the sun look smaller than it is? What would you say? I really am interested in this answer here.
Smaller than it is. I don't know. Well, I mean, like in those videos, it's all like
I've got an answer for
and
that.
every single one of them. There's only one thing that's consistent. The minute it starts to get small, there's a fucking cloud between you and the sun, right?
Okay, again, and the reason why is because when it's going again, I'm gonna say it one more time. When the sun is behind clouds,
You can't
it
see it.
actually no, it actually acts as it certain types of clouds, let's say, certain conditions allows you even, by the way, you can even stare at the sun at high noon sometimes, and it looks the size of the moon, and you're just looking directly at it because the way it's being filtered by the clouds and the sky, it's allowing you to see its true size. Like I agree to that, or at least what we would say is the true size.
I could just do. I'm sure anyone here, right? If they so cared, could just make the same effect, but with the sun directly above your head. And then what are you going to say then? The sun gets smaller as it goes above your head? No, you're not, right? If anything, we don't even have to
No, you
refer to
missed the
sunset.
point.
We don't have to refer to sunsets
But
because
we do
sunsets are
though,
just
because that's when they're
sunsets are
furthest
just a
away from you.
phase, like the end phase of the
But
sun, right? In the
but
sky.
that's when it's. I'm
But
sorry. Go ahead.
but it's also the case as it's arcing over your head. It's also changing. It's changing its distance from you. Like when it's directly above you, it should be as close as possible to you, and then when it's arcing away from you, it should be getting
Right.
further and further away, right? So
Right.
yeah, like it's
Okay.
not just about sunset. Sunset's just the most extreme furthest point that you're going to posit that the sun is at that point in the day, right?
Yes, but that's why
Yeah.
if
So
you took a sun from the beginning, in its furthest point, it's a certain size, okay, and then when it's right above your head, it's a little bit bigger. You don't really see that much of a change because again, this thing is miles and miles and miles and miles across. Okay, it's not just 1 mile across. It's not 2 miles across. It's a big fucking object in the sky. Obviously, we all would agree to that, and it's equivalent to if you're on the ground and you stood next to fucking Mount Everest. If you took 20 steps backwards, you're not going to say, "Hey, why did Mount Everest get smaller?" Like what the fuck? It's so big you can't see, but mathematically you would say, well, technically it should be a little bit smaller in angular size only because of my distance. Now, if I increased my distance away and I went 1,000 miles away from Mount Everest, then it will look smaller because I'm 1,000 miles away from it. But even Mount Everest isn't the fucking size of the sun. You're talking about something way bigger than that fucking mountain. And then you're going to say, hey, I should be seeing it get smaller. No, it's the same. You got to compare it. Bring it, think logically, bro. Stop saying it's the same size because that's false. Because we can see just in the video I posted when it's
How do you
all
know
the
what
way at the
size?
end.
How do
We
you know
don't
what
know
size
this.
the
We
sun
don't know
is?
this. We don't know the size, but we
Why are you
know it's
saying it's bigger than Mount Everest then?
well because we know the size of Mount Everest.
Do you know the size of the sun?
No, but we know it's much fucking bigger than Mount Everest. Wait, hold
Do
on.
you?
Are you trying to argue that? Are you trying to argue that the sun is the size of Mount Everest? Are you
No,
being
you
serious
have
right
no clue what
Nope.
the sun is. It might not even be a physical thing. It could just be some
Right,
sort
right.
of
It could be a
yeah.
fucking
No,
projected thing on a fucking
Right.
on
So
our
why are you saying it's bigger than Mount Everest then?
How could it not be a physical thing?
obviously it's bigger. That's logically. Look at
how?
it. Put it this way.
How?
How?
Put it this
Yeah.
way. Put it this way. Put
Well,
it
if
this
it's
way.
really small, but the light that's it's producing makes it look bigger.
Oh, hey, you're right, man. What if it's you're I stand corrected. You're absolutely
It
right.
could be tiny. It could be a pin. It could be the size of a pinhead.
Right. But it just the luminance is so bright, it fucking makes it. You're right. I stand corrected. You're right. Let me say the size of its shine in a filter. Let me correct myself. The size of its shine that we see in a filter is much larger than Mount Everest. Is that fair to say? Is that better for you? Can you walk with me now down this path of logic and reason? Once I say that?
What if it's a giant ball of plasma that's like 800,000 miles across? Could it be that?
No, it can't be. Want to know why?
Oh,
Because the
that
Earth.
one's ridiculous. Okay.
Well, here's why. It is ridiculous, and
The
here's
projection
why.
on the sky, completely believable.
No, but here, hold on. I'll tell you why it's ridiculous. Because we know that the Earth is a certain size from where you are in your city, right? You could literally measure how far you can see away from you. Like if you can see a farthest building, you know, okay,
Can
I'm
you?
10 miles away from that building. You can. You could literally physically measure that. Like you could physically do it, okay? I'm not talking like a glober and says that
What if
star's
it's to the
25 trillion miles away. That's
what if
bullshit.
it's to the horizon?
Again,
Can you
if
measure that?
if you drive far enough away from downtown LA, if you're going down Washington Boulevard, there's going to be a point where you can no longer see that. Or let's say if you even get in a fucking a plane
So
and you
now
fly
you're
away.
measuring things you can't see.
No, you can measure things that you know where their positions are at, and you know now they are now too far away to see them. Right? They're just too far
What do
away.
you? I'm struggling to find out what you're talking about.
Well, it's probably because you're asking questions to like get away from the point, which you guys is a tactic you guys use because
Oh yeah,
you're not
that's
focusing
a.
on a.
Hey guys, that's a tactic I use. Yeah.
Well, obviously, because we're way away from the point that the you're moving away from the fact that when you walk away from a mountain, it's
I
too
am.
big.
I
Well,
am.
you did
When?
earlier when you started talking about the sun is the size of a Mount Everest.
No, you said that. I said, how do you know?
Okay.
You're fumbling around a bit, mate. You're starting to sound a
If
bit
you want to
silly.
ask me how do I know that the sun is larger than Mount Everest?
How do you know the sun is larger than Mount Everest?
And I'll tell you how. Because we have recordings of the sun being behind a mountain in the distance, and then that mountain isn't covering the sun by itself. Kind of like this. But let me give you an example. If you drove a car behind a building and the building covered up the car,
You know
it's
what you sound like?
logical. Hold on,
You
just let me
sound
finish.
like you just make
Let
stuff
me
up.
finish. Let me just
You
finish.
sound like
See,
you
this is
just
what you do.
make stuff up.
A tactic. There you
But
go
you
with
do.
your
You
tactics again.
sound like you're just making
So
stuff
what
up.
happens is if you can see a car go behind a building, it's safe to say logically that the building is bigger than the car. Okay, but if you take a car and you put it, you know, behind a person, it's safe to say that the person is smaller than the car. Would you agree to that? Yes or no? Logically, would you agree
Yeah,
to that?
that's logic. Yeah, that's logically
Okay.
fine.
Well, then that's why I think the sun is bigger than Mount Everest. I'm just answering your question.
Yeah, you
Or your
think. You don't know.
well, I think you're right. I
Well, this
think.
is completely
Also,
logical, right?
there's another thing, right? When you say the sun isn't a physical object, I mean, I don't look. You can say that it might not be, right? But when I stand out in the sun, I feel a lot of heat, right? That isn't there when the sun's setting or gone, right? You know, I could just point my face towards the sun and feel heat, right? Not many physical things in this world that produce heat that aren't physical, right? Not many things at all, if in fact nothing at all, right?
I'm sorry, was that rhetorical, or were you actually wanting a response? I'm sorry.
That was towards Craig, who said it might not be physical. I mean, like that's just, you know. What's the word?
What's a
There's
non-physical thing
phrase
that
for people
produces heat?
for when people mention things that could be things, but like probably almost certainly aren't.
Well, you can get heat that transfers from something shining on a surface. Can you not?
Would that still be physical?
In some point, I guess it would be. I mean, it is a
Yeah.
physical thing
Yes, it
because
would.
he said he made a lesser light and a greater light. So to make, I think that would constitute something physical because I made it. Like I don't make something that isn't, or I don't know. I guess you can make a thought. I mean, and that's not technically physical, but now we're in a whole nother world. But when it says he made a greater light and less light, and he placed them in the firmament, I would say that would constitute some type of physicality. But do we truly know like that it's a? I think what he was getting at is that it's a physical thing in our realm, or is it something physical behind the firmament placed or inside of it, and we're just seeing a reflection of it? I think that's more along the lines of what he was saying. I don't know. I could be misspeaking. And to answer Jesse real quick, you're right, and that's another thing. If you put your thumb up to your eye and you block the whole car, right? And that's because you're right up on your thumb, and your thumb looks really big because you're really close to it, right? But if you take away farther from it, your thumb is going to get smaller, right? That's kind of the point, Jesse. That you're actually proving my point, by the way, because the sun does the same thing. It does get small in the distance. Thus, it is traveling away from you, and
So doesn't
Wait,
that
you've seen the sun get smaller?
it doesn't get smaller. Like the car doesn't shrink when it gets away from you, but in angular size, optically, it does look smaller than when it was above you at 12 noon. Yes, it does.
I've never seen that. The angular size stays exactly the same.
I know you guys all say that, and you have to, because this is part of the heliocentric, indoctrination.
Well,
saying,
no,
guys,
it's not
the
even that.
sun's
It's like
always the same.
you tried to demonstrate that it
Hey,
changes angular.
let me ask something. Let me ask something. Even in your paradigm, okay, wouldn't the sun change because as you're spinning away from it, are you not technically farther away from it in your paradigm?
Yes, but there's
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Like the first thing is
Right.
to address the first point, right? The only we're saying it's imperceptibly changing size, so to the point where you can't notice from the point it rises, arcs all the way over your head, not just rising and setting, as it arcs all the way over your head. It looks the same size, right? Virtually the same size. Obviously, technically, it might be changing size by a small degree, such a fraction of a degree to the point where it's not perceptible to our eyes. But then you guys go, well, no, look at this video of the sun going behind the clouds. You see how it's getting smaller? It's like, yeah, there's fucking clouds there, right? Like, of course it's going smaller, right?
So do clouds cause lights to get smaller? Then is that what you're trying to say?
No, but it can definitely impact the glare of the light, and two, it can impact how much of the sun you're actually seeing, right?
Okay, so then again, in the video I posted 20 minutes after the hour, pay attention to it when it's its furthest point. When have you seen a sun, even above you with the filter on? Okay, not talking about when it's atmospheric lensing and it's bright as fuck and it's huge as fuck, like the picture I've posted even before that. Across the street, the sun looks like it's taking up the entire house. At that, you'll see what I mean if you look at it. But when have you ever seen the sun, even through a filter, that small when it's right above your head? Never. You've never seen the sun look that small. And again, it's a slight change. It's slight, just like in your Just like you guys said, oh, it doesn't. It's only 93 million miles and 8,000. Like so, 8,000 miles is it's a small change, but it's insignificant. Well, we're saying the same thing. It's so big on this, because it's. So here's the problem. You guys put it really far away. We're putting it way closer than that to us. It's
Have
not
you ever been
a
out on a
million
cloudy
miles.
day, Apocryphon?
Yes, and I've seen the
Have you ever
sun
been
that
out
looks
on a
the same
cloudy
as the
day
moon.
where the next day was sunny and like clear
Yes,
skies?
yes.
And did you notice that the sun looked a bit different depending on the
Yes,
day?
it looks way bigger. It looks way bigger. The reason why is because the clouds act as a natural filter, kind of like a solar lamp, like a solar filter. Right? You can see it. Sometimes, it just so happens. Matter of fact, I think I have a photo of it. Let me look for it.
Very interesting.
Matter of fact, it looks like it's the moon, but it's actually the sun. I gotta try to find it though. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm enjoying this Rihanna gif in the meantime.
And ultimately, it's not the raw distance that matters; it's the ratio, the change in distance from noon to like sunset.
I try to find that photo. Yeah, I recorded it. It looked like it was the moon, but then I realized once the clouds moved, it was the sun because it blinded the fuck out of me. Same thing though. Cool that when the clouds come a certain way and the sky's a certain, the conditions are right, it actually looks it shows you exactly the same size as the moon. It's really interesting.
Yeah, sometimes the sun appears slightly larger than the moon, sometimes slightly smaller.
Right.
Again, so different cycles.
Oh damn, I can't find that photo. I think I have it. Anyways, I'm just saying, like the size of it does get smaller way in the distance, and that video I posted proved it. How small it is. I've never seen the sun through a lens. I have a welding hood. You can see it, without all the shine. It takes away the brightness.
I think that when you said that globe earthers have to make a point about the angular ratio of the sun looking virtually the same, and you said like, well, it has the sun has to be moving away, right? It has to be getting smaller, noticeably smaller, is because in a similar sort of way, if it isn't, then we're gonna have to play with the sun a bit more, right? We have to say like, okay, well, maybe we have to move the sun a bit further away. But a flat earther can't do that because the more they move the sun away, the more they're opening up the idea that the entire Earth is lit up, right? So in a way, it's imperative to you guys that
How
the sun
so?
is so close.
No, that's wrong though.
Yeah, you got that wrong, dude. Light attenuates.
Right.
It doesn't matter how far away. The farther away it is, the darker the Earth would get. Like basically how the
No.
same. Yes.
Because
Okay.
in order for if the sun is gonna so if the light is only say a meter.
Okay, you don't know the flat Earth model, so why are you repping it? So sit down, shut the fuck up, and listen. The
I'm
way
just trying
light.
to respond to your okay, go.
Yeah, he's not getting it. Okay, how's he gonna tell me how the flat Earth model works when he doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about?
Well, you said that globe earthers know the flat Earth model better than flat earthers do.
No, I said
right?
they should. They should know it better, but they don't. They're bricked on both accounts. They should. Yeah. If you are a good globe earther and you know the globe earth model, what I'm about to tell you, you should have said first. Not me. Not me coming up with it second. You can know that light attenuates and attenuates through a medium just by diving underwater. Once you have to go that deep, 30 feet, all the red starts to bleed out. Keep going deeper, all the other colors bleed out. Go deep enough and it's complete darkness. If you go deep enough, there's no light. It is perpetual darkness, always nighttime. That's what would happen if you got the sun moved further and further and further away. Eventually, it would get to a point where it would be perpetual darkness on Earth. If you move the sun closer, that's when you get more light. And you guys should know that. Duh, right? That's something you would
not
know.
not duh. But I mean, it depends on how you're measuring luminescence, right? Which you can do. I mean, like seeing a light attenuates is fine, but that's just a concept that would have to would have to be applied to a particular luminescent object, right? So if the sun had an excellent luminescence and an X size, you could predict how much of the like when people say like, oh, why isn't the whole earth lit up, and then the first thing flat earthers will do is show you a model of a torch getting really close to the surface, right, to kind of like make it so the whole surface isn't lit up. I mean, if I just move that torch back because of the luminescence of the torch, the whole disc would, or the whole
No,
plane
it
would
would
be
get
lit up,
dark
right?
again.
Are you kidding me? I could show you that I could get a torch, hang it over my desk, and move it up, and you'll see the whole desk lit up. The more I move it down, the less area is lit up, right?
Yeah, but the thing you didn't account for is distance and light attenuating across the great distance. You could move that flashlight further and further and further away, and your desk could get dark again.
Right.
Do you realize that or not? Are you that bricked that you don't know the globe model well enough?
Well, obviously, if you moved it that far away, sure, but then you could just.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
But then you could just measure the luminescence of the sun.
You could have
right,
a
and then figure
sun,
out.
a flashlight over the top of your desk, and your desk be completely black, completely nighttime.
Yeah, but no one's saying that. No one's saying that if you move the sun like a trillion miles away, that the Earth will be in darkness. What I am saying is that the disk requires, the plane requires some sort of relative proximity to the luminescence of the object for you to work out what part of the plane should be lit up and what part shouldn't. Right? That's literally why flat earthers move a torch really close to the plane. Right?
Yeah, you get the same effect if you moved it away.
I mean, you keep saying I'm that bricked, but I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying right now.
No, I didn't say you were bricked. Globe Earthers should understand the twilight zone in the ocean, and then be able to apply that.
Yeah, I'm curious. Have you guys never seen that video of the guy that he literally records the line where like he's on a boat in the ocean and he shows on one side is the moon and then there's literally like you can see the darkness and then the sun's all the way up in the sky across, but he's at the twilight, like even and the sun's still up in the sky, by the way. It's not like setting behind the earth. It's still in the sky and it's just way off in the distance, but the light is it's dim because he's at that point. He's at the, just like it says in the scriptures, he sets a line to divide the night from the day. I don't know, maybe you should just check that out.
Do you think we have evidence to say the sun is becoming more luminescent or brighter?
Is what?
Do you think we have evidence to say that the sun is becoming brighter? Like over the course of decades?
I don't know. Me personally, I don't know.
I do know that it puts off radio signals.
Now the sun's transmitting radio signals? Or
Yeah,
what?
I took a satellite dish, and hooked it to a signal strength meter, and I pointed it right at the sun, and I got a nice signal of white noise coming from the sun.
Come on, are you being serious, Jesse?
Yeah.
Jesse,
I've still got
there,
I still
you
got
have
the
to.
equipment. I don't mind repeating it for you sometime.
Hold on, but let me explain something then. Okay, Jesse. So up above, there's signals being broadcasted down. Okay, that's what allows you to go ahead and put a dish, an elliptical dish, anywhere on the ground, and as long as you're just pointing it up towards wherever that signal's coming from, it's going to come down at you. And so to say that you're getting white noise, you're probably just picking up just the scattering of signals that are just going all over the everywhere. And then if you have a piece of equipment, you're gonna fine tune and into where that true source is at, where that way you can pick up the signal. But if you're just getting this overlay, right, this overcast, some spillage, if you will, of signal just because it's coming out at you that way, like that doesn't mean just because you point at the sun that it's sending signals to you, Jesse. Like, come on, man. I hope you're goofing off right there. Just kidding.
I mean, I pointed it at the sun and I got a signal. I kind of moved it off the sun in one direction and the signal went. I moved it all over and there was a hot spot right there. Yeah, a radio signal hot spot right there.
Man, that's probably shot it towards something right in that area, right above you. Of course, that would be too small to see it because it's so far. Now we're going back to angular size again.
So isn't the math for angular size simply the angular the arctan of the angular width divided by the distance? Builders know that, right?
And then what? How does that correlate though when you're dealing with light? Isn't there a whole nother principle to it? Because then you have the intensity at that distance. It will either be brighter or less, dim, if you will. Doesn't that also constitute some type of measurement?
Well, my experimentation shows that the intensity of the light is essentially irrelevant, and that it is just the arctan of the angular width, or the linear width divided by the linear distance equals the angular width.
So then, with all your knowledge, Jesse, how do you explain that line that divides the darkness from the day?
You mean the Terminator line?
If that's what you want to call it.
Or Orion's belt. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
On the ground, not in the sky.
Oh, that's the Terminator line, I think, right?
Right. No, whatever you want to call it. I'm saying, with all your knowledge, what's making that light stop? Okay, but then it's dark on the other side of that line, and you can't say it's because it's a ball, and you put a light at a ball, and it's only half of it's lit. You can't say it's that.
Well,
because
video I could see. I'm not sure what you're referring to if it doesn't fit that.
Yeah, that's why I asked if you guys seen that video of the guy who recorded the light and the day. Let me look for it. I'm trying to still find another photo for my daughter, but I guess I'll get to that later.
But
Hey, if there's any new guys who joined, feel free to jump in and make a claim or ask a question.
Yeah, box ops. What's a non sequitur?
Yeah, when it doesn't, dude. Okay, when it doesn't logically follow in reasoning.
So if I said,
What's your contention with what I said exactly?
so if I said Socrates is a man, Socrates is not a man, therefore the moon is made of green cheese. Does that follow?
Okay, so like I told you already, premise 1 and premise 2 isn't consistent. So,
but does it follow?
The conclusion doesn't follow.
Why doesn't it follow?
Okay, so dude, how about you make like an actual globe claim for it so we can break it down instead of nonsense?
Well, I just want to show the room that you don't know what a non sequitur is. That's all.
Right, dude, I not only cited it multiple times, but it's what I originally said to begin
You
with.
can cite it. Doesn't mean you understand it.
Okay, so do you disagree with what was cited about premise 1 doesn't logically follow premise 2?
Well, and that
or the
utterance,
conclusion doesn't follow those
that utterance
premises.
didn't follow the one that you posted. Yeah, sure.
Like the
No
green,
one's
dude,
ever
the
said
moon
that
being
have they?
green cheese has jack shit to do with
Well,
Socrates.
it does. It does. It's just a principle that you just don't understand about what a sequitur is. That's all.
No, dude, it doesn't logically follow. It's not connected. The premises aren't consistent.
Okay, so this guy doesn't know what a non sequitur is. So if I said Socrates is a man, Socrates is not a man, the moon is made of green cheese, that does follow because of the principle of explosion. Anything can follow from contradictory premises. That's the point. That's why contradictions are problematic, because anything can follow. Anything does follow, therefore it's sequitur. That's what a fucking sequitur is.
So you're
So
saying
you want to
you can
make
say any bullshit you
a
want.
globe claim that logically follows, or you want to talk about Socrates as a man and a woman and fucking
doesn't
green
understand
moon
it. Still
cheese.
doesn't understand it.
Is that principal explosion thing a real thing in philosophy?
Yeah.
Really? I never heard of that one.
So you could say anything you want and say, well,
Dude, he's trying to make
that's
anything
logic.
logically follow anything.
Well,
That seems
like
to be
there's
what
a
he's
difference
saying.
between validity and soundness, right? Like you could say, well, look, the second premise isn't sound, right? Because obviously Socrates is a man, right? So it's an unsound but valid argument. Whereas Box Ops doesn't know what a valid argument is, and he doesn't know what a sequitur is. The principle of explosion just means that anything follows from contradictory premises. That's all it means.
Is how many degrees of Kevin Bacon do you have?
Yeah, you're stuck in the books, man. Like, just get into reality. Like, you can't say, well,
does
Socrates
water flow?
is a man, therefore the moon is cheese. Like, that's bullshit. No rational, sane person is going to think, oh, that's a good argument.
No, it's not a good argument. It's an unsound argument. I was just demonstrating to the room that Box Ops doesn't know what a sequitur is.
Yeah. I think his point was that it was not a good argument.
Yeah, it's not meant to be a good argument. It's meant to
Yeah.
just demonstrate what a sequitur is.
Yeah.
Okay, so does a man or a woman logically follow the moon being anything?
I don't know how many times I could explain that in different. Look, so when you posted the thing, right, that said, we'll make it about the globe Earth.
Okay, so
you
hold on, dude. Shut the fuck up. You immediately diverted when we were talking about your claim about other planets. Like, okay, you're looking at a
I'm about to get
so-called body in the sky. Therefore, I'm on a body on Earth. That is a non sequitur.
So
and then
I
you
got-
moved it to something else.
I got one for you guys that comes up a lot on the other server. Someone will say government lies, and the federal government especially lies a lot. But NASA is exempt for that because it's civilian.
Well, what you posted, Box Ops, is actually a bastardization of what a globe Earth will say, right?
Did you
If
hear that?
globers don't
Did you
say,
miss it or not?
No, dude, it is
globers
what
don't
you were
say
saying. You were
spheres
saying
in the
you look in
sky.
the sky, therefore what I'm on is also what's in the sky. That doesn't logically follow.
No, that's not what I've said, and that's not what anyone's ever said. Look, if you want to make my argument,
Okay, no, dude, when you
I'll
say
Box
when
Ops.
people
Listen, young
always
man,
say
listen,
why
young
are
man,
other
listen, young
planets
man,
round,
listen,
I
young
called
man.
you out for
If
a triple
listen, young
fallacy on
man,
that.
listen, young man, listen, young man. If I said
You're not going to talk
balls
through
in the
me
sky,
because you were
therefore I'm on a
already called
ball,
out, dude.
then that wouldn't follow. But who the fuck has ever said that?
How did you catch the last part? Go ahead.
If I said balls in the sky, therefore I'm on a ball, that wouldn't follow. But who the fuck has ever said that?
When anyone says,
no globe
why
has
are
ever
other
said
planets round? Okay, well, you first have to prove the assumptions that we are on a planet, which requires orbiting the sun, which we don't, which isn't self-evident, so you
Yeah,
can't
you're
just
just
assume.
bastardizing the
Or
argument.
assuming what is in the sky is the same as what you're on.
Yeah, you're bastardizing the argument, bro. Like you're
No, it's
trying to make
not.
a global argument about why you can infer that you're on a sphere from looking at the sky into a stupid argument because you can't argue against the real argument, right?
No, the real argument is all the time we hear why are other planets round? Right? Inferring, okay, we are also a round planet because what we see in the sky is round. That's dumb.
If I was going to say to you that you were in a desert, right? You're in a desert and you've never seen rain before, and you stumble across an oasis. Is it illogical to look up in the sky?
That's retarded.
That's
Why
the
is it
dumbest
retarded?
response I think
Why are
I've
you
ever
diverting
heard.
to some bullshit, dude?
What? How is that retarded?
Okay, so if you're in a
It's
forest full of
apples and
trees and you look
oranges.
around and you see a
Is
bunch
it
of trees, do
illogical
you
or
also
not?
say, "Oh, I must be a tree"?
Is it illogical?
Does it logically follow
Every
if you
other
look
planet that
around?
we look at is round. How is it illogical to believe that we also live on a round planet just like
Who are you
all of the
arguing
other
with?
ones? You.
I've not. Wait, that okay? If you say that every ball there's balls in the sky, therefore we're on a ball, that doesn't follow. But I actually think you can make
I think it's a pretty good indication that it
shut
follows.
up. There's a good argument you can make about why you're on a ball based on there being balls in the sky, but not what Box Ups is doing. Box Ups is trying to say you can never look in the sky to make an inference about what's happening on Earth, right? That's
Okay,
what
so
he's.
if you want to logically follow geometry, you need geometry. Looking in the sky for ground geometry doesn't logically follow.
Yeah,
You're doing
I
it
just
again.
realized a
But
better
y'all are
word I
again.
could have
scared to
used.
look at the ground, so all you do is look in the sky.
If I said to you, right, all observed large objects in the sky have a spherical
Large
shape.
objects, they don't appear that large. The angular size is like
You
say
don't think
the
we could
sun and
measure?
moon.
You don't think we could
What does
measure the
large
size
mean?
of a
Wait,
place
hold on
here
a
on
second.
Earth?
Hold on a second.
Right.
What does large mean? Like large, you say you look up at the sky and you're talking about the sun, moon, and stars, and you say large objects. Did you measure them? Do you know how big they are? What does large mean?
Well,
That's
you
just
could measure.
nonsense.
Of course, you can measure an object from here on Earth, from in the
So
spot
the
in the
sun.
space.
Hold on. Can you measure the sun
What? Yes.
to find like the circumference?
Well, you could approximate its size. Yeah.
No, I mean directly, dude. When I say measure, I mean directly, like how you can put a yardstick up against the surface of your dining room table. That's what
Who am I
direct
speaking to
measurement
right now?
means.
You want him to get a
Orion.
ruler and measure the moon?
No, I'm just saying, like, you just because somebody told you a story that and said, "Oh, blah blah blah," we guessed that this is that, doesn't mean that you know that that is that. Like, it's just a story you're believing. And you're talking about it like it's facts. Like, you don't know what the composition of the moon is. You don't know what the composition of the sun is. You don't know the size. You don't know the distance. You don't know jack except for they are lights in the sky that move around. That's all you freaking know. Just admit it. That's all you know.
Do you want me to post a source of how you could measure the sun circumference?
Has it been done?
Yeah. Well, someone did it clearly because they've
Can you
got a
show me
number.
how it's been done?
Directly or indirectly? Directly or indirectly?
Well, what do you mean? Do you think someone stood in the sun with? Do you think I'm saying someone stood in the sun with a yardstick?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, in order
Well,
to
why
say
would you
what,
ask that question?
because that is the reason why I'll ask that question is because the point I'm trying to make to you is that's what you would have to do to know what you say you know. That's what I'm trying to say to you. That's what you would have to
Right.
do
Okay,
to know
then,
what
yeah,
you
that's
say
fine.
you know.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll just adjust it then. I have a justified true belief in what the sun's circumference is. Is that fine? Does that squeeze your squirrels?
Yeah. It's fine. What? I don't know what you mean by justified belief, but it's a belief. Let's just leave it at that.
Why do you think it's justified?
What? Don't you mean to ask why do I think it's unjustified?
Sorry, yeah. Why do you think it's unjustified? Why do you think it can't be justified? Yeah.
Well, I think
Well,
it's justified.
because somebody told you, and the people that told you, which would be NASA, basically.
No.
I don't think they're trustworthy people because they say the Earth is a ball, and it turns out the Earth is not a ball. They say the Earth is spinning, turns out the Earth isn't spinning. So I don't trust those people. That's why I consider it to be an unjustified
That
belief.
is fine. You don't have to trust the people. I mean, the method is what you should be looking at, right?
Yeah, well,
Secondly,
no, I don't trust the method either. The method, I'll clarify that. I don't trust the method.
Yeah, justified here meaning that you have reason or evidence to believe that X is true, right? If I was going to say I believe the sun is 1 kilometer across and I have no reason other than just saying that is the case, then yeah, it's just a belief, right? But if I have evidence and methodology, right, to say that the sun is X distance, right, in circumference, then it is a justified belief. right? Because I've backed it up. You can contend with the method if you want. That's fine, by all means, if you want to. You have to actually point out what your contention is, though.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's worth pointing out that a direct measurement and an indirect measurement are definitely not the same thing. It's worth pointing that out.
Well, okay, yeah, sure, they're not the same.
And with that
Could they
being
give you the
said, the
same
Earth is
number? Could they
flat.
give you the same number? Could they give you the same number?
Well, yeah, of course they could
There
give
you
you
go.
the same number, but again, you have to
Could they give you
directly
an
measure
accurate
something
number?
in order to verify it, in order to validate it. Like if someone's going to say the moon is so and so dimensions and so size and so composition, you have to go to the
I don't know
moon,
why we're talking about
measure it, and validate
composition.
those three claims.
I'm talking about size only right now.
Well, yeah, but I mean, still, it's a claim. If someone's making a claim, a geometric
No,
claim,
a claim is just saying the sun is X size, right? That would just be a claim. Now, if I had evidence or reason to believe it, it becomes a whole argument, right?
Yeah, so if you said this way, the sun is X size, therefore the Earth is a ball.
No.
Non sequitur.
Well, no one said that.
Easy day.
Did anyone say that?
No, I'm trying to tie
Well, I
it
didn't
back
think I
into
did.
the topic.
Well, we were contending about whether or not you could know the size of an object, and I think that's the stickler point here. Because if I can say a large object, let's say of a certain threshold, has without a exception a spherical shape, then I could infer that we're probably, if given that we are of a similar size, on a spherical shape, probably.
Because
What do you mean because? Because was baked into
yeah,
the whole utterance.
because that works other places too. Use that same method. And
Well, it would be something akin to a law, right? Because it's without exception, right?
yeah, so let's look at the model, and it turns out there's a space poop. There's Frosty the Snowman asteroid.
Yeah.
There's
If there was a black
pear.
swan,
There's
basically,
pear-shaped Earth.
yeah.
So
If there was a
if
black
all the
swan,
planets are spheres, why is Earth a pear?
if there was a black swan which said, "Look, right, we're starting to find a lot of objects that are bigger than any object that we know of, right, that aren't spheres," then that would reduce the probability that you could draw from that argument, right? Of course, that's what a black
Like
swan is.
everything's spheres except for Earth. Earth is a pear.
Yeah, that's cool, bro.
Yeah, but we're talking about probabilistic statement. We're not talking about what is the case.
Yeah, but your whole logic statement was, hey, all that stuff out there are circles, and circles must be spheres. So the Earth must be a sphere
Well,
too.
you're just adding
But the
things
Earth
on
is a
that I've not
pear.
said this far.
But the Earth is a pear.
Well, hold on. It's worth pointing out, Crit is technically correct because your observation of the sun, moon, and stars is that they're circles. You're not technically observing them as spheres. You're technically observing them as circular lights, which means that you don't know that they're spherical.
Okay,
You're just
Mr.
assuming that they
Orion,
are.
I've already addressed you, sir. We've gone over you and your strange. Make sure you have your stick to measure the sun on, right? Like I don't
Dude, don't be
understand.
like Gamma, right?
I am Gamma.
Yeah, that's pretty low.
No, I'm a Gamma.
I'm just pointing out. Crit wasn't talking out of turn.
Yeah, talking about genitalia, that's the one thing that bugs me. It doesn't have to always go down to dick, okay? That every conversation needs to degrade down to sexual organs.
What?
Really?
Who talked about that?
You just did, about him busting his dick out to measure the sun.
I never talked. Did anyone hear me say anything about genitals?
Oh,
he said
stick.
No. Yeah, like I was talking about yardsticks and stuff.
Okay, my bad.
Bust out the stick.
Okay,
that was a strange
okay.
turn.
Okay, well,
He
forgive
likes
me.
fish sticks.
Yeah, forgive me. I misheard.
Nah, bro, we're not forgiving you.
I thought I heard you say dick instead of stick.
Maybe you're the one that likes penis.
Do you like fish sticks?
I like scary movies.
I've been keeping my homosexuality a
Do
secret on Flat Earth because I
you
feel
like
like
fish sticks?
there's a correlation between being religious and being a flat earther.
It's
Not
quite the opposite,
causal.
actually.
Well,
How many
so
gay people do you think have been to space?
none until I go.
Yeah, why? Why do you think that is?
Not until I go.
Why do you think? Why is there
Yo.
no gay people in space?
Because
Hey,
you can't go to
why are there
space.
no gay people in Gaza?
It's
There is gay
because
people in Gaza.
there's a deeply religious organization that's in charge of space exploration.
They're called Jews.
Either
Get
way,
it?
By,
Gay
by the
people
way,
in
Britt,
Gaza.
just to take advantage of this opportunity to break stereotypes, because that's kind of the story of my life anyway. I am a flat earther, and I am completely and totally 100% non-religious.
Are you
okay,
gay?
whatever you say, whatever you say. Where's Box Ops? I want to mog him some more. It's fun of mogging Box Ops. He's very confident. Very confident.
Hey, what's up? So are you going to tell us about the sun distance calculation, like what assumptions you are incorporating to
distance?
calculate that? Because you're talking about, oh, the sun is so big, right?
What does that have to do with the distance?
Well, you said it, things in the sky are big bodies. I don't know if you want to go with the sun or just anything in the sky. Because if you're talking about like they appear big bodies, well, no, it's a tiny angular size compared to the whole Earth below you, taking up most of your field of view.
What are you talking about?
You said
Okay,
you're done.
when we're talking about logic and you want to compare the ground to the sky, there's no reason to do that.
No reason or no deductive argument?
Right, so geometry is ground measuring, not sky pointing.
That's just just you saying things, right? Like, can you give me more clarity? Because are you saying you can't look up in the sky to infer things about down here on Earth?
In Latin, geo means earth, and metry means measure. So geometry means
Somebody needs to mute
measure.
themselves. Everyone's echoing off of them.
Echo.
Yeah, Box Ops me, Mike J.
1 second, I'll switch my mic.
Okay, well, just Box Ops is very funny. He thinks he knows what a non sequitur is. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, he does.
I don't know. I just rinsed him earlier.
So what's your response to what I just said about geometry in
I don't know. I
Latin
couldn't hear
meaning
you because
earth
I could hear
measure?
like you times 2, and that was just muffling you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, well, I can now. The Box Ops is muted. Yeah.
All right, so like I was just saying, geometry, geo in Latin means earth, and metry means measure. So geometry means earth measure, literally in Latin.
Okay.
So when he's saying when he says that geometry is not staring up at the sky and then making guesses about the ground based on what you see in the sky, he's correct. That is not geometry.
How do you? Okay, so you're just gonna throw some Latin at me and say like this is the only way you can measure the Earth? Is that
You're
true?
gonna just throw
I'm just
some
simply telling
facts
you
at
what
him.
the word geometry
Latin.
means, dude. I'm not trying to like paint you in a corner. I'm just simply telling you what the word geometry literally means
That's
in Latin.
fine.
That's all I'm
That's
saying.
fine.
And
That's
but
fine.
but
Look,
also I'm also pointing out to you that
listen, buddy.
beyond that, pointing in the sky and saying making claims about the surface of the ground, surface of the earth based on what you see in the sky, that is not geometry by definition. But putting that aside, like even putting aside the earth factor, like even if you were trying to find the dimensions of a box,
You're just
say
saying
for instance,
like, look, bro, this is the issue, right? If you just say this is what the word means and etymologically derived from these two words, that's fine. But if you're going to then say that you can't,
no. Hold on. Shut the fuck up for a second. I'm just saying, like, it's very basic. This is like middle school, like first, like freshman year high school basic shit. I'm talking here. Like, if you are trying to figure out the dimensions of a box, okay, that involves geometry. You're trying to figure out the actual physical geometry of something. that's geometry. Pointing at a light in the sky and making claims about it, that is not geometry. That's
Okay.
just that's just something else other than geometry.
Should
I
we
don't know
just
what
call
that
it?
is.
Should we just call it
It's not-
mathematics?
No,
Why
there's
not?
no math involved in that. There's no math
How is
involved
there
in that.
not?
That's not mathematics either.
Do you want me to show you how you can use mathematics to figure a radius for the Earth?
Well, hold on. You're talking about
By looking
just
in the
pointing
sky,
at the
no less.
sky. You're talking about pointing at the sky and saying, "Oh, we see what you think are spheres in the sky. Thus, the Earth must be a sphere." Where's the math in that?
That's not. No, you said you can't look in the sky to derive a radius for Earth. Is that true?
Not logically, no. Only illogically.
How would it be? Can you tell me why it'd always be illogical?
Well, show me how it'd be logical. I just told you how it'd be
What?
illogical. Because I'll tell you why it'd be illogical. Because you can see things in the sky, and they may be one thing, and the ground is another thing. But just because you see something in the sky doesn't mean that you're standing on something in the sky.
We're not even talking about that, right? If we're talking about measurements now, we're talking about like how you could know or calculate the size of Earth, right? And you're saying
Calculate.
So
Wait,
is
hold on,
Earth in the
calculate,
sky or is the Earth
calculate
below
or
you?
measure. Wait, calculate or measure. These are not the same thing. Calculate
every
or measure.
calculation has a measurement, right?
No.
So when are you looking in the
Sorry, what
sky? Are you
calculation
measuring or are you
doesn't involve
just
a measurement?
calculating assumptions?
I think I may
Are you
have said that
acknowledging that
backwards.
there's a
Maybe it's
difference
every
between the
measurement
two?
Maybe it's every measurement requires a calculation. I can't remember which way around it is.
No, that's horseshit. What the fuck are you even?
Is
fuck
it
this.
which way
I'm not
around
even
is it?
bother
Is it
talking to you.
1 second. Calculation.
Well,
measurement.
you have to understand that McToon and Craig FTFE they say stuff like that. So then Glober's like, oh yeah,
okay.
huh?
I was right
And
the
then
first time. I was right the first time. Whereas calculation is made by using the measured figures and putting them into a formula. Calculation necessarily involves a measurement.
Except you didn't measure
Oh,
anything.
what direct
There's a problem
measuring
there. You
are you
didn't
doing
measure
for the
anything.
radius?
Okay, so just to clarify before I show you, right? Is it the case that you think it's always illogical to derive a figure for the geometry of the Earth based on the sky? Are you going to claim to that? Hold to that? Because I want it on record. Are you going to say that that's the case?
That's hardly a claim. That's just obvious. But yeah, sure. Yeah, you can't point. I'll say it in the most plain and simple words. You cannot point at the sky and look at the sky to determine the shape of the ground.
Well, could you
I
figure?
don't know how that is illogical to you, but whatever.
Could you come up with a radius?
That would involve the shape of the ground, so no.
Okay, well, give me a second then.
You're talking about circumference. You just turn that
Why
circle
am I
a
talking
different
about
direction.
circumference?
Because you're thinking about the whole Eratosthenes thing.
No, I'm not.
You know, they could get a circumference the same way, right?
I'm not even thinking about Eratosthenes or whatever he did.
Something with the stopwatch?
I mean, I can't even believe, you're actually saying this out loud. I don't understand how you're not getting it. It seems to me like a small child could fully comprehend this, but you're having trouble.
Get him out there quickly.
Well, no, I'm just saying, it's so simple. Like if you see a blimp in the sky, have you ever seen a blimp before, or like a balloon? You know, you don't look at the balloon and say, "Oh, I'm on a balloon," or "Oh, I see an airplane. I must be standing on the surface of an airplane." You would never see that with anything else you see in the sky, but for some reason, the luminaries, you do that with the luminaries, with no logical connection.
Yeah, I'm stupid.
You know what's the problem there?
Oh, I'm so stupid.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you are so fucking stupid. I'm sorry, but you are. That's fucking insane. What you're saying makes no sense.
He doesn't even have it ready. He's over here Googling, trying to get his bullshit ready.
Yeah, my bullshit's ready.
Okay, so can you just right now articulate what you're trying to do? Oh, okay, so it's a go watch my video thing?
Yeah, let's go watch my video. Well, I can't do a live demonstration of this because it's nighttime here. The sun's not even out.
So articulate the method.
I don't think
you
I
should
could do
have
it justice.
already watched this and been able to articulate it.
Oh yeah, I've watched it. I've posted this like 20 times.
Okay, then in your own words, what assumptions are calculated?
Well, I mean, I don't think I could do it justice. I think you should probably watch it and hear it from the
okay, so I should go watch your claim because you can't articulate it? Well, that's your
you know
failure.
Do you know what providing a citation actually means at Box Ops? providing a citation doesn't mean that I need to articulate exactly what was in it. Providing a citation just means
Well,
that
a
I should show you.
citation is
I
like
should
when
show
you take
you that
a
it's
quote
possible,
out
right?
of
And then you
a
can
piece
critique
of
it for
work
all
and then
you
with
want,
the
right?
link.
When someone asks you for an article, do you say, "No, recite the article to me"? No, you don't. So go and
No,
look at
you,
it.
you
Right?
posted a
Go and
source,
look
but
at
you
it.
didn't post a citation. A citation would be. I thought you went to college, dude.
Yeah, this is a citation.
No, that's a source. Inside the source, you'd have a citation.
Oh, good
maybe
job.
more.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't name the guy. That's a good point. I didn't name the guy, so it's not a citation. It's just a source. Correct. I don't think I could cite his name because I don't think his name's on there.
Well, it would write. They would cite the publishing.
Oh, yeah, published date. Yeah, published date. Name of the video. Name of the person who published it. Yeah, sure. But I don't think I could do his mathematics justice, so I'm not going to try.
Okay, so you believe it.
So is it the stopwatch thing that I said like 5 minutes ago?
What stopwatch?
Because I see at the very beginning he's at the beach, so during sunset. Is it something with like using
Didn't
a
you say
stopwatch?
Eratosthenes? I didn't say anything about Eratosthenes.
That was the other guy.
Yeah, he uses an inference from the sun's distance to the Earth spinning away from you.
Okay, so do you experience the Earth spinning away from you when you see the sun, or do you see the sun moving?
Irrelevant to what we're doing right now.
Okay, so it doesn't logically follow. It's not even axiomatic to first thing you do is assume the opposite of experienced reality.
No, sir. You asked me, can you derive a radius, right, from the sky? I can. There you go. You want to concede, and we can move on to
No,
the next
it's
point?
not measuring. You're calculating assumptions. All those assumptions you are assuming, you are
You could say it's
first
inaccurate or not true.
assuming.
You could say it's
Dude,
inaccurate
you
or
are
not
first
true.
assuming a globe, so that's circular logic.
You could say it's inaccurate, or
By
it has assumptions you
definition,
don't
yeah,
believe are
begging the
true.
question fallacy, first assuming the conclusion you're trying to prove.
What do you think I'm trying to prove here? I'm trying to prove that you can get a radius from the sky. I'm not proving the Earth is a globe. I'm not proving that the Earth is spinning. I'm just proving that you can get a radius from the sky.
So a radius, but not for a globe. A radius for what?
Well, I don't know if you were here the
Okay,
whole
so
time.
a radius for a globe,
Okay.
then, that you're
Why would
assuming
you
in the
ask a
first
question and then
instance
talk
to
immediately after?
calculate.
Why would you ask a
So
question and talk
circular
immediately after?
logic. Okay, great, dude.
So I was asked if you could get a measurement for a radius from the sky, and I showed you can.
A calculation of all already assuming what you're trying to prove. Cool.
What, a radius? You could say the radius is inaccurate, or you could say if I imply that this proves a globe, that's
No, it's not just
question
us
begging.
saying that the radius is inaccurate. That's already falsified through the black swan.
Okay, box ups. Listen to
Multiple
what I'm saying.
black swans
Listen
with
to
the
what I'm saying.
horizon
There's two
distance.
claims on the table. And you're trying
Orders
to
of
make me
magnitude beyond your
box ups. You're not
geometric
going to play this game with me.
limitations
You're not going to play this
that
game with
has
me.
your horizon. Sorry, that has your radius multiples of what it should be.
You're not playing this game with me. There was a claim, right? Not a claim of can you prove the globe or can you prove that Earth is rotating. The claim was can you derive a radius from the sky.
Okay,
right?
well, it doesn't logically follow. Assuming the opposite of what you experience, then
So
calculate
you're just
those
going to make me.
assumptions.
You're just trying to force a claim down my throat and say I said it, right? Is that what you're trying to do?
Dude, it's your video. You posted it.
Yeah, but
you don't want it
it has nothing
critiqued.
to do with showing if the Earth is a globe or rotating.
Okay, so a radius, but not for a globe.
Well, and a radius. We went over this earlier with the sun. You could get a measurement from the sun, from Earth, and now someone said, "Can you get a radius for the Earth from the sky?" I said, "You can." So
then he said
I'm
that
just
you
gonna wait
can
for my
calculate, but
concession
you're not
any second.
measuring. I didn't hear you. What?
I'm due a concession, really, unless you want to try and make me say something that I never said.
So you do concede that it's circular logic, that you cannot assume first what you're trying to prove?
if I was saying that video
That's the only
proves
concession we're
a
gonna have
globe,
here.
if I was saying that video proves a globe, that would be circular reasoning. I've not said that. So where's the circular reasoning?
Okay, so we're back to it's a radius, but not for a globe. Of course,
Bro,
it
I've been saying that
implies
for
a
10
globe.
minutes, and you've been trying to figure out what I've been saying. Now you've got it, right? It should have been quicker than that the first time I told you. Pretty straightforward, bro. It's not that complicated. Simple logic.
Nothing logical about circular logic.
Yeah, you're just going to say that I said something I never said again? Well, how many times are you going to do this?
No,
You know,
you don't
you know
have to
this is
say it.
recorded,
Your
right? We can go
video
look back when I said
already
this.
demonstrates it, right?
Yeah, we could look back and see where I said this proves a globe if you want. Do you want to look back together? We can hold hands while we do it if you want. I never lose an argument. Never.
We need to have an argument.
And the argument is you could derive a radius from the sky.
How do you do
No,
that?
you can imagine and calculate assumptions of what you're already trying to prove.
Well, if I'm trying to prove that you could derive a radius from the sky, then I've done it. If I was trying to prove the globe, then I haven't done it. Now, I'm very precise with my words, Mr. Box Up, so you're not going to trip me up here.
It has nothing to do with what your words are saying. It's what all your video has already demonstrated.
Precisely what I claimed, yeah.
You could try to walk it back, but it's already there.
Okay, well, you know, I'm sure if anyone was watching this video, they would have been able to rewind it and see what I said initially, right? And then see you say, well, you know, you haven't proved the globe. Like, okay, that's fine. No, derive the
No
radius from the
one
sky.
thinks that you cannot imagine and calculate assumptions.
Oh, did
But
they not?
that
Did they not?
math,
Did they not think that? I was
logically,
told that you can't
okay,
get a radius from the
Orion
sky.
was
I
saying
asked
logically
before I
you
posted
cannot
the
do
video.
it. No.
I gave them every chance to say, well, you could actually. I said right before I posted the video, do you think that you cannot derive a radius, a figure for a radius from the sky? And he said,
None
no,
of the
right?
assumptions you are
I even gave
calculating
him,
are
I gave him one chance,
axiomatic,
right,
so it's
to
not logical.
exit gracefully, right? And now you're trying to make me say like I said something else. It's dishonest, bro. It's just dishonest. Everyone heard it. No, what? You're the only person who's saying I said otherwise. So maybe you're the one in the wrong here.
Okay, what happened? I go AFK for like 2 minutes and it's already bickering.
I'm just being a slippery little troll. That's all.
Yeah, just overall, if Britnat isn't giving you the answers he wants, just stop asking questions. He'll go away.
And stop asserting what I said, because that won't go down well either.
Hey, let's bring it to something simple. Britnat, what reason do I have, if any, to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Doubt the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Let me think. Doubt the Earth is flat. Well, if you were going to, I'm going to actually use a flat Earth argument. I'm just going to say, why would you doubt that this actually proves the Earth is flat and could be a sphere, right? So, if you look at the black swan, right? What's the biggest thing about the black swan, right? It shows you can see further than what you're supposed to, right? Correct?
Affirmative.
Right. So, if it was the case that we were just doing an operation of geometry on a ball, you might be onto something, right? But because physicsy stuff happens, and light bends in weird and fantastical ways, right? The case that is made here would be that the geometric curve, if there is one, could be incongruent with how far you're seeing, aka the horizon, right? If it's incongruent with the horizon, then it stands to reason that you actually haven't proved anything with the black swan. You just made an inference, right? So the Earth could still be a globe.
So it doesn't really seem like. So it's summed up. What you're saying is because things that you didn't really get into details about, or certainly not into any demonstration about, but you just said that the horizon may not be where it appears to be, and for that reason I should doubt that the Earth is flat. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, that's not what I said, but in a rough, you're roughly in the ballpark. It's just that the geometric curve could be incongruent with the horizon. Now, to be clear, right, there's only one reason a flat earther really points to for why the globe Earth has been falsified, and that is the black swan, right? That's kind of like the bread and butter, really, for a flat Earth argument. Now, if I could show
No,
that,
not even
look,
close,
this is
dude.
what's the other?
Well, it's not like it's the only one, Brit. Don't talk about it like it's the only one.
The
Okay, what is
black
the other
swan
falsification?
observation has
Where's
been
the other
repeated and
falsification?
verified multiple times. The newer black swan
No,
is like 3 times farther from the
doesn't
same
matter.
place.
Yeah, Brit, you fucked this up, dude. Because the black swan. Okay.
What's the non-black swan related? And I'm talking about any black swan. What's the non-black swan related falsification that happened?
The black swan. That argument, that photo was originally used by the Rumpus. Okay,
That has
it
nothing
had
to do with what I asked.
Yes, because you're what you're doing is you're saying, hey, flat earthers use this argument to prove the Earth is flat.
No.
No, what they did was, okay, they used the globalist argument to explain why the geometric curve of the Earth isn't there anymore.
Yeah, I said they use it to falsify the globe, not to prove the
No,
Earth is
not
flat.
to falsify the globe. It can still be a globe. It's just got to be a much bigger globe.
No, that's not even true either.
Yes,
well, hold on, guys. 200. Yeah. So if the Earth was a sphere and the black swan, is the black swan, then the Earth would have a radius of 250,000 miles.
What?
Yeah, but so you're right, Britt, that when you say we use the black swan to falsify the radius, you're technically correct. But once the radius is falsified, everything else in the heliocentric model logically falls apart.
Yeah,
so
but
all
it's
you
not
need
been
to do is
falsified in the
falsify the
black swan.
radius.
That's the point. It's not falsified in the black swan. That's what I was saying.
Wait, say that again. What?
It's not falsified in the black swan, is what I was saying.
Well, why not?
The radius is
So,
falsified.
so let's get into this. So I'm asking you
The
why
radius
not?
is not
And as you
falsified
were
in the black
beginning,
swan.
as you were
So
beginning
you
to
have
say
an
a minute
infinitely
ago,
sized radius then?
I said that radius,
No,
the claim to that
he's not
radius
saying
was
that.
not falsified in the black swan.
And anyway, so you're saying it's not falsified in the black swan. And let me guess, the reason you're saying this is due to, let me guess, atmospheric refraction. Am I correct?
Well, I'm not going to put a name to it. I'm just going to say physicsy stuff.
Well, that's even more vague. That does not help your case. That just makes you look more crazy.
You think no, because we could just work this through together, right? Without having to point to a cause necessarily just yet. Would you agree that if it was the case that the geometric curve could be, because we're not dealing with a ball, right, is geometry. A ball in my hand. Now put an atmosphere over the ball. Now you've got physics, right? So physics is definitely a confounding factor, right, in how you're going to be able to do your geometry, especially if you're looking over distance, right? So let's say that the horizon is or could be always incongruent with a geometric curve, right? Do you think that's logically possible?
If it's demonstrated to be so, but you haven't demonstrated to be so no.
It's not. I'm not asking you if it's true. I'm asking if it's logically possible.
Well, sorry, just ask that. Wait. So I would say yes, I guess, because we have the Skunk Bay footage. So I suppose, yeah. The horizon does change where it appears to be. Yes.
Okay. So,
but you gotta keep in mind. Keep in mind. Well, I want to add on to that. If it does appear to be at one point in time too far for it to be according to the 3,959 mile radius of the globe Earth that we're taught, it only takes one observation of that to falsify the radius. That is, after all, why it's called a black swan. We're not looking for photographs of the horizon appearing closer. It only takes one black swan to prove that not all swans are white.
The reason why it's contentious is because, look, you and I both know that if I say something like, floating ships aren't real because of atmospheric things, the sun, if you said the sun was getting smaller or bigger at the horizons because of atmospheric things, if I was going to say that light's bending a particular way because it's traveling between a medium of air or gravity has something to do with it, I'm just referring to atmospheric things, right? And how light tries to find the quickest path to any direction, right? And so these are all demonstrable. We can all show these in our bedrooms, right? All of these different phenomena, right? And the only difference between what I've just done and what you do is that when you're clinging onto the idea that this falsifies anything, you'll then say, well, forget the atmosphere. The atmosphere doesn't matter anymore, right? But as soon as I say, do you think floating ships are real? You'll say, of course not. The atmosphere, right? So it's just like, if you already accept it's logically
Wait,
possible,
say that last part
you already
again.
know that light has that property. You already know that the atmosphere can cause light to have that sort of property. And now, when you want it to not be the case, you suddenly pretend like it isn't. You just pretend like it's a question of geometry, not a question of physics, right? So it's possible. It's also probable. It's also the case that if both of those things are true, you
Well,
haven't really
forget about
falsified
probable,
anything.
dude. Well, probable. I wipe my ass with probable. Probable
wipe
doesn't
it.
do me any
Wipe it,
good.
bitch.
Because probable is for like religious people and cult members and just people with wishful thinking. I'm not one of those people.
You think
I'm all
rainfall?
about the really
You think the
is.
probability of rainfall is religious?
No, I'm talking. You were talking about the
So stop wiping your ass with probable.
That's not what you were talking about. That's not what you said. What you were referring to specifically with your words is the probability of the Earth being a sphere or not.
So
In
do you wanna-
regards
do you
to
wanna do
that,
a bit of
I don't
probability
leave
with
it
me?
up to probability.
Do you
I
want-
leave
do
it
you
up
wanna
to
do-
the world, the really is world.
Do you
See,
want to do
in the world
let's
of really
let's
is.
do a bit of world really is world, right? Do you think
Yeah.
if I was going to control the variables, that I would always include standard atmospheric refraction using the index, right, to give a more accurate distance of what I'm actually seeing?
Yeah, the distance changes to 1.3 miles, so you're fucked there, Britnat.
1.3.
Also, quick question about atmospheric refraction. Is atmospheric is it mathematical or actual?
Yeah, it's math.
Is it mathematical?
Obviously math. Yeah, Britnat, shouldn't you be in bed, bro? Wasn't your bedtime
I
at
woke
4
up
hours ago?
early. I actually slept at 7 p.m. Very early.
Why the fuck?
I know, I'm a bit crazy, aren't I?
Yeah.
So
you're
is refraction, is atmospheric refraction, is it mathematical or is it actual?
Well, it's a concept that you would use mathematics to apply to reality, right?
Just answer. Come on, Britnat.
mathematical.
It's both. It's alleged to be real. Right? We all agree that it's real, right?
Well, how about this?
Alleged to be real, but not demonstrated to be real. It's
Well, you
only
can
it's only
demonstrate
real
it.
on
You know
paper
what? I
so
guess
far.
you know what? I'll amend it, right? It's actual because you can show refraction in your bedroom.
Yeah, but we can show it
you're
not
missing the
happening
point,
too with the
though.
black swan. If refraction's happening, though, what's with the black swan? Where's the refraction there?
Okay, so now you're talking about atmospheric refraction. If you're talking about atmospheric refraction, then it's just posited to explain phenomena, right?
I'm just saying it's basically, as far as I can tell, atmospheric refraction is just a mathematical explanation to explain why we can see too far for the Earth to be a globe with a radius of 4,000 miles. It's just an explanation on paper, nothing more, nothing less, unless you can demonstrate it to be something more than that.
Well, you and I agree that that refraction is real, right? You and I both agree that the light will always try to bend to the quickest direction it possibly can travel, right? And then you and I will also agree that at least, right, to really falsify the globe, right, you need to also include atmospheric refraction to the point where it's so far, even with that accounted for, that you've basically said, okay, look, right, even when we've given you your shot with your atmospheric refraction nonsense, it's still like 10 miles away, right? Then, well, fair enough, right? You falsified.
That's what happened because, like Timbo said, the refraction only moves it to from 1.22 to 1.37.
That's not far, though, is it? That could also be accounted for very easily as a margin of error.
No, from 1 mile to 10 mile, the refraction doesn't move it that far.
What?
Yeah, 7/6R takes the horizon line out to 1.3 something miles from a 1 foot observer. So
You were claiming what? You're claiming standard refraction before, but it doesn't account for the 10 miles. But it's past 10 miles, but it doesn't account for a fraction of it. Well, it accounts for a fraction of it, but not enough. So, and like Orion was saying, it's just a mathematical concept that has not been proven, because you can't prove that the light refracts over a globe to make it look flat, because you haven't measured a globe in the first place.
Sorry, are you talking about the black swan for the platforms?
Yes, you were talking about refraction, and then you added in that it would be within margin of error. But the margin of error after the equation, it takes it to 1.35 or something like that, 1.34 miles. That's your horizon after you add in refraction, standard refraction. So what refraction are you going to add in to take the horizon out to 10 miles? I don't understand.
I don't think I'm quite understanding what you're saying.
Do you speak the English?
No, I don't.
Okay, so the horizon from the 1 foot observer is supposed to be at 1.225 miles. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
So
would
passing
be
then.
the horizon on a globe from that 1 foot. Now, if you add in standard refraction, 7/6R takes it out to 1.34 miles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now pause there, right? Just because I know, I guess what you're going to say is that when you start to multiply it by the observer's height, right, then you're starting to get like a much larger differential, right? But the issue here is that, one, that is a very small margin of error, and two, that's actually
What do you
just,
mean? What do you
that's
mean
assuming
margin of
standard
error?
refraction.
What's the
That's
small
assuming standard
margin?
refraction.
Well, nothing's.
Yeah.
What other refraction are you talking about? Can you give us an
So
equation for
yeah,
another
I'm just about to
refraction?
say, look, standard refraction isn't like an absolute thing, right? Like, so it could obviously be a little bit further, a little bit behind, right? It's just a thing that you would approximate based on the average standard refraction, right? So even then, I'd say it's probably
Well, you're
quite comfortably
approximating it
in what you'd
based on a
expect.
globe, and you still don't have a globe.
Yeah,
So,
but you're trying to falsify something. It's not about what the globe says. It's about what you're trying to falsify, right?
well, we're falsifying that there's no measurement for the globe, but you're using a standard refraction rate with a radius rate in it, with a radius number in it. That's what the fucking problem is.
Well, I think we're gonna lock horns over the fact that I don't think it's I don't think that because it's ad hoc and you're kind of like accounting for weather and climate that neither of us were there for, that using standard refraction is the best thing you can do, and just approximate the margin of error based on that. And that's what I'm saying that you can't just do, right? You can't just say, look, right? If I said you should only be able to see 1.22 miles, and then you saw 1.5 miles, you haven't really debunked the globe, right? If you could see 3 miles, right, further, you're pushing the globe, right? Not quite falsified because it's still countable, right? You can still account for it. But if you're saying like, oh, you can see 10 miles further, 20 miles further, then you're
We
causing
do.
a problem. You're causing the problem for the globe, even with standard refraction taken into consideration. That is.
Yeah,
If the
even
globe
with
can't come up
your
with any
super
possible,
duper refraction,
and
dude,
if the
we still
globe can't,
see orders
if the
of
globe,
magnitude beyond that.
if the globe can't figure out, right, for instance, what might have gone wrong there. So if you said, look, right, even with standard refraction, I could see 10 miles at 1 foot the observer's height, then fair enough, right? Okay, there's something that's gone wrong there, and you falsified everything we know up until that point. But then if the globe says, well, hold on, right, there's some effect, some phenomena that happened that day that made it so you could see those extra 10 miles even though you were at 1 foot the observer's height, right? Not multiplying, even with standard refraction taken into consideration, then the globe can then say, look, right, explicable, like something unique was happening in the atmosphere that day, some unique physicsy stuff was happening, to account for it. So the black swan, it's like, it's not a pure geometry question, it's also a question of physics, right? That's
Well, when you say refraction, that concedes the horizon being geometric, so that throws out Al-Biruni using the horizon to try to calculate the radius.
What, refraction destroys the globe? Is that what you're saying?
Refraction concedes the geometric horizon because the horizon is not geometric.
Oh, right. So you're under the impression a globe has ever said that you can only ever see no further than 3
So
miles.
what do you think was blocking boats and buildings in the distance? Was it not geometry?
Have you been following this conversation, young man?
Okay, so what's blocking boats and buildings in the distance? Because we were shown for years, we know it's a globe because boats over the horizon.
Yeah, but who's told you that? Who's told you that?
Bill Nye in
Bill
school
Nye said, quote, you can never
with the
ever,
little, yes,
you
with
can
the
never
video
ever,
demonstration
under any circumstance,
with
see
the
further
little baby
than
boat on a
1.22
pretend
miles
ball.
if you're a 1-foot observer. Is that what he said? Did he say that? Or are you pretending like he said it so you have something to something to straw manage and then falsify?
No, where did I say he specifically said 1 foot?
Look, obviously it's going to be relative to an observer's height, right?
He did say if you're standing on the shore of the ocean. He did say that. Though.
Yeah, if he say, like, let's say you're a 6-foot observer. I don't fucking care, right? You're a 6-foot observer. This is the maximum distance you could ever see. No ifs, no buts.
No, he said boats go over the horizon because of the curvature of the Earth. That's what he said.
Well, okay, so this is where there's some nuance here, right? If I said to you, boats go over the horizon.
There's no nuance. He said
I
boats go over the horizon. If you're standing on the shore and the boats go over the horizon, this is how we know that the Earth is curved. Because it starts to disappear from the bottom up, and then the mass disappears. This is how we know that the Earth is a sphere.
You know,
that's what he says.
I'd agree with you. If it was the case that they're deriving a knowledge claim over boats going over the horizon, then yeah, you can't make a knowledge claim off it. If he was using know in the colloquial sense, then I'll give him a free pass, like we all do, right? We all use know in a colloquial sense, not in a philosophical sense.
How do you use this is how we know that the Earth is a sphere in a colloquial sense?
So if someone said, how do you know the Earth was a sphere? My first thought would be to provide evidence. But evidence doesn't equal knowledge necessarily, right? It could be a clue that infers knowledge, but not necessarily knowledge in and of itself, right?
Look, you're making things more complicated than they are. Bill Nye said that things go over the horizon because of the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, you don't need to complicate it. That's what he said.
And it's even funnier because he starts by saying extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So if I was Bill Nye, right? I'm Bill Nye right now. You know, I've transformed, I've metamorphosized into his body. I would say, right? I would say that you can infer a globe
You're
based
Simon Dan.
Yeah, I'm Simon Dan, right? I'm Simon Dan. I'm Mick Toons right now, right? I've transformed, right? I would say that you could definitely infer a globe if you want, right? Like it would be a strong inference to say that boats going over the horizon this particular way, therefore it's probably a globe. But it's not necessarily the case.
Are we arguing about you deciphering what he said, or what he meant by what he said, or what he actually said?
I have a feeling that Bill Nye isn't philosophically literate.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I'll agree with it. But
Wait. Which part of justified true belief don't you have?
What?
Britnat, which part of justified true belief do you not have?
Well, I'm kind of like, so when I say justified true belief, I think that you can derive strong inferences to have justified true belief, but to use that on people who do not agree with you epistemically, I think would be a mistake, because then you're just talking past each other on what proof is, right, or knowledge. So there's no point in me referencing it.
Okay.
So what are you
Back
saying? You're changing your argument because the other side is not going to accept what you put forward as evidence? Is that what you're saying?
No. Evidence is the same. Evidence is evidence is evidence, right? But what is changing here is what we can call knowledge, right? And I would say
that I would say if I was being real with myself, right, I have a justified true belief in thinking that the Earth is a sphere, right? But because we have different epistemologies, I'm not gonna expect you to say, look, you have to come into my epistemology. I'm gonna use yours and just try and work yours around, right? So that my conclusion can still follow without having to say I know the Earth is a globe, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, by the way, we have a Catholic in chat, Bowden, right? Bowden, do you think the Bible proves that the Earth is a sphere or flat?
I've never really thought about it, to be honest, but I'm not sure it addresses it.
Because I've been told that Catholics are the ones pushing the globe and the heliocentric model, right?
Helio's sun. I don't know. Depends, mate.
Yeah, it was created. Also the Big Bang was created by a Catholic priest. So
Yeah, I was
George
speaking.
Lemaitre.
Hey, we love the priests. Now, but the idea that the church is against, or was against heliocentrism is bollocks. The reason Copernicus and Galileo got in trouble was because they've been heretics. And they were saying, they've been cool and esoteric, basically. So the church isn't against heliocentrism or some shit. But I'm not sure the Bible actually addresses it, though.
So the Bible doesn't tell you the Earth is flat? Someone get Isaiah 22 or whatever the fuck it is. Pull up in chat and we'll show.
Yeah, I've got no idea, mate. I've not looked at it.
Would you be a flat earther if the Bible told you that the Earth was flat?
If the Bible actually said the Earth is flat and that was what it was actually communicating, and it wasn't, say, a parable or something, and the church in the Bible and all that shit was right, then but that would be a bit of a contradiction. So then I probably just wouldn't be Catholic.
Yeah, let's get off the church stuff, okay?
Okay, I was going to ask.
So Britt, I don't know, you
hang on.
tactically diverted from talking about boats over the horizon to
Bowden's
new
got a
guy
good
talking
discourse,
about
friend,
being a
and I'm trying
Catholic.
to-
May
no
I
one cares.
finally speak?
Box ups, why do you sound like that?
Just wanted to speak to him, that's all.
One sec. Bowden. So you believe? So you
anymore.
Bowden.
No.
So you're saying if you're a Catholic, if the Catholic Church said that the Earth was flat, then you'd believe it.
Okay, so if the church authoritatively pronounced that the Earth is flat, then it'd be one of two things. Either, as the church is right, the Earth is indeed flat, or if I could scientifically demonstrate that the Earth is round, as you can, then I'd probably just stop being Catholic. That'd be a bit of a contradiction.
Okay, cool.
But the church
so why
hasn't
didn't
done
you stop? Why didn't you stop being Catholic when all the shit came out about the little kitty fiddling? Why didn't you do that?
Well, it's like I'm not anti-education because some faggot nonsense. Some nonces. Yeah, excuse my French. Some nonces become teachers because. yeah, that was poor form. No, so nonces, right? They look for jobs where they can access kids. Okay, so that's why so many teachers are nonces. That's why so many doctors are nonces. That's why so many religious
Why
people are
didn't the
nonces.
church get rid of them instead of just moving them around into different parishes? Why did they do that?
Well, it depends. It depends on the thing. So there's lots of retards. There's been a fair bit of subversion. There's also it all gets quite complicated. There's a few reasons. It depends on the actual parish and shit. But obviously, all these people should be lined up and shot. No one's denying
Well,
that.
it comes straight from the Vatican itself because we've got one George Pell from Australia who's a known child molester.
No. Right.
Yeah.
Hold on. No, I've met Pell, right? No, hold on. Pell didn't do it. Okay, so. No, I agree with it. No, there is massive. Shut up, mate. Right, there was a massive problem. Okay, Pell was the first guy who actually went against it. Okay, it was a witch hunt against Pell.
And then you go, oh, that's all right. We'll just take him in.
I got an idea, guys. Let's talk about the fact
loser.
that 500 years ago.
Hey, now we know what an Aussie argument sounds like in their true language.
So the Catholic Church says, he's going to say the Earth is flat, and you're going to believe him, but you don't believe them about kitty fiddlers. You fucking moron! What a fucking retard you are! Yeah, you're a fucking idiot.
Right, that is
Yeah,
kind of
I
piece
heard
of
about
shit
that
thing.
shit. I'm with you, Timbo. I would ask you the same question. I've heard about that.
Just for the sake of the audience, though, or whoever's listening, I think it's worth pointing out that, at least to the best of my knowledge, this whole globe thing that we were raised with, that so many people still believe these days, I'm pretty sure it was, at least the modern rendition of it that we believe, was created 500 years ago by the Catholic Church itself. Am I wrong about that? I mean, that's where
Yes,
it basically
100%.
stems from, right?
You're right, Orion.
I think so. Maybe.
Like it was just a period of time, as far as I can know, where before 500 years ago, the Catholic Church, carried out just its regular duties, but just, acknowledged the earth is flat, told the people, but didn't tell people, just people just knew the earth is flat by default. That's what they experienced. And, they didn't teach the globe before 500 years ago, but then just something changed. All of a sudden somehow, some way, something changed. And then they just, the Catholic Church at the top just decided from here on out, we're going to teach the people, the masses, the earth is a ball, but here on the inside, us the people teaching us that we know it's flat. We know it's flat. We're just going to teach them it's a ball. But it actually, it was inverted. It was actually before that point in time, they kind of had their own inner group that sort of believed it was a ball, but they didn't really believe it was a ball. They just liked to talk about the earth being a ball, not so much believing it. But then they decided to switch it around, give the people the ball and keep the flat earth for themselves in their own weird way. But anyway, it's 500 years ago, as far as I can tell.
Why is Bowden muted? What did he do? Wasn't paying attention.
I'm just saying the Catholic Church has a weird way of doing things.
Yeah.
All right. Well, he is a Catholic, right? So.
For what it's worth, I think they were accused of diddling kids, not fiddling. I think it's a musical instrument.
Yeah, well, that's what I can only say that without getting.
He must be a pervert. He's trying to semantics of diddle and fiddle. You diddle or fiddle, my kid. Now I'll fucking wood chip you.
Exactly. That's why I'm so passionate about it. I got young kids, boys and girls. They come anywhere near my kids, I'll fucking kill them.
No. Well,
Yeah,
Catholics in general.
Anybody should be.
We'll get down the fiddle and the bow afterwards, and we'll have us a hootenanny. Seriously, though, we can sing by the campfire if you want that.
Well, I thought it'd be interesting because I've heard at least a general dislike for the Catholic Church, right? Generally, because of them being behind, not just like that stuff, but to be literally behind the heliocentric model, right? So I think there's some sort of distrust of the Catholic Church in this room.
Yeah.
You should distrust anyone that's telling you to throw out all your senses and experience.
Well, you're not religious, Mr. Boxops?
As in like a religion? No.
I see.
As in like,
you an
is there
atheist?
a creator?
No.
Right. Did you realize like Big Bang is your version of a creation story? And it conflicted atheist Stephen Hawking because he's seen the parallels between like the Bible creation story and the Big Bang.
I don't really want to get into a theological debate, but it's suffice to say that I don't have faith in the Big Bang. It's not like a faith thing. I wouldn't care necessarily if they came out tomorrow and said, "Look, whoa, we're wrong about the Big Bang. It was something else, right? Look, we've got new evidence." But if someone said to you that the creation story was wrong, there's nothing they could possibly do that could contradict scripture that you would accept, right? So we're not actually on the same plane here, right?
We're on the plane of the earth, so
Okay.
I think we are.
I was using a figurative speech. But...
If you don't believe in the Big Bang and you don't have faith in it, then to some people, a lot of people, that'd make you a heretic.
Well, sorry, does any person who thinks the Big Bang happened have just mere faith in it? Like, what would that even? Why would you have faith in that?
But because a man,
right?
I'll tell you why. Because a man with a white lab coat and with a white lab coat and a clipboard said it happened, and that's why they have faith in it. Some people.
But don't they usually show you the evidence and they just say like this happened and then call it a day?
Well, no, they normally not. Well, it depends on what you call evidence. Like they give you a story, they tell you a story. It might show you a cool CGI graphics, a computer generated graphics image, but evidence. Do you call that evidence? I don't call that evidence.
It's not a very pragmatic way to look about the world.
Well, it's not pragmatic to assume your experience is instead the opposite of what it is.
What has nothing to do with experience? Well, it has something to do
Well,
with
you have faith in a globe, even if you say you don't have faith in the Big Bang.
Well, I was about to say that if you're under the assumption that anything that contradicts your worldview must be CGI or fake, then you're in a bit of a loop there, aren't you?
I don't think experienced reality is CGI or fake. What are you talking about?
No.
Are you talking about television? I don't see television as reality. That's
you are
just
one of the most obtuse people in the world. Do you not hear what just happened in the last 5 minutes of conversation?
let's see, you have faith in a globe because
I
you
said
don't
that.
experience
I said
it.
that. I said that. Yeah, that's what I said. Definitely.
Yeah, but you want to throw out the Big Bang because you probably also like Stephen Hawking. It
Yeah,
conflicts you because
yeah.
it's a creation story,
Whatever
and you
Stephen
can't get
Hawking said
away
is what I
from
believe.
having some creation story, right?
Whatever Stephen Hawking said, I believe. Look, if you're going to be a good interlocutor, like someone who's like a robust person at arguing, right? You don't make up what your opponent said because everyone in the room knows what I said. You can't just pretend. Well, no, you've got a room with like 20 people who can hear what I'm saying.
Okay,
Wait, I just had a quick question. Wait, Britt, do you know that the Big Bang Theory was invented by a Catholic priest in the 1920s?
Invented?
Yeah, the Big Bang Theory was invented by a Catholic
the theory
priest.
was invented. Maybe, yeah, who knows? Could be.
Yeah, no, I just thought it was worth pointing out because you're switching to the Big Bang, and we were just talking about the Catholic Church. I was just saying, like, it's just funny that particular part in more recent history, not 500 years ago, but less than 100 years ago, like, it's a Catholic priest. Once again.
Oh yeah, those
So
darn
do you
Catholics.
have faith in a globe, Britt, or do you have knowledge?
Is that a true dichotomy? Faith or knowledge?
Well, you either have like experience of a globe or you just believe it.
So, what? Could you have a belief in something that you have evidence for?
It could
that you
happen
don't
to be
necessarily
true if you believe it by chance, but I'm saying, do you have knowledge?
Okay,
Like belief is like especially without proof, and knowledge is based on
No,
experience.
that's faith, right? You're
Okay, so I can't post a definition right now that says belief is especially without.
Search rational belief.
Those are dude, that's two words together.
So it wasn't a true dichotomy, right?
So
It
can you
wasn't
just
either
answer the
knowledge
question?
or it wasn't. Oh well, I've answered you. I have a rational belief in things.
Okay, so you have proof of a globe?
Proof? When did I say that? Can you just adding words in and saying this is what I said again? We're doing this all day.
Okay, well, what I was saying about belief, I said especially one without proof.
Right. Let's
and
slow
you sure
down.
as hell don't
Let's
have
slow down,
knowledge
Box Ops. Let's break it down.
No,
okay?
you're not, dude. Are you going to rebut my point that you either have knowledge of a globe or you don't? Like, can you explain to us?
Well, that's not what you said. You said you either have faith.
I said you either have a belief, which I elaborated on, especially without proof, or you have knowledge from experience. So which is it? Because I think if you had knowledge, you would have already said it instead of dancing around it.
It's not that I'm dancing around. It's that you keep changing the verbiage of what you're saying. So when you say, "Oh, you either have knowledge or faith," well, that's not a true dichotomy, right? And then you say, "Well, you have
Well,
knowledge
you
or you
said you
don't
don't
have
have
knowledge," which
faith
is a
in
different
a
claim, and
Big
it is a true
Bang, but you.
dichotomy. So where are we here? Because you're confusing me.
Okay, maybe you'll get it this time. So you don't have faith in a Big Bang. So I asked you, well, do you have faith in a globe? So do you have faith in a globe, or would you consider it contrary to knowledge from experience?
It's a rational belief based on evidence. Does a
Okay,
rational
so
belief based on evidence constitute knowledge?
what evidence?
wait, just answer that question. Does a rational belief backed up by evidence just qualify as knowledge for you or not?
Okay, so you're only going to go towards like a verbal disagreement and you want to play on words instead of just answering the question finally.
I think that's a very
So if
important
you don't want to
question.
explain what knowledge you have on a globe from
A very important
experience,
question.
then you said proof, right? So explain what proof it is if it's a justified belief.
Bro, what do you know the difference between evidence and
So
proof?
where does your rational belief come from? What proof?
Yeah, okay. Now we have to separate evidence and proof, right? Because I said evidence, I didn't say proof, right? Do you think evidence and proof are the same thing?
Okay, so more games. Do just give us your proof, right? Or I'm just going to say you have
You're
faith
saying
in the
you're
globe.
asking me to say I've got something which I've not said I've got, and you're like, show me this.
Well, dude, we all know you don't have proof or evidence. You have
Oh, so
faith
now evidence and proof
and
are separate, right? So can you
dude,
distinguish?
I'll even say you have blind religious faith in
What are you
heliocentrism.
doing? Like I said, I have evidence. You said, do you have? Oh, so you show me your proof, right?
Present it. I've been,
And now
dude, 5 minutes. Present it. Present it. Go.
What do you want me to do?
Here's your long period of silence to
I'll
present
give.
your globe.
I need to pick one. I'm trying to think which one I want to go for. Okay, we'll try this one on for size, right? So, a good example of something you could say is an evidence, something you can infer a globe from, is the idea that the moon on one side of the equator is one way up, and then if you go to the other side of the equator, it's the inverted way up, right? It doesn't exist east to west. There's no moon between two observers, right? It is just the case that as it arcs over your head, it looks the same, virtually the same, and then in one part of the
That's not
north of the
exclusive
equator.
to a globe.
Oh,
so
box ups.
yeah, that's not
This is
exclusive.
why we
So
played the
it's
word
not.
games. This is why we played the word games earlier, right? Because now you've just tried.
Well, if you think it's a globe evidence, then it would have to be
This is why we did the
exclusive for
word
a
games.
globe, right?
No,
So if
no,
hold on,
no.
if you want it explained, are you going to make noises when I talk?
No, you're wrong. This is
You
not.
just interrupted him. Let him go.
No,
Okay,
okay,
I'll
he
let him
already
go.
said his
I'll let him
first
go.
reason.
I'll let him go.
Okay, dude, we'll break down one at a time. I don't know if you want to do like 3 at a time. That's not going to happen. All right, so if you see the moon upside down from the north versus the south, the
Inverted.
same face of the moon, right? So you can demonstrate that in your bedroom, stick a sticker of the moon on your ceiling, walk to the other side of the ceiling, walk to the other side of the room, and now it's upside down. So is your
Yep.
room a ball because the
wait,
moon
we need
appears
to
upside down?
we need to establish something here, which is very important.
No, you see the same face
Box ups. You
of
can't railroad me.
the moon.
I heard what you said. You can turn. You said you can turn around and the moon will look the same or inverted, right? That's
All
fine.
right, so it's not exclusive.
Wait, hold on, box ops. I never said I have some sort of deductive proof. I made sure. I tried to make
You
sure.
just said evidence,
Box
but it's
ops.
not
Box
exclusive
ops.
evidence.
Box
And it's just
ops.
easily
Box ops.
explained and demonstrated in your
Box ops.
bedroom, which is not a ball.
Box ops.
So you want to move on to number
Box
2
ops.
because number
Box
1
ops.
was incredibly
Box
weak.
ops. Box ups, listen, because you're going to fall. You're going to collapse any second, right? So, I said I have evidence. Evidence is something I can infer from an observation. It's not exclusive, right? Evidence seldom ever is. But if I say Y1, Y2, Y3, Y4 evidences, so a list of evidences, are all congruent with my idea of the world, right? What I think the world is, what I've inferred from those observations, and then your observations Y1, Y2, Y3, Y4, right, are incongruent with each other, right, then one of us has a better understanding of the world, or at least a more congruent understanding of the world, right? And we can infer these observations are leading towards this probable conclusion. Whereas what you're doing is saying, look, this isn't necessarily the case. This isn't demonstrable. It doesn't prove anything, right? You can't make a deductive syllogism based on that. Sure, right? I think it's an
Okay, so
inference
if
claim,
you
right?
agree that it's not exclusive for a globe, then move on to number 2 because number 1 was already debunked. So here's your next period of silence. I'll leave you so you can move on to your next claim.
Okay, but you're not understanding what's going on here, box ups. And I've tried to break it down to you, but
it's not the case that I'm going to give you a final proof that's going to be like, this proves globe. There's one evidence. Here's the globe, right? It's going to be a selection of observations, several, right? And they're all going to be congruent with a particular version of the world that's being purported, right? And then you're going to say, well, it's possible that the moon's actually, you're just actually turning around, right? Or you could say, well, look, the constellations going clockwise and anti-clockwise is just it's just a case of you turning around. Or you could say, well, look, the sun's actually changing in size, over angular distance when it arcs over your head because of this reason. And actually, those ships aren't floating above the sky because this atmospheric phenomenon is happening. But the difference between what you and I
Are
are
you
going
going
to
to
do,
monologue or
I'm
finally
about to
move
wrap
on
it
to
up.
number
I'm about to
two?
wrap it up. I'm about to wrap it up. But the difference between what you and I are going to do, right, is that I'm
This is
going to
why
have
we don't bother with him.
a cogent and consistent idea of the world, and you're just going to say, well, this isn't necessarily the case. That's fine. But only one of us has a clear understanding of the world, right? That'll be me.
If you want good evidence,
God,
it
Britney.
would have to be exclusive for a globe instead of just debunked in like 14 seconds.
It's not
You can see
debunked.
too far at the ocean. The horizon stays
So
at eye
are you
level up
saying you
100,000
can't
feet.
demonstrate in
Debunked.
your bedroom something appearing upside down from one side of the room to the other?
You're testing my patience box up, so I feel like you're really not understanding what's going on here.
No, that was your reason number
You're
one.
saying it's debunked
right?
because it's not necessarily the case, right? Saying it's not necessarily the case isn't the same as
was
saying it
me.
isn't the case. So it's not debunked box ops, right? All you've done is say, well, it could be this, right? But could be's, if you're doing an induction, you have to weigh up which is the stronger induction, and you have to compare them against several other observations. And if they're all consistent with one idea and inconsistent with however many different ideas you want to throw onto the table and say that these are all my ideas of different kinds of worlds that you live in, right? Then one of us
Well, I
is
was
correct.
hoping you would have multiple reasons that were exclusive globe evidence, not just everything that also works on a flat Earth.
Okay. You're not understanding. I'm talking to a brick wall. It's fine. Everyone else in the room understands except for you. That's fine.
Dude, you had long periods so you can move on to number two because we finished number one.
If I go to
but
number
if,
two-
if you only have one reason and it's because the moon appears upside down and that's weak,
not what I said.
and you don't want to move on to number two, that's fine.
Well, that's not what I said. But if I go into number two, you're going to say, well, this isn't necessarily the case. And then I'll go into number three and you'll say, this isn't necessarily the case. Then we'll go to number four and you'll say, this isn't necessarily the case. For some reason, you'll say they're all debunked, which is kind of a weird phrase to use for not necessarily
So
the
instead
case.
of moving on, you're making it about me, so you're just wasting time.
Well,
he's trying to dumb it down and explain it to you because you're obviously not understanding what he's saying.
Okay, so how about you articulate it for him? Because he was saying, oh, the moon
I'm gonna
appears
get a
upside
coffee.
down.
I'll be right back.
I
Yeah,
can get
come
my-
on, Gutty. Hey,
I can get
Gutty,
my-
why don't you give us
I can get-
your best globe proof
can-
then, mate?
I can pull out my helmet and bang my head against the wall if you to explain it to him, but I don't know.
What does that mean? Why don't you elaborate on that profound statement?
No, I'm just trying to explain what his argument was. He tried to monologue, tell him what he was talking about, but he just kept going. He just kept repeating the same thing.
Can you repeat what Britnat said then?
I can't remember because he kept talking over him.
So you didn't understand what Britnat said either, do you? No?
So you try to white knife for him, but you can't even articulate it for him or give a different reason. So you're also empty-handed.
Well, anything I try to explain to you, you're gonna just make up
No,
something.
the problem is you came in trying to say why don't you understand, but you can't even explain what Britnat was talking about yourself, so you
Well,
don't
let me
understand.
ask you a
So why are
question.
you projecting then?
Does any
No,
flat
hang on,
earther
one
not
sec,
understand the
Britnat.
principle of what I'm saying? Like besides box ops.
I understood what you were saying. I
We all
do
understood
get
it.
what you were saying. Yeah.
Just making sure
And
because
Box
I'm not
Op
saying that there's
understands what you're
knowledge
saying
here.
as
I'm
well.
saying that there are inference claims here that you can draw and you can compile them together.
I
I
only
was not
need
making
one
any...
evidence.
Huh?
I only need one evidence with logic to come to a conclusion.
Oh, you could have one deduction and prove the globe or prove flat Earth, right? That's true, but I don't have that, and I was trying to preface that before
You've
we
been
entered the
given that plenty
conversation.
of times.
Wait, said that I've proven the
This
globe?
is the point people are trying to make.
No, I said at the beginning that there's a
No,
distinction I
and
want to
that's
draw.
why he
Right?
says you monologue.
Yes, well, it had to be prefaced, obviously, because I had a feeling that if
We
I
should just move
explained
on,
it,
okay?
okay, just let me wrap up. Right, I had a feeling that if I explained it, he would get it, right? And he didn't get it, so I was wrong.
Okay, so tell me what I didn't get about you looking at the moon
No,
appearing
we're moving
upside
on.
down.
We're moving on. We're moving on.
Okay, so did you want to move on to number 2? Because clearly I
I could
understood
explain it
and debunked
again.
what you said for number 1. It's
There's
not
not much more I can do
exclusive evidence
to make
for
it
a
any more
globe.
clearer. I think you've exhausted the limits of my explaining power, and I don't think I could do it again.
We can
I
tap
got
out
one
if you
for you,
want.
Box Ops.
Yeah,
I got one
call
for
it
you,
tapping
Box
out. Yeah,
Ops.
you can do it.
If we
Who
live
am I
on a
talking
flat
to?
Earth, riding on
Oh, riding
eggshells.
on eggshells.
If we live on a flat Earth, we could not have two celestial poles. We do have two celestial poles, therefore we do not live on a flat Earth.
You know what the sky is?
Uh,
You have
clarify
an
your question.
observation of the sky. Do you know like causal mechanisms or what that means for the ground? That's a non sequitur for if we see the
It
sky
is
do this,
sequitur.
possibly the geometry of the earth can't be this.
It's sequitur. Your issue would be
It can. I'm not saying what the ground is. I'm saying what the ground is not. Is a contrapositive syllogism. So I'm just saying what is not the case. And that
it's
is
a
flat
Okay,
Earth.
so if you don't think the ground is flat, you must have measured curvature.
I'm giving you a syllogism. If you want to run away from that and talk about something else, then you concede your point. That's fine.
No, you're saying, oh, we can't possibly have two celestial poles or something you see in the sky. Have you been to both poles
Did he
and
reference the
seen what
sky?
the sky is and what the ground is at both locations?
I'm not making a claim about the Earth or what I have done. I'm making a claim about what is impossible on a flat Earth, and that's what you've got to deal with. What you've got to deal
Well,
with is what
unluckily
I
for
am
you, the
saying.
Earth is measured and observed as flat. So,
You're
okay.
not going to deal with what I am saying. That's one way to go about it. I'd run too if I were you.
Hey, let me say something. Would you agree that the only way to observe different stars is to change your position horizontally?
Nope.
Really? So you don't have to move?
No, I don't. You can
I
wait
love
time.
Derry content.
Wow. That's great. All right.
So do you have anything that defeats my contrapositive Box Ops?
Well, you think
Further
I don't
expand on the
see.
idea of
he thinks that you could stand still and the stars will switch.
They do every night.
Yeah, so you could see two celestial poles from where you are?
Well, you should have asked that question, shouldn't you? But you didn't, so you got debunked.
Hey,
do you want to ask
my
a different
claim
question?
No, okay, here's what's actually
you can
observed.
only observe different stars if you change your
Derek.
position horizontally. That's
And I'm
my
saying
claim.
that is false. I'm saying that is false. You can wait over the course of a night and some will pop up over the horizon.
Yeah, now you're switching concepts.
I've seen now
I get
different
it.
stars.
Yeah,
I've seen now
yeah,
different stars.
yeah.
And
This is called sophistry. So you're.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I've
Yeah, it
responded
is.
directly to the thing that you did say.
You know what
and
I'm
what you
talking
said was
about.
something right. I do know what you're talking about, but I'm suggesting to you that you worded it imprecisely, which gave me enough space to show that it was incorrect.
Right.
Eggshells. You can only describe a motionless Earth when you're talking about watching stars moving and how they're moving, because you're not experiencing the Earth moving.
Are you describing? Are you dealing with my syllogism, or are you
You're
making
really
a different claim? not sure if you're dealing with what I'm saying or you're now going, okay, fine, I can't beat that.
Okay, so what's the observation? So say you're standing there, and then what? You're looking at the sky, seeing stars moving a certain way.
Sure, yeah, that's some of it. Like I posted a GIF that a
Okay, so
fellow
you seeing stars moving is only axiomatic of a motionless Earth with the stars moving.
axiomatic of a motionless Earth with
Self-evident.
stars moving does not make any sense. I'm sorry, you're going to have to try and make sense. Go
Okay,
again.
so seeing the stars moving is not self-evident that the stars are moving. That's the
What do you mean? No,
observation
that's
that's
fine. That's
obvious.
fine. The stars, yeah, I'm
So
not
you
making
want
any.
to
You're
assume that
mentioning.
instead it's the Earth moving and not the stars moving, even when you're describing, oh, you see stars pop up over the horizon, you're describing the stars moving.
Right, sure. Like what if you're dealing with what I am saying, which you're not, but
Right,
I'm
yeah,
trying
I
to
know.
encourage you to. How do you know? I haven't even said it yet.
Well, you just said, right, sure, that you're describing the stars moving.
I didn't say right, sure. What you have to deal with is what I am saying, and I'm not even making a statement about whether stars are moving or Earth's moving. In my syllogism, in my contrapositive, it is happily that I could contend either or. The stars are moving or we're moving, but all it clearly
Okay,
shows is
so
there is
are
a
you
central
claiming a
There you
motionless
go.
globe? Because
But
that's
force
not
a claim down his throat. He's
the
told you what his
heliocentric claim.
argument is. You're
I've told you what
forcing
the
a claim
argument
down
is.
his throat.
You're trying to wiggle out of that claim and trying to be like, can you please?
No, dude, I already told you, you
Please, about
watching
rotating
stars
Earth,
move is
please.
only axiomatic of watching stars move.
Who
Right,
cares?
so it
Not
could be
relevant.
stars are moving. It's not relevant to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we have a
It is
pole. We have
because your
two poles.
entire premise relies on it.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, your observation of
You've
seeing the
just
stars
said
moving
it
and then saying this
works
can't.
regardless of
It's
which
funny. It's
objective
funny
moves.
because y'all are saying you can't see the stars move on a flat Earth. Well, that's what we're
Why don't you just
saying. You
attack
see
the
the
claim?
stars moving.
Just attack the claim rather than making up your own, right? Has nothing to do with the Earth moving or the stars moving or whatever, right? Which way around it is.
Okay, so how do the stars move in the heliocentric
That's
model?
not
Is it the
relevant to
stars
his
moving or the
claim.
globe?
That's not relevant to his claim, his argument, right?
Okay, so what I said, you're only describing a motionless Earth.
You are impossible, aren't you, Box Ops? You are
You're just
impossible.
not. You're just not having like. You got to deal with what I am saying, Box Ops. What I am saying.
No, the very fundamental of your claim was dismantled.
No, it wasn't because you didn't listen to the claim. People keep telling you you're not listening to the claim, and instead of listening to it, you're interrupting it. The claim could easily include both a round Earth around which stars rotate. In fact, not even a round Earth. You could have a polygon, a Earth that's a polygon. The only thing this disproves is that all of our verticals are parallel. That's the only bit I'm dealing with, and that's the bit that you need to deal with if you want to disprove it. If you try to go, but you're heliocentrism, then what you're saying is I can't beat you on that point. You've effectively debunked the flat Earth. It is no longer a flat Earth, and I'm conceding that point. Please now let's talk about something else, which you can do. I would do if I were you too, because it absolutely destroys the flat Earth. So I understand where you're coming at it from, but if you want to say that you've debunked, you need to deal with the fact that what I said is, on a flat Earth there cannot be two celestial poles. There are two celestial poles, therefore we do not live on a flat Earth. It's a contrapositive claim. You need to show what's wrong with it.
Non sequitur.
Yeah.
Why can't they just
I mean, if you don't give us like actual measurement of curvature or like the Earth rotating, because you're only describing a flat motionless Earth right now.
Let me help you here. I'll assist. I'll hold your hand, right? Eggshells, can you elaborate on why you think that having two celestial poles implies the Earth is a sphere?
Yes, I would happily do that. Two celestial poles are 180 degrees diametrically opposed, and we can easily determine that a whole variety of different ways. If they're 180 degrees diametrically opposed, that means on a flat surface, we could look up at only one of them at any given time, putting the other one somewhere underneath a flat, one-sided, all verticals are parallel surface. given that we can always look up in different places to two different 180 degrees diametrically opposed celestial poles, it is impossible that all of our verticals are parallel. In order to have that happen, we must have some verticals that are 90 degrees to other verticals and some verticals which are opposite, in 180 degrees opposite to one another, so that different people can look straight up at different directions. Antipodal, you could say.
You do realize that a 180-degree angle is effectively a straight line.
Well, it's looking two opposite directions on a straight line, sure. Like
Right.
the vector is 100% opposite, sure. So,
right.
Box up. Are you clear now on what the contrapositive is? I'm not talking about heliocentrism. I'm not even saying that the Earth is turning. For this Ptolemy's model of a geocentric stationary Earth would still make this same observation. All it does is says all of our verticals cannot be parallel.
You haven't substantiated your like a third dimension to Earth, because you're describing the sky for one and a 180-degree angle, a straight line. So where does your ball come from?
I haven't substantiated. Is your claim that the third dimension doesn't exist?
Well, what is your third dimension to this claim? Because you move horizontally, the stars will switch. Yeah. So where's the vertical? Where's the ball? Where's the third dimension? Ball's a 3D.
I can't even wrap my head around. Again. I'm not arguing for balls here. This is where you guys keep falling down with this contrapositive. Contrapositive still could contend with two sides, two opposite sides of a disc, right? So take a dinner plate where some. Right, but what I'm pointing at is that it is not positing a ball. I'm not getting this ball and forcing it down your throat.
You
I'm
have the
just saying
disc.
one thing.
Wait, Jerry, to clarify, do
Yeah.
you think you could see a sphere over a horizontal line?
What do you mean see a sphere
So,
over
so
a
if there's a
horizontal line?
celestial sphere and you're traveling along a horizontal line, can you see all of the sphere?
I don't know what that means.
Okay.
So if the stars make a sphere, can I see the whole sphere?
Well, if you're on a if you're on a horizontal flat plane and the celestial bodies are in a sphere around you, would you be able to see the whole sphere?
I only talk about reality.
Okay. Well.
And in reality, the only way to see different stars is to either wait for them to spin into view or change your position horizontally.
Is that true, Jerry? What about if I stood at the equator? Like, I've travelled across the equator. I've kept you updated on my stories. What about at the equator?
Well, the equator is just a big flat circle, isn't it? In reality.
You're not. You keep dodging the questions I'm asking and trying to.
I think maybe we should bring box ups back into the ring. I thought that was more fun.
Yeah, that would be a lot more easier for you guys, right?
Yeah, it is a lot easier. Right, box ups.
Yeah, I bet.
It's a bit actually.
Because
eggshells
describes.
I'm not gonna lie. It is a lot easier.
Yeah, because eggshells is just describing a straight line. These poles are 180 degrees opposite.
Yes.
There is no ball here.
Oh yeah, I'm not claiming a ball. I'm just saying one of those.
Okay, so if you're not claiming a ball, what are you trying to do?
Yeah, what are
You're
you
just
claiming?
saying, oh, it can't possibly work on a flat Earth. That's a baseless assertion.
Well, no, it's a based assertion because I'm based.
We see stars moving, dude. No one is denying you see stars moving and the Earth is observed and measured flat. So why can't you see stars moving?
Did I cut out there?
Hold on. So all perpendiculars to your 180-degree angle, which is a straight line, will be parallel, right? Come on, answer that.
Sure, yeah, it's not. Yeah, absolutely it is. Yeah, all of the latitude lines, all of the lines around which the stars rotate would be perpendicular to it as well. There'd be circles that are perpendicular to that straight line as well, or like very, very close to it. I guess is
So you change your position horizontally along that 180-degree angle, all perpendiculars to that horizontal will be parallel, correct?
Yep.
Good night. Good night.
Sure. I mean, the situation remains. Like, firstly, the thing you're saying is just factually incorrect, Jerry. If you stand at the equator, yes, it is. It's only possible on a globe. That could be the next.
How do you draw a triangle without? How do you draw a triangle without two?
He's not describing a globe. He's describing a straight
you're not
line.
drawing triangles in celestial navigation. We can get to that next. I'm just hoping somebody can
No,
engage
there
with
are.
this.
How do you think a sextant works?
I'm well aware of how they work. I've got one. They don't involve triangles.
Okay, so then you should understand. They don't make triangles.
Nope.
Oh, really?
Triangles have parallel sides? Nope. So,
I don't think you understand how they work.
Positive? Or... Right, sure. I mean, can you get a fix? I can. That's the first place to start. Can you get a 3-star fix? Thank you. Yes or no? If I dropped out, my mic dropped.
You didn't drop out.
Okay. So the question was, can you get a 3-star fix? If it only works on a flat Earth, why can globers do it and flat Earthers can't? I've yet to meet a flat Earther using any method, including ones that assume a ball. Get a 3-star fix, and they're like, it only works on flat Earth. It's just I can't do it.
All you've described is a straight line, and it lies on a plane. That plane is horizontal. Your position changes on that plane horizontally. You'll see different stars. You have no third dimension to your claim, Eggshells. You have a flat Earth.
Need a third dimension in my claim. It's a contrapositive claim. I only need what's in the claim. You're the one that needs to debunk it by dealing with the claim on its face and showing it to be false. Which bit is false?
No, you're using too many assumptions when you're coming up with that quasi.
No, he's good. He's
assumptions.
I mean, he's arguing for a flat Earth.
Yeah, if I assume a flat Earth, I see something that's impossible on that flat Earth, so I then have to say, well, obviously it's not a flat Earth.
All you've described is a flat plane.
Right. You're assuming it's a distant space?
Nope, no distance. Don't need a distance. The stars could
No.
be just up there beyond reach.
Okay, yeah, you know what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, if that was the case, somebody could just debunk it, right? Instead of doing all
Did you
this
think that anyone thinks it's a disk in space? Because that'd be dumb.
Like,
nope,
it's like
nobody said that either.
Narnia. Debunk Narnia. Can you debunk Narnia? You can't. Oh, well, I suppose they're all
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. What I'm debunking is Narnia.
And you're imagining,
which is this idea of flat Earth.
Assumption to describe something that you think that we believe in called flat Earth, and you're taking that model, whatever it is, and drawing conclusions from it. And what makes you think that?
Because the assumption that I'm making about your model, the assumption I'm making about that model is that all verticals are parallel. Is that a statement that you do agree with?
We don't have a model, so that's the point. We don't.
No, I'm not asking about a model. I'm asking you to answer a question. Do you have the ability to answer questions? Do you have the ability to answer questions? Yes, not.
Can you debunk Narnia?
Well, I can ask you the question of, do you think all verticals are parallel? You can give me a yes/no answer.
What are you comparing Narnia to? Like outer space or what?
I don't know. I'm not the one talking about Narnia. It sounds like that's another person backpedaling. Run away!
All perpendiculars to the straight line which goes through the straight line, which on either end the stars are spinning, right? All perpendiculars to that will be parallel. That line lies on a horizontal plane because when you see different stars, you move horizontally. So it is effectively
That's the bit that I'm challenging. And that's the bit that you're not successfully responding to.
No one seems to get it.
I'm gonna have to go on mute. I'm going through security. I'll talk to you on the other side, chaps. Maybe somebody will. Maybe you can like put your heads together and come up with a debunk of the thing I am saying, rather than continually trying to talk about anything but. Okay.
You're like
Maybe you can figure out how to make it clearer. Britnat can walk you through it.
You're not debunking that. You're just giving an example of what would happen if all perpendiculars to that straight line will be parallel. It's exactly what we see.
No, but
So thanks.
check this out, Jerry, because it's kind of it's interesting because what's happening is there's one direction of rotation, right? Like it rotates from, east to west. Like the sun rises in the east, sets in the west. And this happens for everybody. The stars, do the same thing for everybody. But also for everybody, depending on which hemisphere you are, the sky rotates in different rotational directions. Meaning that even though it's going east to west for everybody, cardinal directions, the relative rotational direction for people on one side is counterclockwise and the other side is clockwise. And the only way that you can do this in reality, like if you take your arms, for instance, and you start rotating them to your sides, the same direction, you look one way and it's spinning, your arms are going clockwise, and the other way, your arms are going counterclockwise. And the only reason that you're able to do that is because they're 180 degrees opposed to each other. So what Eggshells is saying is that if they're 180 degrees opposed to each other, and there's some place in the world where you can look straight up and be right underneath the counterclockwise sky, then that means that there has to be another place in the world where you can look straight up and see the clockwise rotation of the sky. Which means that those two people, if you could see how they were oriented towards each other, they would be, one person's feet would be in the direction of the other person's feet. He'd be upside down compared to the other person. That's the only way to make that, work.
But do you not understand that all you have is a straight line and then spinning stars? Do you get that?
Sure, yeah.
More than flat earthers have.
Well, all perpendiculars to that straight line will be parallel, correct?
In what way did you test that claim?
Well, is it a straight line that these poles spin on, like the axis? That's a straight line, correct?
That would be a straight line, yeah.
And all perpendiculars to it will be parallel, correct?
So only perpendiculars along that straight line would be parallel. So
Right.
Otherwise, they could come off at different angles from that straight line.
Well, that is a straight line, right? And that's your axis, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
I've got it using your perpendicular as a parallel, Jerry. The line that like a equatorial star, like Orion's belt, takes at the equator, is perpendicular to the straight line that is 180 degrees. If I am only moving horizontally along that straight line, Orion's belt will only ever move as a perpendicular to me. That perpendicular will always remain perpendicular. The point I'm making to you is that won't happen. The angle will change. The angle will change at a linear rate, which I won't get into just yet because it's just a contrapositive. I don't want to go in making a positive claim just yet. And it will change until, and that is not possible. If what I'm moving along is a straight surface, then all of the perpendiculars will remain perpendicular. But all of those perpendiculars are only perpendicular to the equator and all change as I move south or north. But east or west doesn't change that angle.
Yeah, but what you do in reality to make that happen is move horizontally. And the sky does different weird things. All you could prove is that you moved. All you can prove is you moved horizontally. That's it.
So is the argument here that the axis of rotation and the stars above that axis of rotation will always be 90 degrees from that axis of rotation?
No. All perpendiculars to that axis will be parallel.
Why will they all be parallel?
Because it's a straight line axis, correct?
Yeah, but we don't walk through that axis. That axis is like a abstract axis.
So you don't have an axis, correct? Do you or do you not have an axis?
Yeah, you do, but an axis for a sphere will just be like 2 points where you won't feel the rotation. Like there'll be the 2 points at which the sphere spins around. But do you mean like at the north and south pole, or sorry, where the axis of rotation is, those 2 points, any stars directly above them will be parallel?
No. I make no claims about how the sky works.
Okay, I'm trying to visualize what you're saying, but I can't visualize it.
Okay, visualize a straight line.
Yep.
And on either end are a set of stars that spin. You got that?
Yep.
Right. So if you want to see, like, if you're on one end and you want to see the other end, you need to change your position along that straight line. That would be a horizontal. That would be a horizontal position change.
Why wouldn't you just be able to see both ends by looking north and south?
I make
you
no
should
claims
just be
about
able
the
to turn
sky.
around.
Yeah, that's your imagination. All I can prove.
No, but that's in
is
your thing that you just described. You would just be able to. If I look up the line, I see one star. If I look down the line, I see the other star. So the question to you then is regarding this position: where can I move on that? Let me finish it. Terry.
Go ahead.
There is a plane that is, if there is a plane that is parallel that line runs along, where do I move to on that line such that one of those stars is now an angle above the ground and one of it is not?
Wherever you need to move horizontally.
Not possible. Not possible. That's the point I'm making. That's the core of the concept.
No, that is possible because that's what you do in reality.
Show
Just
it.
change your
Show
position.
it. But show it. That's the point.
You can prove it.
Go, yeah, it does happen. Only by begging the question, only by already presuming it's flat and going, well, that's what I see. But the problem is we're trying to test that.
Dude, you just went on a 1.5-year long trip around the world. Okay? All you did was change your position horizontally.
Did you just say around the world, Jerry?
Yes, in a big flat circle. Yes.
Seems like a cross.
Nice save.
Yeah, the thing is, you guys have no third dimension to your star claim. All you have is an axis, and that's a straight line.
No, we do have the third dimension. That's the star trails north and south, and the direction of rotation.
Yeah, they spin along that straight line.
I have no idea what you're talking about. That's not the flat Earth model.
I
The
know.
flat Earth isn't like a straight line that you walk to the north and then you walk to the south.
I'm not talking about models.
You walk from the center, which is the north, and then you walk to the edge, which is the south. So unless you have like contradictory flat Earth models,
I'm talking about your claim. I'm talking about your claim.
Dogs, what I'm sticking on for now is just the contrapositive that this shows that we aren't on something flat, that all verticals are not parallel. And he's debunking what Jerry's saying, because if he has a line and we're moving parallel to that line, that keeps the north and south points of that axis at the same point. And what I'm showing is that moving horizontally down that line doesn't do that. I'm just sticking this putting the flat line.
All you have is a straight line. You don't have a ball yet. So
I don't need a ball yet. I just need to disprove flat.
Well, you didn't disprove all perpendiculars being parallel.
Well, I think I'm
You
doing a
actually
pretty good
agreed.
job of it.
I don't think so. Because your axis is horizontal. What are you talking about?
No, that's just you claiming. That's not demonstrated, nor are you able to show how that works with the example I've given you. You just claim it again. I can just claim that it's wrong again and again and again and again.
So all axes are horizontal.
All
Sounds like we were
perpendiculars
in
to a
different.
straight line will be parallel.
Yeah, sorry, all perpendicular lines are parallel.
All perpendiculars to a plane are parallel.
Yeah, of course.
And your axis is a straight line which lies along a plane. All straight lines lie along a plane.
It's true.
This is another reification fallacy, isn't it?
You think basic geometry is a reification fallacy, do you?
No, I think an axis is an abstract point, like a mathematical point at which something rotates. And so
Well, it's
that
your guys'
being
plane.
abstract and mathematical doesn't mean that it's an actual, like, physical thing called an axis. And drawing a plane in a mathematical model doesn't mean that it's an actual physical plane.
So why are you bringing it up?
Because it's a reification fallacy. It's fallacious thinking to say there's a plane in this abstract idea of the Earth, therefore there must be a planar Earth.
No, I'm talking about your claim. All you have is a straight line, which is an axis.
So where do we put
Why
that
do we
axis?
only have a straight line?
That North Star is sometimes quite high in the sky, and sometimes it's quite low on the equator, and sometimes it's just below the horizon. What we are saying is, according to you, that if you move horizontally, that sometimes parallel to that axis, sometimes that axis moves through it such that it's point high in the sky and straight up to the axis. And that's impossible by having a flat path, straight path. And that's the bit that nobody's even attempting to deal with yet. We're just still trying to talk about the globe.
All you're describing, I'll repeat it, is movement along a straight line.
That's what I'm disproving. You're just claiming that without showing evidence. You've got to show evidence.
Because when you move,
how is that possible?
because when you move, you're moving horizontally to see different sets of stars. That's the only way to see different stars.
So that's not true. If I stay at the equator and I'm going away all night, 6 months apart, I will have seen all of the stars.
Right. So yeah. So the only way
I don't
is
need to
to
move.
wait for them to spin into view, or change your position horizontally. It has nothing to do with what shape you're on, provably.
Right. But it's not just change my position horizontally, right? Because if I head east west, right, I'm still going to get the ones running exactly there. And this is kind of the point I'm saying. Right, so the only way to bring to change an axis and to change an axis at a linear rate is to move in a circle. And a horizontal circle won't do it. It needs to be changing that axis in it. So do you have a way of disproving this contrapositive claim that doesn't beg the question by just already presuming what we're talking about?
I don't even know what you're
talking about. What we do see in reality.
I don't even know how your claim proves a ball Earth. I don't.
Doesn't it disproves a flat Earth?
Okay. Well, if you think straight lines debunk parallels, perpendiculars being parallel, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it's not what I'm talking about. It's showing it doesn't work in one situation. Nobody is even like trying.
It doesn't work in the model that you
ran away. You've done better than Box.
Okay, well, I called you out at the very beginning saying you're only watching stars moving, right? So you're not experiencing a globe at all. So what are you really doing? You're saying it can't work on a flat Earth? How?
Yeah, I don't know how many times to say it. This is not about a globe. This is just disproving your model. It's a contrapositive, and you just need to show where it's wrong.
Right. Well, like
if you go,
we were
this is wrong,
saying,
then it doesn't even
the
prove matter,
sky, we
which
don't
goes, this
care or
is
make claims about how the sky works, but we see the stars moving. That's the observation. And we observe the earth to be flat and motionless. So there's nothing here really going on.
So you can't deal with what I am saying. You have to like appeal to something else.
What you're saying is irrelevant.
Well, it's
Well,
not.
this
If I was
is
invited to provide a to provide an argument, and I have, and the argument itself can't be rebutted, so that we're running while we talk about other things. I'm not sure it is irrelevant. I think that what other people are saying isn't dealing with that controversially. Those are the people who are saying it. If I was invited to
Your
make
audio
a
is
claim,
so muddy,
I
I
did.
cannot get you one word of that.
Say again, sorry?
I said, whoever's talking, your audio is super muddy. I personally can't understand anything.
Yeah, I think likewise. But I'm at a public place now, so I can go on mute. Take my victory and put my beer.
so when you say we don't experience a globe or a rotating Earth, that's not positively indicative evidence. That doesn't tell you
You would
about whether
instead
either one is
you
true.
would hold on. You would first assume the opposite of your experience.
No, I'd assume the neutral and then look for evidence that's positively indicative. Positively indicative.
Indicative.
Indicative. Like, do you get what I mean by that?
He doesn't. I've already tried it earlier.
Okay.
Jerry gets this stuff a lot more. Fox up just does be like, if I change your argument to be something else, then maybe I can beat you where you
Okay,
on a
dude.
hill you're not.
No one cares. All right, your mic sucks, and I thought you were leaving. So dogs are dogs. What would you say that you would say is evidence of the Earth being the one moving instead of the stars moving, which you see are moving?
Yeah, the Sagnac effect or ring laser gyro or any of the experiments that have sought to differentiate one from the other.
So if you see a gyro moving, does that mean that the Earth is moving?
Yeah, if that's what the prediction is, and if that's what the item's meant to show, then
Okay,
a
so
ring
that's
laser
affirming the
gyro can show
consequent
that the Earth is
fallacy.
moving. No, it's not. So affirming the consequent would mean that you have entailed it instead of predicting it. So if you say, because I see this, this happens, or this must be true, that may be an affirming the consequent. But if you were to say, I predict that when I do this, this thing will happen, and then the thing happens, that's just called predictive evidence.
So you have a prediction based on a gyro, not like scientific experimental evidence of like causation that we see the stars moving because the Earth is moving.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what that sentence was meant to say.
Right. Well, I was saying that it is affirming the consequent because you're not proving causation. It's just one thing after another. See gyro moving, therefore Earth is moving. Is
there's
a
one's
gyro
predictive.
moving the antecedent to Earth moving?
No, it's a prediction.
Right. So not an antecedent consequent relationship.
I don't understand that language. An antecedent consequent relationship would be the cause of the Earth's motion would be the gyroscope. It's the other way around. The gyroscope's registering drift of 15 degrees per hour is because of the Earth's motion. So that seems to be what you're trying to get me to say.
So do you see drift because the Earth is moving? Because that's just another claim.
Yeah, so that's the prediction. The prediction is that if the Earth is moving, we will see drift in this device at 15 degrees per hour, which matches what the sky does.
Right. You realize, Gerald, I don't have time. There's
You also
other
don't really.
variables that affect. There's other variables that affect the gyro that have been published.
Yeah, so can you
Just
tell
like
me a
just
scientific
pressure.
study or a scientific experiment that doesn't have some variable that could change the results?
Like what affects gyros? Yeah, just pressure. I can cite that real quick.
No, I mean, is
But
there any
yeah,
experiment, scientific study that you can speak on that doesn't have a variable that could affect the results?
well, if you're asking me for, hold on, I'm posting. I got the link right now.
Did you hear and understand what I just asked?
Go, hold on. Okay, so the reason I was saying that it is affirming the consequent, I can also cite that as well, because you're just seeing a gyro moving and then assuming the cause is the Earth moving, right? That's just another baseless claim.
No, I've explained this to you twice now. It's a prediction. So if you have just an assumption based off some observation at what the cause is, that could be an affirming the consequent because there are potential other causes. But if you predict what the cause is and then that turns out to be true, that rules out the fact that it could be all other causes and it narrows it down and gives you a probabilistic answer for what the cause actually is. Do you understand what I mean? Do you need like an analogy or something?
Yeah, I can hear you. So hold on, I'm posting this.
Well, it's not about hearing, it's did you understand what I said?
Well, you're not establishing the cause being Earth motion. So I would need, if you're trying to have a cause and effect relationship, I would actually need a scientific experiment.
So a
So saying
scientific
if
experiment.
gyro drifts, then Earth moves, gyro drifts, therefore Earth moves, that is affirming the consequent by definition.
No, because you started off with an if statement. So you predicted that this gyro, this thing that's meant to show drift, or even the Sagnac effect that's meant to show the 15 per hour drift, you're predicting that if this effect actually happens, then you'll register it on this device. It's not saying there's an observation, I'm just going to give it a potential cause and say that that's the only cause possible. That's affirming the consequent. It's a prediction which rules out the other causes because the other causes are as of yet untested, so they have no evidence to show that they're the actual cause. Can you like sum up what I just said to you at all?
Okay, so here's what I was saying.
I'm sorry, but you haven't
wait,
responded to me one time when I've actually asked you something. Can you
just to be
respond
clear,
to
I just want
what I asked?
box ups. That's a deductive fallacy. He's not making a deductive argument, so that's not useful.
Sorry, it is affirming the consequent because he said, okay, because a gyro moves, the Earth is moving. Right. It's not evident that the Earth is moving. He's assuming it contrary to the experience.
He's talking
Well,
about
no,
making
so
probabilistic claims. That's the probabilistic
yeah,
claims aren't
exactly.
deductive. So it's not, you can't
Exactly.
have affirming the consequent if it's non-deductive. That's a deductive fallacy. Do you understand?
Nah, man.
So
you don't understand.
So if that form of argument, if A then B therefore A, that like would be a flawed deductive case. And obviously we're going to separate deductive and inductive. Deductive is where you take two premises to follow a necessary conclusion. An inductive one is where you'll take two premises to come to a probabilistic conclusion. So if I said all observed swans are white, therefore swans are probably all white, right? That would be inductive, right? Rather than saying, all swans are white, therefore, swans are white, which would be, or need a couple more premises, but that would basically be deductive, right?
Well, just looking at a gyro is not a scientific experiment. You don't have an established cause or independent variable, right? There's no scientific experiment for Earth moving. You can only assume it is, right? And no one here is going to accept, okay, let's just assume the Earth is moving and then have some observation and then say, okay, Earth must be moving.
But it's a prediction. We say that this thing will happen, so the cause will follow the effect, before we actually know if the cause will follow the effect. So if the cause follows the effect, there's an increased likelihood that the cause is the correct cause for that effect. Do you understand? Can you repeat back what I just said?
There's other variables like the pressure that affects the gyroscope. So you're not singling out any cause for it to be, must have been the Earth moving, right? You don't know that there's a cause of like you change your position relative to where you're at. So we see the sky moving and that's making the gyro move. That, and you don't have a oh, my bad.
Have you ever heard the term controlling for variables? Like used in science?
My bad. Go ahead.
Have you ever heard the term control for variables used in science before?
Right, control variable. Well, I was saying you don't have an independent variable that you're manipulating to be the presumed cause. So obviously, a gyroscope's not a scientific experiment. You said that it's just a prediction. Okay. So do you have anything else besides a prediction and a gyroscope?
No, that's all I need to justify my beliefs. Do you have any reason why I shouldn't justify my beliefs off a prediction, a scientific prediction?
Is it a scientific prediction? Because you're not like having the scientific method with a scientific experiment where you are varying your independent variable and predicting the effect.
Yeah, I reject your base notion of what science is because I don't think that's the full full ability to do science based off just that very narrow independent variable thing that you guys talk about. So my belief is
Okay,
justified.
so we're just going to disagree on what the scientific method is. So you have, if you don't follow the scientific method, it's pseudoscience by definition. So do you
No, I
think a
reject what you call
gyroscope follows the scientific method?
Yes, I just don't think it follows your very narrow interpretation.
Okay, so what is your independent variable?
I don't think it follows a very narrow interpretation of what the scientific
Okay, so
method is done by
pseudoscience.
people like you.
So
No, it's
anything
not
else?
pseudoscience. It's philosophically sound way of gathering knowledge about things. Do you understand what that term means?
Philosophically or like scientifically?
So science uses philosophy because science is a way of gathering knowledge. Knowledge is something that you need to define philosophically in order to gather it. So when I say that using the method of, say, a predictive experiment where you can't manipulate, say, the rotation of the Earth, can still tell you if the Earth is rotating, that is still a sound method of gathering knowledge. Do you understand what I mean at all?
Do you think it is more probable that you see the stars moving and those are the ones moving? Or you rather look at a gyro moving and have confounding variables and then assume the opposite of your experience?
It's not the opposite of my experience. My experience doesn't tell me either way. So it's not positively indicative evidence for
Okay, so do
either
you
the
feel
rotation
the
of the
Earth
stars or the
accelerating right now?
rotation of the Earth.
Well,
No,
you
because we
don't
don't say the
experience
Earth
the rotation
accelerates.
of the
We
Earth,
don't say
right?
the Earth. We don't say the Earth accelerates. So that's what you just asked me.
Oh, okay. So
acceleration.
now Okay, you just buried yourself because any
You're
circular
jumping up to very,
motion
very
is
small.
acceleration. Hold on, the globe absolutely claims multiple vectors of acceleration. Rotation is one acceleration. Orbit would be another acceleration.
Anyway, so the force created by the rotation of the Earth
Okay, so
around
you're going
the
to
sun, and
concede
excuse
that
me a second,
the
excuse me a
globe
second, I
does
was still
claim.
talking.
Hold
I
on.
was still talking. I
Okay,
was still
so
talking.
you made a
I was
claim
still
about
talking.
acceleration. Do you
Excuse
want
me
to
a
take
minute.
it
I was
back or
still
what?
talking. Excuse me. I was still talking.
I don't care. We're not going to move on from what you said. So you want to
I'm not trying
clarify
to move
what you
on.
said about
I
acceleration
am doing that.
specifically?
I'm clarifying right now. Are you ready? So,
Okay, so is
when I
circular
said,
motion
when I said,
acceleration, yes or
when I
no?
said, there is a very, very tiny accelerated force, not enough for us to
Okay, so
register. Do you
tiny
understand what I
now.
just said? Do you understand what I just said? It's been calculated. Do you understand what I just said?
We don't experience the Earth accelerating at all, right? So now you're
So,
saying it's very tiny, so like none. So we experience
so,
none, right?
so every time I ask you a question, you don't answer the question. So I'm going to ask again. A very, very, very tiny accelerated force is what we actually have calculated would exist.
So you
We can't
imagine.
feel that very tiny accelerated force.
Okay, so you don't
So
experience the Earth
the
accelerating.
problem here is that you're trying to critique our model. Now you can't say, so you assume when it comes to
You don't
things
have
about
a
our model,
scientific
because that's
model. That would
entailed
require
in our model.
experimental backing, which you don't have.
Of course we do. I just reject your independent, variable, extremely narrow
Okay,
view
so
of
you
science.
have a pseudo-scientific model.
No, because I think there are other ways to do science. You disagree with me, so you'd have to show the only way to do science is with an independent variable and dependent variable relationship that you like to hold to. Can you do that?
Do I want to degrade the scientific method just so you can try to convince me of your religious beliefs? No.
I'm not degrading it, I'm expanding it. Why won't you answer when I ask you a question? So science is about coming to knowledge about reality, and if there's a way to come to knowledge about reality that is reliable but doesn't fit manipulating one variable in order to find out what happens with another variable, why won't you accept that as knowledge, as science?
So in science, you have a very specific criteria to obtain knowledge, right? So it's not just mathematics. Mathematics is not just, I'm not saying science is just mathematics and predictions. You have to actually vary and manipulate the variables to establish the cause and have control variables, right? And a naturally observed phenomena. So I wouldn't even say like Foucault's pendulum or gyro is a natural phenomena. So we would also disagree with that, not just the independent variable part.
Your position and the direction of the pendulum would tell you the rotation. So that is manipulating one of the variables in order to change the outcome.
Oh, you absolutely manipulate the Foucault pendulum because your is how it starts. So the human input would be the cause, right? It doesn't start by itself. But if you did have like a rotating roundabout and you put a pendulum on it, you wouldn't need the human input to make it start moving by itself. It would just already be moving.
So I'm going to do this again. So you seem to say that the Foucault pendulum isn't science, right? Because you can't manipulate the variable in order to show some effect. But if you manipulate the position of Foucault of a pendulum on the Earth, it will change the direction of the drift of that pendulum. That's manipulating the effect to show a cause.
So your independent variable would be like latitude. So latitude causes.
It is one of the variables. So in order to get the drift, it is necessary for the Earth to be rotating. And then you can check to see the direction and speed of rotation as well as your latitude on Earth using a pendulum. So you manipulate that variable with a necessary antecedent, and you wouldn't get the effect that you got if the Earth wasn't rotating. It would give you a null result, but it gives you a result a result that's predictable, showing you not just that the Earth is spinning, but you can actually show the radius of the Earth and your position on the Earth using that drift.
Right. So first you have human input to start it. So
What's wrong with
that would be
that?
the cause.
Every experiment has that.
You don't have well, if you're thinking it's the Earth moving the pendulum a certain way, but you don't have Earth moving it to begin with, right? And
Yeah.
you don't have a
Connect those
natural
dots for me.
phenomena. If you have just like my chandelier is not processing right now.
Yeah, so connect those dots for me. You need a human to get it to start swinging back and forth, and then it proceeds to drift off its back and forth course. So at what point is the human, what point should the Earth need to start that pendulum drifting for it to show that the Earth is rotating? What's the connection there?
Well, do you think that the Earth is rotating underneath the pendulum? And then there's
Well,
a second reference frame?
First, you have to explain to me why the Earth would have to get the pendulum to start moving in order for you to think that Foucault's pendulum is a legitimate experiment. Where in our model does it say that's necessary or that's what would happen? These big pauses before you refuse to answer my questions aren't really helping your case.
Well, I'm just going to have to repeat myself because I said if you had a rotating roundabout with a pendulum on it, you wouldn't have to manually push the pendulum to start it to move. It would already be moving because the roundabout would be moving.
Is the globe Earth model a roundabout or is it a sphere?
Well, okay, I'm just saying that's one axis of
Is a
rotation.
roundabout on Earth with downward acceleration or is a roundabout in space?
So is the Earth, right? I wouldn't equivocate to a roundabout, like, because I don't think Earth is moving, so I wouldn't say that it's a roundabout.
Yeah, so what you've done is you've just taken something that moves in a circle and you've said this must be like the Earth, even though it doesn't have two other necessary properties of the Earth that would allow Foucault's pendulum experiments to work on that roundabout. You need those two other properties, it being a sphere and it being in space. So is a roundabout a sphere in space?
Well, the Earth is in a sphere in space, so where are you getting that assumption?
It's not an assumption. It's something that has probabilistic evidence that has caused the globe model to be more likely than any other competing model because it keeps validating itself using predictive evidence.
So you have like direct measurements of curvature and motion and a vacuum of space in violation
So
of
when you
all
say,
gas laws and thermodynamics. Go ahead.
yeah, when you say direct measurements, I don't think you understand what you're implying when you say that. What you're going to ask for is someone physically going out with a tape measure and saying, this is the curvature of the Earth. Whereas you can have direct measurements that have a lot of variables involved that you have to adjust for. And those are still accepted measurements all across the world in dozens of different scientific disciplines. So if you want a direct measurement, we have those of the curvature of the Earth. It's just not what you think.
Okay, well, I wouldn't accept like calculations of already assuming what you're trying to prove, right? So whenever you say, so like give me your example of like a measurement of curvature.
So my favorite measurement of curvature would be seeing the sunset on a mountaintop.
Okay, so just the calculation and the assumption of what you're already trying to prove, right? So that's exactly what I said that I wouldn't accept, and that's what you went to.
Is it? Can you explain how I did that?
Okay, so if you see a sunset from a mountain and then calculate it, you're going to assume that the Earth is a sphere going into that.
That's not what I said, is it? All I said, I gave you the broad strokes of what evidence I have And the first thing you said to me was, I'm not going to accept it, even though you don't know exactly what I'm talking about. Isn't that funny?
Okay,
Do you want me to
so the
explain it to you now?
sunset on a mountaintop. So,
Uh-huh.
okay, keep going.
Yeah, so the sun at midday is above your eye line. If you set up a theodolite or anything that gives you horizontal off your exact position, horizontal off the downward acceleration of Earth, then the sun will cross that horizontal line on the horizon, and then it will dip below the horizon, and then it'll eventually be out of view. So there is no way to calculate, measure, or experience the sun doing that on a flat Earth due to any
Okay,
laws
so
of
the
perspective
horizon
or
is
any optical
geometric
laws
now.
known to man.
When the
So you're going
sun
to do
goes
the
below the horizon, is it going below Earth curve, and then you're going to calculate that? Or is it
so
just from the point from above your eye line to lower?
okay. So what you're trying to do now is you're trying to do the geometric versus optic curve. Do you want me to just explain that to you so we don't have to do it?
Well, we already both know you don't have a geometric horizon, so you don't really need to.
Okay, great. So what I have is a funhouse mirror. If I'm standing in front of the funhouse mirror, my physical dimensions are not the same dimensions as the one in that funhouse mirror. I know that there is some effect being applied to it to change the physical thing into some optical distortion. Now, we can test to see what the mirror distorts. You could get a ruler, you could put the ruler up, you could say between these 2 points on the mirror, you'll have a distortion of X amount. At nowhere does that imply that there isn't a physical ruler, a physical me, or some other physical thing to cause that optical illusion. So you can have both the physical or the geometric horizon as well as the optical horizon. It's just the optical horizon is a geometric horizon that has been changed through some refractive index.
Okay, so when the sun is getting lower and eventually you don't see it, you're saying that's exclusive to a globe, and then you're calculating that assumption?
It is positively indicative and exclusive to the globe model. So that means that
Okay, this is why
observation
it's
can't fit the
not.
flat
If
Earth.
you look in the text chat, things appear lower with distance, right? And
I
you're
understand that.
saying okay, so it's not exclusive to a globe. So you
Would you
can't
like
just
to hear
calculate
why
the
I think it's
assumption.
exclusive to the globe?
Did you see what I posted?
Yeah, I did. It's perspective. Things get further down towards they converge at your eye line due to perspective.
Okay, so is the table a sphere?
But if it goes from above to below your eye line, it can't be perspective that is the cause. That thing has to drop in elevation or go around the curvature of something. It cannot go from above to below your eye line due to perspective. Perspective causes convergence at your eye line. So what you linked is perspective and has nothing to do with the observation that I described.
You described seeing the sun get lower and then said it was exclusive for a globe, which is not. We see the sun moving, first of all, not the earth moving. And then you just, things appear lower with distance. So I wouldn't
I'm going to say it
accept
again
that you're
because
just calculating the assumptions of what you're trying to do.
I'm going to say it again because this is my first thing that I said about this. You are standing on a mountain and you set up a theodolite, which will give you the horizontal off your position. So horizontal to the plumb, which is downward acceleration of Earth. The sun begins above your eye line and then travels below your eye line. The eye line is measured using a theodolite. It cannot do that if it is perspective. It can only go from above your eye line to converge at your eye line. It cannot then drift below it. It has to actually be a change in relative elevation to you, which would be the sun going around the curve. On a flat Earth model, that cannot happen. The sun must either maintain altitude. Well, it must, necessarily maintain altitude for it to work on a flat Earth. But I'm going to go in a second. So if you've got any defeater for that, I'd love to hear it.
Oh, sorry, I was just talking on mute. If you're implying things appear lower with distance, being exclusive to a globe, you're just wrong.
I'm sorry, but you didn't listen to what I just said. So how do you
Right.
have the right
So
to tell me to
dude, I really
critique what
don't
I
care
just said if
because
you
I
didn't hear what I just said?
demonstrated you're wrong, that you can't talk your way out of it.
So I'm going to explain it to you again. Can you listen this time, please?
Right, no need to.
Great. So I'm going to do it so you can listen because you didn't listen last time. Something cannot go from above to below your eye line. It can only converge at your eye line due to perspective. If it goes from above to below your eye line, it must change in relative altitude or relative elevation.
Relative elevation. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, so that's if I'm rotating away from something. So azimuthal angle would be a better way of saying it. But yeah, the angle to you.
An azimuthal
gets,
angle is a horizontal. That's a horizontal plane.
Yeah. So like the stars, you find the azimuthal angle to a star using a sextant. So it's the angle of its height above the horizon. Correct?
You mean vertical angle?
Is that it? Is that the word?
Well, yeah, vertical. Stars are in the sky, right?
Yeah. I always thought it was azimuthal, but I might be wrong. Vertical angle of the sun is above your eye line, and then it goes from above to below your eye line. So that can only happen if you're rotating away from it or it's dropping in elevation. And since everyone has the same experience of the sun around the world, of it being, that 15 degree per hour precession across the sky, maintaining the similar sort of distance away from you at all times, that can only happen on a globe Earth as it's turning away
No,
from the sun.
dude, you don't have a geometric horizon or the Earth rotating for any of your assumptions of what you're trying to calculate. Right. So what I said, what I wouldn't accept, you're trying to do. So maybe you have something else.
I don't know. I gave you positively indicative evidence that you don't understand. So if you don't understand it, you can ask about it. But so far, you haven't demonstrated that you understand it.
No, I gave you a practical demonstration of how it could work.
Convergence at eye level, not of going from above to below eye level.
Would you agree that the sun is always above Earth?
Yes.
Right. So what's the problem?
The problem is that it cannot go from above to below your eye level if it's on a flat Earth moving away from you at the same altitude. And since all people experience the sun at the same altitude or distance away from them, then it's an impossibility. It can't happen.
Well, you agree it's never below Earth, right?
Yeah, so the problem is that here a semantics problem. So you're using the word above, below, that sort of thing to mean like me standing where I am now. Below me would be someone on the other side of the Earth. But when I talk about above or below Earth, I talk about like, is it elevated over the surface of the Earth or is it like somehow inside of the Earth? Anyway, I gotta go, guys.
It seems to me you're describing perspective there, because from your perspective, well, yeah.
And once again, they can only describe a flat, motionless Earth with their claims.
Well, I just want to let everyone else in the VC know the magic trick there is that he's going to say from his perspective, it appears to be going down, but he'll admit the sun is never below Earth. See, it's the globe that claims perspective. Perspective dictates what happens in the sky. And that is true, but it has nothing to do with the ground being a ball. It's perspective.
What do you reckon, Box Ups? How do you feel how that went?
Same as always, describing a flat, motionless Earth, trying to hijack perspective and call that Earth curve. Watching the stars move, imagining you see the Earth moving.
So where did you develop your arguments? Who gave you your arguments?
Okay, dude, this isn't about me, right? I'm not
About
going to
your
give you my
arguments, I agree.
background. It don't matter.
I'm asking about your arguments. Where'd you get them from? Not about you. It has nothing to do with you.
Right. Well, I'm about to hop off. I really don't need to.
Okay. Okay. Any Globers in chat? No, your earphones didn't die, eggshells. It's just quiet. No globers, no flatties. We're just sitting together. Jerry, why do you say you're not a flat earther when you obviously are?
Because I could prove it isn't flat.
And can you do that for me now? Well, no, never mind. I already heard this one. You're going to talk about how you have elevation.
There you go. Do you have proof it's a ball?
Well, you know what? Let me ask you this question: do you think it's a ball, or do you not think it's a ball?
Earth is just dirt. So if you have a claim, I mean, go ahead.
I feel like you're a flat earther, but you're just an obtuse one. You know,
You feel like I'm a flat earther, but what?
just obtuse, right?
Obtuse? No. I stick with reality. Conversations are much better when you just talk about reality, not models and explanations, and you talk about beliefs and all.
Do you feel like your understanding of the world is limited by that sort of mindset?
Give me an example.
Well, if someone gives you an experiment, and all you can think about in your mind is like, look, right, no matter what they could possibly give me, it's always going to come down to perpendicular lines, right? Do you not think that's going to limit you a little bit?
Well, what's the experiment?
Just anything that you, because it doesn't matter as long as you're talking about a globe, you're going to say the same thing, right?
Well, I start with what I can know, and then I go from there. And if I can't know, then all I'll have are beliefs.
Do you think some beliefs can be rational?
It depends on who you ask. But what you could prove in reality, it doesn't matter who's doing the interpretation.
Wait.
Globe is the truth.
Truth about what? How about this one? If anything happens that I can't explain, then the only explanation is the ground is a ball. Things do happen that I can't explain, therefore the ground has to be a ball. How does that sound?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to think about Eggshells' argument you wrote in chat. I wasn't paying attention. I was deep in thought. Let me write this down in formal standard form.
Still waiting for you to falsify my argument from yesterday. Have you given that any more thought?
I've falsified every argument you've ever made, Jerry.
So you falsified what the water level does? Or have you falsified a straight line?
Or
Which one?
water flows from high to low.
There you go. Beautiful. And there is no high to low on a ball because you're always on top, right?
If Earth is stationary, gyros won't indicate a uniform motion in any direction. Does anyone think two perpendicular lines aren't always parallel? Anyone at all?
Nobody thinks that. That would be silly.
Ah, I see. Do you think globalists believe that?
I'm not a globe head, so I couldn't tell you.
It's called being a baller, not a globe head.
Baller is
Ball
far too complimentary. But what about this? Englishmen around the world drawing country and state borders that quite often just go straight north and south. Are north-south lines always parallel? My other question, my follow-on question is essentially, are state borders of, let's say, America and Australia parallel?
Jerry's giving it a think. It's processing. The cogs are turning. Let's see what he comes up with.
I didn't hear that. What was that?
Oh.
First, it was a quick shot at the English for drawing state borders everywhere, regardless of local customs and culture. So after you've got over insulting the British, hang on.
No, I think a bomb went off in this airport.
No, it was just an announcement. So yeah, the British went around drawing state borders north-south. If all north-south lines are parallel and we live on something flat, then all state borders that go north-south will be parallel. North-south borders are not parallel in Australia, therefore we do not live on something flat, or they're not north-south. But they are north-south.
Okay, so north-south is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Did you falsify that?
North-south is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Yes, yep. No, that's true.
Right, that's all I care about. That's all I can prove.
Okay. Would all north-south be parallel?
All perpendiculars to north and south will be parallel. So all perpendiculars.
You've got that one wrong. It's a trick.
Well, all perpendiculars to east-west will also be parallel because that's also a straight line.
Oh, so yes was your answer. So that was a trick question. That's false on both.
So you don't think that north-south is a straight line on a horizontal plane?
No, the other bit. You always jump. You go. I've worked out your strategy, Jerry, and you go reasonable statement, crazy statement. Somebody disagrees, and you go, "What, you disagree with reasonable statement?"
Yeah, you're disagreeing with the first thing that I said, which you agreed to, that north to south is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Are you doing that?
No, I'm agreeing with that. I'm agreeing to that. Any singular north to south on a horizontal plane will be a straight line.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So where's the trick?
Oh, you got me.
Unless-
Yeah, you stayed on the reasonable one and then failed to fulfill the rest of your claim, and therefore proved that I didn't suggest that the rest of your claim was bunk.
Well,
By just not making the rest of the claim. That's a good one.
What is your claim? Because you agree all perpendiculars.
Earth's not flat is my claim.
Well, I claim the same thing, so there you
Awesome, we're on the same. Hey, woo, disproving flat Earth.
go. Hold on. Did you say planet?
No, I said plane.
Oh, plane.
Wait, Jerry, do you think there's any horizontal line on the outside of a sphere?
You could have a horizontal tangent on a sphere.
You can't
And
have
you
a
could have
horizontal line.
horizontals going through a sphere.
But not on the sphere, unless you're talking about tangents.
Well, a horizontal is a straight line. You don't want to go there, do you?
Well, yeah, I don't believe such. Besides tangents, and I don't see any horizontalness about the world. You know?
And you believe that balls are 3D, like spheres are 3D, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Good.
If the horizon was shown to be non-horizontal, like there was a slight curve, would you then have to like completely put all of your horizontal lines, always parallel argument in the bin?
Well, the horizon isn't always horizontal, but the plane of the horizon is.
Is it?
Better believe it, buddy.